Could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't gon' go right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learn to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't gon' go right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't gon' go right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. So I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't gon' go? So you can't let go, 'cause I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this.
A whisper in the silence is ringing inside the void in my head. I'm searching through the darkness, but feeling like there is nobody there. I wake up just to find I'm in chains, and you're there holding the key. No, 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 no. Fell for another one of your games. No, this can't be happening. No, 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 no. I'm shaking 'cause I'm frozen. I need some holy water to wash away
ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you, I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
She's gone. I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, not a sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard you call. We're not the only ones. 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 Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, not a sleeper awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard you
ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epix trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Guys, I'm slightly worried because we're about to kick off DreamHack Masters Spring, and there doesn't appear to be a set for us to do the desk segments from. But don't worry, because no matter what happens behind me, we are going to have some epic action here on day one, because we have got titans in trouble in the shape of Astralis, Vitality, and Na'Vi, all making changes recently. And speaking of CIS teams, Group A is stuffed with them. We've got 4. That's 50% of Group A, and I have a feeling they're going to be impressive. And then over in Group B, Extra Salt are hoping to do it for America. But can they? You have to keep watching to find out.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Welcome to DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. My name is Frankie Ward. I am joined by Maniac, looking absolutely swish, and Yanko, who last time I did a desk at DreamHack with, he walked off wearing a cowboy hat. Yanko, you're going to abandon me again. You did.
I think I would be really like, I don't think there's any WODs of that, which is really fortunate for me. But yeah, now that you mentioned it, that was a fun one.
It was. We had nachos. For some reason, no nachos today. It's a shame, Maniac, right? We should all walk off.
Yeah, and I was thinking about getting a cowboy hat for myself, but I don't think it would rock with the style. Maybe, no, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Let's keep it that way.
Maniac, you're showing me and Yanko up. However, the thing I've noticed from Yanko's return to the desk is his shirts get shinier as the event goes on. So by the end of this thing, it's just going to be a mirror virtually joining us on the desk.
Yeah, you need to like step it up, you know, like you need to build up, just like the teams doing this tournament, Frankie, right? You want to pick up the pace as the tournament goes on. It's the same with the dressing.
God, he's good. Well, Yanko, you were at the first ever DreamHack Masters, right?
Yeah, true that, in Malmö. I was the only one who predicted NIP to win in the grand final as well. I want to note it here. I believed in the Swedes, while no one else did.
Well, we'll be talking about your belief in Bulgaria very soon. But right now, we've got to talk about the fact that this is the 10th DreamHack Masters. We've got a lot of Swedish love in the building and, of course, in the motherland, because DreamHack, it is a Swedish-born and bred brand. However, unfortunately, there's no Swedish teams at this particular event. So instead, we're going to get our fill right now by taking a walk down memory lane.
Throughout the history of Counter-Strike, we have seen nations rise and fall. Like in a symphony, we have the upgoing crescendo and the fall in diminuendo. Once, in the dawn of DreamHack Masters, the Swedish teams were standing high. NIP started off the Masters era with their historical win.
When we opened the door to go out on the stage, the whole place was like shaking and everyone was screaming NIP. It was just amazing.
We also saw a strong team, godsent of Swedish heritage, going strong all the way to the semi-final, losing out only to the Ninjas. The year after the great win, NIP was back at it again in Malmo, this time with two new proteges to the lineup in Draken and Rez.
Oh, what is that flick from Draken?
In the first DreamHack Masters in France, in Marseille 2018, both NIP and Fnatic came out strong. Later that year, in Masters Stockholm, NIP fought their way to the semi-final, where they fell to the #1 team in the world. Fnatic had a rough tournament, but changes were on the horizon. Maybe some new instruments to the ensemble? Soon, after the tournament, we saw some shuffles in the Fnatic roster. The young prospect of Brolin joined from Red Reserve, and JW took him under his wing. Back in Malmo, where the Masters saga all started, it was time for Brolin to show what he had learned, and for Fnatic to be taking the trophy on home turf.
We believe in us. We don't think about the opponents. We just believe in ourselves and play our own game, and that's work.
As time goes, nations rise and nations fall. The symphony fades out. In the online era of Masters, we have seen the Swedish teams fade out and disappear.
Can't feel good.
For Spring 2021, they are nowhere to be seen. Even the greatest composers take inspiration from their peers, but NIP crossed the Öresund Bridge to bring Device over to the dark side.
I definitely think it's a boost for Swedish Counter-Strike that he goes to NIP. You should look out for NIP in the future.
Device now has to train them up to his level, betray his own country, and drag Sweden back to where it belongs.
I remember being at DreamHack Masters Malmo 2019 and saying, could Fnatic be the saviours of Swedish Counter-Strike? And then they won despite the recent lineup change, and we thought that was it. Turned out it wasn't, but now it's falling onto Device, Maniac.
Yeah, obviously that move from Device is one we're going to talk about a lot. Just to make it quick, I think it is a crazy opportunity for him to establish his legacy as a player, right? Because there are some voices out there in the community who might think it is only because of the Astralis structure that he's been performing his way. But what if he does it again with NIP? Then we have absolutely no question whatsoever that he is supernatural.
I genuinely think it's because his dog's in Sweden, but Janko?
Yeah, I mean, it tells you a lot about Swedish Counter-Strike that they need a Dane to revive them. But jokes aside, I mean, they were the slowest one to kind of introduce new talent, which was weird, right? Sweden always had a large influx of new and talented players, but we've seen it happen recently. Jaquinho in Fnatic, guys like, obviously, you know, Plopsky in NIP, now even ZTR. So I think they're trending upwards, so to speak, and we'll see some great things from the Swedes again soon enough.
Well, this is a really crucial event for the teams that are here. Obviously, NIP aren't, unfortunately, because it is the last event on the ESL Pro Tour before we lock in the spots in the play-ins and the dead cert for Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. So let's have a little bit of a reminder, shall we, as to where the runners and riders are.
Chutney!
G'day, mate. Glad you could make it.
I like what you've done with the place. Very fancy, fancy schmancy. Oh, mate, just let it go. There are Valorant pros younger than that thing.
Hey. I thought this was just a little light-hearted piece, mate.
The cashes as well. You've got the bloody earn for your CSGO career around here.
More cheap laughs. All right, mate. I am undefeated in the cashes. Nobody can take that away from me. But check this one out.
Ooh.
Let's get stuck in, mate. nearly Masters Championship time, Alex, and you know what that means. The stakes at DreamHack Masters are higher than ever.
Go on, what's on the line?
EPT points, Cologne qualification, and a notch in that coveted Intel Grand Slam belt.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Let's take a little look at who's already qualified for Cologne. These boys from South America, Asia, and Oceania are already locked into the play-ins. Good job as well as, look, none of them here at DreamHack Masters.
Struth almighty.
Next, we've got the big boys. In Europe, Gambit and Virtus Pro are guaranteed a spot in Cologne's top 16. The same can be said for North America, with Liquid and Furia locking themselves in as well.
Okay. Oh, Chad.
The boys, they're back together, but they're just not. They're not performing. They were meant to be the chosen ones, Alex.
Oh, come on, mate. Come on. They've still got time. I even heard Nifty's going to be coming back.
Oh God, no! Oh no! Australian Gallish. We've still got Juzzy Bear. We're still okay.
Come on.
Okay, we're all good now. So, look, we got these 4 teams, they're sorted. Let's just put them to one side. This is where things get interesting. Let's focus on good old North America. All right, well, it's all on the line for Extra Soul or Pain. A win for either team will mean they leapfrog Team 1 into the play-in stage.
1 win? Okay, easy squeezy. Who are they playing?
That's the issue.
Oh, God. Okay, well, at least it's double elim, right? It's double elimination, so Device isn't there. He's a ninja now.
Look. The King and the Jack of Denmark both secured a spot in Cologne play-ins minimum. The same can be said for Counter-Strike's Ace. Simple. A decent showing at DreamHack Masters should push them above the threshold.
But wait, you said high stakes. It seems pretty damn tame so far.
All right, then, let's up the bloody ante. Here's Europe. None of these teams have secured their spot in Cologne. Every single position can change. Let's take FaZe, for example. A win here would actually send them directly to the main event, overtaking the likes of G2 in the process. You know what that means?
Shut up!
All right, well, here's the bottom line. The form that these teams show at DreamHack Masters Spring determines whether we'll be seeing them in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike in July. It's as simple as that.
Well, I guess they better play their cards right. Thank you. All of these are based on preliminary calculations and subject to both roster changes and any changes in upcoming tournament format. Most notably, DreamHack Masters 2017. 2017? Wow. Not that one.
Thank you very much, Alex and Chani. Also, just like a business suggestion, can we please get plushy figures of those boys? I would like to cuddle up to them on the plane. They're absolutely adorable. Anyway, talking more about the Counter-Strike is my job. We have got so many events coming up in the ESL Pro Tour. So as already mentioned, this is the cut-off event for Intel Extreme Masters Cologne points, and then we roll on to Intel Extreme Masters Katowice points. So for example, Intel Extreme Masters Summer, that is where people will be competing for Katowice next year. But also we got a brand new event that I'm very excited about because the local national competitions like Meisterschaft in Germany and of course the Premiership in the UK are very close to my heart. So the winners of those regional events are going to get their own tournament, the ESL NC Global Playoffs, and the winner will get to pick a spot in either IEM Summer or at the play-ins of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and the second place will get to pick up the leftovers. So basically, 2 amazing spots that is coming their way.
It's pretty cool, and I really like the fact that we have, bridges for these teams to actually go and fight against the top dogs. For teams like Endpoint, like you mentioned, but who is in Meisterschaft? Hell, I played ES in Meisterschaft. That was a good time.
Did you win?
I did win, actually, with Sprout, 2018.
Well, there you go. Well,
obviously, as a Swiss, he's a part of like 5 different countries, so he can play in any of them. Yeah,
and he doesn't have to be biased either. He can literally be Switzerland.
I always win. I can always abandon, jump ship, or stay on it.
Well, let's take a look in graphic form what's going on in terms of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, the road to Cologne, as we poetically call it. So in Europe, Gambit and Virtus Pro are locked into the top 16. Astralis, Heroic and Na'Vi are guaranteed a spot at the play-ins at minimum. No other teams are currently guaranteed a spot. And in North America, which is not just America, it's also Brazil as well, I guess. Fury and Team Liquid are locked into the top 16 at Cologne. No other teams are guaranteed a spot, but EG is almost a dead cert. However, if both Pain and Extra Salt place at least 5th or 6th at DreamHack Masters, it could cause an upset. However, Pain probably need to come in the top 4.
that would be hard for Pain. But if you're Team 1 or your EG for that matters, you might sweat just a little bit when you see how Extrasol is playing Counter-Strike right now. You know, good placing here. They've been making waves at the Fun Spot ulti. Who knows? I would like to see them there.
Yeah, I mean, it's enough to strike fear into your hearts and make you mispronounce the name of the tournament. Yanko, before we come to Maniac, because I know he's got a pretty picture about this one. CIS teams, we've got 4 of them in this tournament. Thoughts?
Yeah, we have 2 juggernauts of the CIS team, and we have Navi and VP as well in that Group A. And those are the 2 names that have been slumping a little bit lately, right? Especially Navi, they kicked off the year potentially being even the best team in the world, right? Then didn't really live up to that in Katowice, and it's been downhill ever since. So it's up to these 2 teams for me to kind of step it up here and show us that they still got it. And for Gambit, it's like more of the same. They're the main favorite alongside Heroic for the tournament, and Spirit still, you know, a very dangerous team. We'll have to see if they can keep being consistent.
And Maniac, last year, would you have imagined that our favourites are Gambit and Heroic rather than Na'Vi, Astralis, Vitality?
No, and I think that's what's so exciting about this tournament is that we are definitely in a transition period where all the Titans of 2020, the Astralis, the Vitality, the Na'Vi, they've made roster changes, right? You have the Bit, Flame is not here anymore, you have Kyojin, obviously, and it's actually Heroic and Gambit who sit on the throne right now. So there has been a shift in terms of forces and momentum. It can still change. But if you look at 2021, these are not the names. But we were talking about CIS. And now let's have a look at the evolution of that scene. First of all, we need to mention huge uproar, improvement in that scene. Would it be because of Navi's influence? I don't think so. But the matter of fact is they have young kids now knocking at the door. The hegemony for Navi is over. That is it. They are not currently the best CIS team. Gambit is up there. Even VP overtook them in the ranking, as we can see. And Spirit, I think we might sleep on them just a little bit. Let's give them time to evolve, right, to mature. But the CIS scene is having great old days right now.
I'm hoping we get to see some big shots from Dexter. I believe in Spirit. They just need that experience. They're building it up. It's the same thing that Gambit did, obviously, last year. So let's take a look at the schedule today, because both of those teams are going to be playing. We have Group A coming up first. We've also got a B stream as well, but this is the schedule for the A stream. So Gambit versus Team Fiend are coming up first, and you'll see 2 best-of-3s at the end of the day, but we need to see who wins those opening matches to find out who is going to be playing at the end of the show. So stay tuned for that one. Yanko, are you ready to kick things off?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's get this show on the road, Frankie.
Sound more enthusiastic, Mania. Have a go.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! I like it. All right then. Should we play some music, DreamHack? I think we're ready to go. It's going to be Gambit versus Team Fiend after the break. Yeehaw.
It's not an easy job. Stray situations, your mind should be clean.
I think we're gonna do great, and we're ready.
The Masters saga began in 2016 with the first ever DreamHack Masters tournament. The event took place in Malmö, Sweden.
Every time I think about DreamHack Masters in Malmö, I just get like goosebumps and just good feelings.
With a year of struggle behind them, the home team Ninjas in Pajamas had a lot to prove.
We felt really confident, but then we started the game against Dignitas. Yeah, they totally just smashed us on overpass, I think like 16-1 or 16-2 or something like this. And I don't know why we played so badly the first game. I think we were super nervous or something maybe.
After a rough start in the group stage, NIP managed to advance to the playoffs, beating the ever-strong Danes Astralis.
Ladder position, if he peeks out now, it's Dupree dead. Headshot, and he fades away. They can't get the refrag. Kerrigan tries. All that Surge to do is tell get right. He's there. Home, they'll do it. Forrest closes it out. NIP move on in Sweden, and you can head back across the bridge, Denmark.
Bomb is going to get planted, and it's the AWP confrontation. Again, Pitt's been missing a lot of shots. This is his way to make amends from those previous mistakes. He lands the shot.
After knocking out Virtus Pro in the quarterfinal, NIP faced off against their fellow Swedish countryman Godsent for a spot in the finals.
Get Right aced or killed 4 guys, and I remember Twist was trying to knife him, and Get Right just turns around like 90 degrees and just one taps him.
Get Right's going to look to try and bag himself this kill until Electro does finally get it. He is going to find himself the receiving end of the battering. Here comes Get Right. He gets knifed but peeks around and destroys Twist.
In a stadium packed with fans, Godsent raises the stakes, forcing NIP into a third and final map.
player. Forrest, meanwhile, connector again, gets the ball. Can he save the semi-finals? He's being tagged up from short, picked off.
After the win, there was only one obstacle left to complete this Cinderella story. Na'Vi.
We got a really good start, and we just kept rolling, and the crowd just went nuts, and we could hear them screaming like NIP. I think I remember like every single kill from that last round. I think GetRight got like the last 3 or something.
Another one, Flamey, with an important refrag, but GetRight is there. Zeus and Edward are left, and they're simply out of time. 30 seconds here. NIP, what a story it's been already. GetRight, and here it comes, NIP.
These boxes that we were playing in, they're supposed to be sound is isolating, but I think we can hear the whole arena, like everyone was screaming, and it's just amazing.
The first ever DreamHack Masters champion, the legendary Ninjas in Pajamas.
Hello?
No clip?
Of course no clip.
Cheater. Oh wait. Nope, nope.
Больно вообще-то.
It's okay.
Facing Gambit in the first match. It won't be easy game, of course, but it's CSGO, so nowadays everyone can beat everyone. So I'm pretty sure if we take the match reasonable and we prepare some stuff, I don't say that we need to think about that much about it, because right now they're top 1 team. But I'm pretty sure if we manage to keep playing our game, which we have right now, we won't have any problem to have a chance to beat them, of course.
Regarding Fiend as our first match, I'm very excited to play. In my opinion, every team right now is very competitive, and any team can beat anyone. So Fiend is a great team. I saw how they did last time, and they did great. We need to prepare, we need to stay for full focus if we want to win.
Victor and Hobbit there, but right now we need to take a look at all of Group A. We're kicking off with best of ones, Gambit versus Fiend. But taking a look at the rest of the teams there, Yanko, if you can hear me, which matchup are you most excited for?
Yes, indeed, Frankie. Well, I mean, there's a lot of great ones. I think FaZe Clan VP and Spirit G2 for me are the 2 big ones. You see like FaZe and G2 are one of the lower ranked teams in this group, and they're both been playing much better recently. Faced each other yesterday in the IM Summer Qualifier, G2 coming out on top. So I think in this group, you just want to make it through as fast as possible. If you have to go through that lower bracket, it's not going to be a fun time.
I have a feeling we might see G2 play this afternoon in the winners matches because they're on a tear at the moment, Maniac.
Yeah, they're looking better. They're looking better. Times have been a little bit shaky for G2, but now finally you start to see Nico having Nico-types performance. Hunter is quite stable. But that G2 versus Spirit, they played against each other at Blast, and it was such a crazy game. I'm talking about like late round clutch situations, turnaround. It was insane. So I'm very, very looking forward to that one.
And if Dexter shows up for all 3 maps, we're going to have a barn burner on our hands. But we're about to have some explosive action right now because it's going to be Gambit versus Fiend. Gambit, our tournament favorites, versus Bulgaria's sweethearts, as I'm calling them, because Yanko in rehearsal yesterday convinced me. But first of all, Gambit, Do they even have any weak spots? Because the only thing I've really seen, given that they're a team that rarely makes mistakes, is they kind of ran out of steam during the best-of-5 final at EPL 13.
I like how you're looking for it. I like how you're digging for like the weakness that Gambit might have.
I'm a horrible person.
I know you're not. We have to be quite objective here. In this very uncertain area of online Counter-Strike and ever-changing environment, Gambit feel like the one security, the certainty, right? Whatever happens, they play good Counter-Strike. They have enough players to make sure that 2-3 of them will show up. They have a good map pool. They play together in the boot camp. They're resilient. They're nice people. They have the whole package. I'm getting ahead of myself right now.
Do you think it's sustainable,
There's your
Janko?
weakness, Maniac. They're nice people. Like, if anything, you know. No, I think it's very sustainable because what they do is, you know, play very good fundamental Counter-Strike. Their individuals are popping off. You have, you know, Shiro, Hobbit, and Exile, top 10 players this year, top 5 players almost every single tournament they play, right? So just all the stars are aligning for them right now, and yeah, definitely the team to beat still in this tournament, regardless of what happened in the Pro League Grand Final.
I did ask Napoli last time I interviewed him, how many offers have you had? And he kind of dodged the question, but surely, like, Na'Vi are coming calling right now to these guys.
I mean, that would make sense, but if I'm Gambit, I'm not moving 1 inch.
Yeah.
They have all the cards. They own the place right now.
In a way, the only player that's kind of safe from Na'Vi's clutches is actually Shiro, because Na'Vi have got simple. Shiro is on track right now to be one of the best players of the year, and we've only got to the end of April. Let's find out more about why he's one of our players to watch.
Life, just like chess, is a game of sacrifice. Throw some pawns to the slaughter to open up some new avenues of attack, safe in the knowledge that the late game is your territory.
He gets it done single-handedly! Whatever TMB can do!
It's not an easy job. Stray situations, your mind should be clean.
Keep yourself alive and win the game. A lesson in chess, life, and as it turns out, Counter-Strike. Featuring Dmitry, Shiro, Sokolov as the Immortal King.
Is it doing that's a crazy flick from Shiro!
And Abe, Hobbit Kanensov as the king who became a pawn in Shiro's game. This spring, catch the story of the cursed boy who has to wave goodbye to everyone he cares about to save the one person who everyone else cares about, himself.
Well, the latest movie sensation possibly coming to a cinema near you, possibly not. Shiro the Immortal King. Is he the Immortal King yet, Janko, or is he just the Clutch King?
Yeah, I think he's like playing really great this year, but I don't think also we should get too ahead of ourselves, right? He still needs to prove it over an extended period of time, you know. I wouldn't still put him up there with guys like Simple, Zywo, Device, and so on, right? But he's doing great for himself, and if he keeps this up, then we can start having those types of conversations.
Can we have a conversation about your favorite team, please, Janko, now? Fiend.
Yeah, of course we can. These guys, I know they're unknown names for a lot of people out there, but the core of Victor, Dreamer, and Bubble, I've played against these guys, so they've known each other for a very, very long time, right? Red Star, he's the main opper of the team, probably their star player as well. And, you know, what about these Bulgarian oppers, right? We have Poison, we have Cirque, now Red Star coming into the mix. They seem to be churning them out. Well, definitely more than Sweden does.
And we also need to answer the question at some point, who is more stacked? Is it Victor or is it BlameF? Well, if you would like to take a closer look at Victor, now's your chance, because we had a word with him before the tournament kicked off.
I'm Victor from Team Fiend, and I'm here for the DreamHack. I think we're gonna do great, and we're ready.
Bulgaria has never really been a true powerhouse in most sports, but has always had some marquee players to hang their hat on. While Poison has made some waves with complexity, and Cirque with EG, the nation has never had a team at the top that you could root for. But Victor of Fiend believes that they can be that team.
Right now, our best team player is Dreamer. And next to him is Red Star.
Red Star joined the Fiend team at the end of 2020, back when they were called Umbapi. Red Star's strong performance sliced open LDLC and Copenhagen Flames. It wasn't until the team renamed to Voivoda that they found themselves on everyone's radars.
Dreamer alive the last player versus 2 for Voivod.
Fiend qualified for DreamHack Masters Spring by taking down 2 giants, or more accurately, 1 giant and 1 colossus.
Taking Cloud9 and OG, it was really hard games, but at the end we was the winners of these matches. It's huge for us.
While Victor and Bubble were known for being part of an upset team previously as Windigo, this time it feels like they can be a little bit more.
I think we can be the better project right now because we have really good firepower in the team.
He's attack shoots fast, he doesn't need to spray.
I'm pretty sure that we can be the better version of old team.
Few games are harder to start than taking on Gambit. The boys turned men have gone from strength to strength in the last 6 months and are now genuinely one of the big boys. Fiend, however, get a good chance to see the blueprint for becoming what they want to be up close. And they are no strangers to tripping up a giant.
I would say that they're the big boys of Bulgaria, to be perfectly honest, just because Gambit are the big boys of the scene right now. And Maynard, you were making an interesting point to me just there, which is Victor and Bubble. Together, they're kind of like the talent spotters of Bulgaria.
Yeah, they serve a purpose in that ecosystem for sure. I mean, Yanko mentioned Zerg, Poison, maybe Red Star is going to be one of the names we talk about in a few weeks or months. So Victor and Bubble, they have the love for Counter-Strike. They've been playing it for many, many years. They truly love it, and they help young talents, learn a little bit about the game. And for that, I want to commend them.
Well, Yanko, we're going to get into our veto right now, as this is a best of 1. And you know what? These aren't as common as they used to be in Counter-Strike tournaments anymore. As a coach, what would you be doing going into a veto like this?
It's usually just the middle ground, right? That's the thing you say every time. Just get rid of all the maps that you don't really like playing, and then you let the other team decide where it's going to end up. Gambit, obviously, the main strength of their team is the map pool because they're exceptional on Vertigo, Train, Overpass, and you don't really have a team that's really good on all 3 maps. So we'll see if they get one of those 3 at the very end. This is a Gambit first ban Vertigo. I think that those were maybe swapped. But never mind, we end up on Dust 2. The Bulgarians gonna love this as well. Best of 1, you can get your thing going, right? You win both pistols, yada, yada, yada. That's what gives them the best chance, but still, I have a tough time seeing it happen.
And this is a good opportunity for us to see what 19-year-old Red Star is like with the AWP. Can he hold up that Bulgarian AWP legacy?
Against Shiro. Good luck with that. That's the best place to show it. If you're going to showcase your talent, do it right now. I agree with Yanko. It was going to be Dust 2 or Mirage. We go for Dust 2. And then a good ground for the Bulgarian sweethearts of bulldozers.
Well, this is Red Star's first ever Tier 1 tournament. So Godspeed, my friend. We're going to be friends. I can sense it right now. And other friends that we've got in the studio just across the way are the fabulous Chad and Alex. Hopefully we're going to bring him in right now.
G'day.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Hello, Governor.
Hello.
That was me doing you and you doing me, and I thought, maybe we could make it work.
How's it going over there? Yanko, you're looking a lot lighter than I last saw you.
He's floaty, isn't he? Just floaty
pixels,
today.
Man.
Yeah, I didn't leave the house, Alex, since I got back, so that's why I didn't catch the sun at all.
That's why
you look great as ever, though.
You know what? I'm starting to feel like a third wheel right now. So instead, I'm just going to throw it over to you guys before I start crying. Have fun. Bye,
Brilliant
Frankie.
stuff. Thank you, Frankie. That was a great start to the show. Yes, Masters 10th edition kicking off for us here at the caster desk. We're going to be hanging out here. And this is about the first or only 10 seconds you're going to see us.
We can count to 10 seconds.
That was it.
And we're in the game with 10 players.
Hell yeah, 10. That's a good magic number. And of course, 16 is going to be what they're pursuing here in the best of ones. What was the fancy thing we came up with in the car? Establishing
matches.
Round.
Yeah.
We are in the establishing round of this game. Of course, best of 1s. Everything else is best of 3s. Easy peasy. Let's get into a Dust 2 game. Good morning, everyone.
I'm very interested to see how this one shakes on out, because we heard from the ever humble Hobbit. He's given us the old cliche. But we know in the best of 1s, this is the chance for an upset for anybody within the top 30, I would say right now. Fiend, definitely not the bookmakers' friends by any means, but Dreamer kicks things off in stylish fashion. Hobbit falls into trades, and now it's Red Star, the man of the moment, creeping out long.
Yeah, I'm glad he got a bit of a mention on the desk as well, because I was saying to you before we went live that he's one of the players I have been impressed by previously in the Voivoda matchups prior to being signed by Fiend. I mean, they were in the market for a while.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of squads out there, but these guys have shown some talent. And now, the names here is we have a little bit of a lull in play. Bubble, Victor, they'll be ones that people know from home. Dreamer as well.
I'm really hyped for Dreamer. Just to be given another chance. The slate wiped clean and being able to pursue his dream all the way to that major circuit. Be interested to see if that new kind of guarantee of motivation. Oh, good shot. Inter's taking another head. That's 2 so far in the round. They are pressuring into the B side bubble. He's going to fall as well. He's got another on the Glock long range. It's actually a well-timed shot. He does fall in the process. Just Red Star, the aforementioned new star. Not quite going to be finding that head. Axar looking good. First blood drawn for him in the round. 1-0 to Gambit.
Yeah, have to give a massive thumbs up to Gambit there for not over-rotating after Red Stars walked out long with that P250. He's had 2 engagements. He's forced a lot of fights there, and they didn't leave that B bomb site. That's the right call. They picked themselves up the pistol. And Fiend, they're going to respond straight back here with what looks to be a 4-spy. Red Star Victor straight into those Mac 10s. It's a Deagle for Dreamer, P250 for Bubble, and Walmart, he's got himself that Juan as well. Couple of smokes and flashes to work with for this one. And they're sending the lion's share of the forces up towards B tunnels. They're just setting up behind this molly.
Yeah, there's no one from mid, so they're not going to be having any kind of doors smoke or CT smoke. They just want to brute force it. His shoulders visible. Look at how little he uses to get that information safely. You weren't going to be hitting a headshot with the angle he adopted there. It was barely a shoulder blade.
Feels very claustrophobic for Fiend right now. They know that Gambit are a team that gives some respect. They don't push too much on these CT sides, so working with that now, creeping in behind the lurk smoke. Damage heard.
Yeah, they'll be hearing that. Nafany especially. Lots of sound cues for him to build upon. UMP should be set for success. Oh, he's a bit late on the trigger there. They have access to the site.
He's in trouble.
Very dangerous for Inters. He's calling upon the help of Hobbit on the flash. And Hobbit does arrive exactly when he needed to. Won't be finding more, though. Victor still over the smoke. 2 frags to his name. Very low, and even lower is Dreamer. And that's got a high impact. If you consider 2 frags high impact, but no bomb plan, that's probably what they desired with an investment like that.
Yeah, considering how much traction they got into the bomb site, you'd be looking for a plant in that scenario off the 4-spy. And the B bomb site, you get that bomb down. We talk about how difficult it is to retake, but Inters did a great job, dropped that defensive smoke, played around it, and secures Gambit their second. Fiend have actually dropped an AK across here, so they want to continue to fight, maybe keep control of this Gambit CT economy here. A scout for Bubble. It's another 4-spy. They've just gone all in, shoved as freeze time is finished, and oh, Bubble taking some fights, taking some tags, and takes down Nafany.
And some information as well. He knows there's another closed doors. Shiro's going to be forced to drop his smoke just simply to reposition as well as buy time. They've gathered long. The smoke's kept them at bay for now.
Yeah, it's just Bloom, so we've got about 15 seconds left on that one. Axal on the corner pivoting right here, and Shiro still in float. If they head back towards B, it's just Inters here on his lonesome, but that would take a lot of time.
And a lot of scouting from Dreamer. He's only got the Desert Eagle and Kevlar. So it seems intentions are to keep the B site honest initially, just with Dreamer. The rest going to be forging a path off the Xbox smoke through long.
Oh, it's another door smoke here from Hobbit. He's just come over and assisted Axal.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, and Axal's tucked in towards the back of pit now, so he's going to fight to the death from this position unless he keeps moving.
But they did drop the Xbox smoke. There is no info. Can we check Shiro's POV? He's holding passive. They have no information up mid.
And they've gambled back towards A, so Axal's actually rotated away from that pit position, looking to help Hobbit out, who, well, he's about to be in trouble. 4 players lurking out that long door now. Axal and Hobbit have to defend this A side on their lonesome.
Yeah, how equipped are they for it? M4 certainly seems like the good weapon for the job. Incendiary as well could come in to play a part, and they use the smoke just to clear that pit securely.
30 seconds now, though.
Get a bit tight on time, you're right, and that was a chance. Tip of the head visible. He actually gets the re-peek and the tag. Axal softened up for those Desert Eagles, and they'll start their advance now. 20 seconds. Victor does find Hobbit important into the site. Axal needs one, and he loses his head instead. M4 recovered. Bomb needs to be planted. 15 seconds. It's Victor's responsibility from behind, though. Inters is caught. Dreamer executes, and there you have it. Fiend, patience and persistence pays off.
Yeah, well, that 4-spy was so late out of spawn there. I was very concerned when you see the purchases coming in after the 20 seconds of freeze time, right? You've got a lot of time to talk through the round. And the fact that they did it as freeze time had already finished, question marks, but they convert, and now it's Gambit who have to question the economy.
Big thanks to Bubble as well. I don't think that round feels that easy if you don't get an early man advantage through that door scout spam.
Yeah, I think he was counting his lucky stars that he got himself a bit of a fight there early, but
oops,
was lining up the Xbox smoke, does not throw it on out, and it's a good call because they're going B while the rest of Gambit are all eco-stacking over towards this long position, flashing Hobbit's hand.
It's going to be the brave boy.
Yeah, it's unlikely that they find much traction now that the side is given up. Bubble's going to run in first, Mac 10 in hand. He'll be clearing things out as the scout. The flash is there to aid as he's already completely cleared this out. The bomb should be going down.
Concentration face as well. That dude is, yeah, he's zoned in right now. They have got a chance to make such a high impact. I mean, you look, they've played so many Counter-Strike games pre-Fiend, pre-DreamHack Masters, but to have the opportunity to now to just really make a flex and a statement up against Gambit. Everyone wants to take Gambit's scalp. Don't forget their win-loss ratio. Like, there's a very short list of teams that have taken Gambit down. And a best of one is a perfect environment to start it.
Yeah, very true. This year, you can look at Gambit's rise to power and how few games that they've lost. And there's a word that I want to, kind of like a label I want to attribute to them, right? Because they're playing fantastic CS, there's no doubt about that. But it's the efficiency at which they're doing it, right? Like, they go into every game and they're getting the most out of every round, every situation, every fight, every save. They don't let any of those little mistakes or giving up a kill, giving up a gun, they don't allow any of those things to really fall and spiral out of control, which is why you watch these guys play, and it's so impressive.
It's like what you've got all of the nerdy things you used to spot and occasionally get excited about
all the time,
condensed into a team that does it all the time.
It's like a buffet when you watch Gambit. You know, you don't know what you want more of. You keep going back. It's all you can eat.
And you end up with a full
Sizzler
belly and a 17-win streak.
Yeah, well, other team's going home with that headache, the food coma, that's for sure. Flash out towards long here from Shiro. It's no presence early. Lots of B presence from Fiend again, right? 4 players towards upper tunnel. It looks like they're just setting up for a pounce. They want to punish this B bomb site. Inters and Nafany to defend. Not the best weapons for the job here. Bit of an omission for Inters. Utility over firepower. Leaves him with an MP9. But a good position. How long are Fiend going to take on this? Hinge Smoke comes out. Obscures vision up towards short. Third man in float of Hobbit here can help one out, but they're walking in.
Just behind the taps, yeah, it's silent and it's deadly as well. There goes Inters. Nafany in jeopardy, no chance.
Has to be a save.
Well, that's unless Hobbit finds another quickly. He's sticking around, does find impact, and oh, there's a chance, a very minor one. Spray does go a little awry, and now they have access to the site. Red Star gets that bomb down, and I assume they're just going to posture for exits here.
Right now, we've got Shiro and Axel clearing out short, so they're going to try and deal with anybody lurking towards middle. We can see on the radar that nobody's home, nobody's lurking, nobody's flanking or looking for a hunt. But while Gambit spend time checking for any lurks, they're wasting time on the retake. And yeah, it is the standard Gambit play, right, to go for the saves, to play the percentages. And here they'll be doing exactly that, holding onto the AWP for Shiro going forward. Very, very important. And the loss bonus into the next round, we're looking at the 2400 mark. So, look, we could probably drop some Famises across if we'd like, or we could take a save. But when you save 3 rifles, I'm more leaning, right, in the side that you should buy behind it. Because the thought process is, if the other guys just go for a lighter buy, and then you end up losing the AWP, that M4, you're not going to be able to buy that in the future rounds.
And also, you know, take a look out at the finances of your opponent. This is T's side. They've already got 10 grand in the bank. You really want to be taking these AKs and Kevlars away, forcing those rebuys of all those utility sets.
Yes.
And yeah, it's very hard to resist. This is also why, Chad, at times you started conversations on the desk where it makes more sense to let them save in some kooky early round scenarios.
Yeah, because look at the buy here again. Nafany into a Famis and Inters into an MP9, right? Like, it's not much worse than what they had last round, but it's still not ideal.
It was enough to punish. I mean, we saw, like, Inters is playing a close corner by virtue of the MP9, and suddenly you're losing the B site. Those small changes could be enough to be a differentiating factor. We're into on, what is this now, 6th round of play. They've got a 3-man lean, so that punishment onto B has been felt and responded.
And now it's more of a default spread. Actually, more of a heavy long lean here. This is interesting from Fiend. They just have 3 players. Okay, Dreamer, what is that? Through the smoke, Nafany down. He's going in for some more.
Cool your jets, son. He's actually right next to him and jumping through the smoke. Inters will find an equalizer as well as an AK-47. Axel, prime position for punishment here, but nice work from Red Star. Does his due diligence, checks his corners. Shiro in trouble, 1 shot, they know where you are. Molly coming. He prepares for it, has the premonition. Won't be able to recover, surely not far off the mark. He's in trouble. And now he's gone, 55 in on the clock and already a man advantage. They could push the issue. Looking to cross safely, smokes pop. And bomb will go down shortly. That looks great for Fiend for 4.
Have a couple of nades left for this though, Gambit. And as Hobbit rounds Cat, Inter's still towards spawn. They're having a look in. Need to find a frag, and quickly. Bomb down.
Yeah, off this flash would be great. Off the second, perhaps. He'll set up for it again, or even just called it off. Yeah, okay, Inters, sorry about that.
Peek sees nobody. We're saving.
And that smoke couldn't be any more indicative of such. Jesus, get out of there. But once again, I mean, this is a big, colossal dub for Fiend. not only the round, but the fact that Gambit are going to be in this awkward state again, as we discussed, where it may not be all of the Gibblies.
And no AWP this time round, right? Because last round was the 2,400 loss bonus. This time it's the 2,900 loss bonus. They're on the fringe of another buy again, but I think with only 2 rifles saved, this time it might just be the partial investment. You know, get a couple of Deagles, keep those 2 M4s up.
Certainly, but now how on earth are you supposed to contest? Fiend have proven that they'll do long and convey, or rather converge onto your B site when it's vulnerable.
Yeah, so far it's been quite pack-rolly from Fiend, right? The explosions into the B bomb site just out long there with 3 or 4 of them as well. So an option here for Gambit on a round like this where they are just going to partially invest around these saved rifles is just think a little bit more aggressive, right? Take the fight to them, set the tone, set the pace of these rounds instead of sitting back and just receiving. Yeah. Because if you start to force Fiend to now question what they're doing within the mid-rounds, within the start, they're comfortable in their own territory right here. Make it a little bit more awkward for them. Because 4 on the trot looking very, very good here.
Kill distribution looking great as well. Good to see Victor still in form, starting strong as he means to go on. Red Star matching him at the top of the scoreboard on the server tonight. Tonight, it's dark in the studio. You'll forgive me.
In Australia,
you'll forgive me. It's dark in the studio. I've just woken up. Good morning to everyone that is having Counter-Strike and Cheerios to start their day.
Matthew typed in the group this morning at 8:01. I swear he's been awake since like 6 a.m.
Honestly, I think he actually drove to the mountains, had a mountain walk,
and then come back in time.
Milked the cows for his morning coffee, then started his Counter-Strike analyst style.
They've done exactly what I said. Take the fight to them. Shiro's hit a tag. Look at that defensive smoke at forced out a bubble. Look how passive they are in T-spawn right now. They have no idea with the territory that they've lost. They're very scared, Fiend.
Yeah, they know it's coming. Something's cooking. Shiro very deadly on the scout, but he's been tagged up.
Doesn't want to give the red
He
life
wants to
here.
challenge. Red Star's willing to connect a second.
Double dipped.
This is what he was waiting for, but they do seem to be checking their corners very, very precisely. Mars not going to be caught out by any of this, and they're just happy to wait. This is where Chad Birchall's shouting at me in my games. Everybody stand still.
Yeah, freeze. Just breathe at this moment. Still have a minute on the clock. You know that the CTs are desperate. You know that they've already gone for a couple of pushes. Why not expect a few more? And if they don't probe on out, you just regroup and you trade efficiently, right? Good spacing, good utility usage. For Fiend right now, they are stocked as far as nades go. The HP of Bubble and Mar, right? Look, it's not fantastic. But, they can mitigate those issues if they just stand up over towards A, but... Look at this, 35 seconds, Alex. They're creeping towards B.
And no info long. This is going to be Red Star now trying to get something. Oh, and losing him
They're going to get forced into B. Both rifles are here. This could be terrible.
This could very well be 3 versus 5 now entirely equalized, and Hobbit's still firing off into 2 heads. Dreamer's gone, and so is Fiend. Their hopes and dreams of a 5th denied. Axal's come for more, and may even grab the AWP for Shiro if he's got fastest shoes on.
Ooh.
No.
Didn't tie him up properly.
No, those loose laces for sure.
Do get in the way. But that right there really fell apart for Fiend. It was the aggressive scout tag in middle, the passive smoke drop from Bubble, and then they had no real estate. They're not doing the standard smoke Xbox or smoke to the door hinge, get short control, make sure there's no aggression there, make sure there's no pushes. They had to deal with players lower dark, mid doors, and then they just walk into the B bomb site and get absolutely dismantled. So Gambit with their 3rd, Fiend on notice.
They're going to be looking for an early impact here. This would be great from Red Star. I think he gets...
Well, he missed.
A little bit dissuaded. He's able to hold the line, yeah. Not deep enough on the incendiary.
Need to be careful about that here, because now that Red Star's been able to hold this territory the entire time, they might want to walk a rifle out while he holds this corner. Mars here.
It's a very passive setup from the CTs. Axal will be vulnerable to the walk-up blue bin. Cognizant that that's his responsibility. He is entirely on his own, and this is a flash designed for him. He hears it, can't turn it, can't afford to, does so though, and just tugs in, finding Mar. That's colossal. Rotate's coming in, but he doesn't need help. Shiro's just there for fun, for support. He needs this one onto Winters, lost it last time. You can see the spray from Naf, and he's there to deter the peak. And as it fades, Dreamers, oh, he's been tagged. That's the sound cue Inters has been dreaming of. And he'll finish off the job with ease. A chance perhaps on towards the long side. They open up finally, knocking Axal down. But 2 versus 5. They did just concede a 5v3 advantage. Perhaps this is their turn to respond in kind. Look at their crossfire, it's very nice. But that's a great shot, and just like that, they're in. Smokes on the cross, they know the B players are there. Nafany last spotted B. Bombs across, Red Star in support. They're doing it, missed shot, Red Star. That is a punishing miss. And he's lost it to Nafany. Doesn't even give him a chance.
Oh dear, makes the jumping M4 look way too easy, and they're even going to walk away from this round with double AWP, so things looking great for Gambit.
Oh, there was a real chance for them there, real moment.
You think about it, right? If there were 2 smokes on the cross, then Nafni doesn't get the chance on that fight. Red Star's not peeking so aggressively because they'd already done the hard work of getting into the bomb site, but worried about more players lying in wait. Is the undoing, and we will be seeing things tied up at 4-4, and great stuff here from Axar. Look, he just knows in his heart of hearts he has to just win the fights. It comes down to as simple as that, right? When you're on an island there's no support, there's no flashes. Just line that crosshair up and knock him down.
Really cool to see Gambit's early CT procedures for handling the B lurk smoke. Like, they've had it twice now, with the boost and the sound cue from a teammate spamming any of the potential walkouts. Combined, it seems to be a pretty solid way to keep that B lurk player from having any early impact.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Fiend now transition away from this long and B-centric play, because we haven't seen the standard mid-defaults playing with the rotations, drawing out the... Exactly, right? So we might just go into the regular playbook right now, because seeing them go for these more, not gambly plays, but more all-in plays, it's worked for them, and now it's starting to taper off. So a few more options to be looked into here. Red Star back on the big green. Elevated angle up and over, and it looks like a fast pace. So yeah, back to much of a muchness with the defaults.
Oh, the flash off Shiro enables Bubble to take some space. Unfortunately, he does make it as clear as can be that he was fully blind and is there. That's the shot he had to hit. Shiro provides the first.
Pace change has fallen flat here. They were very quick to run on down and take short and mid control, but now that they've been stopped by that Shiro AWP, they have to look for a pick of their own, and Gambit not known for giving away too many openings without a plan.
Oh, it looks improvised, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was a team flash, unfortunately, so the timing of that was just a little bit off.
No hinge smoke. They react off the incendiary trajectory, enough of an indication that they can do so safely, and now they have maneuvered into a 4-man short stack. Could be going on the smokes here. Looks like a Vanguard. Molly CT. Jump CT! Nafani can't believe his luck. He's just been fed a freebie. Bubbles down. They tried their chances. Shiro's going to punish Mar on the jiggle, and this is just all too easy for Gambit. One by one, they'll collect them, stamping their time cards. If you get another Dreamer, I'll start to believe in this dream. A missed shot. He can punish, and he does. Finding another head, starting to make this 1v5 slightly more realistic. Hobbit's coming in from short. CT a threat. Powerful position, a little util to play with from the CTs. He's already evaded the first flash. One more remains. Molotov could force him out should it arrive ramp. Hobbit on short. To isolate these duels. He can't quite put it on the head. A valiant attempt, though, from Dreamer, keeping Gambit honest.
Yeah, good crack of the whip right there. Almost gets him across the line. That would have been impressive stuff. Maybe thinking he is dreaming 1v5 in Gambit in fashion like that, but Gambit will now get themselves back the lead. 5 on the board, the plant down again, and that economy that you were talking about earlier, it's still in reach right now for Fiend to go for another buy. Hopefully, you know, they haven't just had that spurt in the early stages and now they taper off because Gambit is starting to get into the game. I don't want that to be the case because it started off as quite the competitive affair, but that would probably be the most likely scenario.
And I can, of course, be Captain Hindsight saying that that round was the most worrying of the bunch so far. That looked like a team that just lost the early frag and then tried to improvise their way against Gambit. I don't think you can improvise a round against Gambit unless that mid-round calling is absolutely A1.
Yeah, it's very difficult when they're playing by the book and they're the ones who are now writing the new book, right? They've got that Australis book.
Sure.
They read all the pages. They went, this is a good one. Yeah. Now we're going to do one of our own where we never take our foot off the gas.
Yeah, they're like writing a new paper. Like, you know, it's a whole new field. Australis submitted theirs.
That's true, okay. It's different research.
It was a monumental study at the time. It changed the face of the entirety of Counter-Strike with their study, but now a new study's being undergone.
Conducted.
Thank you so much. That's what, I don't know. I don't do enough studies to know what the actual verb is.
You and I did any studies, if I'm going to be honest with the people at home.
Most of mine was just taking screenshots of After Effects.
I dug a couple of holes and bent a bit of pipe with some sand.
That's a very deep CT smoke. Okay, well, cancel anything we had in store for the first 15. I wonder if Gambit have got any more in their...
They have 3 here. They know what is coming. They have 3 players already on the bomb site.
Bonk.
4 players tagged up by that one.
And then all taps into everyone that wants to set up. It's so perfect. Here's another one. They're ahead of it. Hobbit should ruin this, though, and he has. Oh, it's a disaster for Fiend. Oh, they just melt. like butter on a hot summer's day. 6 now for Gambit.
All right, well, that is a convincing round and a half right there. 6-4.
Great read.
How far are they going to stretch their legs, Gambit? I was thinking about the veto on the way in. I'm really glad, like, when the vetoes, the boys do it now. So I'm just like, yeah, that's what I was thinking too,
hey,
right?
He's got a point.
I was thinking about it on the way in, and I was like, okay, so Train, Vertigo, Overpass. You probably don't want to go to any of those maps, right? So you're going to end up somewhere like a Dust 2. You're not going to get to the Inferno. And, well, this is not a playground that you want to mess around with Gambit. Molly towards the long doors, dissuades this. Okay,
Hello.
Bubble in the Scout, maybe. This is where it gets started again.
Yeah, he did start their Force by Win with the very same opening frag. Shiro, no warp for impact. Nafany losing an AK and it's in enemy hands now. Bubble tags one. It's Hobbit very much on notice. He does stabilize, as does Axar, desperately trying to take more on the cross. 2 is all he can report. A competitive round established.
This is all on Inters, really. Hobbit is very low. Picked
Long
up that
plan.
AWP. Oh, no!
That's a disaster, losing Red Star as they were trying to set up for the long plant. Are you brave? Not that brave. He's not going to try and cross. Instead, he's now going to be walking straight into the Lion's Den. Inter's there, going around the world with the AWP, and doesn't matter. Inters has got it covered.
Oh, there's another round that felt like it could have fallen apart there for Gambit. Great shooting from Fiend, right? They have that explosive nature about them early. If they hit that shot, it feels like they're ready to snowball. But Axar from Car really just destroying them as they cross the bridge. You can see the bodies strung on out there. Guns will be back out. The plant is fantastic. So considering what that round was, that was an exciting little prospect there for
Thank you,
Fiend.
Bubble. Let's see what he did. Just in front of the smoke. It's like a lovely green screen, just so Shiro really pops.
It's so
behind the
naughty
background.
with the Scout, though, isn't it? Like the movement
Oh,
speed
God.
that you have. You know, you feel like you're on skates half the time, just rolling around the place.
Yeah, and if you get really good at that, like counter-strafe and click sync, ooh, it just looks like you never stop moving.
Sweaty stuff. Back towards B.
Sending Shiro with the AWP, no less. He's going to peek over this.
Oh,
that's
double dunked.
Something.
Lots of damage done there. Dreamer has his hands off mouse and keyboard. Let's hope he gets it back on in time. Looks like it.
So he's had his scope committed. He's flashed off the AWP, but he's managed to hold the tight line. Dreamer.
He's going to push.
For now, Shiro's just going to confirm the AWP is on B. That's a lovely gift. An AWP shot. Heard by all 10.
Now they're going with the default spread, right? Short control being taken here. They've really pestered that B bomb side a lot, so Inters needs to stay on high alert. Shiro already low from those nades, and if we take a quick look, have a recount of Fiend's utility. Few smokes, few flashes to work with, and a couple of mollies. If they just want to set up for a classic short execute, they might be on for success. But look at Nafany over towards Car with the secondary AWP and a boatload of utility for him. Playing helper between A and Long. And well, Long might need his help first here.
I don't know, Axel seems to be good for a double almost every time he's been tested here. Turns the flash and delivers heads. This time, bit of an exception provided by Bubble.
Big
And
miss.
huge miss. Double enabled by Bubble. And now Trouble. Hobbit only the one. That's surely going to be Fiend putting another T round on the board. They're so disconnected from it. Shiro and Inters.
Save call.
Heading back to T spawn, and that's provided entirely by virtue of that AWP miss. Couldn't get control of that Long.
Yeah, it was a well-timed split, right? Hobbit did good to get... Oh, they're chasing already. They're already on the hunt. Ma was already looking in towards T-spawn. That's put Inters down to below half HP, 34 to be exact. And if they do want to look for more kills here, Fiend, you know where they are. Not advisable considering the state of the economy just now. We still have a few more rounds in this first half to play on out. Victor, Red Star, and Bubble will all be able to save over towards Long, and I think Inters and Shiro can do the same thing towards the backyard of the B bomb site. So all in all, looking pretty good, 7-5. Bomb about to go off, and there you go. So there, that was, you know, much more of a default round that we're talking about, and you can just see how skittish they are over towards that B bomb site. They've had 3-man stacks over there. They've been, you know, having different setups with the spam that you were talking about. They are really respecting Dreamer and his lurk, which is a great tool to have. Some lurkers, right? You know, your long lurk, your B lurk, they can be passive because the idea is to just live on those extremities. But if you can have a lurker who can find a pick or just be an annoying type of player to soak through some utility, it's a great little find. On out, standard default spread. But Victor went for a pick and Shiro's too quick. Flashes you like, and well, 4v5 with 1:40 left on the clock. This is going to be a difficult one for Fiend to find Stead back in. They haven't looked good after the opening deaths.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to take it. Or in contrast, perhaps Gambit have been incredibly good in conversion of their 4v5 advantages.
Oh, naded and tagged.
Something. Dream have brought even lower. Bobble's already caught some flack as well. They are the walking wounded in pursuit of a 6th. And I will also iterate, in a best of 1 environment, Dust 2, a lot of T-sides tend to be where your majority of rounds are found in modern day Counter-Strike. If they can keep this gap as close as possible, keep Gambit CT side within that 8-7, one way or the other, I think many would consider that a very competitive half. Fiend are within reach of it.
I think what they've got so far is looking pretty good. One more, even one more, I'd be really happy with that if I was Fiend, considering the losing pistol.
Hobbit, is he really going to punish that? He's caught Bubble completely off guard. They even had an incendiary landing upon his corpse. Now charred remains. Anthony's ready, and so is Inters. Oh, they don't need any help.
Clean up.
B-site tidied up, and look at that. Just all 5 hearts still beating. AK's recovered. It is a dream right now for Gambit.
Ooh, 3 players from Fiend can still buy, though, right? You can see that Victor could drop an AK. Red Star can drop one as well, and he won't have the AWP unless they rejig their purchases around. But that was a great opening from Shiro there. The flashes were good. You can see he's blind as you like. And then they always seem to have 2 players over towards this B bomb site. Gambit, at least. I think that Shockwave in the background as the coach. Someone maybe let me know if I'm right or if I'm wrong. If I remember Riley, I think he was coaching the team back when they won WESG in 2018, which was just Victor and Bubble. Ships and Poison were both on that team. Maybe there's some more household names from the region that people might be remembering. But that was a long time ago, 2018 now, jeez. Had a classic casting duo for the time, Alex. It was me and Trace Dunn the Saranthus. As you can imagine, we did the grand final.
I remember that, actually. I remember that well.
We gave it the beans. Oh, we do have the B stream as well here. If you want to check out what's going on between Team Spirit and G2 Esports in their opening round as well, head over to twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO B or B.
I can do the whole alphabet like that. Bang. Again, I've just got deja vu. I could have sworn this is how the previous round started. And early chip damage dealt to Red Star. This is unfavorable to say the least. It's not been strong suit of Fiend overcoming the 4v5 disadvantage, especially now that one-shot headshot is equipped in every facet for Gambit.
Oh dear, this is just going to explode.
Yep. And Shiro doesn't miss. Oof, does catch a bullet. That's a good start. A nade could finish off the job. They need to take him off his perch. He's still hitting shots. Oh, it's all too easy. Shiro expels them from the site. A full 5-man frag fest. 9 for Gambit. They are leading their way and charging their way to an opening game. Could very well be 10 here as well. Just going to be a Red Star scout.
Not looking great, is it? It has really tapered off a little bit here. The 6 on the nose to close out the half. I think the confidence for the Bulgarians would be fantastic to take forward. But it's going to come through an opening pick, right? When they found those opening kills, when they've been gifted those scout opportunities, it has looked a little bit more likely. So here he is again. This time Red Star not Bubble. Xbox Smoke lands, quickly trundling on down, noisy as you like, and they're going to be quick towards the mid doors. Might be a fast B split here. Definitely going to be a fast B split.
Yeah, Nafany wants to get the incendiary down. They're going to be already out, though. No incendiary in his pocket, but the timing on the peak, he does catch Bubble just as the pin is pulled. It's a great punish. More nade damage found. The rotate's on its way. They're charging into the tunnels as well, hiding behind the bricks. Victor back turned. Setup too good. Red Star Scout finds something, but unless Mars got a full 1v3 inside of him, this is a 10-5 half. There it is, secured. Hobbit, 15-6 on the half. Solid stuff all around. Gambit versus Fiend returns after the break.
ground. Oh, it's like it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Well, it was a beautiful start to round 14 for Shiro as he finds 5 of his 11 total in the course of the first half here. So kicking off DreamHack Masters, we do have Gambit clashing with Fiend in a beautiful lace on that orb. You can see they're all sitting ducks to the big green, supported in the Hobbit flashbangs. Getting into start of the second half, Chad, you said you'd be happy with 5 or 6. Well, 5 they'll be working with, and seems Yanko as well was taking a little commentary on Twitter just about the fact that they did take the risk of kind of forcing that economy and jostling for economy control. Gave them a couple of rounds early.
Yeah, that led to that 4 that you can see on your screen right here as we bring up the round recap before we get the second half underway. Now, I think the pistol is integral. This is a best of 1. If you lose both pistols and you're not winning a 4-spy situation, which they did in the first half, but around too late, you might find yourself in a world of hurt. So we'll get this one underway. Utility out for the likes of Nafny and a mid-push here from Dreamer and Victor. They're straight into lower. This is about to bang.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of contact early, especially Bubble couldn't finish the job with their back turn.
Oh,
And
no.
Shiro's ready for the whole
They're
push.
all dead.
No way it's over already. There is one man, Mar. Not long for this world either. Okay, so 11 is secured. Right out of the gate, Shiro's got a cheeky smile on his face. Their whole game plan revolved around the tons push, and they've just been melted in 2 clicks of a P250.
Yeah, didn't even have a chance in that one whatsoever. Now, let's see. Will Fiend stick to the guns they had in the first half with the 4 spies? It is looking very likely here.
Get some more Bubble Scout action.
Yeah, Deagles as well. So this is not going to be easy for Fiend, but their best chance to make sure this doesn't just run away with a 16-5 scoreline. Want to keep this one as competitive as possible. Bubble tagged. Still having a look on in here. We'll drop out a CT smoke of his own towards the mid doors, and that's going to keep Gambit on notice for some cheeky-beaky pushes. They're quick to swarm around this, and Bubble trying to look over, see if he can find a head peeking a little bit too high. Nothing to be found just yet, and well, Shiro's still overseeing things from that Death Alley position. Nafny's close, put Bubble on notice, and even forced him back towards CT spawn, so be a little bit weak right now. Just Dreamer on his lonesome. Hinge smoke, even more mystery surrounding Gambit's movements. And even more damage for Bubble as the nade lands down to 33.
God, just leave me alone.
He's trying to fake that he's crossing towards that B site, so they will have 4 over towards A to defend against this. But it's not going to be easy. Plenty of utility. Smokes, a couple of mollies, flashes, and a HE in the mix.
All right, well, it's just as they rehearsed. Util's deployed. 2 waves of it. Shiro's the first one in, and a miss from Bubble will be punished. A very long-range find, but Nafny on the Mac 10. No. A disaster for Red Star. He's lost his teammate in the process, and now they're swinging on him. Pre-fires there, as is the frag, as is the round. Just Dreamer in his armored Deagle. Hiding on and holding on. Perhaps an AK to be delivered. Ooh, not quite. Couldn't find the head. That's 3 frags from Hobbit as he's chasing 20 very early into our best of 1.
Has to be the full eco here, right? Like, you take a look at this from Fiend. You can't force buy in the same fashion as you did on the T side. Things just do not work out that way. So, should just be these pistols. Maybe a flash at best. I don't think, upgrading into a Deagle, it's not worth it. Same with the P250s. You're going to be skimping and chipping away at the grenades you're going to have in following rounds. But this is just the establishing round here in the best of ones, ladies and gentlemen. If you end up taking this one, you'll continue through in the upper bracket. If you drop, you go down to the lower bracket. So still more Counter-Strike to be played. You're not out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, statistically, one expects the team that would have won the best of 3 to have a good shot of converting the best of 1. However,
especially
there
is
is
the best team in the world.
Yes, certainly. There is definitely that chance here at DreamHack Masters to see a lot of big names in that lower bracket early by virtue of that best of 1 wildcard.
Extra Salt Astralis later. I'm going to tell you, I think there's a real chance.
Yeah, well, we're going to be finding out where the AWPing's going to be coming from. I'm excited to see how that one does shape up, as we do see this one converted with ease. It looks like Red Star's the next on Hobbit's list. And just puts a line through his name with the Kalashnikov.
All right, well, I guess we could put a bow on this one, can't we? Just Dreamer. Hanging out, seeing if he can get some $600 kill bonuses. Like that Mackie 10. But all in all, I would say that Gambit might just evacuate towards pit, save on to what they've got. If Shiro wants, he can just take that scout out of the hands of Nafany. Nafany combined with whatever he likes, they can make this one work for days.
Now, I could call it research if I really wanted to, but I've been watching this YouTube channel called Demolition Ranch. It's just a guy that blows stuff up with guns.
Okay, it does sound like research to me.
Yeah, because, you know, he goes, what's going on? It's like, it's for like children's TV, but with like
explosives.
Murder weapons. Yeah.
Yep.
But he just like, you know, he'll say, how many, like, will a 50 caliber round, how many blocks of butter will a 50 caliber round go through? And you just, you know, I'm now much more aware of like the...
How many?
Well, it depends if it's a blue tip BMG 50 caliber round.
Okay.
That thing just blows anything up. It's essentially like a little explosive that blows you up from inside out. Like a real human destroyer. It's actually gross when you see what it does to clay and the butter and various other squidgy substances.
Haven't looked too much into the bullets, the ammunition.
I watched a crystal ball, surprisingly strong, glass.
Wow, you went down quite the rabbit hole.
Yes,
huh?
I did. Anyway, that's the end of that. We're already into another weapon round, an important one for Fiend. Truly, this could be indicative of how competitive of a second half we're going to be getting here. That lower bracket does loom.
Excuse me, sir. Nafany didn't drop the scout. He's just keeping it, and he's taking quick short control. Sure, we got that lurk smoke, but he's deagle in hand, scout on his back, full kitty utility, short control at a minute 35.
Okay, he's got some swag.
Yeah, Fiend are under the pump, and they don't even know it just yet.
So much space taken.
Even if he's... Oh, okay, never mind. He's just found himself a rifle. So what level of preparation is this from Nafany? He had the scout, brought the Galil down. He's thinking of every single option here, isn't he?
Just wanted to have that kind of favorable scout fight for the potential on that, you know, the drop-off angle.
Yeah, and also I think if he lost the scout, not the end of the world.
Oh, don't. No, it's not that nerdy.
Maybe.
No. It could be very well. Actually, kind of makes sense. Yeah, here we go. Nafany's down to CT. They've got everything covered. We saw Fiend try something similar, but it didn't have a perfect smoke wall. And now on the mid-cross, Bubble goes down.
They're getting mushed.
Yes, they are, for lack of a better word, mushed. Oh, yeah, straight through the smoke, of course. Nice find. That's something, but needs another. Not going to be able to find it. I'm afraid, Red Star. You've already got your CT rotate locked down, your teammates just abandoned you, and now you're missing shots. Nafany's going to punish, and it is a catastrophe for Fiend.
I went with mush there, Alex, because what I picture is, you know, when you're playing that B-bomb side, you know when you grab your face, I got chubby cheeks, and you like mush your face a little bit.
That's kind of
the feeling, right? That I think the B defenders have in that situation.
As soon as Bubble dies, they get mushed. Yeah, I agree, because you just, especially the fact they're being so pesky through those smokes. Gambit just... They're well aware of like just the power of presence. Like you'll see them use it all the time, whether it's just a couple of shots to bait you into a false sense of security, whatever it may be. They're always looking to manipulate an advantage in that way. Now, early long control and early long lean, all 4 members of this A defense have lent towards the long side. I imagine this is a bit of a all-in maneuver. It looks like they've got Mar in limbo, going to be floating between the two.
Yeah, look at what nades they're working with as well. This fire is scuffed. A couple of smokes, couple of flashes.
You need to be doing stuff like this, but Axel's going to be very... Oh, good flash! Good flash!
How does he recover from that?
Still gets the frag, and even snatches the FAMAS away for recovery.
He's picking up the trash for him. And now Hobbit's taking short control.
Because they know...
They have to fill the gap of long because of the impending threat of Axel. They've given up the site. Axel is honestly just doing it all right here. Drawn them into this, smoked them off, locked them away, and now Red Star, he is pinned. Rocking a hard place.
Oh, and an impossible shot to hit. A very quick swing in Nafany. And just like that, 15 looks found. Bubble, sitting duck, going to be pressed by 2 different angles. The fact he's been given just enough space to take down one. Unfortunately, Hobbit and Axal do have his exit. He is locked.
Yeah, the thing is, they part want to go for this because they need the rounds. They don't want to concede 15, but they part want to hold on to what they have to fight in the next, and they're not getting a chance to do either right now. Just being peeled apart, picked apart, and pushed as Axal comes in from long. The low HP of Bubble, the fight on the site. Dreamer would have to get this done now.
Oh.
He's hit his shin on the coffee table there, and he. All right, well, I think that's it, Alex. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure this one is done.
I think you're allowed to be the guy at this point.
Now, just to set the scene for everybody playing at home, we did see the B stream that we had up there before. This is the opening. Okay, so the flash not good enough. Axal didn't look blind whatsoever in that scenario. We do have Spirit versus G2. They have concluded the first half. Scoreline is 8-7 in favor of G2. So winner of G2 Spirit will go on to play the winner of this one, looking very likely to be Gambit. And the losers will obviously face each other as well. So for Fiend, it's not going to get any easier. Spirit or G2 will be waiting for them in the lower bracket, but that's when we'll be getting into the best of threes. And a lot of Counter-Strike has been played in the last 3 days over Flashpoint, the IEM qualifiers. It's been so many games. Like, we got Mousesports versus Na'Vi coming up next. I think Mousesports played 2 back-to-back days of 4 best of threes, right? They have been going through some crazy boot camp.
Now, Axal, you cheeky beam. We've got the double Dak. And it has completely halted Dreamer. He waits it out, and they're going to be in B before he even gets to throw a nade. No! Oh, it's perfect. I mean, it is perfect from Gambit, isn't it?
It's so frustrating to watch. I couldn't imagine playing against it.
Yeah. And Axal, of course, he's still on long. You've lost that duel.
The bomb has been planted.
Twice. Bomb goes down. Axal kills you as you push long doors. There's 3 now outside, gathered for their demise. Red Star, the first to fall. Bubble stuck between a rock and a hard place, and just Mar is on the list. 16-5, Gambit. They start off with a letter and a result of intent. They're here to play. DreamHack Masters off to a flying start for the world #1.
a pretty standard best-of-1 opening match here at DreamHack Masters Spring. Gambit taking the rightful place in our winners' best-of-3s later on against Fiend, who did come out all guns blazing at the start of things, Maniac.
They have, and you know, you call it a standard best-of-1. I want to put a pin in it because best-of-1 is usually where
Not
upset
standard.
happens. You know, there's upsets happening. Maybe favorites don't really play their Counter-Strike. They get caught off guard by newer teams. That's not what's happening here. That's the Gambit sprint right here. They do not mess around. They lost 4 rounds. They figured out how Fiend wanted to approach that T side, and then they put an end to it.
Well, should we have a chat to Axel? Because I believe he's standing by. There we go. Listen, I'm psychic. The phone is ringing. Let's pick it up and speak to Mr. Axel. Hello. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm good.
Good. Well, congratulations on your opening win here at DreamHack Masters. Who is your hedgehog friend?
Hedgehog event. It's a gift of my girlfriend for my birthday. And his name is Alam.
Alan? Alan the
Like,
hedgehog?
Yes.
Well, we love Alan. What's your girlfriend's name?
Olia.
Olia. Have you got any words you'd like to say for her before we talk to you?
For her or
Yes,
what?
for her. I know she speaks 6 languages.
I love you.
Well, Axel, happy birthday
nice.
and congratulations
Yeah,
on the
thank
win.
you.
Maybe you'll get a second win later today. Now, after a loss before EPL 13 to Copenhagen Flames in Snow Sweet Snow, I know you guys learned the hard way never to underestimate your opponent. So what was the preparation for Fiend like?
Our coach just watched their demo, yeah, and they talked how they playing on Dust 2. I don't know. I think no one of my teammates didn't watch their demo. I think maybe.
You just did as you were
Yeah.
told, didn't you, Axel?
Yeah.
Yanko, you got any questions?
Yeah, I mean, first, happy birthday, dude. Glad to have you again with us here at the interview desk. I mean, obviously, you guys that lost against, not too much to say about this game, but the loss to Heroic, still a very close game in the final, right? I think still a lot of people consider you to be #1. So do you think for this tournament, they're still going to be your main opponent, right, for the title? Or do you see some other names coming up trying to, you know, mess things up for you?
I think Spirit and Jutsu, they're good enemies, and I think all teams can beat us, but we will try to show our best game, and yeah.
Axel,
Cool,
first of all, go ahead. I just want to say happy birthday to you, Axel. It's nice to talk to you. You've been now at the top for a little bit with Gambit. Do you have the feeling that teams are starting to figure out how you play, maybe prepare specifically for you?
Okay, can you repeat, please?
Do you think that now teams know how you play with Gambit, or can you still surprise people?
I think we can surprise because we are working very hard every day. But of course, and other teams watching our demos and preparing for us more spatial than before, I think.
Axel, every time I've spoken to you, going back as far as DreamHack Open November, you've always been on boot camp with the rest of the team. Is that a deliberate decision? Do you have to make sacrifices to always be playing in the same space, unlike a lot of the other teams that we see at these tournaments right now?
Yeah, I was at home maybe 4 or 5 days ago. Yeah, but it was 4 days at home. But I don't know, it's not hard to be on bootcamp. It's good for me.
And on your birthday, are they spoiling you? Are they making a fuss of you?
Yes, I think.
That's a very British way of saying, are they being nice to you on your birthday?
Yeah, yes.
Good. Well, maybe if you win later, we'll be talking to one of your teammates and we'll make extra sure. Yanko, we've got time for one more, if you wanted to ask anything.
No, just let the guy be, you know, it's his birthday, they got a nice win, they have to play again, so, you know, let him rest a little bit, man. Z Rajenia.
Спасибо. Oh, nice.
I will get translation in a moment. Harosh, thank you so much. Спасибо. We will see you later. That's all the Russian I've got. Thank you, Axel. Bye.
Спасибо, спасибо.
You're going to have to teach us some
Good
Russian
enough.
now, Yanko.
Yeah, we have to learn now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Shout out to Duolingo, you know.
We'll do it.
So, Hobbit, always getting it done.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it's kind of hard to pick out particular moments. There was a 3K.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
the thing
nice.
about Hobbit, first of all, in this game, he was lights out. Magnificent performance on the CT side. I like the story of Hobbit in general and what he's been able to do with this Gambit, right? You go back to the major he won with Gambit. He was a rookie. Everyone's just looking at him to frag, and now the position he has is this new host is so much more than that. Not only has to frag, but he's a mentor. He's like kind of a father figure for them as well, and he plays good on the server, outside the server, and I'll never be at loss of words to give praises to Hobbit.
And let's talk quickly about that first half, if we can. Yanko,
Sure.
Do you feel like you're impressed by Fiend? Because it felt like they didn't really do much variation in their game plan. I think it was round 13 where we saw their first default.
Yeah, it's hard to say impressed, but I was, I like how they decided to open things up, right? With the force buy 2 times in a row. They managed to get that early reset. That gave them momentum. But unfortunately, you see how it is, right? They lose a 5v3 against 2 saved guns. They just... Exile gets 1 kill, they're funneled into the B bomb side. There was 1 round with Restar also in a 2v2, misses a shot down CT, right? Inters was getting a lot of actually crucial kills in some of those retakes. So a couple of close rounds that didn't go their way, where the game could have gotten, closer. But what you can say in a best of 1, right? When you lose both pistols against a team like Gambit, you need some of those win conditions to go your way. They couldn't quite make it happen, and in the end it was a clean win for Gambit.
Well, let's take a look at the Group A bracket to see what that's done. I know that over on ESL_CSGO B, we've had Spirit versus G2 on Mirage. I believe that game might still be ongoing, but as you can see, the winner of that is going to be playing Gambit in our first best of 3 later today, Maniac.
12-8 for Spirit right now.
Oh, really? So
yeah,
they're having a better second half?
They're having a resurgence. Mirage is a good map for both teams, so it bodes well for a nice show.
Well, I'd be excited to see both those teams. I have a feeling, Yanko, you've got a preference.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You never know with G2 which one's gonna show up, so have to wait and see.
Which one in G2 or which one of G2?
Both.
Well, more of that later, because right now, that music tells me we're going to head to a break. But when we come back, are Na'Vi going to disappoint us? Quite possibly, but they'll be going up against Mousesports, who are currently the busiest team in Counter-Strike, so stick with us.
How do you feel facing Mousesports?
Oh my god!
I think they're getting better.
Meet Mr. Cool and his brother in firearms, Frozen.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
For the second edition of DreamHack Masters, the arena moved overseas to the city of sin, Las Vegas. It was a stacked tournament, with every top team attending to get their hands on the trophy. Astralis came in as the favorites, winning the Atlanta Major just 1 month before, beating Virtus Pro in the finals.
The motivation was really high after the major, so we tried our best, and we wanted so much the win there, in Las Vegas on DreamHack. So
As he dances back and forth between the box, what a shot on Simple! Oh! And it's on to Flamey. He's tapped it. Flamey got it. What in God?
I always like to play say like there is a lot of crowd, the applause and the shouting. That's the best thing.
For Virtus Pro, now was the time for revenge.
When we are up to playing Australis, I said in the interview, I think it's the first of my interview in English.
I think on Major we threw a game, we had a lot of good situation and we lost it like noobs.
Very quickly, Snacks managed to get in behind and taking down Dupree. Kirby will drop next in line. Device goes down to Snacks, and now it's Sip 1 versus 3. Virtus Pro, unstoppable. 9 rounds in a row.
Throughout the tournament, Virtus Pro plowed through the competition, besting Astralis in the semi-finals. Only SK remained.
If I remember good, the task clashed versus SK, like 1 versus 2 on A side. That gives us like advantage in economy, and probably of this clutch we were pumped up and wanted to win a tournament. Yeah.
Very important that he gets it. But Phelps is aggressive. I'm impressed with how aggressive he's been in this series. Certainly warming up to the fact that he's on SK and he's got a teammate directly beside him. Taco work together, but they don't go in the same ping. Oh! Utility used a Molotov inside of the window and a smoke at the door. Taco, he's held out of position. He'll Molotov off on Cat because he knows one's there, but it's already found. Neo gets it. And Virtus Pro, they'll pick it up. They were determined all week.
One of the most satisfying moments was the photo when Pasha jumped on my back, and that's the most satisfying thing for me to see this photo, and it's like really close to my heart also. The Pasha is a great man. So.
And once again, the Polish machine had made their way into the history books.
Turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. I was getting quite into the groove of that music before we headed back into our bracket of Group A, because as we saw before the break, Gambit took 1 over Fiend on Dust 2. Right now, Team Spirit versus G2 Esports is taking place on Mirage on the B stream if you want to check that out. But also, stick with us. Keep us on a tab, please, because we've got to talk about Na'Vi versus Mouse Sports. And that wasn't a laugh. That was a nervous giggle.
Yeah.
Because I'm terrified whenever Na'Vi start a tournament. They're notoriously slow to start in these things, and it's a best of 1. Yanko, am I right to be scared?
You're definitely right to be scared. I think every Na'Vi fan should be scared because they got Simple up to a point where he started streaming Valorant from time to time. Like, if you can get that guy to not play CS, if he's had enough, you know things are really dire. But jokes aside, first tournament right away, they have Bit full-time playing across all the maps. I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind that it's an upgrade in firepower. So we'll see if that's going to give them a bump, right? But I think there's more issues than just firepower in Na'Vi's game that caused this slump to happen.
Well, before we talk about those issues, they are, of course, going to be facing Mouse Sports. And Mouse Sports don't seem to stop at the moment. I think it was yesterday they played, or the day before, they were playing 4 best of 3s.
Yeah, they play a lot of Counter-Strike, which obviously if you want, there are some upsides to it. You're getting your game plan very tested time and time again. You get to spot your mistakes, you get to know what you're doing right and wrong, but you also use a tremendous amount of energy. And that in itself is an issue. They're starting the DreamHack Masters now, which is a tournament ever so important. They've played 25 hours of Counter-Strike in the last 3 days. To me, that can be a problem. And also, the other thing is, how much time do you have to change things up? If you've played 4 best of 3s yesterday, I don't expect you to change what you can show today.
I am expecting to see something from Mouse, or at least I hope I am, because Miffa, their coach, keeps tweeting about how we're going to see something new from them.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, don't let me down, dude.
You know what I hope to see, Frankie? I just want to get a Scorpion on some team so we can have, playing against Mouse, Scorpion versus Frozen, You know, Scorpion versus Sub-Zero. You see where I'm going with this? I just want to make, and I want it to be a DreamHack because they make the cool content, and I want to create a whole piece just around that.
So basically, you want to see a fatality situation. Who on the talent team needs to have their heart pulled out?
Yes, all of that.
Probably you. No, you've got too nice a shirt. I'll sacrifice
there's
myself.
too many to choose from right now, so we'll have to see once we get to it.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even had Blair on the show yet. And Scorny as well. Maybe Scorny can do his own little tribute video because he's actually going to be making content for us throughout the event. So hopefully we'll see his first piece soon. But yeah, I'm digressing because I'm excited about Connor. And I'm also excited to see Bit now take to the full Na'Vi map pool, Yanko. So he's been playing Overpass, Mirage, I believe, and also, of course, Inferno. That was the first map we saw him play on for Na'Vi. At first, a little bit of a test, had a sticky situation against Astralis in his debut, but since then, he's kind of learnt from his mistakes. So we're expecting decent things from him?
Yeah, in some of the games, he was even, you know, top fragging up there right behind Simple, you know, so I think there's no doubt when it comes to that he's been helping the team a lot, but he still needs to get integrated on these other maps, right? So we'll see if Na'Vi had enough time to do just that, and I just want to see more variety in their game, right? It's been a bit one-dimensional, went a little bit back to that slow pace that we all hate to see, that they've been notorious for before. So if we see that, then we can get some hope up for Na'Vi again.
Yeah, and to bounce back on the Bit point, you know, his integration on Inferno was a troublesome one. At the beginning, his first few games he played last year, very, very shaky. But then he kind of grew into it, right? He took more space and he was more implicated. The roles were a little bit more forward. Is that going to be the same blueprint we see for other maps? Is he going to first struggle and then find his form? Because I don't think that's going to be enough. He needs to hit the ground running.
But is Bit really the win condition for Na'Vi right now, or is it Boomich, Yanko?
I don't think it's either of them, really. I would say more so Boomich in a sense of he's the in-game leader, right? Then because of that, it was just with Na'Vi, there were issues with their approach, right? With their T-sides. When it came to Pro League, their T-sides were absolutely abysmal. It doesn't matter who you have on the server. If your approach is not good, you know, you're just putting your players in disadvantageous situations. But yeah, the firepower upgrade will help, but we need to see a gameplay update as well, so to speak.
I mean, there's another team that you absolutely love, Yanko, who's got slow places, like to run the clock down on the T-side. It's VP, right?
Don't do it.
The one who may not be named, Frankie. They're not on the A stream yet. Let's not talk about them.
All right, yeah, he's deliberately going to swap out with Blair for all of the VP matches, but more on that later, because right now we've got to talk about Mouse Sports. Now, this is a team I don't know what to expect from, because they've now had a little bit of time. I personally have to say, I don't know too much about Dexter as an in-game leader. I need Chadney to make a little appearance.
Yeah, he would help us out, right? Because the few we have seen from Dexter was in a different scene, different types of positions. I feel like the theme for Mouse Sports is having something to prove. Because the only one that's already made a statement throughout the years in Counter-Strike is Robs. He's a superstar. You do not touch Robs. Otherwise, I'm going to get really mad. Do not touch Robs. He's a top 10, even borderline top 5 players in the world. But the rest of the roster has a lot to prove. We talk about Acor, how spontaneous and flashy he can be. We talk about the Beamers, obviously, very young still, that's cool. All these players have to prove that they can compete with the very top, and they're not there quite yet.
Well, a player who's been up and down in the past, but is definitely on fire at the moment, is Mr. Frozen. And together with Rops, they make a cool pair.
Everyone wants to be number one. The number one player in the world. The number one team in the world.
Oh my God!
But some of us like to aim even higher than that. What's better than being number one?
Props is so damn cool.
Absolute zero.
That Mouse Sports have thrown into these last 2 rounds. That is such an incredible...
They say that blood is thicker than water, but what if you've got ice in your veins? Meet Mr. Cool and his brother in firearms, Frozen, as they undertake a treacherous journey through an extremely tough group.
Well then, you kinder.
If they can survive. When you're this cool, there's no chance you'll melt under pressure. But maybe they'll be too cold to hold their nerve. Frozen, the fresh-faced assassin who puts the ice in Apprentice, looking to follow the boy wonder who took the same path. Mr. Cool granted Frozen an opportunity to learn from the best, and he just can't afford to let it go.
Well, we'll find out if they can deliver a signature cool performance on the server later today. But actually, right now, we want to turn our attention to two players in particular. Maniac, you've picked out the AWPers from both of these teams.
Yes, I did. I picked Simple and Acor for the players to watch in this series for multiple reasons. The first one being Simple is always amazing to watch Counter-Strike. If you love CS, you love to watch him. But the talk is about Acor and his ability to go toe-to-toe with the best and actually make a difference. Because sometimes I feel like Acor could be a bit of a noob farmer in the sense that whenever he faces lower opposition, he's going to just style on them, high numbers, super flashy. But what about you play Na'Vi? What about you play the Undertaker and then you do it?
Yanko?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he has really good movement, actually. One of the best players when it comes to that, which is also really important for an AWPer. And that's kind of the problem for Mousesports across the board. Robs is your most experienced player, and he is only 21 years old, right? So that's why some of these other guys, they need to step up, right? Someone needs to show up. Usually you look towards Frozen as the second guy, but Dexter can be that guy once he gets a little bit more used to his new roles.
Well, let's find out what the battleground is going to be in this best of one, because it's time for the veto.
All right. Oh, well, first surprise coming in. The nuke being removed, I thought could be potentially a map where they shake their hands on. Train being removed. Now, I think that leaves us with Navi's pushing Dust 2. So I'm going to be real with you. I thought Dust 2 could be a pick. I thought nuke could be a pick. So this one is going in a direction I really didn't see coming. Overpass is a best of one. It's been a while since I saw Navi on it.
I mean, it's the map that Bit plays, right? Sorry, Yanko.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's Mousesports is permaban actually, right? But it's a map that Navi has only won once against Cloud9 in overtime, so I think they were pushing for this gamble a little bit, trying to, see if they can get away with it in the veto, and Navi just called their bluff. So I don't think Mousesports, with the amount of games they had to play, have had time to really, extensively prepare for overpass. But we'll have to wait and see. Definitely, we were saying the whole day, no curveballs in best of one. There's a curveball for you.
I can't call this one personally, so we're going to chuck it over to our casters. It's Sponge and the Machine. Hello, boys.
Hey.
Overpass. Yeah, I mean, a curveball in the best of ones. The lads have actually hit the nail on the head. We weren't expecting overpass, and we haven't seen overpass.
And maybe a reason for it is Dexter, right? They were talking about, not knowing too much about his in-game leadership. I don't know either. I was overseas while he was doing all that jazz. But I was having a quick look at the stats right here. And overpass, at least with Greyhound, you go back to last year with the Renegades boys. It's a good map for him. Now, so far, he's only really been showing good stuff on D2 in Europe. We need another map. So if overpass is the map, now we're talking. I think Na'Vi right now, they're looking shaky.
Yeah, we get to see Bit, of course, in the debut of him joining as the what would we consider it?
I think we can
starting five.
Yeah, he was flip-flopping before, right? He was always the sub.
Or he was in for, I think it was a set of 2 maps at most, maybe 3 in it after rejiggling even more of their maps. Now we get him for the full 7 and overpass for the best of one versus Mouse. Excited to see what Mouse have been up to. Of course, there is no team that's played more Counter-Strike in such a short space of time as Mousesports. Is another map. What's one more best of one?
I think my mum would say your eyes would go square if you sit that close to the screen, Robs. But Dexter takes down Boomich, and oh dear, this one is looking very fast towards the bathrooms. Robs is playing a bit lurky boy, a little bit later to come in clutch, and the rest of them steaming towards this site.
Yeah, it looks good on the smoke. Simple will be ahead of it. Flash forces him into Optimus. Space taken. They're swinging in. Beamus, a very nice adjustment, and 2 more heads roll.
Big names falling.
Yeah, they got the sight. Perfecto's nade's not going to get him much further. Dexter just has enough HP to weather that, and well, with the bomb down ticking, Kit loose on Bankside. It's just going to be a question of trying to take a couple of those pistols away, find your way back into the site. Bit's going to give it a good go. Beamus, no immediate demand to find that frag. He's happily letting the clock slip further and further in his favor. There's the head. 4 dead, Perfecto.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't be too long for this well. Just looking for a kill or 2, trying to take away some armor. Doesn't get that. Beamus will get his 3rd. And look, there's so much to talk about with this Mousesports roster, but the curveball that Yanko was talking about, we should dive into first and foremost, because Na'Vi, they're not coming into this matchup preparing for overpass, and even if they wanted to, there's nothing to look at to prepare for. So coming in here, it is a matter of Na'Vi having to identify the way that Mousesports are approaching this game on the fly. Okay, this guy's lurking here. This is what their default setup looks like.
Right.
And they're things they're all going to have to be working out as this game is live. So Blade's going to have a lot to do as the coach here.
And also just getting to see how Dexter's calling is going to be faring in European overpass. This T side of overpass, we've seen how the Russians have been doing it. CIS have really reintegrated a very strategical overpass T side. Lots of fakes, smart util usage, very patient. See how this compares. There he goes. Boomich does very well to provide one early with that CZ, keeping it competitive on this armored pistol force.
That's one thing we're going to have to talk about here as well. What is Navi's CT setup going to look like now with Bit here permanently, or at least for DreamHack?
Yeah, well, Flamey used to be the barrels player, right?
Yeah, but not only that, so much has changed recently. Like Electronic and Simple with the A defenders, and then they put Electronic in the swing position. They put Boomich over towards A. He was going hyper-aggressive. Lots has changed around with how Na'Vi approached this map on the CT side. But Dexter ahead of the smoke should find another here.
Oh, great shooting. Electronic's finding more heads. He's actually got 2 from the barrels position. Acor needed
nice shot.
that, and it's enabled an AK to fall once again into his hands. Another headshot on the cards. It's Bit. Smoke deployed to completely disable Simple's heaven position. I say disable, he's actually still finding fights, and both of them are getting chipped away at here. They're on
Very
notice.
low.
A single bullet from either of them. Bit and Simple almost have an advantage here. In fact, I'd argue they do, especially now considering the smokes are fading. Simple's rotated in for Acor's crouch peek, and an uncharacteristic miss. He makes up for it. Beam has yet to go down. And a very hard round when Electronic and Simple are on form. AK's recovered and juggled. That's perfect.
Yeah, cannot be getting away with a better round than that one right there. Some huge shots from Electronic to slow them down on that push in towards the B bomb site, and then Simple finishing things off nicely. Yeah, second one there. Chance to recover from Simple as well. And it will be the force buy back from Mouse. Now, some names that we're going to be looking towards here. I think Frozen and Rops, we all know what they can deliver, right? In terms of, I think Frozen has had some moments. I don't think it's been heavily consistent. Rops, we know that he's an absolute superstar. Looking at Acor, I think we need to start expecting more out of him as a star AWPer. And BMAS is still very, very young. But not completely.
That's what Rops was waiting for, but the sound cue from Boomich, deliberate perhaps, enables an easy collection of a first blood. Now the door's gone and Bemis's freedoms are lost.
Electronic's playing with in-ears. Check that out next time you're back on the cam with him. Yeah, he's just playing with in-ears. That's very Chinese Counter-Strike-esque. Okay, curious one right there.
Okay, I've only just seen that. I haven't noted that if you go on the far dropped side of the sandbags, they can't see you when you jump up initially.
Just the little details, Alex.
Well, you know, explains why I've been sucking from the boost position.
They keep shooting me before I stood up. I don't know what's going on.
It's like they know I'm coming or something. I don't know.
All right, well, Mousebots are coming towards A, and there's 50 seconds left on the clock, just standing in the smoke. Frozen, met by Acor flashes. Well, not good, but the kill is.
Yeah, you need a lot more, though. Electronic and Simple are on the site. And they've got your AKs, and they plan to use them as best they can. A FAMAS only for Electronic to ply his trade. The spray from Simple softens them up, and he wants more. Pushing in, keeping them at arm's length. Great shooting. And with their powers combined, again, this partnership finds a round.
Yeah, keeping it nice and easy there. And reflecting back to when we first saw Bit, I think we were doing, it was like last year, there was some issue with Electronic. He dropped out for a round. Bit came in, and it was on overpass. And I think we saw him playing that A bomb site with the likes of Simple back then, but this is going way back.
Yeah, it looks like Spirit G2 is actually going all the way to overtime. That's happening on the B stream right now as we get things underway with our first day of DreamHack Masters. Does that mean Dexter hits him with a 1v Thrizzle? God damn. Okay, check that out. That's twitch.tv/ESL CSGO B if you want to see how the MR3 OT goes down. We are back into the action here for Na'Vi Mouse.
Perfectly timed as well. Just got a little bit of a eco round here from Mousebots. Force didn't pay off. Now they'll just be steaming on in with these pistols. A P250 for the likes of Rops, the bomb on the back of Dexter, and well, he's actually gone walkabout all the way over towards A. The rest of the teammates clearing through connector. And if they get a plant or even just a kill out of a round like this, I'll be impressed. Not easy to do so.
Wow.
These Glocks.
Bit is going for hoodie gaming. I don't know about you, but sleeves on the mouse pad, that's brave.
Yeah, you never love it. That's when I see the sleeves.
The long sleeve gaming, yeah.
I think Monte Cristo at one point wanted us to play in like these biker-esque jackets. The Renegades like ones, did you? Well, it wasn't leather, but it was quite heavy material, and we're like, mate, we cannot play a game. No. You know how much we move our bloody wrists around?
I think the only time the arm resistance things have been explained to me and it made sense was when it was just if you had like a sweaty forearm and you're a forearm aimer.
Yep.
You know, like you want to keep it consistent, so you just have the same resistance every time when you aim with your full arm.
I just make sure my hairs are disappearing on the bottom side of my wrist there.
I think it's probably a 50-50 split, just at a eye test between like claw wrist aimers and low sense forearm aimers.
Now we put that in a lot of people's heads who have never even thought about the way that they hold their mouse, and they're going to be having like a mental meltdown right now.
Well, I saw the great thread, which is a revelation I think many FPS gamers go through, where they were talking about don't look at your crosshair, look at the person you're shooting. And I think there's a balance of two, but it's like, you know, controlling where your focus is, and how when you're trying to pick up Counter-Strike, it's easy to get obsessed over the placement of your crosshair because you know how good it looks when the players are doing that.
Lots to learn. Lots to sink our teeth into with this one here as well, because Mouse Sports, as far as Overpass goes, if you missed the memo, if you've just joined us, this is the first time they've played this with Dexter in the roster. Their permaban coming out to play here to try and unravel Na'Vi, and as the default is already a minute deep, you can see they haven't really worked on a lot of territory. Simple is still very forward here, Alex. This is a big problem.
Yeah, and with Bit and Toilets as well, they'd really have no territory. Simple's controlling this. It's going to be about timing, though. They are hunting him, and that's a chance. Frozen seizes it. Takes down Simple. Colossal scalp to take early. I say early, perhaps exaggerating a little. At 40 seconds, they are going to have to start making and manufacturing a commitment. Look at the bomb. It's so far back.
They're grabbing it now, but this is going to come down to timing here. And Perfecto still has a smoke and a molly to help delay things. That's going to be limped on out towards B. They've heavy rotated towards this A site. Mouse Sports are in so much trouble with this hit.
Yeah.
25 seconds.
It is so telegraphed at this point. Beamer's so loud about it, and he's on his way. Oh, back to turned. Good find. Frozen's done a lot for Mouse Sports here. Bomb spotted. Coming in from long. Beamers, can you give us more? He can, and that's a round winner. Bomb goes down less and less. Okay, Perfecto was slowed. I don't know if that pistol tag was actually enough to save the day there. It was just enough to take the acceleration out of that potential denial.
Yeah, I didn't even click, right? With the MP9 late, of course, he's going to go for a little bit of a cheeky play like that, and maybe he would have to get in, get that kill, and get away.
Die.
Yeah, so, look, it would have been a round and a half there from Perfecto, but Frozen, masterful with these entries. It looked like it was all sorts, but BMAS got that flash in time. Frozen able to step on out, get a second kill onto the bomb site. Huge stuff. So Mouse Sports, they're going to respond and get their second round here. And Na'Vi have to, well, not really talk this through. It is going to be a technical timeout being called. I don't know if Frozen's trolling us, but he did say doorbell. So
yeah,
maybe he's just put his food order in. He's done what we do. We start the game, we put the food order in, and then everyone needs to go AFK and use all the pauses.
Yeah, well, or if we time it right, it has to be a 16-0. Otherwise we have to call a timeout.
All right, well, hopefully we can get this one back underway ASAP, but Na'Vi have called one of their own, so we'll make it quick.
Let's use this, Chad, as a platform for you to pitch to all of our viewers why they should play Ancient.
Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one of the key reasons that you should be playing Ancient right now in your matchmaking experience is because we all know that the problems in matchmaking cannot be solved at this current juncture. We're going in. Guys are really good. I don't know how they do it. I've seen their sensitivity, Alex, but they are spinning a million miles a minute and
enemy
still
purple,
headshotting.
Enemy orange.
It feels like, and I'm not accusing them of anything, that they can see me through the walls in certain situations.
That's how good they are.
Yeah, but in Ancient, they're not queuing up for Ancient, those kind of guys. They're there for the serious Counter-Strike. So if you head over to Ancient and you queue up on most nights of the week, you will find
a new brand of Counter-Strike.
We're ready to take you on.
Yeah,
it's a good map.
Some smokes. Play around, gets grips with the map. We're into a important one. Mouse Sports and Na'Vi locking horns. Simple, trying to create a gap, and he has got something to work with off the back of that. Not enough, he's not satisfied. We'll fall back to a safer line. Bit, though, in transition, saved by Simple, and Bit somehow has actually completely evaded the assault of Mouse. Now smokes are blooming. They are all awkwardly placed. There's gaps around, and you can see Akor's trying to find a little elevated spot. Very loud about this. This will be information for Bit. He'll have heard this AWPer posted up. May want to try and punish. Oh, but Simple's boosted on the boxes for the punish himself,
he's just tucked in.
And that'll do. Two from Bit and Simple again on the toilet's defense early.
Bombs dropped there at the lip of the bathrooms as well, so this is super awkward for Bimus and Robs.
Yeah. When you're underhanding a smoke just to get out of that connector, you are not having fun. Simple setup for success again. A tight line. Reaction speed test. Flash. So a smoke and a flash just to start this 2v5 bomb retrieval mission, and it's not even safe yet.
Yeah, even if they pick it up, they have to get on back down connector or push through this onslaught on the A bomb side. And
God, no, thank you.
Yeah, neither are good options, especially now we're looking at, what, 27 seconds left on the clock. do they just want to save these AKs? It is looking likely that this will be a save now. With 20 seconds left, no territory taken. Bomb just picked up. Yeah, maybe even trying to get ACOR's AWP. But BMS, if you swing out wide, you are going to go down, my friend. They do not want you to pick this big green up.
Oh. How's the start? Save is underway. An AWP shot from Simple indicates he might be able to recover it after all.
Oh,
and he'll
did
take
get it.
There
Okay.
you go. Not too shabby at all.
Good round from BMS there, all things considered. So yeah, that one slowed out as soon as those opening kills came in, and you're right. Bit just sitting there, listening to all the scoping. He's telling Simple, yeah, he scoped in on the side. He's still scoped in on the side, because I swear ACOR scoped like 6 or 7 times there. Very, very audible stuff.
And Simple trusting his teammate's call to when he peeks into nothing, he sticks around long enough to catch ACOR transition.
Yeah, good stuff, good teamwork right there, as Smoke's going to come out back towards Monster quite quickly here. Bit and Simple over towards A again. Boomich, Perfecto, and Electronic of the trio over towards B. And we haven't really had to say the names of Boomich and...
Love me a bit of fountain aggression. Unfortunately for Bit, that's a cancel. Surely a cancel. Throws the nade, finds nothing, gets spotted early. I think, yeah, fully pulls the parachute out and heads back to toilets for some safety. Good nade onto Electronic's head. He won't be getting any info on that jump just yet, but look at Boomich. Perfect setup for the short AWP.
Boomich secondary AWPing, Alex. It's normally flamey. Let's see how this develops.
Oh, and he's hitting his shots as well. Beamer's leg. They might even try and wallbang him. He knows he's vulnerable. Oh my goodness gracious, he does get across. By the skin of his teeth. It's a 4v5 still, though, and Mousesports have been having issues once they've conceded early advantages.
Look, if they can snake their way up through mid and banana here, and or the bathrooms, as it were, and make it up nice and close, they can pounce onto the site. They will have to isolate Simple over towards long. Bit is just jump peeking right now. Simple is committed with 50 seconds left, and oh no, they're rounding the corner straight into the big green. Surely he gets one.
I think he's got more than one in him, especially now that Frozen's actually completely isolated.
Oh, kill, drop straight back. Fundamentals here, not going to risk anything, even has a smoke to help get back across towards the site safely. Not giving away anything is Simple.
And they've only got 20 seconds now, Chad. This really does get uncomfortable. Mousesports just being picked apart here so far by the Na'Vi setup, and Simple. He might have another one here if he's not careful. There's so many options. 3 CTs are ready for you. It's Bit pre-firing into 1, maybe even 2. It's ACOR with 5 seconds left. They're going to hunt him down. Hitting his first couple. Oh, great shot onto Perfecto. One more after time, he goes down. Okay, looking like he could have had even more impact into the CTs there, but now he's got $300 into round 8.
It's an impressive string of kills, right? But then when you remember the AWP kill bonus, you're like, okay, well, $300. I guess we can try and make this one work. It's not ideal. And a nice couple of shots, really, all things considered. Under the pump, getting pushed. At third, we know ACOR's got some fancy movement. Simple, too good, and now the scoreline blowing out to 5-2. The pistol's out for Mousesports here. ACOR just will be holding on to the Glock, cannot spend a penny. And we are looking at what's going to be the 2,900 loss bonus going into the next round. So, ooh, an AWP on the docket, not likely. Rops will be able to drop it, but there might be a few omissions around side of that. So we'll have to wait and see how this one shapes on up. But if I'm Mousesports and I've been trying these limped in A kind of plays in the gun rounds and just been getting picked off and soaking up a lot of time without too much really to speak about, right? They're not getting a lot of opening picks. They're not getting a lot of opening space. We might see them transition over towards this B bomb site, and there's a good reason to suggest that. Boomich has been over there aggressive short with that AWP. He misses a shot, you catch him off guard with a flash, or you just trade off of him. There we go. Now we're talking with some room. Boomich, as I mentioned, not traditionally an AWPer.
But I will say that just from the name value and what they've been providing so far, this new setup for their CT side where Electronic partners with Boomich and Perfecto early, like he's there for your jump peaks, he's there to be boosted, he's there to contest and stick around should there be early pressure. But having him being a rotator, like the first responder to Bit and Simple's A setup, like
very strong.
It is very strong, and you can see that it really has humbled Mousesports. They're going to be peeking off of this flash, or at least repositioning, just looking for any sort of signs of life.
30 seconds again, so Mousesports just with these slower plays, hoping that Na'Vi stumble into a trap. But I'd say now that Flamey isn't in the starting 5, they're probably coming into this with a new sense.
Wow, that's lovely play. Electronic's in the right place every single time. He's got Simple in tow, just to make sure no one can go toe-to-toe. 6-2. solid start. Na'Vi's overpass is looking real nice.
I would like some comparisons going on at home, ladies and gentlemen, in the Twitter sphere, maybe on the Reddit, or even in the forums, wherever you're finding yourself these days. But if you take a look, Rops and Bit, is there anybody who sits closer to the screen? I know Zentaras loves a close boy.
I did see Bit's camera angle especially.
Yeah.
It looks like he's trying to get a tan, like from the tanning salon that is his new
He's very
monitor.
close. The thing is, I've tried to start doing this. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the B
Still
stream.
going.
Yeah, so we're in overtime here. One more for Jeter to pick this one up. Spirit would need to bounce back with this round and the next to take it to double OT. But remember, this is the opening round. Winner of this will play Gambit. Loser plays Fiend in the lower bracket. So keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big death sentence to whoever does go down to the lower bracket. Not maybe initially versus Fiend. Of course, they're going to have everything to play for as well as their opponent. But also, there's going to be a long run. If you want to make it to playoffs, conceding that opening, establishing best of one, very costly. And Spirit and G2 are both teams that people would have at the tip of their tongue for playoff runs. Let's get this one going. Rob's throwing a little bit of extra pace towards his B presence.
Yeah, Na'Vi have actually leaned 4 players over here. You can see that Simple's up in heaven just in case it was one of those B hits I was talking about. And he's even looking for the quad boost. So nobody home right now, as it will just be this slow crawl again from Mouse. Now, this time round, they've been given a lot of space to work with. Simple's not aggressive with the AWP. He doesn't have eyes on long. But unfortunately, Mousesports don't have the X-ray. They've got to do this the hard way. Molly towards the tree, flash on out, Frozen taking space. And we've seen him have some success up this avenue before. Simple rotating back on over now. And
ooh, Electronics going hunting, and this is the timing that previously Rob's lost out to. This time he's there perfectly. A headshot found, and on the retreat, Boomich puts him down. The B-Lurk is lost, and that's going to be a component of this Mousesports machine that could lead to some stacks.
Well, Frozen's tucked himself across long now. Bit and Simple still both here. I thought Bit might rotate over towards that B bomb site after the death, but not to be the case. Flash out. No peek. Okay, passive stuff. And here comes Frozen again.
He did so well last time. Rotates coming in. Na'Vi are feeling the pressure. This is the push. That's the frag. One down. Simple responds. Looking to find another nice headshot from Beam as he's actually doubled up. And that could be the round winner right there. Bomb to be planted. Boomich alone in the clutch. Won't necessarily go for the wall bang. He'd rather stay undetected for a moment longer. Trajectory. Can't find him. And Beamus again with the frag. 3 in total. And nicely distanced from his monitor as well.
Yeah, it is. This is great stuff from Beamus, right? Because when we saw him get that chance in FaZe, right, there was obviously a temporary thing. He wasn't put into roles where he was necessarily comfortable. And to be fair, the guy hasn't had a whole lot of Tier 1 experience whatsoever. None, some might say. So Mousesports is...
Oh my God, he's doing it again.
Oh, I just missed that. I wasn't even looking at the bloody screen. G2
well,
Esports,
like
all right.
G2 will be facing Gambit. We will see Fiend versus Team Spirit in their best of 3. That could be a good best of 3 to check out as well. I'd be interested to see if Team Spirit are kept honest by Fiend. Didn't seem to make too much of an impact in their best of 1 against Gambit.
Part of this scramble here, where you just saw on your screen with the highlight of the Beamus double kill, is because I think that Na'Vi made the read just as the attack was coming in, because the little blue dots on the radar were starting to make their way back up the stairs. So Perfecto and Boomich want to try to get to the site to stop exactly what happened, but they got there as it was happening. So they were also caught by the smokes, flashes, Molotovs. Boomich segregated, Perfecto pushed forward, double kill happens, and now Na'Vi, they just took a timeout to talk through this buy. Simple will be back onto the AWP. Electronics got himself an AUG. There are no kits for a round like this, so problems if the bomb goes down again.
See what kind of calls Dexter's cooked up then in the lab.
It's very patient, isn't it? Another smoke towards Monster here, and Dexter just making sure there's no cheeky business in the smoke. We've seen teams starting to do a 2-man creep. When they creep into the Monster tunnel, sit in the smoke, it fades, and find themselves an opening kill. But in the meantime, over towards A, we've got that default spread. Smoke towards the front of bathrooms, Molotov towards Divider, forces Simple back to a more passive line. But as slow as you like, with 1:05 left on the clock, Mousesports are showing they're in absolutely no rush. A-Cork trying to clear out towards Tree now, Frozen reinitiating towards that playground position. But they're going to finish B, I think, Alex. And here comes that push I was just talking about.
Okay, it's what they've been holding for. It's what they were waiting for. Can't get anything out of it. Oh, Na'Vi. They are dreaming right now. A double kill gifted to them in their first exchange. provided by Boomich and Perfecto's aggression, just catching Dexter and sitting duck with his nades out.
And that was, you're right, that was the first chance for a fight in the entire round. Otherwise, Mousesports have shown no indication of going for a kill elsewhere, and that comes to them, and they looked like they should have been ready for that. But the timing, Dexter caught flash on out, the reposition from Na'Vi now, they're playing more passive. You have to come to us, Na'Vi say.
Very hard to topple. Electronic, prime position. Against an AWP, maybe Acor's good on the trigger, but no. Great control, flash for Perfecto to start to take more contact, and this is textbook stuff. He doesn't finish it off, but it enables
Oh,
no! No way, no time. Frozen actually hits a bonkers triple. Like absolute out of this world absurdity, but nothing more to report.
I swear Perfecto had burst on there. What happened?
It did look like he had bullets and chose not to use them.
Did he swing and hit his mouth? What the hell just happened there?
Just like his finger slipped off mouse one. I don't know.
That was odd.
This is where Rops appeared out of nowhere. Oh,
hello.
Let me see this. 1, 2, then the third.
Oh, he saw him jump over. Okay.
Oh, okay.
The young eyes, Alex.
Thought it was like heaven dropping down, you know? Like it could have been anything.
Pistols now. Oh, and an AWP. Okay. Saved AWP for Acor. Let's see.
Bang.
Ooh. They're not going to know exactly how much damage they've done, but Simple's on notice now with 50 HP. It's not going to make the fight for Acor any easier, but he will have to pull all the way back to the bomb site. Lots of room to work with, and Rops is about to be met with what could be a fight again. There's a couple jiggles.
Yeah, he's been not having a particularly fun start. He's been given the unenviable task, and I'll use him as an example as to give more props to Axile, because in the same role, Axile often ends up at the top of the T-side scoreboard for Gambit, even though he's primarily spent most of his time waiting. Acor,
big pick,
with the only large weapon on this T-side round. Round 11, T-side AWP and Deagles.
No one's looking.
Yeah, they've got their pants around their ankles, and there goes the AWP. Started strong, looks like it might finish with a bit of a whimper. Very hard shot over the bin. Looks like the AWP has been recovered. Dexter trying to dust it off for some frags. He baits them in nicely. Rops can't find more. Still a competitive round if Dexter can dig himself out of trouble. Boomich unwilling to commit. It's Bemis up close.
This is the fight. If Bemis wins this, there's a chance.
Yeah, but Simple's holding the tightest of lines. And Bemis will be ready for this. Ooh, pulling the pin. Heard the scope. Well aware that Simple's close. And he's 50 HP. A Deagle bullet could finish the job. They're peeking in. A nice work from Bemis. They're turning it around now.
Both from spawn.
And he's managed to recover the weapon. Gets info. Can hold for Perfecto. A great shot hit. More impact from Bemis. He's at the top of the scoreboard and sailing Mousesports straight towards a fourth. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen.
Bemis. What is that? All right, simple stuff, but effective stuff. All right, this is probably, you know, Bemis has had a couple of games where I've gone, all right, yeah, that looks like something. This year is obviously with the AWP, but it's more his decision-making in this situation, right? It's not necessarily about the kills themselves. Not overextending, not looking flustered, just taking the kills as they come his way. Difficult to do as such a young player. And a smile on his face.
Especially because we were aware as much as he was that he was the one that had to win that round.
Yeah.
There was no one else. If the bomb goes down from his teammate, it was still going to come down to him. And so managing to convert puts them into a very good stead against these armored Deagles.
Yeah,
this
the implications are huge.
A huge ramification. Now, Boomich has been holding short pipe. He's previously got the better of Rops on his lurk. Let's see if Mousesports can jump through this hoop. Should they jump through this hoop, we are on for a very close half.
Yeah, this one here is really on a dime right now. If Mousesports with this slow stuff can make sure that they don't, you know, give away an AK that gets saved or don't have too many deaths, keep at least 3 players alive in a situation like this, they have a real opportunity to start building. But as that smoke comes down again, Rops will be held at bay. And Rops is the star of this team, but as the B anchor, which is what he's applying for on the T side right here, he's not been able to get into too many fights. It has been Bemis and Frozen in spots over towards that other bomb site A, where they've been finding success, but now a flash lined up from Acor. They do want to walk through Monster here, but Boomich is making a lot of sound, and there's another smoke for Bit and Boomich.
It's the first time we've seen Na'Vi with a
Caught by the
misread.
flash.
Perfect entry. And that's the round, just like that, wrapped up, put a bow on it, unless Na'Vi have got something special cooked up for the simple scout. He'll be smoked off, makes it clear where he is. The bomb should be planted momentarily.
This is good stuff. They might just want to hold on to these Deagles and the scout to have another crack in the next round. So Really good stuff from mousesports here after going A time and time again. Just transitioning late into this B piece is beautiful.
And the stark contrast as well, just seeing the fact that Na'Vi, for the first time, it looked like they were getting perfect reads every time. The rotate was always there. This is the first time we've seen a little bit of a gap in their armor.
Now this is great, right? Because if Na'Vi hold on to this again, this indicates that they will not be buying in the next. They will just save these weapons. Maybe, right, someone will drop something over for Boomich. It seems unlikely with where the loss bonus is at. They'll have the double dip on these upgraded pistols and the scout. That means that mousesports could really be looking down the barrel of 6 rounds here, which is a respectable huff. We don't have a single benchmark for mousesports on this map. What you are seeing right now is what the world knows about mousesports on Overpass, right? You're learning with us. Rop's Backyard B, Acor is part of the pack, working with the likes of BMAS, Frozen, Dexter there in the swing of things too. We're learning all of this right here, right now. And so are Na'Vi. So how are they going to respond? Because one of the things that you can do against a team who you don't know what they're going to do is take the fight to them. I said the same thing with Gambit on Dust 2 in the best of 1 just before on a round like this. If you're Na'Vi, maybe you want to take a bit more initiative. Go force a fight, take those pistols, group up, get that scout activated early. See if you can rustle the jimmies at mousesports.
Ooh, no rustle jimmies just yet for Simple's party info. They've dispatched Frozen to slowly crawl and spread control. Perfecto, there's going to be a sound cue heard. That will spread. Forces the smoke out of him.
Info both ways right there.
Interesting. They're reshaping for a late return to the playground. The info push from Boomich. Rops has been given the responsibility of just keeping a lid on that.
Simple's rotated back over towards A as well. Electronics on his way, so they are hedging towards the A bomb site. We'll have 4 players here with just Boomich as that canary in the coal mine. If he goes down, they will know that B is compromised. And there is always a chance for them just to creep on in Monster. So Na'Vi are playing awares of that and hoping it doesn't come their way, but as I say it, oh, they're regrouping for exactly that. Rops now taking control through the sewer pipe. Dexter soon to be joined by Acor and Frozen.
If they can catch Boomich out twice with a missed stack from Na'Vi, this time much more by virtue of mousesports fake. Cutting noise, and now they've cut the head off of Boomich. That's the start. Yeah, look, Rop straight with the smoke. He knows they can try and jump through. There's a huge moment where there'll be no one to defend, and they're confirming it themselves now. Molly Graffiti deep, it's perfect. 2 back to back.
Yeah, call it 6. I don't think Na'Vi even want to look in for this one. The only thing, if you're a Na'Vi fan right now, is exit kills, right? You want to see if you get an AK, maybe take Acor's AWP away, because the Kevlar and the head armor for Simple, those are things that they're going to want to hold on to on the Na'Vi side, right? You don't want to just throw that away. It's going to mean your investment in the next round is going to be looking much prettier, the full utility. You have a chance to close things out 9-6. But yeah, mousesports stabilizing here, and this is good scenes. I am curious to see what Na'Vi's T side looks like, right? There has been some woes with their T halves. I'm curious with the makeup of the team, how it's going to go now.
And if you were absent any Na'Vi hype, by the way, you may have missed Simple's why he doesn't understand burnout speech. But one that was just a stern reminder that he still feels like he's got a lot to achieve, and I'm sure that's reflected in Na'Vi as a business, as an organization's decision-making as well.
Sure, yeah, for sure. You want to make sure you're keeping the best player in the world not happy, but hungry,
yes,
right?
Certainly.
You want to make sure that the guy that we all know and love, the absolute beast, is still chasing that dream, which hopefully we get in Stockholm a little bit later in the year. Not necessarily a Na'Vi win, just the major itself.
There's so many questions that we would have to be laid out to be answered for that event. No doubt about it. All right.
This is a 4-man A-Lean, so they've definitely changed things up here. They're looking to fight mousesports, and if mousesports are quick and they go for a pace change, it's been 30-second hits traditionally, but if they go before that, that might be the trigger.
Do they have it in them? Dude, Dexter's
They're
actually walking through. As it fades, no one's there on the nutmeg. They are. This is 3 rounds in a row. Na'Vi have been pulled entirely around this map, and again, they're undefended, unprepared, and they may surely have to contest this time.
They're going to have to go for a retake here.
You can't.
With all the nades left over, there is a chance for a very good retake scenario. Everybody coming back through spawn.
Remolly. Bomb down.
Oh, it's spreading, it's spreading. He's going to
go. Okay, Perfecto lives on, but this is so uncomfortable. Do you want to throw your entire buy into this spray? Okay, yes, you will. Boomich has provided enough of an opening frag. They're going to go for this. Flashes to delay. It's such a time-sensitive mission. Someone has to be very, very clear about whether or not we're going. or if we're gonna fall. Another chance, Frozen found two, nearly a third. It's hectic as all hell, but Perfecto's the only one left, and it's a 1v1 with no time. They make it incredibly costly, but Mousesports have stolen a 7th.
And he gets out of things with the worst gun, the Scout on the tail end of that for Perfecto.
He's gonna give it a go. Hope the bomb radius has given him something to retrieve.
Oh, that is such a horrible feeling. Oh, the loss bonus is built to at least a point where I think Simple was smart with his money management, right? He had that Scout the whole time, so he can get an AWP again. Well, not an AWP again, an AWP now to close things out. But yeah, just Mousesports not only with that B bomb site as the preference late, but the pace change. And I think the pace change was the difference maker in that scenario because the push would have come through eventually. Frozen's a man after my own heart with that hair. I bloody love it.
Yeah, you were doing Frozen hair before Frozen was doing Counter-Strike.
Bedhead, he's really nailed it.
He's perfect.
Okay, well, this menagerie of a buy, we got a UMP, 2 Famises, an MP9, the AWP, not a defuse kit, and light on the util here for Na'Vi, but they need one more to make sure that they're winning the half, and it is the CT side.
Okay, so early intent from Mouse through under. They wouldn't swing that door open. Looks like Dexter's wants it. Electronics in such a prime position to punish. Oh, and Boomich is there for the duel. He tries to bait them out. Electronics there for the trade. Dexter with a wall bank to try and keep him as honest as possible. So loud. Electronic does go down. And if A-Core, ooh, is quick to the trigger, Bit's already gone. Simple, and that AWP may be the only one. Yes, he is. It's all on to the Mr. Sasha. Can he do any smashing? Bombs to be planted. Rops is clearing the site out. Simple's going ahead of it in order to find an early frag and confirms no one's home.
Oh, hold up a second. The bomb is just getting picked up now. Frozen may have taken a lot of space here. Dexter's going to bring it on over, and they're throwing utility down, but this is still Simple. I know this is a 1-on-4, but if they give him another chance to hit a shot, he could be on for this one.
Yeah, he's really desperately trying to contest ahead of the plant, right? Like, he needs to make this a 1v2. Prior to that bomb going down, it seems like they've managed to, just through virtue of...
dodge that one.
Smokes and flashes. Yeah, there's a slight gap around, hoping someone would give him the chance, but you can see Mousesports, they've got a very tight grip. And they can win the half right here. It's only Simple separating them from an 8th. And already hitting good shots. Okay, he's always a threat, but 8-7. Mousesports, our first look at their overpass. And I think they're a little above what we may have expected. We'll be right back after the break with your second half.
Than the ceiling now, had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problem. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems.
This is like fire, never been higher than I've ever been. Like I'm tell me that we move too fast. They don't even know what we know. I feel like we could.
Well, we got a game and then a half in the same space of time it took Spirit and G2 to separate themselves. But we are here with your first day of DreamHack Masters Spring 2021. The group stage underway. I'm Machine, and he is Chad Sponge Birchill.
It's on my birth certificate and everything.
Yeah. Well, my birthday is a while away, but this does feel like a little bit of a gift, getting to see more fantastic Counter-Strike. Na'Vi did get humbled a little bit. Mousesport's T-side showing up in large capacity, and so has Simple as he continues to add more to the tally. That is 18, in case you weren't keeping track.
And a bit of a problem as well, because Rops was the only defender over towards this A-bomb side. Okay, hold up a second. That's just been leveled on out. It does not matter anymore, because there's still a long way for Na'Vi to gallivant through that lovely park and party area before getting towards the site. So now we've leveled out in a 4-on-4 with still 1:20 left on the clock. This quiet rotation here from Mousesports, gambling back on over towards A, and A-Core even trying to claw back some territory of his own.
Dexter went for the smoke kit play. He's expecting to give a bit of Na'Vi space, but they are grouped up now in toilets and they'll be undetected just for now. They're going loud about this. There is a chance these USPs can come online with a burst of frags, but I wasn't talking about Bits USP. He has done all the work required. Frozen looking for an ace clutch. I think that may be a little too much to ask of just the one man. 45 seconds, my son. Boomich plants on the Optimus position. Simple and Perfecto already in prime position to finish this one off, and that's why you put a P250 in his hands. He not only finds the first, he finds the last.
Yeah, that was a nice round there from Simple indeed, and I think you're right. Like, in terms of his kills, this is the thing with a guy like him. We're not talking about it every single round because we're expecting it at this point. In the other side, Rops was kept relatively quiet, right? It was more Frozen and BMS on that T side getting a lot done. I think the CT side is where we can really see a star like Rops come into his own. Does a bit of secondary AWPing for the boys as well over there at Mouse, so keep your eyes on that as the bounce back with the Force Spy is in play. A-Core's been gifted a Scout, Deagle's CZ75 for Dexter, and some smokes to work with here, so chance to make things dicey.
I just have to not comment every time we cut to Bit. I just saw him shuffle his chair further closer to the monitor. Like he was like, wait, no, I'm not close enough, hang on.
Doesn't it get blurry at some point?
I don't know.
I've been really trying.
But his peripheral vision, like you just...
That's why they're actively looking at the radar.
That's why they're always wiggling their eyes in like concentric circles.
Yeah. It's
like a Venn diagram
but
constantly.
It's crazy, right? Like, and I get it because the closer you are to your screen, your focus level, you're not going to miss when that black smudge comes out, are you?
Yeah, but that's when you're holding like, you know, one of those lines. It's not always got to be like that.
Oh.
It does for Bit, and of course, who am I to judge? Rops is boosted up, and he's trying to stay hidden because he knows that barrel will be visible to anyone under the wall. That's what he was waiting for. Perfect timing as the flash comes in. Boomich's attention drawn elsewhere as is Simple's. Electronics there to partner up.
Oh, they're in hot water now.
Yeah, they are. The rifles are coming in, and it's in good hands as well. Nice work from Dexter just on that mobile CZ. He keeps him honest. Electronic is gone, but Simple is in towards jail. Perfecto relieves the pressure of Short. And well, the rest, I'm afraid, kind of hinges on A-Core's Scout. If he finds one, Perfecto plans to smoke him out. Won't be able to contest that plan. Yeah, A-Core. Oh, a miss from Simple. But with the bomb now down, this is one of those horrible rounds where no words are exchanged. You both just kind of cross your fingers and silently hope Na'Vi misstep.
You're going to have to give them a kill here, really. A-Core. Scope's going to be heard still.
Anyone want to throw the round? Anyone?
You don't want to peek and give us a chance to win this Force Spy? Are you sure?
You're deliberately making this difficult for us? How dare you?
Well, they've looked on in. They found absolutely nothing.
Hey, that'll do. That's Simple gone. The AK to be recovered by Perfecto.
Nice
It'll
shot.
only be Perfecto. They do keep him relatively honest.
Perfecto's at A.
And he can't grab it?
He's going to be way too far away.
Way too far.
Frozen's actually much closer in this situation. He's not going to get his hands on it either, but all in all, a lot of damage done there from Mouse. Unfortunate that it's on the CT side. We shouldn't be seeing a Force Spy here. It would be very risky. Risky is probably the best word to use for that one, to go for a Force Spy in this scenario.
So close to converting off the back of Rops' opener as well. Knocking the first down, it was saved just about. by finding that second frag onto short. Perfecto just stopping Dexter from finding any more impact. Had he found another, had the rotate come in, God knows. But it is just going to be a couple of Kevlar vests and some pistols. The MAC-10s from Na'Vi, indicative of a quick round, especially considering their positioning. Here we go.
It's going to get messy.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Okay, I was a bit early. Frozen and Rop's going to live on for a second longer. Rop's the last man standing now, ready to contest with his slightly enhanced Desert Eagle.
You see that? See that little nod up? Watch him. Just don't even worry about his crosshair. Just look at his face.
Oh yeah, let's see when he checks his minimap and he has to look like 90 degrees up.
This kid uses native as well, right? So Rops is playing it as it's meant to be played. There it is. See the glance up?
Yeah.
Do you remember? So a lot of people won't, right? We'll give you a little Rops history lesson. Rops joined Mousesports many a years ago now. It's when I transitioned from playing into being an analyst, right? And that's when I first remember him coming onto the scene. And I would just I called it like Rops Cam at the time, because I got to sit in the Go TV and just watch this kid who came through FPL, right? And people thought he was cheating. I think he went to that Faceit office to play there.
That was sick.
Because they were like, why is he always looking to the top left of his screen, right? What's he looking at? Well, turns out he's just looking at his radar, you know? And ever since, I think, you know, people have really been able to see what a kid like Rops can bring. It's also ushered in that whole new era. Like, we could just sit here and list name after name after name who've gone through a similar blueprint.
It would be a fair summation, or at least a quick way to communicate at quite an elaborate point by saying the Rops, you know, the Rops era of prodigies and how he was one of the first to be kind of fully embraced, you know. In the same way that when CSGO was first released, everyone's like, who are these weird Fnatic Swedes? These are no-name Swedes. And then they went and did it at LAN. Same kind of situation, you know?
Yeah.
And the fact that he's now the most tenured member of this roster, like, life comes at you quick.
Yeah, lots happened in a short space of time, right? I think that's something that, in the scheme of Counter-Strike and how quick things are evolving, the amount of tournaments we have on, the teams, the this, the that, and the other, people don't really understand how far we've come in such a short period of time. It's actually unreal to think about not just the growth of the people watching, but the growth of the people playing, the game itself, the way that the game's played. It's such a crazy speed.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, let's not forget, I think it was Yanko. I was watching his double scope piece where he was watching back FaZe versus Cloud9, Boston Finals.
Jesus, that's going back a long
Yeah, and he was just like, watching the Counter-Strike, like just the straight up just denial of info, battle, you know, your typical Inferno. Like the banana control util just wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think in the grand final of a major, not too long ago.
Recent history, recent memory. The North Americans are holding on to it, let me tell you that much.
Yeah, it's got to have something.
All right, guns are out. Let's see. What do you got, Mouse?
I love this. Frozen's actually pushed way past what's normally considered acceptable, and it's enabled a frag. Simple's gone right out of the gates.
Oh, Bit's got a lot of work here. Acor locked in.
Nice tag. That will be enough to deter. You might even have a dunk here.
Cop that one.
Bang! And Bit is gone. Perfection from Acor. The rest is simple, isn't it? Flawless with the flash. Traded by Boomich, trying to pull a 2v4 out of the hat. Equipping Perfecto and retreating. Makes a lot of sense. They're going to look to see if they can catch any of those early CT pushes. They've got a full 60 seconds just to dig their heels in.
All three of those fights were perfect for Mouse, right? You look at how they isolated each of those duels. Obviously, Acor with the leg into the nade, that one there. Couldn't script it and still up aggressive. Look at this, Frozen's looking for more. He might be able to take down Boomich with just a bit of a stiff breeze. Lots of nades left, though, for these two to work with. Not much time, 40 seconds on the clock now, and maybe they just want to grab another AK and save. I know that sounds a bit flat, but it is the right call in a 2-on-4.
May not be up to Boomich if he keeps it.
He needs to keep his sound cues very quiet. Don't want to spur Frozen forward. One of the deals right now for Mousesports, though, is they want to keep the lion's share of their forces alive. Giving away a rifle, losing some Kevlar, having to reinvest. You know, maybe we're talking about 2 Famises instead of what might be just 1, or somebody might be able to drop a rifle across to Dexter in the next. Then we start talking about problems. So important to keep everybody alive. Both teams happy just to lay their weapons down and call this one done and dusted for round number 19. Scoreline now 10-9 in favor of Na'Vi still, but only just as we take a look at the cash and the bank balance for Na'Vi here. Electronic could drop Simple and AWP. You know, we can get the guns across. There can be an AK drop for Bit. Everything can work on out. Or Simple could even go glass cannon on his lonesome. It will be the AK-47. So 5 rifles here for Na'Vi up against the buy of Mouse. Dex has been able to get himself an M4A4. Kits are plenty, utility good, and we get back underway for what could shape up to be a very important round here. If Mousesports lose this, their CT economy could spiral.
Yeah, CT aggression from Acor and Frozen. It worked before. Will it work again? Fires off the warning shot. Wants to force out the util, and there it goes. Good catch from the Obs team. Immediately, actually deploying a smoke on the lost door. So this reeks of a B finish.
Just doing their best to avoid these bullets and early damage. Now Dex is actually the one to cop a big chunk, down to 34 through the boards. Unconfirmed damage there. So Na'Vi won't know what they're working with. But this is slow scenes. There's no real initiator across the map, considering that Simple's passive over towards the backyard area. Hold up, that was on the jiggle.
Yeah, you really have to be very quick to punish something like that. Perfecto going down on a very tiniest fraction jiggle peak. Yeah, thank you very much. Damn, straight to the head as well. It might have had to be with something as thick as that. And it looks like Mousesports have built upon the early advantage. Another body's dropped. Electronic of all. Boomich trying to deploy some utility that would indicate a commitment here. Acor's actually been forced off the site, and Bit has taken it. Frozen, so pushed up, they're going back around. Frozen, though, he has got a prime position if Simple brings the bomb this way.
Dearie me.
He hears Boomich. And he can punish. Will he consider it? Simple's going through the underpass now, and Bit's got so much space. He may be able to find a surprise frag onto Acor. 14 seconds. Frozen goes down. Simple,
get it down.
Great read. He's got just enough time to get this one down. A 2 versus 5 with 1 second to spare. Good grief, they might be doing it. Bit's pushed up bank. He's been here a long time. Slight nade damage, but it's this frag from Rops that's required. Oh, nice from Bit. Loses a lot of his health, though. He may fall to Simple. Bit needs a headshot. He needs it on the first bullet. Bemis is making no secret of his advance. Dexter's back is turned, and now all onto Simple. Nice save. Dexter, quick to react and converts off the early damage from Frozen.
I thought Dexter was dead to rights there. He didn't look like he was considering that truck position whatsoever. Had time to readjust, and wow, that is going to be the round. Stolen back away from Mousesports. It felt like Na'Vi had done a good enough job there just with that timing of Bit. And that was facilitated because of that Acor frag, actually, because he was watching that angle, gets the kill. He goes all the way back through long. Bit goes into the site, gets that frag, and it was very, very close. So Na'Vi almost making something out of nothing. And that plant, that means we can see another buy out of Na'Vi. It's not going to be a great purchase, but it's going to be a buy. And for Galils,
that would have been a soul crusher as well. Like, the Mousesports fizzle out into a kind of a depressed best-of-1 loss. Should that have been conceded? A 2v4, 2 versus 5. You just cannot stomach one of them in such a highly volatile best-of-1 series.
Very true. And the money situation, it would have been in the bin.
Yeah. So, you know, winning that round, it was a necessity in order to maintain the competitive nature of our opening game here.
Almost looked like a bit of a gear shift there, but that Monster Spoke has dispelled Boomich and Electronic for now. They'll wait out that 18 seconds. Simple lining up a flash to be ready and raring to go, but with the bomb on Simple's back, this is looking more like a B finish, or at least a B look in here through Monster to find a pick. So creeping in, the smoke is faded. Flash is good, BMAS on notice.
Nice find. Full HP as well after finding the first head. Electronic responds in kind, but Bemis just dancing around this pillar, and no commitment from Na'Vi, nor commitment from the rotate. Neither Acor nor Frozen completely out of position. Dexter's getting info and bullets into his head. They parked Simple.
Bad death, really.
Yeah, nice punish from Bemis. Just pulls Mousesports straight back into contention for this round, and Bemis actually going to be flying solo.
Pants down in the open. You've been spotted.
Yeah, when they see your barrel, you're a dead man walking. Unless Acor threw a flash. Doesn't have one. Frozen, he's got nothing really to say or do about this one. Acor, in the meantime, did find the left side prong. He knows where that bomb's going down and can anticipate where Bit wants to support from. Can they turn this 2v2? Advantage Na'Vi. Kit present, as is a smoke. Bemis Planning to push out just in perfect unison. Draw isn't there. Fire can't contribute. And Acor, he made the sound. He has made the frag.
He's quick.
Yeah, he has to be quick now. On towards the bomb spot, but Perfecto defends. And that will be Na'Vi's 11th. They do break their silence. It was the only two we've seen out of Mousesports CT's side, but now back into Na'Vi's playbook.
And they've broken the bank right there, so Mousesports not being able to stabilize. The last round was close. This one falling in the favor of Na'Vi means that Acor has enough for the buy, but the rest of his teammates will need to be looking at maybe just a light pistol upgrade here. This is Electronic coming in, and that's a massive fight to win. Onto Rops on the rotator through the heaven position.
Perhaps we can take a moment as well to outline why Dexter's death, you outlined it as a bad death.
Yeah, because there was still a lot of time in the round. It felt like it was desperate. It didn't feel necessary at that moment because you were already pointing out that the rotation hadn't happened across the map. It's not like they were in the middle of gamble stacking. Sure, they didn't know where it was going to end, but they still found themselves in an even position with plenty of time on that clock. And knowing Na'Vi, they're not quick to do anything.
VP FaZe Clan on the B stream now as we finally got the first one concluded, and this one bodes very well for, I imagine, more FaZe Clan heroics. Virtus Pro, though, up to an early lead. Looks like it's going to be 6-3. We're getting back into the action here on the mainstream, though. Na'Vi Mouse. And yeah, as Chad had already highlighted, broken now. It's going to put Na'Vi within touching distance of 16.
If I'm going to give you guys the bright side, at least it's just one, right? It could have been needing the force buy into the eco. Right here, it's just pistol upgrade, and then we're going to see the guns come out next. But anything they can do right now to keep Na'Vi honest, even saving an AK-47 for the likes of Rops, wouldn't be too bad whatsoever. But this has been a closely fought affair, and once again, we'll remind you, all those newer viewers who might just be tuning on in, Mousesports, this is their permaban. It's a best-of-1 environment right here. They've let this one come on through, what would be intentionally. Na'Vi unable to do any prep whatsoever for a map like this, and well, Bit being in the starting roster, means that there are a lot of questions to be answered here. Now, Electronic coming on through, should be able to find this first. The bullets of BMAS, they fire first, but they're not on target. Electronic walks away with his life, and another pick through that monster. He'll slither away. Regroup with the squad, who are all leaning right now over towards this A area. Fountain Party. It's all populated in this moment. But they're sucking on back towards the B. Simple's AWP shot will let them know that, well, big man is around the corner, and damage done to Dexter. This is going to be, should be a Na'Vi round now, just whittling away at the remaining forces.
You done any whittling in your time?
Whittling?
Yeah, you know, like got a wooden block out and whittled a cheeky spoon?
No, but I think it was in primary school. So for me, I think it would have been like year 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
We had a project where we had to do, what are the things called where you make them?
Products?
You can't read my mind?
No.
Come on, mate. You're not reading. No, okay.
The things
so
that you make.
We had to make a model,
yes.
right? We were doing. It was in social studies, and
okay.
we were doing about Egypt.
Yes.
And I used balsa wood. When I say I did, my dad did. He just built this whole like Egyptian kind of like city type of thing out of wood for me, and I'm pretty sure I would have got a more than a pass mark on that one.
I'd imagine so.
Old Paul Birchall getting it done.
Paul Birchall submitting his year 8 homework.
Yeah, not to be confused with the wrestler.
No, he's
my dad is not a pirate.
The football player.
The plumber.
The plumber.
Yeah. I don't think he played football a long time ago.
Back in the day.
Big ginger man. All right. Well.
Round 23.
Yeah, let's end the therapy session right there, shall we?
Start things off with another potential aggressive maneuver. Now, Acor's no longer being dispatched with Frozen, but Rops has. So we'll see if that's going to be any early friction. Some nades towards the playground cross look juicy, but they're just delayed by their own util. No damage dealt just yet. Early advance from Perfecto and Boomich, partnering up to pressure towards middle.
Oh, that's very early molly right there. Dexter's going to clear, but nobody's taken that space just yet. So sure, they have that sewer control under their remit right now, but once again, Na'Vi, they're never in a rush. This is a hugely important round. Mouse have to win this one. Frozen's going to get isolated very shortly. Going to be playing around this smoke, hoping to use the shadow advantage. You can see just there the sun somehow coming through the smoke. I think Reddit would say that's unplayable, Alex.
Yeah, oh, 100%.
It's down to timing.
Oh, it does land the dink, and this could be the finish. Great work from Frozen, but he's lost another teammate in the process. And so, as the dust settles and the bodies are dropped, we are left with a 3 versus 3 emerging. with a long lean from Na'Vi. Frozen's going to have a lot of information given his position. He knows they haven't gone back through the underpass position. If Dexter can just...
Dexter.
Okay, he's actually going to smoke Monster Tunnel in order to...
Oh, it's bad info.
No, what? He's
it's bad
rotated
info.
off it.
They thought it was the A-Suck.
And this does suck now. Oh, Frozen's got nothing to report. The flashes are heard and they realize their mistake. This, considering the state of affairs and what's at stake here, Chad,
It might have to be a save call. And Frozen has to find one now.
Oh, they planted safe bankside. X-Ray baited me. Simple does have info and a frag. Nice dink, fair play, long range with the M4, but hope's starting to fade now for Dexter and Bemis. He'd have to have another hero moment. And yeah, he's been found by Electronic. Such a crucial round, and just to be determined exclusively from a misread.
Oh, did they catch his head? I think maybe not. Bits clearing here, there, and everywhere. Will find himself an M4 for his troubles. But yeah, just that information from Frozen, right? They read that as it was back towards the B bomb site. Unfortunately, the wrong call, and that is going to be the 13th round. Mousesports find themselves with the 2,900 loss bonus coming into what will be round number 24, which means probably partial investments for Bemis, Frozen, Rops, and ACO while Dexter saves onto that M4. Yeah, this should be 14 for Na'Vi unless somebody can step up with a multi-kill magic moment. Rops couldn't get anything done there. That was so unfortunate with the peak. He gets the dink with the M4, but the wrong angle for the close player.
Takes the time to double scope it.
He's up to 27 kills right now is Simple.
He's having a simple game. Immediately lose that door. That's going to slow Perfecto and his walk up. At least one would assume. That's where they've put the M4, so Dexter's going to be very proactive.
Just quickly, while we have a little bit of a lull, Rops has been kept very quiet. I think 1 kill in this second half, right? And he's the superstar that consistently needs to be there for Mouse if you're ever going to consider them to get some wins against the big boys. This might be his moment to step up with the Deagle. We know he loves the bullets to the belly.
That's a start. That's a great start. And a weapon now to be retrieved. He's trying to gear up Rops. And that temptation could be his destination. Okay, Frozen taking the head off a bit. Now they're into a competitive one. 2 rifles have fallen into the CT hands if Rops can just get that retrieval complete. Dexter's on a fast flank as well. Simple's not exposed. He's tucked himself in, but will be re-peeking in. And Dexter sitting duck. Tagged up, smoked off. A chance for Rops, though, with the recovered M4. The damage is too much. Boomich catches him. And the hopes for Mousesports start to fade. Frozen's gone. Dexter's low, last spotted by Simple. And I imagine his death, foregone conclusion. He's just going to try and evade the radius at this point.
It's so frustrating to know that Na'Vi can just have Electronic, aggressive Monster like that, so comfortable to be on their side of Monster and to flash and peek. Now, I know this was just pistols, but he's been doing it against rifles. That round where he swung on out and he killed Rops at Heaven, that's another example. If you cannot stop that, they're just going to aim map you every day of the week through that position. Think about Gambit, right? When we watch them play this map, what do they keep smoked? The entire round. It's Monster, right? Yeah. There's at least 4 smokes thrown, and I'm saying at least, like 4 smokes are thrown at Monster within a round here to help Inters and Hobbit on this B bomb side. So it's quite the contrast of what we're seeing, right? I think from Na'Vi on their CT side, they were having a hard time once those A hits started to come in. It was A, but now Mousesports, well, over towards this B side, not looking super strong right here, right now. 14 to 10. 2 more for Na'Vi to pick this one up.
Eco with a spot of aggression, a nice catch. Boomich going down. A little extended from the pack. Frozen contributes another as well. Damn, Na'Vi cut off at the knees. Just a start. Oh, and even Bemis completely blind. Okay, well, Mousesports, they will convert. A spotless round. I mean, if we'd have started this off, if 40 seconds ago I said, what do Mousesports need? I think a clean CT round might have come out of your mouth.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they're not dropping too many guns to Simple right here, right now. They need to keep and protect this CT side of bank if they're interested in having a comeback whatsoever. Still a decent amount of money left over for Na'Vi here, and Simple will be able to reinvest into an AWP next round, but staying alive, those funds could be used elsewhere. Boomich and Perfecto both sitting on the side of the road. They could use a gun.
Simple's got a big smile on his face. Someone's making him laugh. but something that we may not get to see too much of, but something to keep in mind.
Simple smiling, or?
Yeah, simple smiling, but also just his sheer ability to visualize where the fights are going to come from.
Well, he needs to be ready for all of these because they are actually trying to hunt him on down here.
Yeah, he's already considered the potential. He's already got this wrist flick ready, and...
Oh, he's baiting him in.
Well, this time. Not this time.
What? Okay, well, people at home can go and watch that little exchange there, but a Simple was waiting. He typed ZZZ. I think he wanted them to push.
Yeah.
He just had typed it, and Robs comes up the ladder. So a bit of an awkward exchange right there. Oh, but all in all, this is how it started.
How to finish a round in the opening 10. Europa catching a crazy fight. Like, you think Boom just slipped the net at that point, don't you?
Yeah, well.
Hello? Just jumps onto him.
And no double AWPs as a preference here for Mouse, right? They could have picked up a second AWP there if they wanted.
True, we saw that drop for the M4. Rops really would rather. I guess there's an indication that their CT side has been rejigged. You know, he'd have taken that second AWP to short any day of the week. Acor's here. And there goes Bit. Another opening frag for Mouse. Precisely what the doctor ordered. And they can now set themselves up in a more of a resistant defense. Enable more potential for those trades off of one another, tucked into the toilet. Simple going hunting. Having a quick peruse if anyone wants to give him an equalizing frag. This is his chance.
So
and
the shadow
does
baited.
tag. Potential to be finished off here as the equalizing frag has been provided. Simple in Overwatch, and oh, a chance into the back of Boomich, but there's Frozen with the double. Simple couldn't quite find it in time, had to adjust. And now Mousesport's in very good stead for a 12th here. If they don't find Frozen and immediately build upon it, they've got 40 seconds now to turn a 2v4 into an RV round. Bombs on the back of Electronic, heading long. Perfecto to go hunting. Keeps Rops on notice.
Yeah, at least Bomb wasn't spotted there on Perfecto's back, so...
Essentially a 2v2 on A for now.
Yeah, and time is the problem here. So as they go through long, 20 seconds to defend his Dexter, AK from the Optimus position.
He can't lose this duel. He cannot afford to not hit that head, and now he's been forced off the angle. Could get awkward if Frops doesn't tame the spray. And that's enough. Mousesports will take it. 12 put on the board. And another CT round strung together.
Yeah, bouncing back over each other there nicely. And now Na'Vi, they are the ones who have the economy in question here. On the high end, we're looking at 3.6 for Electronic. On the low end, we're looking at 2K for the likes of Perfecto and Boomich. So a buy, definitely not in the realms of possibility. Loss bonus has started to build now, so we're looking at 2,400 in the next round. But this is great from Frozen here. 22 kills for him, leading the charge, leading the pack. Alongside him, BMS with 19. I've been liking the CT side of AWPing from Acor on a map like this. Has been looking very, very good finding opening kills and presence. 15 kills for him. And Rops has now started to come alive, 12 frags. Still Dexter quiet on 9. But all in all, things are looking good for Mouse as we do go into a technical timeout. We've got a funkier soundtrack. DreamHack always putting out the...
It's been a while since I've done a Masters. I can't...
Yeah, well, I don't think we didn't do them last year because what happened was the whole vid happened. We got stuck here, and then we did like 3 months, and then we were like, we probably don't want to go do a 4th month.
I remember.
I think that's what happened.
I remember.
And then I don't know what happened later in the year. It's all foggy now.
Yeah, but Masters has taken me around the world, you know. I've got to see a lot of Sweden. Got to see Marseille, France.
Yes, that was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because that is a part of the world I didn't even, as my ignorant Australian brain, didn't know existed.
Yeah.
I knew that, guys, I know that France is a place. I just didn't know that it looked so nice.
It was just Paris and baguettes for you until that point.
Yeah, and well, there's a lot of old people there as well.
There is.
It felt like it was a retirement
France
village.
It is the Florida of France.
Okay. No alligators there.
No.
Didn't see any of those. But as you guys saw, we do have the B stream going on as well. FaZe versus VP. That's a big one. I think FaZe are boot camping if you guys have missed it. So it's time for them to start getting things going. Carrigan, Robin, Twists. They're all... Robin's not a newer name, but he's back in that coaching chair. Might want to check that one out. But let's keep our eyes focused here as Na'Vi will be taking this save situation. Going to be a deagle, a couple flashes for the likes of Electronic. And once upon a time, this was a go-to strategy. Give Simple and Electronic deagles and let them win the round for you. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Did they not... Did Boomich hear them? Did they hear... They definitely heard Boomich.
They did, but now they're kind of confused because it sounds like he was on his own. And yeah, there's more to come. There they are. Perfecto, don't know if he's been spotted out yet by Rops. There it is.
Lots of unknowns here. Should be easy to clean on up, though. Oh, they're just pestering right now. Just like flies bobbing around your head here. They're not going to get a lot done. They're just annoying. As Simple melts away, the bomb will get dropped.
Have you ever encountered where you're asleep and you know there's a mosquito in the room just because it will occasionally fly past your ear and you just get a momentary...
Yeah, we live in Malta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, it's a whole new kind of sleep deprivation strategy where it's just, you're being bullied by a creature the size of like a fingernail trimming.
We could order mosquito nets.
But I'd feel like a bit of a twat.
Well, we don't have to...
Just climbing into my net every night. It's not like I'm not in the jungle. I'm in a home.
Yeah, but the welts are pretty big over there. They're nuclear mozzies. That one burnt Old Simple down there. But we are getting to the crunch end right now of this best of one establishing match. Winner goes on to the upper bracket. Loser, well, down to the loser. How fitting that is as the guns are back out. Couple of Galils, no AWP for Simple here, and Rops on the jump peak. Smoke going to make this a little bit more difficult to keep that jump up. Might be able to catch him over the cast.
Yeah, this is the fight. Okay, spots them, and Dexter should have at least one. Make it two. Another early disadvantage for Na'Vi. They're going to have to stomach. Mouse have snatched the double. One, maybe, but this just seems insurmountable. Again, with these early disadvantages, Na'Vi are going to be equalized upon unless Boomich takes it upon himself to respond in kind. He's up short, very loud about it. Looks like Simple will take the mantle from him.
This is huge from Mousesports here. Chip damage there with the nade. Both Boomich and Simple now in headshot range for those M4s. And Frozen has been an absolute nuisance over towards Fountain. Late information has unraveled Na'Vi a few times here and might be onto something with Bit. He's sweeping through, and the timing on this is the clamp. We've got 3 players on the B site. We still have A-Core just defensively holding A, so in case anybody got past Frozen, and Frozen's now ready just to lock the door.
As soon as Boomich releases that smoke, Frozen will take the Q. Like, if Heaven gets smoked, he's going to start his crawl. Until then, they bide their time. 30 seconds. This is going to be it from Simple. He's on for the hunt. Bemus to be tested. Dexter as well.
Smoke missed.
Is released. It is missed. There's more space for them to work their magic. Boomich, Simple. Completely locked out. No map control at 18 seconds. And here comes Frozen just to make sure.
Save.
No saves to be made. Sent back to the Stone Age. And that's lovely stuff. The CT economy swelling now as they string together 4 consecutive rounds.
Oh, dearie me. If you're Na'Vi, take a timeout. That's the second right there of this game called. And let's explain the ramifications of this one. The scoreline is 14-14. This is a best of one. The $2,900 loss bonus coming through and no saved guns means you have a couple of options. You can go all in right here, right now. Push all those chips into the middle of the table and fully invest. If you lose, you're only going to get 3,400 next round, which is not enough for the AK. It's not enough for the AWPs. But
it's 2 poopy buys or 1 good buy for OT.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You're playing for OT essentially if you don't want to buy in a round like this. I don't know, maybe even another pause off the back of this just to really talk options through, but they're happy to just go for this partial investment. Deagles, light utility, haven't dropped an AK across, right? They haven't gone for that kind of aggressive maneuver to give one of their stars the AK-47. Simple is hitting some shots, 28 kills for him, but maybe they think the AWP is the difference maker. How much can they make Mousesports hurt in a round like this? They've been able to establish now that it's 4 rounds in a row, a bank balance that is swelling to close out this game, and Mousesports might upset Na'Vi here today.
It's certainly set up for it. All they have to do is not fall to the Deagle. Step 1. Seems to be successful. Frozen, though, has lost himself the life and control of that AK. Why buy one when you can take one? And it's gone straight into the hands of Simple. Bomb yet to be retrieved, but already postured towards that fountain position. They've taken toilets, it's theirs. Rops does choose to once again aggress. He has the support of A-Core.
It's a 2-2 split right now. Keep your eyes on that one flash in the hands of Beer. It's either going to come down to dry peaks and massive headshots or a flash to set his teammates up. Simple's threatening now.
Oh, this is for everything. This is for all the marbles. If Na'Vi can truly make this one hurt. Oh, no! A-Core dead on the one! Rops to save the day, but he's only pulled one out of the bag. Mousesports are in trouble. Perfecto's already taken Optimus as well. Spots Bit, knows there's 2 that side. He knows where they all are. Can't control it. Mousesports, an absolute disaster. Courtesy of Simple and his dastardly Desert Eagle. No way. Bemus has got nothing. A smoke 3 to find. Perfecto's having all the fun in the world with his A and his D keys. It's a flash and a go. It's all he can do. Electronic over the smoke as well. A bit of a one-way found just to secure survival of this round. Nice find, but there it is. Na'Vi snatcher 15th out of just Desert Eagles and nades.
Absolute disaster. Simple walks away with an AWP picked up off the ground. They grabbed themselves an AK-47, and look, there is enough money for Mousesports to go for this buy. Again, sure, we've already highlighted that, but Mousesports were in the position to close this game first.
Jesus, Acor feels so safe. He's jump peeking against Deagles. He's in the slither gap of the shelf.
The thing that really must bother them the most is Frozen's been having a great game. I've spoken about how important his information on the CT side has been, and then giving away that kill right there.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the undoing. The 4v4.
Now
he can make up for it though.
Yeah, but Mousesports just have to play more Counter-Strike. It's the one thing they didn't need today, Chad.
They wanted a bit of a break.
Today was supposed to be the one best of one.
Hey guys, we only have potentially 4 maps today.
60 rounds of one overpass game coming up. Hot and steamy. Unless Electronic closes it out right now with a quick double, just like that, straight into B.
Oh no.
Mousesports dissolve. And the Hope does too. Acor and Frozen remain. The ramifications of that Deagle death echoing through the final result here. Acor's opened the door. He's just begging them to give him a chance. Anyone? Anybody want to just give this round away? No, you don't? You want to win? I guess that makes sense. Fine. He's gone, and Frozen, yes, the hero of many a CT round, unfortunately now is the last to fall, and Na'Vi.
There's no time. We're getting excited, but there's no time.
Take it, 16-14, right down to the wire. No OT required. But a sensational comeback, and it is Sasha the Smasher, definitely on form. Keep your eyes on Na'Vi. Simple is here, and they're here to stay.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. I'm still recovering from Na'Vi versus Mousesports. We thought Mousesports had mounted a comeback on that CT side, and then the Dirty Deagles came out to play round 29 Maniac. It really put the nail in a surprise coffin for Mousesports.
The tears of the Mousesports fan has to be right, because you pointed. There were good comebacks in both the halves for Mousesports. Started rough, they found the footing on the T side, same on the CT side. Acor and Frozen on the A side, finding a couple of entry kills. Dexter on B, you start thinking, okay, they're doing it. That's it, we have a comeback, we have a game. And then the Deagle round, no, that hurt me so much.
Were you feeling hurt, Janko?
No, I don't care who wins, you know. Like, I'm not coaching anymore. Whoever wins, I'm fine with it. But yeah, it does help to have Simple and Electronic right in the end. Simple round 29 with the Deagles, and then round 30 Electronic with the 2 entry kills on B. So sometimes it's as simple as that. Mousesports did a great job in the first half. Unfortunately, couldn't just close it out in the very end.
Well, hopefully we're going to be able to talk to someone from Na'Vi. Hello, let's pick up the phone. And it is Boomich in the house.
Hello.
Hello, Boomich. Firstly, thank you for joining us. And secondly, what was your reaction to the overpass map pick?
Yeah, it was really a surprise for us. That's what I can say.
Janko?
All right, cool. Yeah, cool. I mean, it was a surprise for us as well. Obviously, you know, sometimes it's hard, especially in a best of one. You wouldn't expect it to happen. But yeah, I have a question for you, just in general, right? Obviously, there's been criticism for you guys, considering sometimes, you know, towards the T sides and so on. You had a couple of weeks to prepare. Was that one of your main focuses, maybe to add a little bit of variety to that T side? What did you guys work on?
We was on bootcamp like for 7 or 8 days, I think. We was working on like all maps on overmap pool. So, you know, like beat come to us, and we have this roster now, so we should play like all maps and grinding a lot. So we not was focusing on overpass, like I want to say. It was a really surprise for us, but we will see what will be next.
Boomich, you talk about Bit, and I am very interested about his integration on all the maps. Can you tell us a little bit how it's going, if you feel already ready?
He's still a young player. He needs a lot of experience, but we're grinding a lot, like I said. I think it was a really good time for bootcamp, because like new maps for him and new roles. So everything is okay now. We are still working.
Boomich, how is your relationship with Electronic in terms of calling the game? Because we notice Electronic is playing that rotator position on the CT side of overpass. Traditionally, that's a role that an IGL would play. So how much impact is he having on the way that you're calling the game at the moment?
This role, yeah, is rotation role, but we know like everyone is communicating, so I think it's okay for us. You know, it's not hard to call something, then you're staying B short like me. So everyone is giving info, and it's okay.
But you're firmly in the leadership role on all the maps at the moment?
Yes, yes. I'm calling on the maps.
Well, Boomich, thank you so much for talking to us today. Congratulations on winning your opening best of one here at DreamHack Masters Spring. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
Well, that's me told. And I appreciate being told. I just wanted to clear it up once and for all. Let's talk about that first half then, because Na'Vi seemed so disciplined on their CT side at first. They weren't taking the bait at all from Mousesports. Rox wasn't really finding anything in his B lurks, and the pack were kind of running out of time to make assaults on A. And then suddenly, Na'Vi got maybe a little bit greedy?
Yeah, I don't know if they got greedy or if Dexter got into their heads. I have actually a package that I want to showcase to the viewers at home. Yeah, call it a package because it's just not one round. It's many rounds, right? And it's actually Dexter just completely out-moving them with the calls. It was actually round 12, 13, and 14. And this is, we could see Na'Vi, you're talking about it, they were over-rotating. They generally just stayed in the right position. But as we're about to see now, look at poor Boomich. He's completely alone. 40 seconds. Simple's already out of position. He's only got a scout. That is it. But what's really hurtful for Na'Vi is that it's going to happen again and again and again. There you go. You got Boomich again being a little bit too curious towards that catwalk position. Boom. Instant punish. The round is over. Simple, probably frustrated. He cannot have any impact. What was pretty cool about that situation is that Mousesports had been beaten to the ground up until that point. They were not finding any solution. And somehow, Na'Vi lost control of the tactical game. The chess game got out of their hands. They over-rotated a couple of times, and it was 3 rounds. One more time here. This time, full gun round. Very hurtful if you're an IGL. You stack the A side, we see here Perfecto playing that role of the, I want to say, save guy on the B side. He's alone, that's it, the round is over. They will attempt a retake into this situation as we're gonna see, but Mousesport's utility usage was on point, the timings of these were good as well, and it's gonna go down in a very, very sad situation. So Dexter did a very good job, I feel like, saving Mousesports in that first half and finding some ideas.
I am desperate to talk about both A duos on the CT side of each team, but unfortunately we don't have time, but we do have a quick moment to take a look at the upper bracket and see that Gambit will be facing off against G2 Esports, who beat Spirit in overtime. I believe it's just the one overtime. Ooh. And Na'Vi is going to be facing the winner of FaZe Clan versus Virtus Pro. Have you got any winners picks for that one, Janko?
Yeah, I mean, that game's still close. I have VPs up 13-8 now, T side of Train, so anything can happen still, right? But I think regardless of who goes through, I think it's going to be a very exciting game. Obviously, two teams we talked about, you know, need to kind of step up a little bit in terms of form. They've been in a bit of a slump, so if we do get VP versus Na'Vi, I think that's going to be a very fun one to watch.
As long as it's on the B stream, so you don't have to cover it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We'll leave that to when they come. I will air out my frustrations when the time is right, Frankie. Don't worry about that.
We are actually going to send you a little punch bag, so hopefully that's going to arrive in the next couple of days. Thank you so much, Janko, and thank you guys for watching. But don't go anywhere, because coming up after the break, we've got America versus Denmark. What a matchup! It's Astralis versus Extra Soul.
Everyone can beat each other on any given day, so you really have to play your A game.
I do believe we are very strong contenders on being the best team in North America right now.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
If you wanna be my love, baby, gotta take it slow. If you wanna be my love, I'll show you what you wanna.
Back in Sweden for the second time in Malmö, the third DreamHack Masters kicked off in late August. Everybody wanted to test their strength in this world-class competition.
In 2017, I was in a really weird state of mind when it comes to CS. But yeah, in general, the G2 Super team had a lot of pressure on them.
Going undefeated through the group stage, G2 gained confidence. Now, the Brazilian powerhouse SK Gaming waited in the playoffs.
They were like the best team in the world, literally at this time. And I remember that we should have lost that game.
Very good now. Apex has been playing like an absolute beast. 3 in total, all headshots, of course.
We knew that the task we've just made was probably like the biggest step of the tournament, you know?
One pistol's here, but that's giving it up. Kenny-S hits the first 2 shots. Of course he does!
The semi-final was really exciting to play because, well, first of all, everybody loves an IP. So it was really exciting for us to play against the crowd. I personally enjoyed that a lot. We never let the game go, you know, which could have happened, but we never did.
In the grand final, G2 faced a somewhat unexpected opponent. North, with newcomer Valde showing off his strength.
Back to pistols for the north side of things. The flank for Apex not quick enough. Valde comes charging through it. And North winning a critical round here at the grand finals.
We didn't have a beef, but I would say that it was a pretty cool matchup to play. And we are really happy to destroy them every time we had the opportunity to destroy them.
20 seconds flash into the middle. A great setup here. Body going to get one, and Shots will follow it up close range. 10 seconds left now. 9 seconds. Flick comes in on Valde, dropping the bomb. G2 Esports have played an incredible tournament. Just one kill away, and it's going to happen. 16-9. SG2 are your DreamHack Masters champions.
Take it slow, yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. We're about to get into the Group B action, starting off with Astralis versus Extra Salt. But do check out the B stream, ESL_CSGO B on Twitch if you'd like to see that Complexity Vitality matchup. We've got to fly straight into this one because we don't have much time. And yet, in the case of Astralis a few years ago, it was like, they're really good at the game. And now there is so much to say about what's going on in the Astralis camp that we don't even have time to talk it through. But Janko, what's your main takeaway right now? Is it not having an AWPer? Is it Bubsky having a 0.52 rating because he's only played one map in the last 3 months? I don't know, take it away.
I think it's definitely the device bombshell, right? And the fact that it was hidden so well, I think it surprised everyone in the scene, and such an integral part of the lineup that's been lost, been together for, what, 7 years, you know, the core of Xyp9x, Device and dupreeh. So, right, definitely they have a lot of things to figure out, and it's going to be interesting to see how they approach it. Does someone else pick up the role full time, or they're just gonna throw it around like G2 does? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, it didn't necessarily go that well for G2 when it's just Nico doing it. I am wondering if it's going to be Device Maniac because he... Device? It's not Device anymore, I'm sorry, it's hashtag too soon. dupreeh, when he did it a few years ago when Device went on medical leave, I think maybe it was far back as 2016.
Yeah, dupreeh makes the most sense to take that role, right? And I also believe that Astralis will have to play a bit more of a messy Counter-Strike, which they don't really like. But if you're looking for someone to carry in that, I want to say circumstances, that would be dupreeh.
All right, we're going to go into the map veto right away. As we talk about this map veto, we do know, Maniac, that Extra Salt have a 7-map pool.
Yeah, so the numbers are a little bit skewed for Extra Salt because before the EU stint, they were still over NA. They were winning pretty much all the games, and so their numbers are insane, like through the roof. Win rate, all over the places, but they play all the tactical maps. So as I can see, for example, an Overpass is still in there, Nuke is still in there. So I think we're going to end up in either of those, which could be a little bit uncomfortable for Astralis. They actually have to make a choice now between the 2 maps I mentioned, Overpass or Nuke. On which map do you want to integrate Bubsky? We know they try on Nuke. Maybe that's where you go. Exactly. You keep it to the guns you know. Not that it was necessarily working, but at least you have a semblance of, I want to say, knowledge of what you want to do.
Janko, where are you placing Bubsky now? Because traditionally he subbed in for Xyp9x in the ramp position on CT side, and he was kind of a lobby lurk on their T side. So where would you place him now?
I would expect, because of seniority, that Xyp9x keeps his role. So maybe if dupreeh is going to play rotation with the op, now we have Bubsky fill dupreeh's role, playing door and all that jazz. So still we'll have to wait and see what did they decide to do. It could be the other way around, just Xyp9x doing it, Bubsky going to ramp. But yeah, all in all, Extra Salt team pretty hot right now. So we'll see. There's definitely a lot of upset potential in this one.
Well, we've got 2 hot tamales waiting for us over in the casted booth because we have got Chad and Alex standing by to take us to Cedar Creek Power Plant.
Oh, I mean, I'll take hot tamale any day of the week. I'd rather that than a mild salsa. So thank you very much to Frankie and the Fajita gang. We'll be getting into this one, though.
Yeah, I can give you guys a bit of information as you stand there on the desk. Just here hot off the presses, Astralis won the knife round. They will be starting on the CT side. I know it's groundbreaking news.
Yeah, well, this is Frankie, and she's going to attempt to perfectly act
Two different voices at once.
Yeah, I thought she was going to be like our kind of puppet. We were going to be the puppeteers. She had to mimic us.
Yeah. We're working on it.
We are on our way to Cedar Creek, as so astutely pointed out. And Astralis Extra Salt, there is a whole lot to be said about this one. The desk has already scraped the surface.
Yeah, well, we know who's going to be salty. I don't know if there's going to be anything sweet for Astralis in this one, though, because I actually am really excited to see what type of Counter-Strike Extra Salt are able to put on against what used to be the world's best, right? Now, obviously, things have changed. The desk just touched on that. The device thing, if you missed it, go check the news. But all in all, Astralis, let's not say crumbling. I'd say they're maybe rebuilding at this point or looking towards that. I think Extra Salt and their campaign in Europe so far this year is a success.
Undeniably.
You can't look at what these guys have done. They've come on over, right? All the talk is North American Counter-Strike. It's dying. These guys have come on over. You know, JT is putting in that blood. Oh, hello, everybody. There we go.
Hello.
Yeah, so what's going on? You're in this room with us. We have this cardboard cutout of a green frog. Don't know his name, but he's thinking of things.
You don't know his name. Chad Burchill.
Is it Reginald?
You know, you're onto something. You're nearly there.
Reginald the Frog.
You've heard of a frog recently, haven't you? In popular culture.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
He's like the new Kermit, actually.
He was
Kermit like in terms
frog.
of famous frogs.
Yeah, this guy's probably the most
Pepe
famous
has
frog.
superseded Kermit.
Does any? Well, yeah, okay. Well, we're into the game now. You don't have to listen to the frogs anymore. We'll get this one started.
Did you ever collect frog spawn?
No.
No.
Oh, tadpoles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, come on now.
Yeah, it took a while.
Pre-tadpole.
I don't think so.
Now let's see what Extra Salt have decided to throw at Astralis. They're going to be looking to see what sticks. Been very impressed with their pickup of Fang. 18 years of age and already managing to play and have huge highlights. No silencer on Magisk pistol, so at least a little bit of a discombobulation. And it's come together beautifully as the last tap comes in. Glaive pieces it together, and Astralis start off with a bang. Just a top site exec then, a little smattering of util and throwing their bodies through hut.
You know what? I know this is, what I'm about to do is like comparing apples and oranges in a very big way, but
Sure.
what happened last time somebody left Astralis? Like somebody chose to actively leave Astralis.
Well, didn't they just end up getting Magisk Boy and becoming the best team to ever touch the game?
Yeah. Well, now they've lost Device, who arguably is the greatest to ever do it when you look at his achievements.
Well, he's got like the most MVP trophies, and Kyobi won the MVP of the major before departing.
Okay, maybe
losing an MVP is the stimulus they need.
Imagine if Bubsky comes in
and
wins the MVP at the next major. Could you imagine that
Could you
story
imagine?
out?
I feel like Astralis just they're filling up pages and pages now. So it's
yeah. Well, I'm ready for a new book, but maybe they aren't. So we've got these secret smokes out. We're going to see Extra Salt.
Hello.
Getting their way on down. Dupree with a nice shot there. Sonic will fall.
Wow, Zipex couldn't have any more information, and Bloodshed come his way. He does get 2 of the 3 required. Fang's space not going to be able to deny the plant necessarily if they could retrieve it. Marky and Fang, the 2 new additions. Only Fang. And that is the conversion they were looking for. They'll get some sidearm upgrades, but only losing 1. It is the dream start for Astralis and their adventures. But as we talked about on the desk chat, and I'd love for you to keep my finger on the pulse as much as you can, as well as, of course, the viewers, as to how their CT setups and, of course, once we get into that second half, are adjusted in the absence of a prominent AWP presence.
Yes. So I think a note there is Zipex was the first rotator down once they got towards from ramp, right? So I agree in the seniority, and you know, Zipex as being a passive ramp holder, nothing wrong with that. He's back over there and around like this. Glaive is towards yard, comboed up with Dupree towards main. He's on that scout.
I mean, Bubsky was also such an exciting prospect in the Mad Lions era, as he did kind of, you know, once again get snatched up. I would love to see him kind of start putting ink to paper for his own second chapter. Now, Magisk has fallen into ramp to return fire, and it's a dream spray. 3 with Zipex there, who was very low, might I add, and the very reason Magisk rotated in as and when he did. Sonic being pushed, playing around the smoke, and he's well aware that there's a hunt coming in, and that was the element of surprise he needed. Manages to grab himself 1 of the 4, and even worming his way out of the ramp fight, so he'll be happy with that. No, Zipex caught a dink early, so he might just want to try and push the issue there and land a stray bullet with his dynamic MP9 or Tech 9.
Yeah, this one here, any more damage that Sonic can do is great. You know, the fact that they've grabbed 2 kills in this one already, still plenty of time to look for 1 more. HP the biggest issue, but the dink was there. Dupree cops that one, finishes him off, and there you can see the body's just strung on out. Great spam from Magus there to lock on down the ramp room. So we move into round number 4. The guns will come out, so that's Extra Salt buying in with those AK-47s. Now, OC is the man that, you know, I'll be turning my attention to. In North America, he was absolutely owning, but I think he's got the shock when he's come to Europe that people actually flash AWPers off the line and I mean, more proficient with the utility.
I imagine there was a really, really crucial, completely necessary part of his European trip where he was riding that high of taking fights, and then there are bad habits that need to be punished. And I imagine some of his time here has been spent, you know, correcting those bad habits. It's the awkward one when you are an import. Now he's lining up the molly.
This is what we want to look for, is the executes of Extra Salt. JT is a massive utility nerd, and they're into top.
Yeah, but are they? The molly is perfect. Completely keeps them at bay. He's even considering a wallbang, a resmoke for Squeak. And they're going for a top pop. Magisk is contesting nicely. Alongside for the ride is Glaive, and it's perfect. Only one remains and toppled before they even get going.
Okay.
Astralis. Dude, the way they contested that was so naughty. The door was open, they do a deeper smoke, Magisk pushes in on that, and all of the power you have of a double-pronged assault denied.
Yeah, that was great stuff there. And I think, obviously, Astralis are here with something to prove today.
God, yeah, look at that. They're all channeled. As Magisk is getting that frag, they're channeled into this two-man setup. They had Glaive and Bubsky, both established on the low site, ready to receive. Magisk just mops up what was left. Great start. Extra Salt yet to make an impact. Wall of smokes, Glaive forced to the yard position. It is all a little fruity in the absence of device.
He did make a tweet, Glaive, saying that he wasn't going to be AWPing. It would just be funny for him just to AWP. I think Glaive, by virtue of just being the best team in the world for a while, had to become one of my favorite heals in Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So now if he's just like trolling people and getting away with it, sure, I'm with it. But hold up. Speaking of AWPs, Dupree in the lower site with a big green. They're going to be so hard to predict, Astralis.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the teams that everyone had a good read on, transitioning into being the one that no one has a read upon. They are going to start pivoting Decon in the presence of that AWP. It makes sense. It's the only avenue that does potentially hold weight and water. Dupree, however, tucks into dark, completely concedes radio control.
Lots of moving parts here. You can see and hear these rotations. So very noisy business. Dupree in an awkward spot for the AWP.
Yeah, he's got the sound cues at the doors. Knows when he'll have to address them. Nice find, but Zipex should have done enough. Marky falling down now to the Glaive rotation. Sonic dreaming of a plan. Dreaming of one, and Glaive denies it with a lovely headshot as well.
Still has the scout. He's not even going to get himself a rifle upgrade. Still going to be rocking that one going into what will be round number 6.
Zipex has got the big green out.
I think he picked that one up of Dupree's body there. So I think he'll be dropping that one back across. He has done, and it has been a technical pause just called here out of the Astralis camp. They're already ready to go. You can see quick as you like, and I will let you know that that scout that I was getting so excited about, Glaive don't want it. He's throwing that one over the fence at spawn. We're about to get this one back underway. Now, what's the change-up going to be from Extra Salt here? Because it's not like they've had many rounds to even sink their teeth into so far. Only the second gun round here.
I do like the stance you've taken, though, and it's one that I'm sure I'll return to as we watch this play out, that Astralis have something to prove again.
Oh, for
Dude,
sure.
This is a team that for the longest time haven't had anything to prove. You know, if anything, they were just having to meet the impossible expectations of their legacy. Now it's like, well, people are expecting us to fail, and they used to relish in that. They used to relish in people not expecting them to be able to stay at the top. Now, perhaps that doubt will drive them further forward. It's up against Extra Salt, who have been having their fair share of scalps here on European soil. JT, though, oh, saved by the bell, saved by the Marquee headshot. They'll get across now. The smoke's deployed, enables full passage to Secret. The rotates will be forced and already at a man disadvantage. This is shaping up to be a potential first round. I say that, though. JT and Sonic already well under 50. And Dupree's holding this line. OC should be a dead man.
Oh, he's lost
Didn't
it now.
spot him, yeah. Nice. This is a real chance now. Missed shot from Dupree as well. Zipex is going to be hyper aware of this. Being pushed on. Oh dear, OC sound cues galore. They know they've lost track of him. Zipex is already extended into a 4v4.
Only 35 seconds to this. Running out of time here, Extra Salt.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be a top pincer, isn't it? And Dupree seems so very ready to pull the trigger. They do bait him in. And 2 across. This is it. This is the next frag. The next frag determines it all, and it's Magis pushing to Hut. JT has not enough in the tank, and that's another for Astralis. They remain spotless on this defense. Best of 1, need I remind you?
Jeez, this is going very, very quick. We do have a bit of a B-stream update that we can bring everybody at home. Here it is on the screen, 15-13. Currently in favor of VP. Just one more round that they need. It's a 2v2 situation. The bomb is down, and oh, dearie me, it's Cold Zero to try and hold on for FaZe. They are boot camping right now in Serbia, I believe, and obviously you guys have all heard about the Carrigan edition in recent times. But remember, this is the best of 1. They still have a life in this one if they do fall here. It doesn't look good for Cold, Alex. I'm just going to put it like that.
Yeah, well, we've got a timeout in our game, so you're not missing any of the action as we watch Cold try and clutch up for another chance from FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, the bomb's on the other side.
Yeah.
No kit. Poor soul. All right, and that's the least fun way to lose an entire map.
Especially when they clawed it back, right? It was looking like VP were going to run away with this one very, very easy. They close it in, 16-13, easy as you like. So we're going to get into the best of 3s for both of those teams going forward in the tournament. It'll be VP versus Na'Vi, and then obviously Mouse Sports will be taking on the likes of FaZe. So we always have that Carrigan Mouse Sports storyline there, and Mouse Sports have been looking better with all the counter. That's a fun one to sink your teeth into later.
Especially considering, yeah, Carrigan was like, I think Mouse was stringing together a large amount of wins just as he was departing, as it was announced they were losing him. So very interesting to see how that battle wages on in a full best of 3 environment. Only the opening games will be in this best of 1, so do not fret.
Okay, well, it looks like Extra Soul are going back towards the top. Hit again. It didn't work last time.
Is Magisk on top again? This has been the perfect counter to their util exec top. They just had Bubsky previously, now Magisk playing up above, elevated position, and it's perfect fight on that Z-axis for anyone coming out hard. Don't drop off, whatever you do. Okay, he has fallen into the flames. They're testing ramp, and Zipex, nice. Good for the first headshot, and now completely evaporates. He does not need to contest, but they're very fast and hot on his heels. Another headshot presents itself, can't convert. It's Bubsky and Dupree that can, though, and Marquis doing anything alongside OC. They managed to get themselves into a 2v2. Just by the skin of their teeth, and the trade from OC. Magisk spotted on the cross decon. Marquis is a sitting duck for that nade. Oh, it's perfect. Magisk, you beast. He gets them both.
Real problems now for Extra Soul. It's not necessarily the scoreline that I'm worried about. It's the lack of frags from the likes of OC and Fang. So far, only 1 kill apiece. You got JT and Sonic there with 2 each, and then just Marky. He's leading the charge with 7.
You just feel shut out, don't you?
Yeah, if you take a look at the rounds recaps in terms of players left alive, that is the closest round that we have had from Extra Soul so far, with only 2 Astralis players left standing. Before that, we're looking at 3 players alive, 4 players alive, that kind of region. So they're getting closer. But now they'll have to be back down to these pistols once more. There's lots of smokes straight across the secret. Dupree, AWP, tucks on in.
So you know how Device became Devet at times when he was really popping off?
Yep.
Maybe Dupree does become Dupe when the Orc's in his hands. We'll have to keep our eyes on that, keep our finger to the Dupe pulse.
It's just going to be curious to see how they tackle this going forward, right?
Bang.
Let's see how many he can get. Give us another one, Dupree. There we go, easy as you like. Now, for those not too familiar with Dupree, there was an event where he actually had to do the AWPing. I think Device was sitting this out. This is many years ago now, but it was on Mirage. I think it was a Blast event. It was the best of ones that they were doing back there. And he had a bit of a field day because there's a big difference between being a primary AWPer and being a secondary AWPer. If you're a secondary AWPer, you have a lot more freedom, right? People aren't studying you, your flight paths, where you move it. Whereas Device, right? One of the biggest things with a player like Device is his positioning, how he rotates around the map, how he helps his teammates, or if they die, how he can clean up their mess. Dupree's going to be more of like a in-your-face type AWPer.
And jumping on that Device point, it's a perfect pedestal that we can then use to embody why people are ringing the alarm bells upon his departure.
Sure.
Because of his positioning, because of the amount he provided to his team as a one-man presence on the server in terms of information, fragging, as well as his positioning and rotations.
Yeah, and I think if we continue down the point of right, what we're saying to prove, is the sense that for Magus, his games have been a bit up and down. For Bubsky, he was fighting to get that server time, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot for these guys who have previously been struggling a little bit now to ignite that fire within them. Because if there were any questions before, right, maybe, Glave's worried about he's going to be a dad soon, and, Zipex, he's been doing it for a long time, maybe he's on his way out the door. All those question marks is now, oh, he left us? Let's show him what he left,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And here, Extra Salt is the perfect way for Astralis to come on in, right? Get, I don't want to say an easy game, but out of all the opponents you could have here, Extra Salt would probably be towards the top of the list with the likes of Pain, etc.
Grief. Imagine new Astralis versus new Nip. It's Stockholm, and Device is not wearing an Astralis jersey.
Oh, they're just getting mauled, Alex.
Yeah, this one's an absolute open and shut case. We're at 1 minute 35 as Extra Salt find their first in now a 2 versus 4.
It's not looking good by any means.
It's just so suffocating, and I can empathize. I can put myself into the shoes of Extra Salt, where it just feels like every round starts off at a disadvantage. You never get to initiate your game plan that came out of the mouth of your leader. It's always going to have to be something reactive to this hyperactive Astralis CT side, and here's a perfect example of the hyperactivity. Magis wants lobby info, and it may cost him his life. Yeah, punished for his ignorance and his very laissez-faire approach. He's actually now being joined by the entire CT squad. They're pushing lobby. They're going round the world. OC could be behind them both here. One, not the second, close, but no cigar. Astralis punished for their aggressions in the first rounds found.
Oh, there's the round. Now we need to see if those floodgates are going to open here. There's lots of money for Astralis to bounce back with a buy, but maybe overcooking the pooch, I think that's the term I've been using for that one. You know, the aggression punished, and with it, the round. So good to see Sonic still giving her a crack of the whip here. This is the second one in the back of the head for Magus. Not ready for that whatsoever. A bunch of the kills there, players not even looking the right way, so good round from the Saltinis. They're throwing the yard smokes, but they really want to try and punish Ramp here. You can see them all in lobby, grouped on up. Once that smoke fades, they could set up for the corner pick on Ramp, where they go for the boost for the AWP, which is now in the hands of OC. Fang jumps across, tries to bait the shot. OC can establish his line of sight. And Zipax needs to be very careful about how he transitions across these positions. Does not really have a huge support network here. More nades to soften and delay. Smoke towards Squeaky. That'll deny another advance from Extra Salt, who now have to sit and wait for another 20 seconds. But no yard presence, right? They have 0 yard presence. They didn't cross anybody to secret. They don't have anybody trying to flank around ladder. And Astralis have not dropped a single player in towards that lower bomb site.
Why would you? Nothing to fear. Vents is held, ramp is held. There is absolutely no fear. And Astralis are operating under the assumption that no one's got contact silent, unchecked all the way across. And they're right to do so. This setup for the top pop is perfect. Bubsky's got Hut, but now they've lost Glaive. This could be it. Bubsky needs a double and provides it alongside with Magis. JT's the one to double up. Now they have a man advantage. Even more so, Dupree thrust into a 1v3. He's already managed to equalize the odds somewhat. Needs more, 20 seconds. Bombs on OC's back. Dupree to contest this, he'd have to be vulnerable on the drop down! JT's missed his shot, that Godfang is there. That nearly completely slipped away from them. JT was a little red-faced, a little hot under the collar, happy to be providing 2 on the way in though. His double with the Galil gave them that advantage that they do manage to convert. That's 2 for Extra Salt. An immediate response is a timeout from the Danes.
Yeah, and big reason to do so right now, because Whittle the way is that catch situation for Astralis. These are the frags from JT. Always good with a flashbang, old JT, but looking better on the Galil in this round right here. The money situation for Astralis is the reason they have taken a timeout. Glaive has 5.2. You had Dupree there. He had about, I think it was just under that 5K mark. And it looks like they will be purchasing on in here. Okay. So they're going to make this buy work. It's definitely not going to be as strong. You won't have all your Molotovs. The AWP won't be in play. Even in question right now, maybe a defuse kit. Zipex is yet to buy. He's going to go with a scout. So this is quite the mix-up. We've got UMP for Magus, 3 M4s for Dupree, Glaive, and Bubsky.
He's not taking the scout ramp, is he?
Maybe he wants a bit of a biff, because OC looked like he was more than happy to establish some fights over towards that section of the map here. But this is Extra Salt's chance. If they win this round right now, Astralis will be humbled. They'll be forced down to what should be just light pistol upgrade. Can start working on a bit of a T side for Extra Salt. Squeaky blown on off. Sonic having a little look on now. Speculative jiggles here, there, and everywhere as the CT smoke will be baited, and they're lining up their Molotovs for this top hit again. And as you pointed out, Bubsky, he now resides on top of the silos, on top of the site, ready to avoid any of this utility damage.
And it's such a luxury by having someone main and Hut. You're so comfortable, you're so safe, no worries of the crazy main fight that you're vulnerable for. This is a good setup from Astralis. How does Extra Salt interact with it? The mollies will fly in. That will be the cue. Flames to come with it, but they've lost Sonic before any of that. Just as the utils dropped, and now they look to drop down vents. They have managed to get the bomb down there. Marky could love and would love a plant here. Fang leading the way. Straight in. Marky to plant safe. Fang to seize as much space as he can. JT was desperate to join the pack, but he's lost his life in the process. This is a perfect position from OC. And oh, there's more. There's more. dupreeh, a perfect rotation. He manages to open up the secret avenue for the rotate down. 2v4, no fun for anyone on this Extra Salt squad. He'd need a very, very snazzy double here, or even a triple. Magisk is the first victim, needs a second quickly, and Marky provides. You're right. That no kit's gonna cost him. Zipex no with a scout. Couldn't do anything, and dupreeh's on the way out. There you have it, 2v4 from the two new additions. Marky and Fang put a third on the board.
Sharp shooting there as well, just lopping off a couple of heads and securing an important round. That saved M4 from dupreeh. How long is he going to get to hold on to it? Marky doesn't want to risk his life, and there is a chance. There is a real chance for Extra Salt to establish a couple more here.
That was a full investment from Astralis, and it looked good. It looked good until Marky happened. Great catch. Isolates his first duel onto Magisk, a little ahead of the pack. And that was the crucial headshot.
Yeah, copped a dink in the fray there as well. So, yeah, good stuff. And, well, now, as I mentioned, it will just be Astralis onto these light pistol upgrades. A couple of Deagles, well, a couple of P250s, just the one Deagle. Zipex honest on the USP.
I'll learn how to stop my Casio from beeping every hour, but for tomorrow, everyone, I'm sorry about that.
But at least you guys know it's on the hour.
Every hour. Casio. JT, however, hello.
That was the M4. That's already been dropped right now. So the biggest gun out of the picture. That's actually a huge find. I think a lot of the pressure, yeah, a lot of pressure just from that one kill has been alleviated. A big part of this is, hey, let's find the saved M4. Well, that's on the floor.
Oh, perfect chance. Nothing to report. P250, close quarters. Satisfying. Silent dismount, but silence is broken as Zipex actually does manage to find a frag and the bomb. Just a USP, no less, and a very loud hunt as the bomb's picked up. Marky, careful now. Thank you.
Yeah, this one should just peter on out now. Chizbovsky left. The dink's good. The pickup of the AK would have been better, but OC there with the trade. 8-4.
This is getting good. This is getting competitive. I mean, the Astralis wall has officially been broken. That's 4 in a row. And Chad, this all started with that little bit overzealous lobby crunch.
Taken one too many fights there for Astralis has led them down a whole of 4 rounds. So they're going to want to bounce back before we get towards the tail end of this half. Look, we're not going to bother talking about the team that was, once the best on Inferno and Nuke. That is ancient history at this point.
Crazy to say. Truth.
Get the smokes out towards Yard. Glaive doing his best to unravel JT, who's the only man making this
is a good
arduous
call.
Cross.
We know that Astralis have struggled in that low site, especially considering that 2v4 we just witnessed. So just by having someone slip the net, JT's going to get a lot of paranoia, potential rotates. He's deploying his util, he's keeping them honest. Someone's going to have to respond. Nice catch just as he's fallen off. Bubsky does go down. Magisk vulnerable, but does well to find a second on the same mag. And with backs turned, Zipex can punish. Solid top site hold, a 1v3 presented to JT.
I'm very impressed with how Astralis handled that one right there. One of the things that Extra Salt, especially like if you consider these guys in previous teams, is just their utility usage, their executes, their creativity with some of that. And you see it coming out here, right? That Molotov is actually dropped by one of the CTs, trying to flood on off the top of the bomb box there. But it was just perfect timing. The multi-kill from Magus. Zipex gets there in time to clean up the other two. They have to draw their attention. And now Extra Salt, well, they've bought, it's a Galil and a Tech-9, 3 AKs around it, light util. Glaive wants to fight this. He's going to be in front of the smoke wall.
Fancies a biff. He's going to throw his wall one way if you're not careful as well. What's his cue? If they throw the molly, he'll immediately one way and jump up on that. He'll be able to take OC and Marky down if they're not careful. Let's hope they've done their homework. This is a Glaive special. 2 years in the making. He's been whipping this one out.
No one's watching Yard right now, so Glaive is very brave in the way that he's doing this. I think dupreeh just took a look from top heaven, so here comes the smoke wall now. Glaive's dropped his. That negates their smoke wall completely. They're going to have to play in front of it.
You're right. It channels them into dupreeh, who has, once again, reacted to house this. Magic's got so many options. Oh, the timing, we just so well. Manages to find Marky on main. There's more up there in the rafters, even trades. They're not checking. dupreeh close quarters on the AWP, and there they go. Astralis, their top site hold is so rigid.
Yeah, the flexible players right now are glaive and dupreeh, right? Magisk and that of Bubsky are very static over towards that top side. They've been locking it down. Multi-kills is what they're assigned to do. And then Zipex over towards ramp. He just has to play off whatever's thrown his direction. So everything seems to be going swimmingly right now for Astralis, other than that blotch of 4.
Like they often get the 1. They often get that first, but then immediately it's either Magisk or Bubsky. They'll take contact like at the same time, and you can't seem to house one of them. Here comes Marky, fast down the vents and successful. Up against Astralis, this previously gave them a round. He doesn't have the bomb this time, though. They're going ramp. They want to knock dupreeh down a peg. A high flash and a retreat. It's not going to slow them. dupreeh's down, ready and waiting. That's a big find. Hello, Hell. Could open up an option to the top site.
Ladder's very, very open right now. This would be the pivot. You look at the rotation for Astralis, it's Bubsky to deal with this, and he is out of position. We'll have to mantle up and over. Glaive now trying to deal with the lost space as well. And if Extra Salt just want to hit the brakes right now with a minute 15 on the clock, they can. Corralled with JT's call back towards the lobby. OC has himself that AUG. They have a molly. If they come out squeaky, smoke main, molly CT vent, that is going to allow you to focus top hut, bomb boxes, rafters. That's one avenue they can go for. And if they hit too much, let's say, of a wall, they can drop down the vent. So there's still a chance here for Extra Soul, even though they are operating with much weaker buy. You can see how much respect is being given.
Bubsky's position is perfect to summarize Astralis' mental state. And that's the frag they needed. OC has provided. And now the smoke, now the molly, now the go. It's only Bubsky. Can't put the bullets between the two of them. Simply opens up the site and enables a potential 5th here. Extra Salt, a 2-man advantage as they come up secret. Astralis, dupreeh and Magisk up against the world.
Smoke for Squeaky here for dupreeh. That's one position you want to isolate, and then these flashes have to be perfect.
Fang's got vision. Fang's got first contact.
Oh, gap and smoke too.
Exactly the right timing, and yeah, dupreeh's there for the trade, but I'm afraid it's just too much. Extra Assault, they're probably not going to be complaining. They've pulled it off with just the pistols and an AUG on OC. 3 frags from him. He's been kept honest on this T-side nuke, but the CT side is about to commence, and he'll start his magic after the break, because it's a 10-5 half. Astralis, Extra Soul, duking it out, and it continues here at DreamHack Masters Spring in just a moment.
I'm Sonic, I'm from Extra Salt, and we're here to spread some salt in the wounds.
2020 was a trying year for North American Counter-Strike fans, and 2021 looks to be more of the same. With players leaving for pastures new, the scene has been thinning quite a bit. Hell, even Cloud9 went European for a bit with a little bit of American flair.
I do believe we are very strong contenders on being the best team in North America right now.
Exodus, however, breeds opportunity, and the faithful amongst you shall be rewarded. While some saw NACS as dying, others saw their chance to represent the region. It turns out, to save NACS, all you need is a little NACI.
Me and Johnny have been playing together for a really long time. We're kind of like glue, or he's the Pepsi, I'm the Coke.
Perhaps the most exciting part of Extra Salt is that they represent the 3 biggest countries in North America, with 1 Canadian, 1 American, and the seldom seen Mexican. While we've seen American and Canadian players be up there with the best, Mexico is a country of pure untapped potential.
Marky is the Mexican god.
NA's finest came to Europe on an absolute tear. Extra Salt were unquestionably the best team in North America, not finishing below 3rd in any event, and dunking on Pain 3-0 in the DreamHack Open March final.
First and the second as well!
Sonic and the gang are here to prove that NACS is alive and go back to North America with experience and maybe even a trophy to go with it.
I think the only thing I can say to the opponents is respect us. Other teams have failed to do so in the past.
Closer, the end's running near.
10-5 as we prepare and return to Nuke. It's our third best of one of the day. The establishing matches will be thrusting many teams into that lower bracket straight out of the gate. It's going to be a very punishing fate for big names already. We've seen a couple fall.
Next time we come back from the break and we have that wind noise on Nuke going through, can we do because I had like a Wild Wild West kind of vibe. I know Nuke's not really.
We can have a showdown on Nuke. It would be kind of a cool cowboy bebop aesthetic.
Need a few revolvers in the mix though. I think the one expert on the top of your screen there, oh dearie me. I think the game may end up closer than that if Extra Salt can pull them off a pistol off here on the CT side. JT 2 flashes into defuse kit. This slow crawling pace and this passive angle being held from JT. He is going to need to hit some absolute bangers from this range.
Yeah, valiant attempt. Powerful spot on top of that red box, but already 3 have slipped the net straight down. Let's see what the rotation's like from the CTs. Down the vents already, and Sonic gets info, gets more than he bargained for in response, but immediately
that's all they wanted.
They try and force the rotate. They're trying to catch him out here. They're playing
Hello, OC.
to exploit, and there is a horrible death for OC. He is the victim. Nice catch, Marky. Learn a bit more about him during the break, and Fang with some good shots.
Needs
if
another.
only he could find one more. Tucked in, they're playing from lobby, they're contesting this nicely. If they can delay that plant, another frag would be great, but now the bomb down.
JT's got the flashes still.
You can hear them. Magis can really play spoiler here. He has got no Kevlar. They're all opting for that squeaky area. Sonic trying to jump peek. He hasn't synchronized with the Dupree's exposed body yet. Magis on the flank though. It's going to be down to this. 1, 2 heads are required. Only the one found. Fang's got enough done. Dupree doesn't have the time, and there's a lovely first round out of the gate, out of the break. Extra Salt take the CT pistol.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, and they definitely need that one right there if they want to be competitive in a map like this. You saw that streak, that flow out the doors coming from Astralis, where they had 8 on the trot. We had Extra Salt bounce back with 4 of their own, and then the back and forth nature to close out the half. But I'm impressed with Marky, right? Like, I think for the longest period of time, you look at a lot of these guys, you have the Liquids, you have the EGs/NRGs, you've obviously got the Brazilians, you had 100 Thieves, you had all these different names who were in North America competing in the North American slots and spots who weren't necessarily North Americans. Now, these guys have the lion's share of their players there. Extra Salt, you just had Sonic in that video saying they could be the best team in North America. Now, I'm sure Liquid will have a thing or two to say about that.
I'm sure they would.
But I think that the level of prep and strat that we see out of Extra Salt, it's pretty damn good.
Well, and in terms of the comparison as well, it's funny you bring up Liquid. I'd consider Marquee to be another one of a similar storyline. This is going to be a heavily tagged up Magisk. He does get across, but a comparison between Marquee and Stewie in terms of just he was always around the big names in his region. He was playing with them, competing with them in more pickup environments.
Huge shot.
And now with Dupree's equalizing frag and a bomb plant already.
They're
These
so
rifles.
Split. They're so split.
Oh, Lord.
There's 2 players yard still right now for a shot. So they could come in main to vent.
And they will. Bubsky does go down immediately. Zipex is going to be on notice. Dupree going to try and support. They want to contest. They know there's at least 2 coming this way, and Zipex is going to soften them up. He may do it all. Magic is immediately there for the trade. Awkward. Very awkward. No kit either for OC and Fang, and they're fully committed. Time-sensitive mission, not the 10-second defuse. Fang needed that. One of them needs to get on it now.
Is there time?
And just defend it. Just defend it, and they've done it, and that is a huge win. Win?
I think it's all right. It's going to be very close, but just.
Okay.
Yeah, I was more in your camp, right? I was definitely in that camp, and then I went, nah, they got it. They're not going to be sticking around if they knew that bomb was going to blow on up.
No one's going to be letting go of that defuse key as his teammate OC's desperately holding on.
Hey, guys, are we sure?
Fang, bro. Fang found the must-win frag and the 10-second defuse. They saved their hides. That would have been a colossal loss of momentum for Extra Salt, and instead, they can actually just take their foot off the gas for a second. They're not going to be up against the full AKs. Tactical timeout is called, though.
Yeah, get to have a bit of a breather, and you guys get to have a bit of a B-Stream update. So this is the third best of 3 over there for the day of the B-Stream. You've got Team Vitality with their new boy, Kyojin. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm not huge on the anime maze. Versus Complexity, who have also been playing a lot of Counter-Strike lately. So this will be an interesting one. This is the debut of the new Vitality roster. So if you want to check what they look like after RPK, this is your first chance. ESL_CSGO B.
Yeah, not forgetting as well, you get to take a little look at... oh, I had a point.
Sorry.
My fault.
I rumbled on for a little bit longer there.
Yeah, my brain just decided to start thinking about the fact that we've got a casting to do.
Well, they force bought again, Astralis, so we can kind of get back on in that way. Look, it's maybe not a force buy. Maybe just the AK for Dupree and a couple of light pistols. Let's see what Dupree can do here. Has a duel with JT lined up.
Config's been having a really good few months. Thank you, Brain. We got there.
Dupree's just done a massive entry like Config would do. So it's all come full circle here as JT's dead at ramp. Lower is...
No, not again.
It's open for business. Fang is going to have a hard time defending with the Famas from here.
Yeah, he's still paranoid about Secret as well. They might even swing the doors open behind him. This is a lot of space lost. Zipex baits the shot, even converts it. Marky really does have to save the day now for Extra Salt. And he's not going to get a second look in. Great double peek. You can see Bubsky was there to soften him up from the elevated spot.
Should be a save.
So it seems Extra Salt are going to immediately have to rehash their rotations a little bit.
Yeah, because it's this round and the pistol round and where they got beaten in the rotations, right? I know that they ended up winning that pistol round, but OC got a rude shock. And to be fair, Astralis sold that very well. They had 3 players on that pistol go down Secret and then pivot back up. Of course, you're going to be hightailing on the rotations. But right here, as soon as JT died, there was no presence on Yard. Otherwise, what's Fang thinking about? And then he is caught in a position where unless he gets that kill, that first kill to Zipex, he's not getting anything done. So that's Astralis. You know, just with that AK for Dupree, he makes it work exactly like it was designed. This was it. Dupree, you have the big gun. Bang. Go find us a headshot. They get the avenue towards ramp. Snowball into the site. And that Zipex kill onto Fang. Well, that basically sealed the deal right there. Will be a timeout now from Extra Salt. They need to talk through their options.
Astralis looking really rigid, though. Dupree gets the AK opening frag. The rest is just a formality. They just know what they've got to take. And also seem to be responding very quickly to the whim and will of Glaive. So CT timeout, taking their 30 seconds hiatus.
It's pretty good to see the void being filled. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more tests, as we're aware, for this Astralis roster, right? This is the first time that we're seeing them in an official capacity since Devices departed. So there's going to be teething issues. A lot of people probably questioning where is the fragging going to come from. I think Magus definitely is a superstar. He's got 19 kills in this one. If he can get back to his old form, then they can definitely display some of the issues that we are talking about.
Taking stock of Extra Salt's trip to Europe so far, though, they've lost to teams such as Spirit, Big Clan, EPG Family, and Sinners very, very recently, but also victories against Dignitas, Fours, Linkby Vikings, Big Clan. In a best of 3, losing out in that best of 5 with a crazy final map. Really a series worth checking out. If you're looking to elaborate upon your Extra Salt fandom, do check out that brutal best of 5.
Oh, someone's already responded to this lower. It's JT tucked on in.
Blind as a bat. Oh, didn't get away. Dupree has got a beeline straight for him. Does tame the spray and initiate what looks like another lost B site. Fang does very well to survive that. Got to play for the retake at this point if they wanted to. Look at that. They've already got Bubsky still in trophy. They always have this little curveball ready to ensure that that rotate is going to be no fun. Oh, not even the save is going to be fun at that point.
It looked like they were already trying to save their Extra Salt. So another find right there from Bubsky is huge. Zipex is on the hunt. He spots OC towards spawn. So the high alert is out now. If you're Astralis, you might want to get a hunt on. Might want to get a move on and see if you can take away a rifle or 2.
But they are bullying them, aren't they?
Yeah, it looked like they got a lot of space way too easy there, didn't it? I know it was a force buy of Extra Salt, but that's still...
But just by virtue of the fact that they just keep hitting this lower site, like if you're a CT side on Nuke, one thing that's really going to get under your skin is if the fundamental that, hey, let's make sure we get our rotates right, boys, throughout this CT side. Every time you're kind of being slapped in the face with, well, you didn't.
Yeah, the gaps are very, very big right now. Need to close those up as scoreline the same. 12-7. The saved rifles mean probably an eco from Extra Salt. I know what we were talking about earlier in terms of wanting to invest, but they need to make sure they can have buys going forward, and that is going to be their final time out here in the best of one. There will be no more options to call a pause, to wait 30 seconds to talk things through. This is going to get very, very rough.
Certainly is, and they really do want to stay in that upper bracket as long as they can. Don't forget, that B-Stream game we just gave you an update on, Complexity, Vitality.
Yeah.
Two of the scariest names in Group B here at DreamHack Masters. You'll be playing them in that lower bracket round 1. Like, that is not a fate anyone of Astralis or Extra Salt will be looking to secure. And so survival in the best of 1. Astralis 4 rounds away from maintaining that upper bracket and playing the winner of Complexity versus Vitality.
That would be an interesting one. Astralis versus Vitality, both with new rosters, would be exciting to see. Definitely lots of Counter-Strike to sink your teeth into over these next, 4 days for the groups, and then we got 3 days next week for the playoffs. Smokes are out. Glaive leading the charge. Fang's been afforded a deagle here, so he's got some kind teammates.
Maybe. No, looks safe. Great straight across, regardless.
Good info play here, setting up OC for success. Zipex needs to be careful.
Yeah, his entire priority here is just to find one. It's very passive line. JT will research and be found out. The trade of OC. Little disconnected. Marquis very pushed up, but goes down to a long hold from Mages. Something. Need a whole lot more, though. OC in lobby. They know where he is. The bomb's above the ladder, or rather below the ladder. Magisk report that Dupree's got full access should he desire, and up he goes. A back turn, nice find. Sonic needs another. Oh, great shots, and now OC's there as well. Extra Soul have turned this round on its head, and now absolutely winnable. Bombs on top site. OC in lobby. And OC peeks straight into Bubsky. Big find from the Dane. 3 frags in that round, and he pulls Astralis' 13th right out of the hat.
Yeah, nice round there from Bubsky. Important to pull off a clutch like that for his confidence as well, right? I think that this kid, you were talking about him before in Mad Lions. We've never really get to see his full potential on the Astralis roster. Let's see how far he can really push this one, as now Extra Salt will have the full buy. And I still, I still see some omissions in this purchase. They're only working with 2 Molotovs. They have a Famis on Marky, who has looked like their best player so far in this series. And no kit, so this is not going to get any easier for Extra Salt here, Alex. I'm very worried about how quick this one may end up.
Let's keep tabs. Will this be another lower finish? Glaive parks himself on red. No smokes for the cross. Fang will be starting to wonder whether or not his input's required elsewhere. Should an opening frag be found towards ramp, towards that top site. Late smokes for the cross. But Fang will immediately be able to respond should there be no one behind them. Lovely little corner diagonal, but Marky flash straight through! That's the spirit! Quick find. Oh, but Fang, you gotta find this one. Nice stabilization. He's got the man advantage now. Extra Salt, dig your heels in. A crucial 8th is on the cards here.
All the toes. Got one. Fang's going to come back in, and this looks like they closed this one down. A great recovery there from Extra Salt. That's going to be their 8th on the board, and, well, a much-needed round. That was great work. They just simply isolated those fights, took them together, and cleaned it on up.
Marky calling for the flash, or whoever's saying, "I've got you, bro." That was huge. Look at them, both doing the flashbang dance. Magic so quick on the trade, but both of them being there. Fang advancing when he did and finding 2 more frags off the back of that red container. Nice control and conversion. All right, well, that was compulsory. Have you got any more of those? We've got Sonic and OC whipping out the double orb.
Yeah, that's interesting on a map like Nuke. Double orb CT side. They're going to have to lock them down. You do not want to lose that lower bomb site through the avenue. The vent, secret, or ramp will make life hard as hell. Will just be these rifles here on the T side for Astralis. They don't even really need to pull out an AWP, right? You can just get away with just the 5 AK-47s on a map like this. Smoke's going to get lobbed on out again. This time, is it a bit more of a ruse? Fang's just lost vision. Glaive on his lonesome here, just patrolling and controlling the close yard positions. The rest of his teammates are going back towards ramp, but that's where the second AWP is. Sonic's rotating away. This is the wrong time. They pulled the rotation, but OC's fielded it. I want to come down to the timing here of Astralis. When do they want to pounce?
If these AWPs get caught out Bombs down, awkward retake, save. They have to do the damage here. 50 seconds as another incendiary does buy time.
OC's rotated away. There is a window right now that he has to get back into immediately, and he's there in time. Sonic's coming too. This could be huge.
Yeah, and the utility's very indicative. They'll bait them in perhaps with a missed shot from Sonic, and he does pull the trigger. OC needs a repeak. By virtue of the flash, he peeks again. Calls it clear. Fang losing his duel outside though, and that might spur Glaive towards the top side. Yeah, here comes Astralis. Marky readies his aim. Looking to bring the spice and everything nice. JT sprayed out on Hut. 1 for 1. Good find. Marky's getting hunted though, and Bubsky does open up the site. Magisk Overwatch with another. Bomb can't be denied. It's planted safe. Close quarters. Maybe Sonic can catch one with a quick flick. The sound cue's enough, and it seals his fate. That's 14. Astralis touching distance now.
Oof, that one right there, they just were waiting for whatever information they could get out of Extra Salt, right? Like, Fang went down towards Yard, but then the information of there was one elbow AWPing, there was one ramp with an AWP as well, just playing off the information delivered to them, and this is an important kill from Glaive there to immediately level things back up into the 4v4. But it's Bubsky again with some more impact. The double kill from him in a round like that, and very important with how the trades are going and looking deflated. There is OC as Extra Salt. They have no option but just to go down to these pistols. 3 P250s, Deagle in hand, and lobby aggression. Zipex couldn't control it for the second 1.5 as look at them throwing bodies at Vegas right now, dropping down, more to come.
Yeah, I mean, Marky maybe, like, if he's somehow anticipating a Magisk T-spawn hold, I mean...
Look at how grimy this is. Like, he's just tucked into a tight angle at spawn, right? Like, there's frustrating ways to go. This is about to be one for Marky here.
Yeah, he's going to try and do silo, and Magisk can just keep it all safe. All safe and sound. As the bomb goes down, no less. Just more extra salt in the wound.
You're just going to go, yep, T-spawn. Like, you're not happy about that one whatsoever.
Spawn.
But this will be the 15th.
Guarantee?
I put the Jason Moses O'Toole 100% guarantee that this is the 15th round on the board for Astralis.
I'd like to see that a bit sooner, Chad. I feel like you really pushed your limits there.
Well, for that, with Jason, you got to pay $400 for a certificate, and he asks you maths questions. So it's pretty wild.
Pythagoras theorem. Do you still remember it? Is that the X squared?
I can work it out if we were doing it on sand and we had to work out the length of a bit of pipe or something. Like, I could do it that way. But if you put it in terms of like normal people maths, I can't do it.
But something about the hypotenuse. We're calculating the hypotenuse.
We just sound like idiots. I apologize to anybody who is good with numbers.
Yeah. As soon as the sentence starts with, like, you know, they're disguising the maths in like sentences, it's like, oh, you're gross. Stop it.
All right, here it is.
Fang, big man, big plan. 13 bullets left as he jukes out with Dupree, make it 7. Huge advantage for the Dane. No, not going to be allowed anymore. Dupree punishes on the retreat.
Well, they tried that little maneuver right there, Extra Salt, getting OC up and on top to pick top of Silo. If you guys caught that one on the Reddits the other day. He got nothing for his trouble. He lost a teammate. Now he's lost the space, the L-bend.
Flash, though. Could be a bit of info from Sonic here.
And he's
ahead of it.
Ooh, dear.
He's completely slipped the net. Dupree does fall. That's a good catch, but they're already into the top site. Oh, and smoke damage found. Magisk just with a couple of blind shots. Half Sonic's functional health pool is losing teammates as well. Glaive has got it all covered, and Astralis have too. Dominant, staying in the upper bracket. The first glimpse of Astralis Sans device, and it's a big fat W.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. And Astralis put on their big boy pants today. Had a blazing start on the CT side. 8 rounds before, perhaps they got a little bit greedy and let Extra Salt in the game. Extra Salt, you know what, once they started to gain a footing, it actually wasn't that bad a show for them despite the scoreline.
No, it wasn't too bad. I still feel like Astralis allowed Extra Soul to come back into the game to an extent. It was a very dominant performance from Astralis. The individuals shine, and that's what I wanted to see, the Majestic Zip actually having an impact individually. And the least we could say on that CT side is that the reads were on point. I don't know if Extra Soul was surprised by the type of playstyle Astralis were putting together, but the Astralis were always in the right position, almost always ready with the right amount of bodies, just punishing the attack from Extra Soul.
Janko, did you have a particular round you wanted to talk about where we could see Astralis having the right reads?
Yeah, I did have one. We can jump into it right now. It's actually the first gun round. It's something that Extra Soul probably is not used to seeing, right, from the level of position they face. Not only in NA, but even in EU, when you look at some of the tier 2, tier 3 opponents that they've had. So if we can jump into the round right now, you guys can see it's like basically just outside smokes into a fast A hit, right out of mollies, flash and stuff. Can you pause right here for a second? Is that possible? No, not possible. Never mind. You can see, yeah, here, look. So they are supposed to go out now with the flashes, but this molly right outside of hut, that's Bubsky's molly. They can't go because of it, and it completely wrecks their timing. You can play the rest of the round now. It just ruins it because you really need to hit it at that specific timing, right? Otherwise, it kind of loses its purpose. You can see they even re-smoke door, mag is pushing through it, and now you're just basically just walking out hot, right? It's completely different than what you wanted to do with all the mollies. So, Astralis is really notorious for this. They really mess up like your go-to executes and so on with utility, and that's what they did early on to Extra Salt.
And Bubsky and Magist, they had a really solid hold on that upper site.
Yeah, most of the times whenever Extra Salt was trying to attack the A side, Magist was doing an amazing job, and then Bubsky was a good second wave of defense, right? He was that second wall. And just in general, I want to give some props to Magist, as we are about to see on these highlight reels. I think that one of the win conditions for Astralis to have a deep run into this tournament, as we are looking towards the future a little bit here, you need the individuals to shine, right? Because we know the protocols are not going to be as refined as they usually are, so you need individuals to step up. And Magist is going to do it right now. He's did it in this game, and in general, he was a little bit lackluster with Device, so it's great to see him bounce back.
Well, I would love to see some more from Extra Salt, because OC didn't really show us too much until the second half. The same with Fang, but when Fang was getting the shots, he was hitting them so crisply, so cleanly, that 3K in that second half. I want more from Extra Salt. I really have a feeling that if we get to see more than one more series from them, we're going to be rewarded.
Yeah, and it would be heartbreaking if you're Extra Salt, and if you were to lose the next series, best of 3 granted, so they're going to have a little bit of a stage to showcase what they can do. But I have seen them play quite a lot in the last few weeks. I know what they can do, but at the same time, their credibility is at stake. If they get eliminated instantly, we might just, push them aside.
We're not going to push them aside. You're too gentlemanly to do that. Although I do actually have to tell you to get off the desk, because we need to get Blair in and we need to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Big versus Furia. Wow.
Do I look like a man with a plan? I just play my game.
We've got Amanek close on. Oh, come on!
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
On the sunny coast of southern France, DreamHack Masters took to Marseille in the spring of 2018. A tournament stacked with every top team in the world and a few up-and-coming underdogs. we were about to see some first-class Counter-Strike action.
Now trying to lead by example. He picked up 3 and Dupree's got the final.
I remember that tournament as one of my best individually, actually. We brought in Magisk. We had a lot of time to prepare. We had some qualifiers online, stuff like that. We were so ready for that tournament.
Coming into the tournament, Astralis had shown great results online but had missed out on being on top of the podium for some time.
Going into the quarterfinal at DreamHack Masters Spring, I knew that of course it was going to be tough for us, but I still felt like that we were playing so well coming into the tournament, and I felt like that we could beat anyone.
They're all up there.
Rain down to 19. Rain just has to be sacrificial. Oh my goodness, Sipex, that was beautiful. He schools them in the round.
When we played the games, it just felt so natural, so easy. Like every guy just kept making 2 or 3 kills when somebody ran into them. So, I mean, if you play like that, then it's going to be easy to win Counter-Strike games.
JW's got the off in his hands.
The fountain. And he gets the headshot of Flusher as well. My God. To the side, Golden trying to find his way in. Device going to take 2 in a row, and that might be enough. Quad kills to end it. All of the headshots, and 16-5.
After an easy road to the grand finals, only Navi stood between them and the trophy.
I felt like it would be a tough final, but I don't think that the Navi players could actually get into our heads, or like every time we just saw them, we just got a multi-frag or something like that.
Navi had destroyed the opponents on their side of the bracket and came into the finals with Simple in fantastic shape.
They have enough time to rotate, they're not going to go for it. Here comes Regis, he's not going to get the spray on point, but Blaze could. Through the smoke, he's trying to find a way to kill Simple, who simply will not fall. And now Blaze will be pushing this one, and he's got the kill! Astralis are victorious!
After 1 year without a trophy, DreamHack Masters Marseille and Magisk propelled Astralis to the stars.
I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problem. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring. We're continuing Group B now. Over on the B stream, it's going to be Pain Gaming versus Heroic. We've got Furia versus Big, but still, Complexity versus Team Vitality burns on. I actually haven't had a chance to look at the scoreline of that one because I've just been too excited. I've been looking at the wall, willing this man to appear. It is Blur. Is that the right way to pronounce your name, Blair?
I have no idea, but I'm okay with that, Frankie. You say what you want to say.
And how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Great to be here. Super excited. Furia, Big, Counter-Strike, fun times.
It should be fun times. Yanko, tell me what you think about this particular matchup. Do you think it's going to be a fair fight between these two teams?
Yeah, I think it's a rather interesting one. Furia got absolutely blown out of the water in their IEM summer qualifier. They won 12 rounds against Movistar Riders, then just, a bit more 18 against FaZe. Yes? Is my mind there? Yeah, against FaZe, right? You're right. And for Big, they were in rather a big slump, coming up to the FunSpark Ulti. That's when they played against Extra Salt in the grand final, best of 5, comebacks, very close games, and they managed to win that one. So, maybe they're having a bit of a resurgence. They're a team that in 2020 at some point was #1 ranked team in the world. So they definitely want to have a couple of good games here and show us that they're back at being a contender.
Blair, Furia do seem capable of getting through to playoffs in a lot of tournaments that they attend, but they just seem to lack an edge or something to get them any further and to contend for trophies. Can you put your finger on what that might be?
I'm not too sure. I think that's the million-dollar question, right? As a team, they have had some pretty good runs in the group stages. They've had some pretty big wins as well coming in. But I don't want to point fingers. I feel like this junior edition, he really hasn't impressed me too much. He's been doing his job, but coming in as a primary opera for a team like Furia, I wanted him to be kind of like the standout player for the team. And so far, it hasn't quite worked out for them. And like Janko mentioned as well, the recent games they had, it was very lackluster. They just got blown out of the water. So a lot of question marks for this team, but you know, facing off against a team like Big, I feel like they might have a chance here, especially considering it is a best of one.
Well, a man who never really fails to blow our minds is the in-game leader of Furia. He likes it fast and furious. He likes it chaotic. This is the art.
Do I look like a man with a plan?
Some leaders are calculating. They like to outsmart, outmaneuver, and outplay their opponent. A puppet master wielding their teammates on strings. Other leaders are just mad scientists.
I guess I have a plan, yeah.
Breaking rules and foiling plans is Andre Art Heiserevens' modus operandi. A man who straddles the line of good and evil, of genius and insanity, of entry fragging and of dying immediately.
There's like a lot of rounds where I do my play and I end up dying. That's part of it. And then I can call the round better because I can see everyone's screen.
Art is a commander doing the role of a foot soldier, not content with sending his army to do his dirty work.
We've got Amanek close on. Oh!
He believes that only the place to lead is from the front.
I just play my game so I can have way more control of what's happening with the enemy rotations. So I can abuse that and I can have my teammates to find the gaps.
The Chief of Chaos cares not about winning. He cares only that nobody else does. His desire to bring himself to the top is only to disrupt the natural order of things. Some people just want to watch the world burn.
Now, I do love talking about art, but I do want to bring it back to the primary AWPA discussion. Janko, do you think that Furia maybe miss Henny a little bit more than things would suggest?
I think potentially only because he's more used to that style, right? I think that's the problem. We heard Junior said in a couple of post-game interviews with us, it's just hard for an Opera, for example, Mirage, T-side, they're just running around a lot, right? Aggressive plays and so forth. Not too much for him to do, right? It's not a slower style, you know, setting him up, going for picks and things like that. So I don't know if for him it's something where he just needs more time, like even more time to really get used to it, or it's simply a case of no matter how much time you give him, it's not going to be a good fit because it really just doesn't suit him.
Well, let's move on to their opponents, Big. They have just taken the title in FunSpark Arty. See, I'm still thinking about the Art of War. FunSpark Arty. It was a big old best-of-5 final. It was a long one. I'm still recovering from it. And yes, they won against Extra Salt, but it was never plain sailing for Big Blair. And I'm just wondering, can we read too much into this victory?
I really don't want to read too much into it, mainly because, again, look, it's Extra Salt. Credit to them. They come back from behind, win the best of 5 series. Great job. They beat Force, who were looking hot. They beat Havu. Complexity as well. I think the Complexity win is quite impressive for me, but overall, like, the team, they're blowing hot and cold. Almost, it seems like on the same day. They lost to Mousesports very recently for the IEM Summer Qualifier. They lost to FPX as well. So I feel like they're in kind of like the same boat as Big right now, as Furia right now, where it's very ups and downs. But the one thing going for them is the fact that they won an event, right? So that is something which you can take away from this, and maybe that could be the confidence injection they needed.
And another thing going for them, of course, is Searson. If he doesn't get those openings, then Big probably won't get the round. So let's hear more about the man who loves a scout like no other.
Before every storm, there is a calm. Before every opening kill, there is patience. But once those floodgates open, boy, do they open. Sniping isn't just about getting kills. It's not just a means to an end. A true sniper sees every enemy as a canvas, and every kill as a work of art. A real marksman never takes a day off. This spring, catch the coming-of-age story of one young man who refuses to follow the rules, featuring Florian, Sirison, Rishi as the specialist.
He is the specialist indeed. He's looking on pretty good form at the moment, Yanko.
Yeah, he is, and to be honest, like, Big lives or dies by the fact how he plays, right? When he's on point, he's so annoying to go up against. I can tell you firsthand, last year with FaZe, right? He just wrecked us a couple of times, was the difference maker for Big, and you know, while they were in a slump, he also wasn't putting up the same numbers, wasn't having the same type of impact for his team. So I think that's going to be really, you know, if he shows up, that they can have a really good chance of winning this game.
Well, here's the veto before your very eyes. Vertigo. Okay, that's potentially going to go in Furia's favor, Blair.
Yeah, 100%. I won't lie, I was a little surprised. I really felt Mirage would be kind of like the middle of the pack map pick, which would be coming in for both the teams, and I expected Vertigo to be banned out by Big. So this Big allowing this through, yeah, slightly edging the way of Furia, I feel, but at the same time, the fact that Big have allowed the map to, you know, to kind of come as a decider might mean that they have a plan in place for us.
Well, just like I have got to take the bull by the horns, barrel our way over to our casters because we're about to get this one on the road. Chad and Alex, take it away.
Howdy, partners. Yeah, thank you so much. And I do appreciate the scene being set, and nice to hang out with you, Blair. I mean, virtually. Good to see him. Yeah.
He's in the space.
He's there.
But he, as well as everybody else, hasn't noticed the pen in my top pocket, and you've all failed. It was a test I set, I didn't tell anybody, but none of you got it, so you've all failed.
What a self-absorbed test you just ran.
Yep.
Unforgivable scenes, but I'm sure the Counter-Strike will make up for Chad's shortcomings in the humor department, as they often do.
I am struggling with jokes lately. I'm running out of creative juices.
You're not just a clown, you're a smart one that often helps us learn about the wonderful world of Counter-Strike.
Wait till they see the stuff we recorded yesterday. Then they'll really see me in my element. But speaking of elements and being in them, Furia, I love these guys on Vertigo.
Speaking of elements, if you did just miss it, NACL, Extra Salt, did go down for the NA boys down to that lower bracket. Astralis have landed on their feet. Sans Device, you'll be able to find more of them in that upper bracket. They'll be playing the winner of Complexity Vitality. That's on the B stream. Is it done? Must be soon. We'll be checking in on that. But for now, we're ready for our pistol. Let's get this started. I love me some Vertigo.
Yeah, this map here, especially with Art, right, on the CT and the T sides, that hyper-aggression, that piece we had about him just before, really highlighting the type of play that this guy loves. And aggression again. He has the util on his back, and he's the man leading the charge here. So Xantares, hello. You're about to get a rude shock.
Yeah, that's a nice angle just to catch the walk up on that close scaff side. Flashes and Molotovs. This is quick from the Furia boys. Interesting, the CTs, they smoked and it pulls the double nade out. Great use of their smoke, just to extinguish, keep them guessing.
Both teams have baited nades on this pistol already. This is quite interesting to see, and now 4 players here.
Oh, big find from Junior.
Find.
He can go all the way into B on that. Art is rotating off A with the bomb, but so is Big Clan. They've completely evacuated the site.
The race is on.
It is. Absolutely on. Vinny's on default. Keto desperate to contest, and it is a very, very... messy exchange. There's only a 1v2, and that is finished off neat and tidy from Vinny. Someone got me self-conscious about saying chaos, and now felt like that was chaos, Chad.
Yeah, but
am I not allowed to say chaos?
I told you my new strategy when you're reading opinions on the internet. Imagine that everybody tweeting at you is a stand-up comedian, right? That way, when they say something horrible, you just be like, oh, they were just joking.
No, it's not. No, but it's not horrible. This is I don't get bothered by the horrible ones because they're easy to dismiss as just brainlets.
Yeah.
My issue is when it seems like, you know, a normal person with like a life and like is successful at being a human, but then they just don't understand.
There's only so many words available, and there's only so many things you can say. Not repeating a word is not going to happen, unfortunately.
Like, if you'd like, you can whip out a Thesaurus and find an alternative to chaos and use it next time you're witnessing chaos.
Get a button and mute Alex when he goes to say that word, and then you say the word, and then we'll keep going. And we'll just pretend that, you know, that's a good system. As we have the 4 spy here from Big, and well, we were highlighting the scout of Sirison as well as, well, his AWP. Sometimes it doesn't seem as impressive when he can show you what the scout does, but he's not on the screen right now. It's Vinny jostling for this B lobby control. Junior, his wingman.
Yeah, they send both of the AKs towards B to go hunting for these jewels, and you can understand why. I mean, almost all of those jewels on those stairs are going to favor them in a Deagle v AK exchange, and an early smoke pulled out of them. Look at K-Serato. Oh, he's been found. Yeah, coming online in a big way. The Deagles and the Scouts have connected, and now those aforementioned B AKs are the only thing they've got going. 1 down, 1 to go. Tizian's done enough. And that's the end of that. Big Clan sent Furia packing, and they'll go farming for every weapon they can find. That's lovely. What a haul. 2 AKs, a Galil, and a round.
Yeah, that's ideal right there. You're not getting a better force by scenario than that one right there. Oh, and one of the things I noticed as well is Sirison, he tends to play from his home while the rest of his teammates are in that boot camp facility time and time again, or I guess it's just their facility.
He's hopped on the train now.
Yeah, he's actually rocked in there with the boys, so obviously putting a bit of respect on the DreamHack Masters name, a lot on the line here, as it will be the Furia force buy back in return. We need to pick the B bomb side. The rest of his teammates scurry over towards A, and, well, it may have slipped the net here, Keto. Hyper-aggressive with that AK-47. Gap in the smoke, nades on through. Remember Art, he loves to pivot on top of Scaff, and that is it. He's been found. That smoke is usually such a nuisance, but if Big have an answer for that early, this could unravel a lot of the opening picks for Furia.
How often have we seen Art get away with that smoke and that play?
As well.
Unanswered throughout, regardless of them being aware of it or not. Okay, well, that's nice from Vinny. The fact he's managed to draw Keto into a defensive stance just by jiggles alone does put Searson now into a position where that scout, will get info nice and early. The early warning system is set up, as is the flash. Or flash for Zintares. They're so quick, though. Zintares will do it without the flash. Doesn't need it as he gets himself one. They do knock him on his ass, though. The bomb unlikely to be planted. It's on Keserato's back, and already the rotates in. Oh, brought down to 6. Vinny does well to scavenge the AK, and he should be able to at least find one. A second would enable some ground to be taken. And speaking of, Tizian is going to be lurking upon the fading smoke on short. There's only a timer on this. Damn, by cutting noise, though, it has forced Keto back to B. And Tizian is going for this round-the-world maneuver. As if Vinny checks it, there's a chance.
Oh, they're boosting up and over. We've seen this before.
Yeah, it's going to get rumbled, though. Great catch from Tizian. Good timing on the push as well. And everyone will get a lovely upgrade to some capacity for their 4th round of play.
All right, well, we might have to see an eco out of Furia now, and I know that sounds unlikely, but the money is not there to even drop across an AK-47. The best Vinny could do would be Galil. So, yeah, just shut on out of this one, and I've identified the smoke that's being thrown from Tabson here to negate the likes of Art. Maybe if we get a chance a little bit later, I can bring that up on Skybox just to show everybody at home exactly how Art will be denied that standard pick. But look at this, MP9's mid. Sirison's been watching some matchmaking demos here. He gets himself 4 quick, clean kills.
So not only do you win the second round force and take AKs to your CT side, your AWPA also gets 4 SMG frags on the anti-eco.
7.5k in the bank balance. That's without the round win bonus. So he's looking juicy.
That is such a dream start for Big. I think they would rather every day of the week take this over winning the pistol. This is a dream for your CT bank balance. Look at Searson, 10 grand before he spends a penny. His teammates are still working with recovered AK-47s. They are building a beautiful red carpet run to a strong CT start.
Yeah, sitting pretty here. Now let's focus in on this A fight. If Art heads over towards A again and you see a CT-sided smoke a little bit deeper up on the scaff, it's clearly a targeted move right here from Big to deny Art his standard move. Doesn't look to be the same play this time around as it's heavy B, it's fast B.
Yeah, but look, they have to go straight through the flames. He stands within them to unload his mag. Yuri does well to find the frag, but losing 2 in the process. Junior's in a lot of trouble.
Damage.
Great nade damage, but not the frag. Oof, couldn't quite release it in time. Tizian losing his life in pursuit of that HE. Now a 3v3. They're low. That's not going to dissuade them too much. Big with the retake. Nade could finish off Junior if he's not too careful.
Ooh.
He'll be first contact. With HP like that, he'd love to get away, and he has. They do retreat to the stairs. They'll be able to throw a smoke on that, though. Oh, it didn't quite make the mark. Tabson now on toward default, starting to test and challenge. He'd love to get a smoke down. Opts for quad. And that's a big headshot. First found. Now the plan is really not ideal. Good grief.
Terrible
That's round over.
Yeah, call it done. Save those AKs. Get out. No hope in the world right there. Diffuse right under their nose. Keserado and Junior, no options left but to hold on to those AK-47s. Sure, the plant was good. Sure, they got into the site, but Big had so much utility left for that retake.
Yeah, explains why Junior was so desperate to try and stick around, even though he had that 6 HP. Just wanted to contest that cross the default, because as soon as they got their way around, look at the smokes they actually ended up getting down Big. Like, that was complete confirmation. Regardless of how Furia were planning on playing that, they had no way in.
It's very difficult to plant on that side as well if you're under the pump, if you're under pressure.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you've seen how easy it is from that construction window, whatever you want to call the position, the rotation through middle. Players will stand up there and just dump nades on the site, right? It's so it's hard to even find a place to stand. And then
smokes
if your
as well.
Smokes are gone, yeah, it's a rough one here. And well, 4-1. Big had a rough showing on this map just the other day against FPX, I believe it was, in the IEM Summer Qualifier. Only managed 4 rounds there, so one more and they've done better, but Furia will be buying back. The plants facilitated that. The loss bonus as well helping on out here. And well, they have everything they need. The only player lacking something is Vinny with a Molly and a HE, but here we go. Really want to focus in on this A ramp fight. Here comes Art jumping up behind the scaff. There's no CT smoke this time. He's straight through.
Oh, tabseN surely ready. Yeah, he can't believe his luck. Another time, taking the head straight off of the snake. Furia now, as the adage goes, writhing around awkwardly. Nice shot from CSGO, needs more. Flash for the re-peek, and Zantara's trying to stand his ground, keep his AWP safe. tabseN provides Overwatch as well. This is a solid A-ramp defense. tabseN does get taken down. CSGO to trade, swinging out, and a missed shot. Vinny opens up the round. If he can find just another, there's no smoke other than the one that he currently holds. He's going to want to get that out. Doesn't win the duel. And just Junior looking for clean headshots, gets nothing but the opposite. 5-1 as Big Clan extend their defensive lead.
One of the notes here that I'm taking for Big is they are more than happy to fight, right? I was having a look at this before and just seeing when was the last 2 times these 2 teams went head-to-head, because Big can be pretty tactical at times, right? They've always got some sweaty nades, some kind of combo, something really cool. But in this right here, I think that they've realized against Furia, you're going to get snowballed on if you're getting caught with your nades out all the time. They're looking heads up, and they're fighting with each other.
If you're defending A from elevator, default, and boost boxes,
you've lost.
You've lost. Yeah, right, exactly. And that's the sentiment I'm sure Big Clan share.
Because they just, that's the thing, Furia like running up this ramp.
Same smoke, by the way, just to keep track of it in your Art T-side woes.
He's getting the room this time, so they haven't tried to deny it like they did previously. Maybe they were hoping it was going to send Furia somewhere else, but that's not the case. tabseN avoids the flames and the nade. That was not well thrown at all. And he actually gets the damage back his way, so Art's down to 73.
Let's go, tabseN. He is a threat.
Oh, they're swinging.
Yeah, straight up. Keserato looking for his first frag, and he barely gets the Galil in place. Nice find up short. Rotate in. This is the best chance we've seen from Furia in some time. But the bomb was loose on A. They know that. Smokes will be deployed. Retake a guarantee. Unless CSGO's got the wallbang for default, in which case that will slow them down, but Keto's already managed to get so
might have a timing
far
on this.
around. Art's going to be calling it clear passive. He knows it's a possible walk-up. They're taking so long about this. And CSGO exposed, executed, spray's not there. Tizian half health. And this is the flank. Vinny is just not ready for it at all. It'll fall to Art to come up clutch. Smoke's on it, Kit's on it. It's going to be a quick frag. He can't quite find it. And there's another for Big Clan. They are storming ahead.
Oh, that one there could have got out of the way lots of different ways, but the fact that they're able to just relax, allow Keto to do that work, right? He would creep that whole way. If he starts running just because they boosted and found that kill, he's completely given that round up. So the passive nature, the slow crawl, that's all they needed. Is once again, Zantara's with 2 big kills just from the front of sight there. Doing a good job.
So their 3-man A-hold, when aggressive, is really smart, right? You can see that they always have that 1 sandbags, 1 high crane, 1 scaff holding responsibly and pushing when they should. And that 3 different ports of call, those 3 different angles are so ridiculously far apart that you are always going to catch someone.
Yeah, you just imagine where your crosshair has to be in that. What do you, like, and even if you have teammates who are there, there's flashes, there's mollies, there's nades, and now there's another fight. Oh, the boost.
Big find, big counter. No tabseN on short this time. That's a huge omission that they'll have to overcome. You can see the adaptation is made. Zantares falls back, drops the one-way. Drops the one-way. Bit late now. Now he's lost his AWP, and they're into the site. Great stabilization. One more, and now Tizian's put them back into the front foot forward. They can't get the bomb down. Again, just lost in this horrible middle ground. Now the bomb's there. They'll have to deploy utility just to recover it. And Taras, he's got the...
And they're going to boost again. They've done this a couple times already.
Yeah, and they spotted him. Spotted him this time. Nice catch. Zantara's is on the ball today.
Jigs up on that maneuver.
Happy to plant, to be honest. Anything else is a bonus. Maybe even a round. Keto makes it a little sketchy. Recovers in time. We have another Big Clan round. They are charging towards this upper bracket start.
Vinny there a bit frustrated with himself. Probably thinks he could have converted and given him a 1v1 that looked very winnable there. But really, we need to turn our attention to where the entry frags are going to come from, right? And look, there they were able to get an entry. It wasn't from Art, but Big were trying to isolate Art. This double kill here, that's it. Every time it feels like they're coming in, it's a multi-kill going in the column for Big. And that's the difference maker at this point.
my question is, how much do you think that the volatile style that Furia play on their T sides is driven by the individuals of Furia?
Look, Art is ride or die, right? He's going to give it to you time and time again. And if he's not finding that entry, he always says, you know, there's a plan behind it.
There's
the
a
team can plan for the information. Yeah. So, look, if Art's going for these... I'm more worried if Art stops going. Yeah. Now, the 10 ADR, not great. But to be proficient with the entry frags, it's almost like the stars have to align, right? Like it has to be a blue moon type thing, because running at a brick wall, which is, you have the flashes, the smokes, everything behind you, it's still, you're not guaranteed that frag.
An uncertainty.
Yeah, when Art's doing it, he's at his top form, right? The teammates behind him, it's hard to account for their form, but everybody can step up in a big way. Yuri, Vinny, obviously we've got the likes of Quesarado.
Just laughing at Zentara's constant... What
Sorry,
a
what?
catch!
Sorry, what?
What? Not only Big Clan going for the boost, but Vinny being ready for it.
What was that?
It's a good catch from our ops team. That's not a fight you're used to catching. Never mind finding.
What gun did Tabson have there? I'm going to have to fly on over and check that one out, because if he's doing it with a rifle, it's very hard to see.
Yeah, because he's got the little metal spikes,
He had it with an M4. That is such a hard little fight, but also for Vinny to pick that up, massive stuff, and now they're heading on to A.
Oh, damn, straight up, charging close to short. That's a great find from Tizzy. Can he get another? Well, with the help of his teammate, he can. Man advantage for Furia. Bombs on Junior's short. No way. Quesarado overextending. No trade available, and they've lost their advantage completely. Totally. They don't have utility. You just have to take a fight now. It's Centaurus versus Junior. The gloves are off. A bare knuckle brawl. And there goes the bomb. There goes the round. What have you got for us, Vinny? The answer's nothing.
Take a pause. Like, this is going so quick right now. Furia need a blink or they're going to miss this game. This is the establishing match, right? You lose this game, you're down to the lower bracket, you win it, you're in the upper bracket. And let me tell you, when there's only 3 teams per group going on through, you want to make sure you're in the upper bracket.
Let me look at the head. That's a great catch. Vinny, his eyes were desperately looking for the prize, and he finds just the tip of Tabson's head.
Tabson didn't even feel like he had a chance to react in that little moment right there. But guns back out for Furia, and they need to start. Yeah, they need to start getting some plants at least.
Does well to not get too flashed. He will be able to at least retreat.
I feel with this style of Counter-Strike, like, you can keep running it as long as you keep getting the plants. They were getting them before, they didn't in the last. This one I think is integral. So was that kill. Vinny continues to open up middle.
Tabson going, looking, receives more than he bargained for. 2 AKs were there and ready. Searson actually choosing to re-aggress.
Seen something.
Yeah.
Oh.
And actually losing Junior in the process. Can't even find the trade. Incendiary sends him back down Scaff. They are still safe from short. This is a dream from Big.
Oh, no. This
Turning
is
it around.
Dicey.
Yeah, 3v5 becomes 3v4 soon. Could be more. Nice find. Quesarado swings into the site. It's theirs. Bomb to be planted. Thank you, Art. Good shot. Keto's not done. Another head to present itself. It's Art just trying to maneuver back. A wallbang hits. Keeping him honest. 2 ramp. Art's still on default. It's down to Keto. He does have that incendiary. He's got Searson in support, and there they go. Finally, Furia topple the big defense.
Yeah, and look, they've been whittling away and working at some of the players' economy there, right? Tabs and Tizzy, and you got Zentares, none of which are in the range of a buy right now. Keto can drop 1 or 2 if he'd like. Searson can buy, and they can get this one back underway, but this has been rough going of things here. As we've got a little bit of a look at what's going on in the room there of the Furia gang.
Back-to-back rounds of Vinny opening up mid, by the way.
This is the difference, right? It's that they won out the multi-frags as they were entering into the site right there. That was, you know, the number. And the thing is, it's not like Furia didn't give them opportunities to get kills in that 2-on-3 either. They were swinging. They wanted to fight.
This is always the Furia way, though. We use the word whittling because there is no better or more appropriate term to describe exactly what they've been doing to that economy. Slowly chipping away, keeping them honest, getting frags even in the adversity of defeat, which leaves us to this point. That break point has been reached. All it took was 1 round. And now, with loss bonus accrued, cash for days, a victory under their belt, this is where Furia dig their teeth firmly into this first half.
Yeah, they need to win this round right here to start establishing what could be a decent T-half after all. Scoreline 8-1, 8-2. Watch how quickly this could blow out to 8-5. Big AWP, a couple of rifles, and an MP9. That's what they're working with as Quesarado on the AWP. Takes a shot, lets them know he's home, and the fight towards A ramp, it's on again.
Yeah, Searson still wants this fight. This is how Tamsin lost his life previously. So to have the sheer audaciousness to stick around. And actually, he's got a smoke in store for us, just to keep them at bay. And now he can peek around the edge of it.
Very one-way, right? Under it as well, if their legs are exposed towards the bottom of the ramp. Should get a bit of a free shot right there. So now they can just leave 2 players here.
Junior, backpack spotted.
Sorry, what?
That's the end of his exploration today.
Junior may have been baited into the jump peak, right? He may have been waiting for that jump.
The sandbags player.
The next jump, and then Sirison appeared. No jump needed. Okay. Well, Fury have to recover this 4-on-5 situation. They do have utility to do so. Enough for a set piece into the A site. Molotovs are there as well, but there's a very aggressive short stance right here. Sirison scoped on up. Xantares and Tabson over towards elevator room. This is not going to be easy to get past.
Is this the little ledge one way? Yeah, look at this. Horrible to hold. You just have to sit there and wait.
Look at that tunnel vision straight through that gap.
Trying to peek over it, jumping for the info, and that could enable Art. Rattles off a shot. CT smoke deployed on default. Interesting. Enables elevator to pass into default, etc. Searson holds nerve on short. That's a big catch. Tabson's taking him down to just 2 now. Yuri and Keserato pipe up, but time's such a sensitive mission. There's no bomb. There should be no hope, but he's getting all the headshots. No time, I'm afraid. Keserato does have a momentary pop-off. Too little, too late, and just holding on to what he can. My goodness, okay, big. Do deal with Furia's attempt to start stringing this together a couple, but look what their finances are still aching.
Yeah, both teams right now on a knife's edge in terms of how these buys are going to go. You can see the Furia camp, and they're the ones taking their 3rd timeout in 12 rounds. That is quite a lot of timeouts to be taking here. Both teams will be buying into this round, I can tell you that much. But in terms of whose buy is going to look stronger, that's still out, right? It's 5 rifles for Furia, no AWP. Utility will be the big Furia issue, and then for Big, they haven't purchased in just yet, but for them, it's about, are we going to go SMG so we have more utility, or are we going to opt for the firepower? Tabson's being gifted a FAMAS. Tizian's looking a bit rough, so Sirison. So the Scout has come out as well. They are making this one work, but it's fragile at best. If Big win this one, then I think they're on for a quick map.
B-Stream update, you can see it looks like Complexity are certainly moments and 2 frags away from taking this upper bracket lead. Just the new boy from Vitality, and there it is. It's confirmed on the B stream. Vitality thrust to the lower bracket to meet Extra Soul.
Okay. Astralis Complexity. That'll be a fun one.
Ooh, baby. Config. Battling for his job application, perhaps.
That molly's missed. I hope Furia do not think it's clear, and jostling for position is Xantares. So the flash peak, the noise is made. We're about to have a biff here. I just love this nature that we're seeing Big approach this A ramp with. I think it's great.
It's everything you could dream of, Chad.
Yeah, the flash, the re-peaks, the teamwork's there. The frags are not, though.
Sirson is like a dead man. What are you supposed to do when they know exactly where you are? Nice smoke to enable fights to go down, but just a scout on sandbags. I mean, you'd have to do something quite magical to pull anything, any value out of your presence here. Art's coming hunting. He knows he's in the smoke. Actually, not even only the headshot. Oh! It could have been more. It's not. Art throws his AK away. Will recover it now. And now, well, the round should be a 3rd for Furia, but this is Tizian's
Keto's on B already, right?
Keto is already on the B site.
I've seen Keto be an absolute animal on this B bomb site.
So low. Loudly stepping, already losing the body, and he can tuck in, really, all the way to default. This is great play. He's keeping 2 players busy right now, and Vinny's the healthy one, loses his life. A successful 2v4 for Big Clan. Just like that, Tizian, Keto shut that case down and find 10.
It feels like the right call, right? They were denied at A. They knew that there was a player sandbags, the heavy rotation from the CT, but Keto had plenty of time to get there, and we transitioned in as the front side smokes there. Keto isolating fight after fight after fight, even does enough time so Tizian can rotate back over and they can close things down. Great stuff from Big. Have to really point that out.
I mean, Fury are pointing out for us by calling all 4 of their timeouts in the first 12 rounds of play.
Yeah, that's rough, isn't it?
Like I've never seen that before from Furia. They're looking flustered.
Yeah, and things haven't been going great for them in recent times either. I think I said that they were on like a 3-series loss streak coming into this one, and in some of their recent showings, they haven't really looked like all of their former self. They've lost to FaZe, the movie Star Riders, and Gambit. Now the Gambit one, we can let them get away with that one.
The movie result sticks out in the qualifier for IEM Summer just because of the extremity of the loss. It was a 16-6 on both maps.
I think Smooya bodied them in that one, didn't he? Was that the one where Smooya popped off? He's had a couple
I have
of games
it open,
recently.
actually. Let me double check for you. Yeah, he did. 40 frags to 15 in that series.
Yeah, had a bit of a game.
Gracious.
But this is the thing. You were asking me earlier about the firepower of Furia and how that, can be strugglesome. I'm not sure if it's decision-making or firepower that is the issue right now, but the decision is to go B.
Okay, well, Keto's excited. He's been waiting for this moment. And there's a lot of bullets in response. He doesn't even see any of them. A quick response from Tizian. His drop of smoke. They're going to disrespect it. Off the flash. Tizian's blind. Uses the smoke to survive. This could be huge. He's right behind him. And he strikes while the iron's hot. Needs a second. Doing the flashbang dance. Keisarato's punished. Joins Searson and can't quite piece together where the last may be. Hello. And goodbye. Easy as that. Tizian with a huge 3K. Late to the party. He's not ready for Searson. And that's another for Big. I cannot emphasize how strong of a CT setup they have had.
This is fantastic stuff there. The fact that Keto goes down first, but then Tizian pulls off that play as well, that was just chaos. But this is where Furia normally thrive, right? In that chaos, in the smokes. They're normally the ones capitalizing in those type of environments. But Big, they played heads-up CS today. They've been keeping things really awkward over towards A, and they have no issues brawling when the smokes and the chaos is down. So this is looking fantastic for the German side.
Why was Junior almost surprised that there was still a player there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe expecting them to be focusing on Art. I really don't know. But Art in that round was all the way out middle and then had to rotate back to B. Here's the boost again. Nades are set up. This one is going to sting a little bit.
Tabson, though, has been caught on his prowl. Look at the nade response and spray as well. Zantares puts Keisarato down before he can retreat.
Oh, this one is really just falling apart. When Furia's plays aren't working, it just looks like a scrim, right? Because they're one at a time, they're dying, there's no trading, the normal fundamentals that we're talking about, they don't even look like they exist. Right now, this team is looking very deflated. And with no wind in their sails, Keto, he's come to rob them.
Oh, Yuri. A nasty set of circumstance thrusts Vinny into a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I don't like his chances, but Vinny's been at least one of the players getting a couple kills.
Boy.
He has a smoke as well. Might enable him to get across at least.
Tizian's so low. A little stray bullet. Ooh, that was his chance. I'm afraid the rotate's in now, and Tizian not going to allow that plant. All he has to do is buy time. And confirms it's a fake now. 5 seconds has passed. Bomb not down. Pretty solid mental picture of where these 3 frags could come from. He'd have to be very quick. Can't over the smoke. Nice from Tizian. A great response with his low HP. He's had some highly impactful rounds. Over on A, he got that multi-kill that pulled them straight back into contention. He's already on 19, Chad.
Yeah, and if you're not too familiar with Big and you're watching, you go, who's this Tizian guy? He must be the bloody star of the team. This is the support player. The stars are Sirison, Zantares. Tabson at one point was an absolute monster as an in-game leader and a fragger.
Are we saying at one point now before we say Tabson's good?
Well, I don't look to Tabson to be the workhorse of frags for the team anymore. I look to Sirison, Zantares, and Keto. Now, maybe that's wrong, right? In terms of maybe we should still look to Tabson, but
it's in sight regardless.
Yeah, I give Tabson a little bit off the hook here. Okay, well, last round here of the first half, and it has been very quick, so hope you guys have enjoyed this roller coaster of a map, which has been Big owning them. Keto cop that one on the dome, but still not able to go for the frag. Sirison, with the AWP in this position, you miss the shot, you almost certainly run on down. Finally, Art with some impact on those entries. This might be it for the third. 3, it's better than 2, I guess.
Yeah. 3 is better than 2. I think that's truly where this one will be left. Furia definitely got their work cut out for them now into the second half of play. Best of 1 in this establishing game. And they have got a mountain to overcome. Big Clan, 4 rounds away on the half from taking the win here in their establishing game.
Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. Oh, let the future escape.
It's large and in charge for Big, 12-3. Furious Panther looking timid, caged, and almost entirely absent on the attack. We swap sides, it is Vertigo, and a bit of a rematch of sorts. 2019, the last head-to-head?
Yeah, I was having a look at that, and I was like, wow, it feels like, considering Fury have basically been living in Europe, surely they must have met Big at some point.
I'm pretty sure have sleeping bags at that boot camp.
Yeah, so they haven't played each other officially since 2019. So we're sinking our teeth into what is something new, I guess, is Quesarado lays down Zentaras, and they really need this pissed around. In case you guys missed the first half, the score is 12-3. Top of your screen, all that jazz.
Yeah, but I will tell you that I personally have some reservations about Big Clan's chance. Let me try again. Big Clan's ability to close out convincing leads.
Oh, okay.
Like, these boys are, you know when we watch Gambit, when they're like, oh my god, we're actually maybe the best team in the world, and then they kind of poop the bed for a bit?
Yeah, you think that might happen here?
I'm just saying that there's grounds for it. Big Clan are not known to actually convert their leads without a bit of adversity first.
Let's see how this goes. It's all in towards B now.
Oh, I love the util from Art. They either have to disrespect it or get caught out. Big find from Keto. Over the head of Art, though, and he punishes in a very big way, causing chaos. This time, he manufactures the chaos. Needs another. Found by Keto, who is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Big. An important duel won by Yuri. Only Tabson, half health as well. And he's finished off nicely, starting the CT side. Furia find the pistol.
Yeah, important pistol right there. I don't need to tell you why, as we're going to be looking at here both pistols in this map so far for Furia. Now, they need to make sure that they're able to convert this force buy, because it's coming. Let me tell you, I'm seeing AK's dropped across here. Aren't able to find some impact here, and that's what we've been looking for. It's rough out there for an in-game leader, entry fragger magician, as we're going to see a scout, 3 deagles, and an AK with light util behind it. Junior's just holding on to the USP here, so he's going to have a rough time against these upgrades.
Tizian. A lot of trust in him in this AK-47, and whoop!
There's
that
the USP
is
gone.
a dream start. Bye-bye, Junior. You'll be throwing none of those nades. You'll be doing none of that. Big clan call upon Searson Scout.
Such a hard angle to clear from where Yuri is right now.
Yeah, especially considering how exposed you are to sandbags and Crane when you want to clear him out.
That is a wide sweep to take. tabseN looks like he's tasked with the mission now.
Oh.
No way he clears it.
Yeah. Oh, the
what?
crouch! Just enough to draw fire, but Yuri comfortable. Takes them both down on the A-prong. All that remains is crawling and whispering their way into B. Don't forget, there is that AK in play. Tizzy and Drew Blood in mid with it. He can equalize upon Keserato, and it's a very barren B site. This is everything. Keserato. Found. Tizian provides. Big Clan are looking to make an impact here. Furia have to hold on to this. Have to. This is compulsory. Yuri and Vinny provide. A third this time from Yuri, starting to wake up. Only Searson and the Scout, 25 seconds. His options are sparse. Bomb on his back at least. He needs a frag before he can consider the plant. A fake's a decent shot. Actually gets it down. That's a dream. And even a tag as well before he retreats. He will be hunted down. No after plant today. I mean, it is a safe plant. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it is close though, right? That's like 61 HP with the last 3 players standing there. And if he maybe was able to get his hands onto the AK on the way out the door, or even that FAMAS that was dropped on the floor, you know, something would have been nicer than the scout in that situation.
Anything.
But the plant's good, right? The plant is good. And if they want to go for an AK again, they really could. Tizian and Searson can both buy AKs with head armor behind it. Looks like Big... I'm going to opt for more of a conservative option here. We will be going with pistol upgrade, utility behind it. Kevlar, well, so far, only for Keto, head armor for tabseN. The rest are not going to worry about that for a round like this. But a couple more kills, another plant. Big will be smiling ear to ear.
And that's the first, perhaps, of many for Art on his A defense. Keserato's even caught one on B, so initial adventures of the unarmored pistol.
Oh, the timing on that from Vinny. He has just pipped the gap right there, and the third is coming. Zentaras might be on that plate as well.
Take me, take me.
And looks like it's so cleaned up there. Furia, 3 on the trot here, 12-6, the scoreline now. This is where it gets important, the first gun rounds. It's crazy how much tabseN just invested there, because he's had to go Galil to get full util, right? He just invested so much in a round that, I'm not going to lie, looked like a nothing round. They didn't, if they had a plan, nothing worked as far as that plan went. Now he's only operating with a Galil, and there's light util for the likes of Keto and Searson as well. At least Searson has the AWP out. But let's see, you were mentioning that Big might have trouble closing. Surely with a 12-3 half, you don't want to let this one get too sketchy whatsoever.
That's a word they've deleted from their vocab. They don't use that in their comms anymore.
Yeah.
Surely.
Oh, tabseN, how's he managed that? Yeah, it's gone down for free.
But wait, there's no way he's ready for Yuri, and now the bomb has been brought in. Silver platter, Vinny looks away, still recovers. Nearly 2.
How is the bomb, like, what?
Yeah, that was a huge loss. I think tabseN assumed he dealt with the aggression, right? You killed one, now another presents himself. Yuri, you can't. He's gone down. That was a perfect crossfire they had established, and now Junior, solo A. Oh dear, this is going to be very tough for Furia to recover.
Yeah, Keserato's coming. He's on his way.
Keto.
Oh.
That's the frag. Big, looking for 13 now. Just purely by shutting down CT aggressions. I mean, you couldn't ask for more as the T side. The fights are coming to you.
But if they continue A here, there is a chance Keserato wins this, right? Traditionally the B player. He's already gambled over here towards this A site. Zentaras is low. That scope is going to be heard. Has a kit and a molly.
There's another molly there as well. He'll be able to burn out and delay that default plan if they rot the clock. This could be interesting. None of them opting for short, but surely as the Zentaras... Searson to check in. And now they know. And now they're across the side. What a shot from K-Serato! He's making it happen. He's making magic happen before our very eyes. K-Serato can't convert. Keto too good. That's 20 francs for Keto, but a very solid attempt at the 1v3.
Yeah, all things considered right there, K-Serato made the best of a bad situation. He converts that one. Maybe Fury got a bit of life back in them here, but now Big stealing an important round. No AWP, but still, the round. And here for Furia, they need to bounce back. This buy from them, if they lose this, Alex, you can almost say the game is done and dusted at that point. The economy will just not be there to contest. Need to keep it close. Need to keep Big on Galils and Scouts, just like we see in a round like this. Tizian hopping forward, bounding towards that mid pick. Heads are in exchange. Sirison with a head to find. Utility pushes him wide, and Yuri, silences the Scout before it can even fire a shot.
Yeah, and Art wants to take all of this space. This is brave, very brave. He's being pushed. Tabson wants to take Fork back, and he has, by force.
Yeah, just a team flash there from Yuri. Not sure if a miscommunication in play, but that hindered Art a little bit. Not going to say it's the reason he died, but didn't help the situation.
That's huge from Big. Like, they were about to be completely corralled. If they had that smoke on bridge and it's respected, ugh. So Thompson taking the initiative, taking that risk, and now look what it's enabled them to have. Full A ramp control. I said, say that with bated breath. You do have Junior postured here. And now with the frag, should channel them into the short player. A flash for the re-peek. He's lost Yuri, and this spells trouble now. Great shooting from Tizian. He really is maintaining his form, and now Vinny caught out as well. Big Clan is surging into the side of the round. Just a formality. K-Serato has arrived.
Does he go again?
Has he got another attempt in him?
Oh, been called off. The boss has said no. Wag the big finger, and K-Serato has to save.
Double AWP, if I'm not mistaken.
The thing there with Junior, right? Like, the reason that it was just like, he's going to die, because that's what it felt like. It didn't feel like it was going to be a crazy, massive jump around. They were just trained in on him. They didn't feel like there was any pressure. There was no real way for any teammates to help Junior in that situation. And they didn't even want to molly him. They were opting to smoke him off, as opposed to trying to molly him out of position, just to deal with him. Just say, yeah, stay there. That's all good.
Yeah, and then you had Yuri in that horrible kind of, state where his teammate clearly needs help. Clearly, they know where he is. I'd have loved to have seen that wallbang actually knock him down. But there we go, 14-6, 2K in the bank. Art scratching his head. A saved M4 is all they've got, and this is what you're talking about. Yeah, you're gonna get the one, but this is where they're happy to just collect onto Yuri. Like, he had to do something.
Yeah.
He had to.
He tried to pick off that flash, right?
And that was where the round was lost.
But Tizian and Keto again, so yeah, frustration has to be mounting now for Furia as they force ball Art into the MP5, MP9 for K-Serato, Yuri's been given the M4, pistols for Junior and Vinny. So look, unless they win this round right here, I feel like we can call this one done. It's a bit deflating for all the Brazilian fans out there, but unfortunately in the best of one today, Big have come to play. Just such a rough way to see them get back into this game. Sure, they could wrestle back the economy, but you think about it, they're going to have to win, the rest of the rounds here to even win in regulation. So it needs to start here for Furia if they want to get it done within 30. And
yeah, the 10-round run that started with that
the MP5.
MP5, 3K, right?
That's the one. Well, mollied back, K-Serato options slowly being taken away from him. You can't be close up wood. Now you're over towards the Tetris position. Oh, this is looking curious.
Do love me some CT aggression. Tizian completely caught out. He had a nerdy Molotov in store for them. Now they're charging up the A ramp in response to the M4 being spotted. Art's there. Silencer around smokes. Maybe he can work some magic.
Oh,
no, turned away. And that's the 15th secured.
Even with a freebie, right? Tizian completely caught off guard. They're trying to do something a little bit sweaty through the ladder room. You can throw smokes and flashes through those windows over towards the A bomb site. Looked like he had a molly lined up, and we don't get to see exactly where it would have landed, but all in all, this one is done. Furia, towel tucked between their legs. Vinny wants to hold on to that M4, and if you're Big, you don't even need to really chase. It's not like you're going to be worried too much about the buy round coming in next. It is only going to be the 2,400 loss bonus is what Furia will have to defend against round number 16.
So more of the same.
Exactly. Like this rifle is really important, and then you could justify, well, maybe why don't they chase? But imagine if they give up an AK, and then Case Rider has an AK, and they have an M4, right? And now we're starting to get into the world where the buy might look interesting. Here, just limiting them to that one M4. Keeping anything nasty out of their hands, and Big are looking phenomenal in this one.
You just make those final amendments, you know, you're on 15-6, everything's going great, just make sure the mouse pad is exactly straight, the monitor is 100%
Get the level out.
the angle,
Right, get the
spirit level out, yeah, exactly. Well, this could be a blistering start to Big Clan's run at DreamHack Masters. Furia, as we highlighted, haven't been having the best state of affairs in their recent bouts here on European soil. FaZe, Movistar Riders, and Gambit, all best-of-3 losses. Adding a fourth best-of-1 to that mix, it seems. Big Clan 1 round away from doing so.
Here's Tizian again. His aim's been great, and he continues to decapitate Furia. 2 crisp headshots. Get him out of here.
He really wants to finish this one quick. I was talking about Big Clan's capacity to finish. Well, Tizian's capacity is flowing. Look at Keto. He's already on B. Oh my god, being at their own game. Furia hit him with some fast-paced T-side vertigo action. Tizian wants to get him out of the server now. Keto provides another. And Big Clan keeping their head above water. And Group B features both Astralis, Complexity, and now Big in that upper bracket.
This has been so quick. So quick.
And he'll do it with style. Nice work from Tizian and nice work from Big Clan, all the way live from Berlin, securing an upper bracket start into the upper bracket round 2. Astralis, Complexity, Big Clan, and Pain Heroic is last game to decide who shall be sitting in the lower bracket. Join us after the break for the analyst test.
It could be.
Furia
could be
go A
some
is...
weird timing. It could come.
Maybe he's behind.
I will check it. I will go stairs.
Nice, man!
I tried to interrupt the team comms then. To be honest, I just wanted to be part of Team Big after that massive win from them. That CT side. Yanko, it was almost watertight.
Yeah, I mean, I would have wanted to be part of Team Big after a map like that. It's a map as well where Furia won both pistols, right? And still managed to lose 16-6. So really that paints the whole picture for you, just complete dominance from Big in this one.
And Blair, obviously, Furia, they've done that game plan quite a few times, going A frequently, and Big were able to punish it. Are you surprised that Furia couldn't flex their way out of that situation?
I wasn't surprised because Big, they just shut down that ramp control. Like you said, watertight defense on towards ramp, basically just asphyxiating, I think I got the word right, Art and whatever he was trying to pull off towards ramp. Again, Junior kind of disappeared from the server for me, but for me, it was mainly that A defense. And of course, Tizian as kind of the support player, kind of the rotator guy, just popping off on the defensive side. So Big, they really came in prepared with the game plan, and it showed in the server.
I think we should have a chat about Tizian in a moment, but we have got a member of Big on the line calling from Berlin. It is Mr. Tabson. Congratulations, sir. You feeling good?
Thank you very much. I feel very good.
Good. Well, first of all, I'd like to ask you about your map pool, because we've noticed you've started vetoing Inferno. You're letting Train run free. And now, obviously, you're experts on Vertigo again. I know you've been great at it in the past too. How are you feeling about your map pool right now?
We are a little bit experimenting about the map pool. Like, yeah, many noticed now we started to ban Inferno and to play from time to time Train. It feels pretty good, I would say. Our Vertigo was a little bit off the last few days. Fortunately, we had a really good city side here. We had a lot of good moves, good plays, individually plays. Tizian stepping up huge. Everyone had nice utility damage overall against them. So overall, I think our map pool is pretty good now.
Just before Yanko jumps in, I do want to ask, did Fury make it a little bit easy for you?
Never. No.
All right, Matt. I mean, you guys have been in a little bit of a slump lately. Then you go on, you win Fun Spark in that mad final best of 5, going all the way, right? Some crazy games. But then right after the next day, you couldn't get even a single day off, right? You have to play the qualifier, and then you lose 2 games there. So results have been a bit up and down. What can you tell us about, how do you guys actually feel right now? Do you feel like you've gotten out of the slump and now you can show some better results, or are there still a lot of things for you guys to figure out?
I feel like I think many people don't know it. We had a nice bootcamp before the tournaments, and yeah, our bootcamp was pretty nice. I have a really good feeling overall. I think we improved a lot, also on the small things we needed to improve on. I would say overall, like the Fanspark Ulti, we played a huge tournament. Like everyone was, of course, playing individually good. As a team, we played very nice. It was not like one had a really good tournament. Overall, we had all good tournaments, play-wise, individual-wise. But I would say, like, as you said, we had no time off. Like, it's really hard to play a best of 5, and then right after you have maybe 10 hours or something, like you need to play another best of 3, and then you have a break, and then another best of 3. I think it's really hard to maintain this kind of performance overall in these kind of times, but we try to do everything what we can, and I think we are definitely getting more out of the slump. We have some off days, I would say, still, but we are still getting there for sure.
Well, Tabson, I feel terrible now because I have to keep you and Blair apart from each other, but that's because Blair's got some things he wants to show us. So I've got to say goodbye to you. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye, and we will see you tomorrow. Congratulations on your opening win here.
Thank you very much, guys, and have a good day.
Thank you. I exhausted all my German there. Blair, I know you're particularly impressed by that round 2 force buy, because at first it seemed like business as usual for Furia, but then Big showed, actually, you know what? We're not going to get caught with a nade in hand. We're going to fight them for ramp.
Yeah, it's just how it completely turned around, right? It's so early in the game as well. The way they won that, they didn't lose a single player either. And Furia, they won the pistol round pretty convincingly. And maybe you can just bring up the replay here. And the way they just set each other up, like firstly, Tizian playing up close. He was a beast this entire game. And of course, he opens things up by finding Junior. Sturson, by the way, he had a little cheeky self-boost over there to find a kill on the K-Serrado. And I feel like the spacing was a little bit off. The timing was a little bit off for Furia. I felt like they needed to kind of pinch the B bomb side. But Big, They pounce on these players one by one. They pick them apart, they pick up the weapons, and then from then on, it was just big running away on that CD side.
Unfortunately, we don't have time to show Tizian some love right now, but no, our hearts are with you because that was an epic performance from you, young man. Right now, we've got to go into a break because when we come back, we're going to have our first best of 3 match of the day. It's going to be incredibly spicy. The desk will be divided. It is Gambit versus G2 Esports.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Do you own a piece of esports? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Latest edition of the Epic's trading cards available now.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
On historic Counter-Strike grounds, Dallas, Texas, DreamHack Masters carried on the legacy of the game we all love. In a city where history had been written, once again, Masters would be crowned.
I don't think that we had a lot of pressure when we were going into Dallas. I think that we were feeling pretty confident in our game, and we were just looking to start off our trophy run.
Team Liquid were here to prove they had what it takes to win.
And the SG is gone, and Naf is out of it. That's Nitro. Oh, the sack! He could do it! Just needs one more bullet! Oh, this is so close! Nitro! He wins the round! Absolutely beautiful!
Winning the group meant Liquid advanced straight to the semifinals.
The bomb is right there, so that's like the only thing going for him. One more headshot. They're gonna fight him.
I remember the game against Furia was a tough one. They were already like a pretty good team back then. They were still unproven on LAN.
Yeah, oh, but they're jumping up. Oh, Elise!
And I remember it being a really close game against them, and it was a really like hype game too. I remember the crowd going crazy during it. I think the crowd support helps us a lot, especially when you're having a game that's really close. And it gets everyone really hyped because when you're getting like those like 1 and you keep on like going for more, you get like a spray down or something, and the crowd's just going crazy for you. I think that it really, really helps.
After beating Furia, the Finnish surprise ENCE was up next.
I don't think that we were surprised. ENCE was already like a good team at that point in time because they made us to the finals of Katowice. So we already knew that they were like a good team. They were a top team.
As to where the rotation comes from, but they'll see it now. Sergey, that's aggressive. Jumping in, just gives Elise the goal.
Well, in the final, like you always want to make sure that you don't like think it's over until it's actually over, because as soon as you start thinking that, then you're not focused on the game.
Doing so allows 4 players to hold towards top of middle. That's working out fantastically so far. The leads with a 3-man spray down. Nitro will chime in and
even when you like break their economy and you're super far up, like in the game that we were against them on the 3rd map, we still need to like make sure that we're really in it, and they can come back at any point in time. They were a really good team back then. Yeah, they were a hard team, so it was a really good start win for us.
He can sense players on the other side. It's going to be a kill to Twist, surely. He gets the burn. Twist is dead, but he's got the kill. And Liquid have it. They've got the championship. They've got Masters.
In a close and tight affair, Liquid managed to please the home crowd and beat ENCE to become the masters of their dreams.
That's my weapon, Real cowboy. Back in town. Goodbye. Nice eye, nice eye. Is this your weapon? Oh no.
I don't think so.
Maybe it's mine.
Just because not default map.
Don't look at my monitor.
I'm stream sniping.
What is the problem, green?
Don't be fooled by Nafni and Inters having a giggle there. These guys are absolutely deadly and they will come for you. But right now, Group A, the upper bracket, we've obviously crashed our way through our best of one opening rounds. Gambit versus G2 Esports is coming up next. And we've also got our second A matchup, which is going to be Na'Vi versus VP.
Ooh.
That's going to be one that I know Yanko is going to be super excited to talk about. But right now, we've got Blair in the middle. Hey, Blair. Say hello to each other, boys.
Hey, Blair. How's it going?
Hello, Matthew. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Looking
Always
the
happy
right
to
way?
see you.
Yes, I'm looking the right way. That's good.
You are looking the right way, yeah. It's like we rehearsed it. We genuinely did not rehearse it, so I'm very impressed with you boys. All right, let's focus in on Gambit. Obviously, we saw them play earlier today against Team Fiend, and in a way, there weren't too many takeaways. Gambit were great.
No, which is what is supposed to happen when a favorite acts like a favorite. We wouldn't have much to say about that 16-5 victory versus Fiend. Whereas for G2, they had to sweat tears and blood versus Spirit. Even though Dexter put a 43 kills, they lost in overtime against G2. So that is a great result for G2 in general, but Gambit, they've just been clean so far.
Well, I do hope the Spirit managed to hang on. No offense to whoever they're playing. I actually can't remember who they're playing because I do really want to see a little bit of Dexter action on this A stream. So hopefully DreamHack can make it happen. Maniac, you were having a look at the numbers from the year so far, and actually, individuals-wise, and to be honest, this is not a revelation, Gambit have got the strongest individuals really in this tourney.
Yeah, I think so.
In this tourney.
In this year in general, I think Gambit is the most skilled teams we have in Counter-Strike currently. If you look at 2021, you filter top 30, they have 3 players in the top 10 in the world right now. It's Axile, it's Hobbit, and it's Shiro. And it's insane. Such that statement in itself is already mind-boggling. The fact that 3 of these players on your screen are part of the top 10 best players in the world in 2021.
And one of the best IGLs in the business is just 19 years old. He's called Nafni, and Alf Scrawndog had a word with him earlier on today.
Nafni, DreamHack Masters Spring has begun today, and you guys are coming off pretty hot. Easy 16-5 victory over top of a team Fiend. And I wanted to ask, man, now that you guys are ranked #1 in the world, now that you're playing for the best team in the entire world of Counter-Strike, do matches like this stress you guys out? When you're coming into a game versus a team that's, you know, at this point, let's say a tier beneath you, does it weigh on your mind that the upsets can happen, or is this just easy work?
Of course, if we underrate our opponents, we can lose. Like, as everyone, we really focused on the game, so it didn't happen versus Fiend. That's why we win. But still, Fiend, they win every team in our group, so...
All right, so what do you have for us in store for this G2 matchup later today? What do you think of, you know, Amanek now opping over top of Nico? The roles seem to be kind of going back and forth. What do you take of G2 at the moment?
G2, it's a good team. They have interesting playstyle, and also Amanek has a... I guess he's main upper, to be honest, right now, because I see how he takes up a lot between Nick and Amanek. I will say that Amanek main upper. So it's interesting to play versus them. We practice versus them like a few times, and it's a good team.
All right, man. Well, listen, we got a lot of Counter-Strike for you guys today. It's going to be a long event. As you said, there's a lot of good challengers. So I'm just going to say best of luck, Nafni. Kill him today, and hopefully talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Scrawny and Nafni. It's a pleasure to have both of you at DreamHack Masters Spring. And right now, we're going to fire up the veto. It's our first best of 3 of the tournament.
All right. So let's get Nuke and Overpass out the way. I'd be surprised to see them now. The last time these two teams faced, it was Vertigo and Dust 2, but here we have a first change. Hold on a second. Is that Gambit? No, it's G2 picking Mirage. I had this for a second. I was like, wait a minute. G2 going from Mirage? That was the second chance, either Dust 2 or Mirage. Now, if you're Gambit, you have Train or Vertigo. They go for the Train, but the map pool is so deep, they could pretty much take anything.
Blair, are you surprised that G2 are picking Mirage, given that they only just beat Spirit on it in
Not
overtime?
at all.
Okay.
Yeah, not at all. But I feel like right now for G2, considering the flux they're in as a team right now, they want to just go with what's working for them, right? It was a close game, but it's against Spirit, who aren't exactly an easy team to face off against on a map like Mirage. So it kind of played out it's kind of gone the way we expected. Obviously, Gambit are also very, very comfortable on any map in the map pool apart from Nuke. So G2 just going to be playing to their strengths. And honestly, so far they've looked pretty decent so far. So I feel like there is a chance to get at least take one map off here on Mirage against the world's best team.
Well, Blair, I'd love to talk to you about the Amanek Nico AWP situation. Luckily, Nafany gave his opinion on it, and now we're going to get some thoughts from our brand new caster pair. It is the first DreamHack Masters for Dinko and Hawker. They have been quietly blazing a trail for the last few years in Counter-Strike, so it's an absolute pleasure to have them here today. Gentlemen, I would love to do a back and forth, but we've got to head straight over to you guys. Have fun. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yeah, Hawker, I mean, there was too much facial hair on the broadcast. We've decided to bring that ratio down a little bit, hopping into this one. And, man, I'm stoked to be here. First DreamHack Masters main stream. I was on the B stream for the last one, but now we bumped up to the A stream. I'm looking forward to getting into this one. And we're right into the best of threes, Hawker. G2 versus Gambit. It's going to be a banger of a matchup. And I think the storyline we've got to talk about has to be the AWPing disparity maybe here between G2 and Gambit, right? Gambit have got Shiro. And over on the G2 side, it's kind of trying to figure out whether or not it's going to be that Amanek dynamic, or is it going to be Nico kind of throwing it around? So they had a decent match today against Spirit where they managed to get a win over Dexter, so he was performing well. How do you feel about the matchup when it comes to the AWPs?
Yeah, that could be a tough one when you're going up against Shiro, who's just been so solid as that primary AWPer, who's really hard to kill. That's what his biggest strength is as an AWPer. He almost always survives, so he's almost always going to have the chance to have impact, and that means he's going to come through in the clutch too. So it's not going to be an easy matchup, but we're going to get it started on Mirage.
Get right into it. Mirage is going to be a fun match to start things off. Gambit, I mean, we've seen them play on this map before. G2 earlier today showing a bit of a comfort pick here today against Spirit. It was a long game though, Alex. It was certainly not comfortable, but we're hopping right into it. G2, they're going to be over on the CT side early on, and Gambit on the T side. 1x bet odds on the top of your screen, and early on, G2 going for some aggression into the ramp room.
Some early ground. Jax has pushed all the way in, but they have no eyes on mid. That means this boost could be a real concern for them. If Gambit can start to get into those backlines, it could become an issue. I assume that vent is not broken though, so there shouldn't be the chance for the wrap all the way around.
Currently enters, running back from spawn. It's going to be Hobbit.
Here comes that push onto the B site. Amanek able to deny that bomb on short. Nico's still sitting back, and Amanek makes it another kill from the bomb site. It's only Shiro left. He's in the back lines, and he's got the first frag.
Bomb down short, obviously, by the play of Amanek pushing through the smoke has put a bit of a problem into the works here. Shiro in the clutch. We talk about his clutches. It's been the talking point coming into DreamHack Masters, and now Shiro needs to look to find him. Spots Amanek down short. The headshot landed. Looking for the second to start off DreamHack Masters best of threes with a clutch in for Shiro. Low HP on Jax, but he hits the headshot. G2 up with the pistol. 1-0 on the board.
Solid stuff to start this one off, but damn, Shiro made that close, already showing us what he's made of. Good work from G2 side, though, making sure to get the job done.
Yeah, solid stuff coming in. I mean, obviously down to the clutch. It was a pretty wacky start. Amanek running through the smoke, dropping the bomb down short. Definitely threw a spanner into the works, so now we can take a soft reset. We can get a bit more comfortable heading into this one as Gambit on the Glocks. Not much to work with here. It should be a G2 shoe-in to start things off here, Hawker.
Jax up into the apartments, puts the early smoke down, but there's a flash at the ready and a quick pop onto this B side.
Setting up, he's trying to run down, try and get a bomb plant here, but Jax is under a little bit of pressure, but he's got Hunter over here to help him out. The MP9 looking to mow them down, and Jax and Hunter coming in with the picks. Shiro and Axel trying be getting dropped momentarily. Glock gets involved. Jax finally getting rid of Shiro, but Axel's come in with a headshot. He's looking for a follow-up. Couldn't quite get the bomb plant there for Gambit, but it is cleaned up. It's 2-0 up for G2 at the start of Mirage. Will not be too disappointed with the start that they've got, but here comes the buy-in from Gambit. They've got the AWP out for Shiro, the AK-47s in play, and a decent amount of utility available for Gambit into this one.
Yeah, that is a very early AWP for Shiro to try to get to work with. G2 won't have that same luxury early on into this one. Only the one kit for them too, which is something to keep in mind. Already Gambit starting to lean a fair few players over towards that A bomb site, and Hobbit wasting no time on that early fight.
Nexa getting the reply quickly though over towards Ramp, and he follows up with a follow-up kill. That's the bomb down. In towards Ramp. Nexa's aggressive plays worked out perfectly, as Gambit need to backtrack now to try and figure out how to get this bomb back and get into a more comfortable situation. And G2, they're up a man thanks to the aggressive play, the weaker weapon. He's upgraded that to an AK-47 as well here, Hawker.
Does have to back away from Ramp slightly, so that bomb should be recoverable. Still buying a lot of time here, though. Gambit with over a minute left on the clock, but they're going to use a lot of time getting that bomb back to begin with. You can see Inters having to clear all these close angles. Finally drops down to try and get that bomb back. You also have to remember there's only a couple of smokes left for Gambit here, so that could limit their options somewhat as this round progresses.
They haven't walked out Ramp, instead now picking the bomb up and of course going back over towards B. With a flash popped out into Ramp, they're going to reset and go on through as Inters starts to walk out. Contact finally gets spotted from the CT play. Molotov goes down deep into the ticket box. That'll keep Nico at bay for the meantime. Now Inter is starting to run forward. Smoke down in front of him as he climbs atop the wood. There's a player in below him. The play that started off this round well for G2, but the peek up from Nico up to the upper wood play. And now the bomb running its way back over to the site on B. It's Hobbit. There's only 10 seconds left to make this play work. And Jax, he just needed to hold, but he goes down to Hobbit. Shiro catching Hunter, and they get to the site just in the nick of time to get the bomb down. It's a 2v2 coming in for Nico and Nexa on the retake.
Hobbit was thinking of going aggressive, but he's just going to stick close by. Two players low on either side, and Hobbit's going to try and use this off angle.
Well, Hobbit, oh, I couldn't get it. Nico was faster, and now it's just Shiro again. 1v2 clutch for Shiro with the AWP. He'll miss the first shot. Now in behind cover, looking to try and follow up and reset onto Nico, who's just jiggling for the info, but he hits the shot. And now 1v1 up against Nexa. He's down to 3 HP over here for the G2 player. And he'll be pushing forward, finds Shiro, and yet another 1v2 going in favor of G2 as well in terms of the kills, but Gambit, they've held on, and the time is tuck, and it's too much to handle for G2, too little time to get back into the site, as Gambit will take their first round on the board.
And that is that unique style of Shiro. He has the highest clutch round percentage out of any player in this tournament. You don't often see that for an AWPer. Normally you might expect riflers to do better in these scenarios, but Shiro is so good at turning it into 1v1 fights. This jiggle peek, Nico was trying to bait out the shot. Shiro didn't fall for it, and even though the time was close at the end there, G2 don't have time to win the round, and they go ahead and go for a buy into this next one, but it is somewhat limited. Gambit have a chance to try and reset that CT economy right here, right now.
Gambit start with 3 players up in Palace. And Jax for the back at CT. Axel, he's got through the smoke at Con. He's on the other side of it, so now they can use an extra prong to the approach, and immediately they explode onto the A site with the opening kills. Jax and Nico torn out of the round. And you look at G2, you consider their economy, Alex. You mentioned it at the start of the round. It's all about saving those weapons and limiting the casualties now as Gambit just explode. They take the A site. And G2, it's all about falling away, and Gambit realized that.
And this was meant to be G2's chance to show us what they can do with the AWP in their hands. But Amanek doesn't even get the chance to use it. He was playing over on the B side of the map. 2 Galil kills pop into the A bomb site, and that's that. Hunter is sticking around, but there's no kit, so no chance for any shenanigans at the end here. He's really just hoping to upgrade his gun, which might be possible, but he's already starting to fall back. Gambit tie things up. Explosive start to this game.
Definitely an explosive start. I mean, that was just straight up Immediate backhand to G2, and they were forced with no other option to save over, and luckily Amanek hangs on to that AWP. So with that, saving those weapons, Hawker, you know, you look at the next buy coming up for G2. Obviously their economy is on the line, it's a breaking point, but they still have some weapons to play with.
Yeah, that was a pretty big swing round both ways in the economy, because that clutch from Gambit was one where no one survived. That round was going to dictate who had the economic advantage early. It looks like it should be Gambit, and it looks like they might stick with some faster paced plays here. A lot of players leaning towards B early for both teams. A smoke at the ready on the T side.
That's a group up play from Gambit into the B site. Currently G2 sitting back, not close in the site at all, so they're in towards short. That does give Gambit the site to play with, but fights will certainly ensue here with G2. Nexa further back, Jack's in front of him. He was the USP torn out of the round, and Axel follows up with follow-up headshots. He's having a great time here, Axel. 4 kills in the round, and now it is just Amanek left alone with the AWP on the other side of the map. Axel's having a field day against these G2 players there. Nice little eco frags added to his collection. Just a couple of them had rifles, Alex, but Axel definitely feeling it there.
Oh, and Amanek is in some trouble. Maybe not too much trouble, though. He's got the first shot with the AWP, so hopefully for his sake, he can start to get away. He's going to be stuck behind triple box now, though. The smoke giving him some cover, but Gambit are closing in on his position. This is suffocating Dinko. He's got another kill, and he's just going to try and sit in the smoke. Damage done, and Shiro eventually denies and even steals away the AWP at the end there. And you don't want to be giving Shiro an AWP for free.
No, you definitely don't want to be giving it into his hands, and I mean, just look at this round from G2, the setup in towards short. Axel obviously spots this and just starts mowing them down. He does a very good job of just turning them into 1v1 fights, uses the pillar as a bit of cover and sort of transitions in behind it. Finds every single one of those players in a 1v1 fight scenario. So although they did have strength in numbers, they were broken up and dissected early.
Looks like more of a default this time from Gambit. After a couple of rounds where they quickly went for the throat, they quickly went for some site takes, they decide it's time to slow things down. That is one of the things I love about Mirage, Dinko. I think you can play both ways. You can go for fast plays onto the sites, or you can go for the slower play, taking mid control, maybe starting to try and take that ground away from your opponents. That's the approach that Gambit are taking this time.
Smoke up top con from Hobbit. Mid control established for Gambit. 3-man setup here at the moment. Make it 4 for G2 over here on A. 3 inside of the site itself, and Hunter shows the Nexa playing in behind Ticket. So G2 definitely expecting an A lean here from Gambit. They've got Palace control, so great map control right now for G2 over towards this A side of the map, and Inters is about to walk up into the Palace halls, and an Amanek, he's around the corner. It might just be a duel here for Inters, and he's going to win it. So early advantage for Gambit, but that might force him to go for this A play, and they're going to run on in, but there's still 2 players inside of the Ninja boxes. They're going to double up together, and Nico plays in front, goes to the fight, but Axel immediately snaps his neck. But will they expect the second player to be there? Hunter is still in behind this, but Hobbit spams it, he predicts it, and he gets the follow-up kill. So Gambit, being methodical, leaving no stone unturned, has got them onto this A site. And even though they had the strength in numbers, G2 having to pull off the retake, and Nexa is the man doing that right now. He's pulled it back into the equilibrium of a 2v2.
Nexa's looking for more. Can't spot that player on Tetris immediately. He has an idea that there might be a man there. Jack sneaking close to Connector. Uses the flash to his advantage. Out goes Nexa looking for the fight. Finally finding it. But Shiro is the one man remaining. The bomb tapped, but Shiro's going to stand strong in the open and land the final shot. 4-2 lead for Gambit, and yet another clutch added to Shiro's collection.
Just running that clock dry, obviously no time to get onto it, Alex, even at the end there, but Nexa tries his best, draws it back into a good scenario. But I have to say, Alex, look at the stack here. G2 had so many players, there's so much control into the A site, and Gambit still end up going that way. They just check everything, they check for the double stack in towards Ninja, and they get themselves all of those important kills. So yeah, just being methodical, Gambit leaving no stone unturned.
Lovely work from Gambit. I think from G2's perspective, I like the push too, because they were running really low on utility. So they kind of understood they had to take some map control. They had to try and push into Palace or Ramp and maybe get some advanced information. Palace is obviously a great position to have if there's an A-sided play coming in. It gives another angle for the T's to think about. But as soon as Amanek loses that fight, I think that's the key that really opens up the round for Gambit, allows them to focus much more easily on the site. They use their nades well, and they're going to get rewarded for that, Dinko. 4-2 lead, pretty likely to be turned into a 5-2 lead here, as long as they can beat out these pistols.
Gambit leaning over towards the B site this time. Heavy, they've got smoke set already. And Nafny trying to get up short. There's a bit of a gap there to play with for Nico, but once the bullets come firing back his way, he tucks in behind the box. He doesn't want any involvement against that rifle of Nafny. With 40 seconds left, Gambit need to run their play into B now. Again, site empty. They're playing in from short this time. A methodical take from Gambit, clearing everything with the mollies, and now Jax, he's looking for the headshot. Can he land it? He can't. Axel follows up first. Now they just walk on into the B site, no one there at all. And G2, it's not really paid off for them this time with the pistols, so Gambit should be given a free 5th round.
See just how hard it can be to hold that B site when you don't have the full utility. Love that from Nafany. Throws the AK out of the map. G2 not getting anything for free.
Yeah, he got that out just the right time as well, Hawker, right? He just about got it out of the map and then goes down immediately. So even G2 hunt down that one rifle top mid. They don't even get a freebie from that. Not exactly what they were hoping for, but Hobbit seems to be aware of the waiting arms of Amanek around the corner, or possible waiting arms, but there is 2 players over here for Hobbit that he would have to deal with if he decided to walk through that doorway. You don't want to give away anything to these G2 players. They will take anything they can right now, and they're going to peek into the hallway. Hobbit with 1 and a 2nd picked up as well.
Good work from Hobbit, staying focused all the way until the end of the round. Hobbit is actually this team's 2nd highest rated player, slightly ahead of Axile in the last 3 months, which is crazy because Axile's been having some great tournaments of his own as of late. The Hobbit has really been coming into his own for this team. Ever since he's joined them, they have become a true contender for top team in the world. Trying to prove that as they look to continue their fine form. Full gun round out for both squads now. Amanek's back on that AWP over towards the B apartments, but we've got a fast A play at the ready for Gambit.
Nafny's just crept through the ramp smoke, trying to take the fight at Ticket, but now it is up. They know exactly what play is coming their way, G2. Can they hold on to it is the question, though, and the answer is just no. They're not getting these fights going their way at all. Nafny gets the first 2 picks. Finally, Nico stepping back in with the itchy grenade kill, but he's still a man down overall here for G2. Hunter sources that trade kill elsewhere, and Inters has been picked out of the round. So we are down to the 3v3 again. But Axel's got into the B side. Amanek, he tries to get the AWP down quickly enough, but he couldn't line up the shot. And now the rotation from G2 starting to come through. They'll send both of those remaining players over to the B side of the map, but there's a full minute left, Alex, and that means Gambit can send the bomb back over towards A.
Hobbit was initially going back B, but the mid-round call is there, and Shiro spotted that man in connector. They have 2 AWPs trained on this position. Axile's the man who's going to keep him trapped, though.
Yeah, he spots the barrel, but he wants him to just take the peek, and there it is. Nico going into Axel's crosshair. It is just Hunter left alone. First pick onto Axel is good, but Hobbit and Shiro still stand for Gambit, so Hunter realizes getting back over to the other side of the map is definitely a long run. And with the positions that you've got here for Gambit, it's hard to look past them, just shutting him out of this one. Hunter starts to clear all the close positions, goes to the murder hole. Waiting for him is Hobbit. He's missed the first bullet, but lines up the headshot quickly after. And it's 6-2 for Gambit. A solid start on the T side.
Definitely a solid start on their opponent's map pick. The change of pace has been really hard to handle for G2 right now. You can clearly see that. Oh, careful, I'm going to get dizzy if we keep that up. Back to the game, please.
Hypnotized right there.
Yeah. But Gambit are basically hypnotizing G2 right now, honestly. Like, they're switching up their pace so well. They're going for really fast plays and really slow plays with almost nothing in between. G2 can't handle it.
Yeah, it makes things very difficult to read, right? You're trying to figure out what sort of stack you should go for, and it's just been the right calls from Gambit time and time again, even in the mid-round. So back to the Nafty mid-control. He has been getting out here pretty regularly, finding himself success into the con fights, and up against the pistols, it'll be no different for Nafany as he finds Amanek to start off round 9. Utility will start to sprinkle into the B site from Axel, but once again, Gambit, the majority of their players now congregating towards the A site. And right now you've got Nexa in there alone as Jax has just made his rotation a little further away from the A site. So Gambit again with the right call, G2 once again with the wrong stack, and here come Gambit into the A site, Hawker.
Nexa might get some assistance from Jax. It's not going to come soon enough, especially when he turns away. That might just put this round to bed already. Jax is in position, but he's got to do a hell of a lot with the Deagle here, and there's still utility remaining. They're not even going to use it, though. Just taking the fights and winning all of them.
Yeah, just winning every fight, keeping it clean. And that is going to allow to build the economy in the likes of Inters and Axel. The rest of the squad are getting flush with cash very quickly here. And Hunter, well, he's on the extremities of the A side, just further back in Palace, and Inters is not even going to let him get close as he takes him down with the AWP. It's 7-2 for Gambit. Fantastic, comfortable start here. An update from our B stream over there right now. It's the Brazilians of Pain Gaming taking on Heroic. It's not looking so good for the Brazilians over there. If you're interested in watching this matchup, which looks like it's just about to be closed out by Heroic, you can head over to twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOB.
Wow, this game is certainly one that we're going to be keeping an eye on, but I mean, from Heroic, just a good performance by the looks of things. I think for Gambit here, we're seeing a similar story, right? It's almost like those two teams that got to the final recently are pretty good, Dinko, it turns out.
I think you could say that, Hawk. I think they're pretty good at Counter-Strike. And obviously, Pain, they've been out there in North America trying their best to make it and beat the likes of Extra Salt. But now they're over here playing against some of the big dogs, and it's not been the cleanest of starts for them. 15-6, quickly made 16 there for Heroic. That's over on ESL CSGO B, but right now we're getting into G2 versus Gambit, continuing this storyline. So far, it's been Gambit domination on the T side, and G2, they've got to find an answer, and Amanek, he's aggressive this time into Palace. Inters should be available to be able to pick this, and the AWP hits the shot. Amanek has opened things up for G2.
That's what we've been waiting to see. We want to see that AWP be dynamic. If Amanek's going to take the AWP on the CT side, he needs to be willing to call for plays like that. He was playing on B in a bunch of the earlier rounds, not able to have much impact with it. This time he takes matters into his own hands.
Execute out flashes coming out of the ramp, and Axel, he will be this front man as Amanek. He's on default boxes with the AWP. It's a difficult position to maneuver around, but he's been able to find one in a second coming in. He goes for the repeat, but couldn't quite find Shiro. Nafany's walking his way into the B site. There has been an aggressive play from Jax. He thinks it's clear, and he could catch off Shiro, trying to get back over to the B site. It's going to be a straight-up fight between Shiro and Jax looking the wrong way, flicks back, hits the dink, but Shiro wins the fight. And now Nafany's aggressive position could find Hunter, and it has. That's an important pick to find, because now it puts them in a situation where they're even. And Shiro's timing is just missed out there on Nico coming up with the flank, and he's going to hear those footsteps. Tries to deny the bomb from getting into the B site, but couldn't quite find the angle in time.
Bomb planted safely. Shiro still has a smoke and a flash, but he might not even want to use it. Is he ready for Nico behind him, though? That's a big question.
Yeah, Nico coming in behind. He's coming pretty quickly now as well. Shiro seems to have the right read of the apartment play, though. He's got the deagle up, and Nico checking all of the close angles. Eventually will have to go as this time takes on, and the little peek up from Shiro gathers that info. He's going to be looking for this headshot, grabs Nico, plays the position to perfection, and now Nexa left out. Two players, completely different positions. Impossible to get the crosshair in those angles. So 8-2 for Gambit again. Another good mid-round from them. You know, Jax pushing through T-spawn. If he finds that duel, if he wins the duel up against Shiro, that's the bomb down, Hawker. That's the round done.
It just shows you how fast every player is at this pro level too, because this round starts with Amanek getting all these excellent kills on the A site. Look at the dink that Jax lands. It's like first bullet dink, and then you're dead. There's no room for error at this level. It's so incredible how fast these kills come in for these players, and that allows Shiro to get onto the B site. Gambit playing these mid rounds so well. Nafity all the way pushed into B, gets a freebie onto the rotating player. Everything is going right for Gambit right now. They have not lost a single gun round.
Fantastic performance out of Shiro and Axel, of course, the two big hitters for this team, the two players you look to lead the way for this CIS roster, and they have certainly been in control so far on Mirage. But G2, once again, it's the same old story, it's just not enough weaponry here for them. They're down to Deagle, CZs. We'll see if they can pull anything out of it with the utility. Gambit again, leaving the bomb back in spawn, just playing this default stance. They're quite A-heavy at the start of these rounds. Just one player over here for G2 on defense. It's Nexa right now. He is the Deagle player near Underwood. Starts to walk a little bit closer to the ramp to play the headshot angle for the Palace play. And Gambit just taking the time as Nexa is trying to move closer, encroaching on as much control as he can get, and finally drops off and goes back Underwood. Smoke in from Gambit. It's going to land in towards window. And Nico, smoke will cover off his face. He does have the angle. And now Nafny can isolate the fight against Hunter, who just drops back upon spotting Nafny for the first time.
Lots of utility left for the T's to work with as we head later into the round. Got to say, for G2, that game against Spirit earlier on in the day, their opening matchup was a win, but that could have gone either way, especially in overtime. There were a bunch of rounds that Spirit had the edge in. G2 had to come through with some incredible heroics to even win that game. Whereas for Gambit, it was much more one-sided, albeit against arguably an easier opponent in Fiend, one of the qualifier teams. But a 16-5 performance, and Gambit just adapted so quickly in that opening game, and they've kind of done the same here. As soon as it's hit the gun rounds, they have been on top, and they've got the right read again, hitting the weak bomb site.
Yeah, just running it on in. You've got Nexa, who was initially standing in towards ramp and these headshot angles for the Palace fights, but dropped back in behind Ticket. And the rest of Gambit having a field day against some of these pistols. They're just setting up on the extremities of the site to see if they can pick off a few of these rifles. And Nafny's going to run out of ammo as Nexa's going to catch him on the backside with the Deagle. So Amanek and Nexa are still alive. They pulled it into the 2v3 as Gambit have got solid push plants, so shouldn't be too uncomfortable for them. But it is rather difficult to walk away with more than a few players here. Just Inters and Hobbit, the last two remaining. And they will hide away in their respective positions as Amanek backs away alive. He hasn't been able to find a rifle. He's just hoping a weapon will blow towards his position, and I don't think he was lucky there. The AWP flew in the other direction. The AK hardly moved. So Amanek went out for the final shot, couldn't find the kill, and 9-2 for Gambit.
I wonder if we get a double AWP setup from G2 at some point. Not in this round. Nico doesn't have that much money, so he's going to stick with the rifle. But so far, they have gone with that single AWP, and it hasn't been too effective for them. Amanek was able to switch it up in that previous round, though, start to land some shots, and this time he's going to switch it up again, going in towards mid. I don't know if he's going to get a fight early, though. It's actually Nexa who might be going more aggressive.
Nexa just poking and prodding in towards ramp early. Hasn't received any information, hasn't spotted anybody. So now he'll jiggle peek with the smoke in hand. And Nico will be there to back him up. And currently, bomb is still top middle for Gambit. And two players poised outside of ramp and Palace, but one inside of connector right now for Gambit. This A picture certainly could come through, and Hobbit's found the opening pick. Amanek getting involved with the AWP. And Inters is going to try and take that all out of play. They're both aggressive inside of the site, so they need to win this ramp fight. They need some control back, and Inters is not going to allow any of those kills to stand for Gambit. The bomb's still undecided as to where it's going to go because they've got both sides basically at this point. Hunter is the remaining player up top stairs. They're fighting on both sides of the map, and they don't even need to go for the bomb plank because they just win every fight, Hawker.
Right place at the right time for Inters to close out the round, but like you said, they're just winning everywhere right now. 10 in a row for Gambit. This was Nico getting aggressive on ramp, which was the right decision, but Inters was in Palace the whole time. He's always that most annoying player on Gambit who you can never seem to find. He's always in those spots where he's just going to come at you when you don't expect him to, oftentimes away from the rest of the team. But this time he was with them, he was able to trade, and G2 have to take another round with a half buy. This is starting to get a bit desperate for them now. Quick reminder, if you've just joined us, you can see on the left side of the screen, this is indeed G2's map pick, and they have lost 10 in a row at this point.
Hobbit's about to walk on to Nexa. I haven't seen anything just yet as well. Nexa, 2 players above him, hiding under the wood, cowering away with the Deagle. And to be fair to Hobbit right now, they haven't looked underwards. So Nexa still has a decent spot for this, but now they drop. And Inters gets in behind cover, so Nico can't even trade him, and now he gets caught at the bottom of the stairs. Just so methodical and clean at clearing all of these positions, and G2 are not given a single chance to trade or find that opening pick, and Gambit are just so dominant right now. This is so one-sided. Gambit feeling real comfortable on the T side. And G2, it's not like they're sitting back and doing the same thing every round, Alex. They've tried so many different setups. They tried to change so much up, but Gambit just make the perfect rounds every single time.
So many rounds where they found the weakness. And here is that switch up with the 2 AWPs, but it's not Nico. It's Jax who's going to take that secondary AWP for G2. I assume he'll be AWPing over in the B apartments where you can just get that long-range angle. A lot of B-sided players are very comfortable with that. And then Amanet can have more freedom to roam across the map. And is indeed what we will be seeing. Jax posted up early. They might hope that if he can peek deep here, maybe his teammates can rotate and stack towards another site more heavily.
It does free them up a little bit more. It puts another player on the board, another piece to play with for G2, and they found an opening kill finally. Untraded from G2, from Gambit, should I say. So right now, a good start, and Jax is spotted the head of Shiro. Good gap as well, just tiny little gap to fight him, and he's picked him open in the round. So follow-up 2 kills for G2 right now. This is a very comfortable position, the most comfortable we've seen them in a long time.
And this time, Gambit don't have those same options in the mid-round where they're behind G2 or they're in these annoying positions. They're really just going to have to rely on outdoing G2 in a 3-on-5, which is much easier said than done. They do have Nafny on mid, though. He could be the key man to help split this A site.
Amanek spots the foot of a player, so that's some information that there is at least one on towards ramp. But Nafny, like you said, he was the mid-play, and now he's looking to try and take the play up short. It's Hunter that's won in the battle, though, and Amanek getting a kill as well. Next up, finally, his aggressive ramp stance will work out, and G2, they will finally get another round on the board on the CT side.
It's been a long time coming for them. After losing 11 in a row, they finally bounce back, and they'll have a chance to try and at least salvage one more round at the end of the half. Let's see what Gambit decide to end with, because we've seen them go for some fast plays on occasion. We've seen them switch up the pace of their play in a couple of rounds now. In that last one, they just went for a default and lost a couple of picks. In this one, it looks like they put a fair bit of emphasis on mid and some early damage going both ways.
Early mid control is Gambit's. Nico, aware of the player's position on the left side of the smoke, and Nafny's going to get caught with utility. And Jack simultaneously on the other side, able to find another follow-up kill for G2. So 2 men up again, almost identical to the start they had in the previous round. And Gambit unable to trade, not in positions to do so. So G2 can sit back. It's now on Gambit to try and figure out how they're going to get themselves a 12th round. Well, G2 salvage 4 at this half. Hobbit onto Nico, able to pick it up, and now the play starts to come into the B side of the map. It's the bomb leading the charge here for Inters. Jax gets picked off, and Hunter, he's just hiding, biding his time as the play comes through. It's the bomb at the front there for Gambit. It's been caught out, the headshot onto Inters landed, and it's now Shiro left alone, tucked up in the apartments, and I don't think this is the clutch he'll be winning this time around. It's 11-4 at the half, Gambit dominate. It's time for a short break, and we'll see if they can bounce back here, G2, in the second half.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half. It's been a Gambit show so far here at DreamHack Masters. They are dominating everybody they go up against right now. And G2, they are no different. Down on 4 rounds here on their map pick. Heading into the second half, we've got to see a better showing from G2. And it's on the T side here, Hawker. How are you feeling about the chances moving forward into this one?
Oh, I think it's going to be rough, and I don't think it's because G2 are playing too badly. I just think Gambit are playing great right now. They are showing up on Mirage. We've got to see if G2 can win this pistol, though. It's almost a must-win to keep themselves in with a chance on their map pick.
And while G2 are going to be setting up for the B play, and Inters is the first man up here. Flash ready from his teammate on in. It's Inters with the first pick. Nafany with a great flash, buying a follow-up in as well. And Inters just finds a couple of players blinded in front of him. Amanek and Nexo have done a very good job, though, at getting these trades back in for G2.
Quick plant from Hunter. There is a kit dropped on the site. That's something that Gambit will have to get figured out on this retake, because the smoke is buying a good bit of time here before the retake begins.
Nexo close up. Hobbit's going to try and clear this position, and Nexo, he's not going to be able to land the headshot. Hobbit with the body shots eventually picks up that kill, and now trying to find the player at bench as well. Nico, he's been dropped extremely low in HP, but he has got that cover to play with on bench, and that's keeping him alive at the minute. Axel now trying to get in, but it's Hunter with the follow-up headshots. A much-needed pistol win in for G2.
Hunter getting going in the last couple of rounds too. He's actually been G2's highest rated player in the last 3 months, over Nico, which is really cool to see. I think it's great seeing Hunter's return to form since Jax has rejoined this lineup. We get to see it there with a couple of important kills to close it out. And they were running into the stack. They were running into the flashes of Nafany and the early kills from Inters, but they were able to use their smokes to get onto the site. And now they have got the edge in their second round bye, but they've still got to deal with a full force from Gambit.
Utility being dumped into middle by G2. And Jax, he's finding himself Axel. Nice Axel added to his collection of skulls. And Gambit in a forced buy scenario. They are a man down at the start of this one. And for G2, obviously they're not in a position where they can be afforded these kind of losses. So they're going to have to stay focused, respect what's still available on the server. A loss to a forced buy now would be absolutely savage to their chances. So they're just playing it slow, taking their time, even though they find the opening.
And with how that first half played out, I think G2 also know how rough it can be on the CT side if you're constantly having to half-buy every other round. So they would love to have the chance to do the same to Gambit, to give them that same sort of treatment. Hunter starting to sneak into connector, looking for some information, but with 42 seconds remaining, G2 have got to make up their minds pretty soon here.
Smokes on into the A side from G2, but they're going up short to the B side of the map, and no one's here currently in defense for Gambit. It will be a fight into window that's won by Hunter. Nafany, you would say, he had the advantage, just being waiting there, you know, waiting for his opponent to come into his crosshair. And still, it is Hunter that wins it for G2, and now they're 2-man up, and 15 seconds, the bomb will go down on the other side of the map at B, and Hunter was just looking for some extra cash to farm kills onto Gambit, but Shiro finally puts an end to him, and he'll walk away with the MAC-10. And G2, they're up to 6 rounds, a good start into the second half. They win the pistol, they convert it, and that's the first step in a very long road back into things.
It's definitely what they needed. I think as long as they come back somewhat here, Dinko, just for the rest of the series, you'd never want to get blown out on your own map pick. If you lose this pistol, it's just so hard to see yourself winning this map. It might be a one-sided map against you, and then you're in a really rough spot. So I'm glad that we get this pistol win from G2. Hopefully they can start to build something off the back of this. Although with the way Gambit are playing, again, look, there's not going to be any easy rounds. Even in this one, they save a couple of guns, and I'm sure they might have something spicy up their sleeve with these 3 saved weapons.
Yeah, Black can tell you all about spicy things. He's been piling in those spicy Korean ramen noodles. I'm sure he'll be on the desk a little bit later on. It's great to see him up there, floating head on the desk with Frankie. It's quite like it's quite sci-fi really, Hawker. You know, that desk. You know, you've got these floating heads of Yanko and Blair. Frankie's just there, a normal human being. She's got a full body.
Imagine just having Blair as a floating head follow you around in your day-to-day life.
You know, I would love that.
He'd probably make you get really spicy curries though, Dinko, and that's not what you want.
No, I would be dead. You know, just by looking at me, you can tell I can't handle that. So I'm sure you're the same, Alex. You know, we're not really designed to take a lot of the spices on.
Definitely.
You know what is spicy? There's comeback potential for G2 now. They're going up against what is obviously a very weak buy here for Gambit. And this could be a bit more of breathing room, right? You can stretch your legs a little bit if you're G2. Start to feel yourself a little bit more, because over in that first half, they were just not getting involved at all. Every fight was going Gambit's way. G2 walking into middle, making sure no one's in the window of smoke. They're making sure of that. And Nafany, he's pushed down into the ramp. Amanek was sort of jiggle peeking that with a Mac-10, and Nafany's just got the info that he needs and drops back into the site, but it's ready for explosion here for G2.
Flash over from mid, smoke for jungle, and Hunter will lead the charge onto the A bomb site. Not much defense here. Jumping shot from Hunter opens things up. Nafany was hoping to get the flank going, but the Mac-10 makes sure to account for that position. And with the bomb planted, G2 should have this round locked in. It's all a question of how comfortably they can win it.
Yeah, you just want to limit the casualties. You don't want to be dropping any of these weapons away needlessly. And Shiro, he's certainly the player you want to keep eyes on if you're on Gambit, because he had the Mac-10. Looking to try and get some money. Be able to pick up one, and that is the only casualty for G2. It's next to the falls. So good start into the second half here for G2. They've built up so much money already. Now getting into round 19.
Do you take this as a bonus, Dinko, if you're G2, or do you just fully force here? What do you think you would do?
I mean, right now, you've got a situation where you're on the comeback trail, right? So you can see the argument as to why you would want to keep the weapons in play. But, I mean, right now, they're going for what seems to be a little bit of a mix, right? You've got the MP9s, you've got the AWP out. I mean, it's a bit of a mixture, Hawker. With the bonus weapons, you can get a little bit more extra cash out, right?
Yeah, I think the other nice thing is Hunter's always going to have the chance to pick up one of his teammates' rifles. And I'm just glad you get that AWP out for Nico. We get to see if he can come into play on this T side, and this quick A play with a single flash onto the A side.
Smoke over the top. Simple execute coming in here for G2, looking to just try and force back the defensive players with simple utility. A molly into Ticket, a deep smoke for the top of Con, and they catch him with a flash here. Nafany completely blinded thanks to Amanek's flashbang, and Jax will take that kill all day long. And now Hunter, you mentioned the Hawk, it's all about trying to find some extra cash, and G2 are winning this one cleanly. They're winning it convincingly, and now the name of the game is eliminating every single player, and they've done that effectively. Money picked up, farmed on the MP9, AWP out without doing anything for Gambit. If you're G2 right now, you're loving life.
It was a pretty simple start to the round for G2. They throw this one flash over to A. That allows Nico this line of sight with the AWP up against a rifler. That's always a position you're going to be happy taking. I like that Nico has the awareness that he doesn't need to go hunting for kills there. He mainly just needs to hold CT, because that's going to let his teammates start to run up onto the bomb site. We saw that other kill that came in towards the connector position. Just a good, smart decision there made by Nico to help them win the round.
And over on the twitch.tv B stream for ESL_CSGO, you'll find yourselves Fiend versus Team Spirit. And obviously, Fiends have come into this event qualifying, beating the likes of OG, beating the likes of Cloud9. We got to see them in that qualifier, Hawker. And a team that pack a lot of punch. And up against Team Spirit, Dexter's been on point today. So if you're interested in following that matchup, it's over on the B stream. It's Vincent Dust taking you through the action over there. But we'll continue here with Gambit and G2. We hop back into this, and Gambit, just a reminder, everybody, that round did not go so well for them. So now they're on to what is just upgraded pistols, a little bit of Kevlar sprinkle around Hawker. And it's all about G2, once again, limiting casualties.
And they're getting to the point now where their money is really starting to build up. So if they lost a couple, you wouldn't hate it. But obviously, you always want to win the rounds as one-sidedly as possible. Big control being taken by G2. Just quickly as well, picking up on that point about Fiend being a team that pack a punch. They did lose 16-5 against Gambit, but at the start of that game especially, they were going for 4 spikes. They were doing everything they needed to do to try and make life difficult for Gambit. It's just Gambit adapted really quickly and played great in that game. Here against G2, though, Gambit having a slightly harder time of things. 3 rounds separate these two teams. Big control has been taken by G2, and they're going to start to make their move in towards B.
Yeah, big split coming in here. It's G2 mainly coming up short, but they have one prong to the approach from the apartments, and now they start to go through. They're walking right into a stack, Hawk, and this could get messy if they don't find these initial kills, and they're not finding the initial kills. Axel enters, finding kills on the pistols, and now G2 with a big issue in front of them, and Nico is left alone in a 1v5. They haven't been able to find a single kill up until this point. Nico picks out 1 with the AWP, but plenty more to find. And obviously with 20 seconds left and so many Iron Creek Gambit players with pistols, he's got to back off and save this AWP. And that is always the issue when you're walking into a stack like that, Hawk. You've got a big problem in front of you. When you don't get those kills, when you don't flush out the positions and limit the numbers inside of the site, you can quickly fall down. And now they know that Nico's up top mid with the AWP. He's got the important kill, and now he's just hoping that they can take on over it, and he will get through into the next one.
And those rounds are never easy to play on the T side, because if you spread into a default, which some people say, hey, maybe you want to spread into a default so you don't run into a stack, then maybe the CTs push you and they find a 1v1 fight and they steal a rifle away. So instead, G2 go the other way with it. They try and push a site together, and Gambit land a couple of key shots at the start of the round to get them another round win. Here comes the mid control for Gambit. A couple of G2 players here. We could get some early fights.
Nice little spicy approach here from Gambit into mid. It's Nafny trying to get involved early on. The run boost will allow Jax to get behind the top boxes at middle, but Nafny, I love how he's still going for it, but he keeps getting flashed at every turn, and now he's under so much pressure, but still gets his kill. He still gets Jax, and now has top mid control. The response from Hunter trying to come through the underpass, but he's caught by Axel, and the 2 initial kills going for Gambit, and they've got full mid control as well.
Such a hard angle for Hunter to walk into there. If there's no distraction at top mid and there's a player holding it, you are in a lot of trouble on that player up above. And now G2 think they have to force the issue. They have to just try and take aim fights out onto A, but there are plenty of CTs waiting for them.
They've got to flush out Hobbit from under the wood, though, and they're trying to play this contact, so they don't really want to use that utility just yet until they get into better positions. And he spotted Hobbit. The spray will go away, but it's Hobbit with the headshot. And with that kill, he knows he can just sit back. And once again, it is Nico in the 1v5 with the AWP. This time, not able to save it. It's 13 rounds for Gambit. And I love that CT mid approach.
Yeah, just a switch up. I think there was a couple of team flashes in there. That last one certainly looked like a team flash onto Nafany. But he still got the kill, so it didn't matter in the long run. Gambit get it figured out, and just the decision to switch up things slightly. It is always a good call to make your opponents uncomfortable, and it has left G2 in a pretty uncomfortable position. Their money is starting to run dry. I think they are going to get a buy in this one, but being 13-8 down, the pressure is starting to build. And in these last 2 rounds, Dinko, Nico hasn't really had a chance to do anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's been left in these 1v5 scenarios on the back lines, right? And his whole team have been dead by the time he even gets involved. He did get the save in 1, obviously, in that follow-up round. He's already too committed to ramp. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate when you have your big-name player unavailable to get involved in those rounds, and that's definitely got to be a big talking point. You want Nico to be the playmaker, you want him to be able to step up, but the whole rest of the team aren't setting him up or getting in even with a chance. It's going to be rough for him. Early on, G2, they're grouped up at ramp. Will be an aggressive stance from Gambit in towards the ramp, and Nico, we talked about him, he gets the opening in this round. Jack's following up, and now Shiro's under a good bit of pressure. He handles it well, gets back in behind CT.
Put a molly out to the site too to try and slow G2 down, but G2 is slowing down just to use some nades of their own. Inters gets aggressive past the smoke though, and it's straight back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Nico taking damage, but he stays alive. 51 HP. Ichi soars on in, and Nico will not stay alive thanks to the spray through the smoke from Axel. He connects onto Nico, enters through the smoke, walking through it this time, connecting onto the head of Nexa. And Hunter, he's going on the big run around. He's got the marathon ahead of him. He's sprinting the marathon. And they're taking their time, still looking at Tetris. They think he's hidden behind, but no one's reading this play just yet. No one's reading for it, and Shiro will spot it if he goes for the peek, but it's down to the defuse close. He takes the first pick, and the defuse is just stuck too long. They took a long time getting onto the defuse, Holka, but it's just a second too late for Hunter to get around the corner.
So close, but that's always the risk you run when you go for that wrap all the way round towards mid. Gambit took a fair bit of time getting on the bomb in the first place, but they are able to win it. And there was that early fight from Inters, just going slightly before the smoke blooms. That gives Inters that chance to bring it to even numbers before the bomb is planted. And that kind of thing can make a big difference.
And G2, 2 players top mid this time. Counter utility in from Gambit. They had smoked off Shiro, but Nafny has decided to go up middle again. He has been in this situation time and time again. We'll see if he finds success this time. Nico walking out. Hunter trying to get underpass and again gets caught for it. Nafny stuck in middle, but he's got the spray away and he's got support from Axel. They find every important kill and Axel will turn around for the 4K. Fantastic round out of him. It is his birthday after all, so you've got to hype up those moments. 4Ks looking solid for Axel as we go into the 15th round for Gambit. They're up on that point.
I know Axel showed one of his birthday presents on stream earlier, but I think this might be an even better birthday present for him if they can just win every single map on the day. 15-8 lead on G2's pick. This wasn't the full investment from G2, but they had some guns. They had an AWP, they had pistols, and they got completely countered. Nafny nearly caught at mid. The Hunter's able to get close onto Connector, but he's not ready for the re-aggression.
And the flash is at the ready here for G2. They're about to pop into the B side. Will they be able to hold on? Shiro, he had an angle, he had an opportunity, but now Axel, his turn to try and strike, and again getting multi-kills. He's up to 26 frags on Mirage. It's a 15-hit scoreline, and Axel has been popping off. Nico and Nex are left alone. A 2v4 in front of them, and Gambit, they're in the pole position to take the win here on Mirage. They'll start to back away here, G2. Nico and Nex are now tasked with what seems to be an impossible puzzle. And I don't think they have the pieces to complete it, Alex.
Not right now, Dinko. They're going to have to steal the pieces if they want to beat this puzzle. Because goddamn, this is going to be a hard one. They don't even have many nades. No Kevlar for Nico. They're probably going to have to rely on finding some fair 1v1 fights. They're going to look to do so at mid. Hobbit is pushed up, so maybe if they can find this angle, there's a chance, but it's slim.
It's a very difficult angle to fight here, especially since Hobbit has that little bit of the curve he can play with, and now Nexa trying to swing out, but he cannot get it done. It's Gambit coming in with a convincing win. 16-8 on the board, looking comfortable, looking strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing Gambit continue in this tournament. They are looking hot to trot.
Definitely. Great game coming in from them on the first map. They'll be hoping for the 2-0, Dinko, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get it.
Indeed, time for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be jumping right back in with a second map after this.
Ugh, I just cannot get enough of Gambit. I could dine out on their Counter-Strike for absolute days because that was delicious on Mirage. And it's not as if G2 were even playing badly. It's just that Gambit are better than everyone. I'm going to come to Blair first because I feel like I don't show him enough love. So Blair, talk to me about the majesty of Gambit on that first half and why G2 couldn't get a foothold.
That T side was just a masterclass coming out from Gambit, right? If Mirage was the operating table, they were the surgeon, and they just dissected the defense. And again, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said G2 weren't really playing bad. They had some good adaptations coming in. And if you look at the scoreboard, you think it is mainly Shiro and Axel popping up, but no, every one of those moving parts of Gambit, they played the roles. Nafany towards mid, the guy is a god. Yeah, he doesn't really show in when it comes to the pure frags, the amount of kills he has doesn't really match up to Shiro or Axel, but the amount of room he creates and the amount of confusion he shows in the opposition, just fantastic stuff coming out of the T side there from Gambit.
Yeah, and they were very good at making Amanek virtually useless, and that's a huge problem, right? You have a map with the AWP where you would hope to make the difference. We saw G2 starting with Amanek towards the B side. Hunter as well couldn't see the light of day at the beginning. No one was coming whatsoever, so then you see G2 changing things up, trying to put Amanek towards ramp. Jax is even playing with an AWP, for Christ's sake, on B side. I've never seen that before. So G2 were out of solutions, and all that pressure from the A side on Gambit paid off big time.
Is Nico just so resistant to picking up the CT AWP now that he's devoted just to the T side?
Nope, not touching it, nope.
But how desperate do you need to be to put Jax on an AWP?
I don't think Jax being the AWP is the solution that G2 is looking for the future. No, I love Jax very much, but that's not the solution.
It was looking scary for Hunter on the CT side, and obviously they kept assaulting A. So it's no surprise that it was quite difficult for one of the Kovacs, but it's not like Gambit weren't taking some attention over to B. And I think one thing we should do actually is talk about round number 10, because Blair, actually, G2 did manage to shut out Gambit in this round.
Yeah, this is actually a very good, I feel, adaptation coming in from G2. You can probably take a look at the highlight here, right? Amanek playing on that A bomb side. They were like, you know what, screw it. We're just going to give up mid. We're just going to be all turtled up on that A bombs. And Amanek just popped off with the AWP, playing up close and personal, getting all those kills. I do believe it was a 2v4, but then Maniac Nafany, right? This guy is a mid maniac. He just gets so much mid maniac. Look at see what it did there?
Yeah,
and he
I
just
love that.
Completely got so much room for Shiro to rotate all the way back towards the B bomb site and clutch it out. Again, kudos to Shiro for hitting all his shots considering how low in health he was, but just the ability to adapt on the fly because of the space being created by Nafany, and hopefully we get to see the replay here.
Yeah, that was an awesome round. And not only is it so heartbreaking for G2 because you feel like failing tactically, as we're about to see, that's the adaptation I was talking about, right? So Amanek starts towards the A side because he hadn't seen anyone. The scoreline is 7-2. And I haven't given him a lot of praises in that game, but to be fair, in this time, he was challenged and he has risen up to the occasion, gets that triple kill. And this is where Blair was alluding to Nafany as being like a solution, finding that space on the B side. But I was very excited about Shiro and his awareness of the situation. When Nafany finds that, opportunity on the B side, Shiro doesn't get caught by Jax pushing B. He's waiting, zoomed in with the AWP T-spawn. And you don't teach that at school. It's just instinct. It's understanding the game. That was such a beautiful clutch.
I mean, I'm a noob. I'm just sat in the green room going,
like,
he narrowly missed
he
Nico.
knows,
He narrowly missed Nico. He narrowly missed Nico. And then, of course, he still manages to go on and get that round. We do need to take a quick look at what's happening on the B stream, though.
Okay.
Because I'm very curious, because this is a loser's match. So in other words, whoever loses this is going to be eliminated from the tournament. They're going home on day one. It's Fiend versus Team Spirit right now. Fiend putting up quite the fight on the T side.
Yeah, without foreshadowing too much, I think Spirit have struggled a little bit with pressure recently, and they've dropped the ball in some of these games they should have won. So for them to go out versus Fiend, feel like would destroy all the hype that I've tried build up for Spirit. I've been advocating for them as a top team for a while, so they cannot afford to lose against a team like Fiend. But it's great to see the Bulgarian sweethearts, as you'd say, get some rounds, because against Gambit they didn't really have time to play.
My boy Bubble. Now, if you do want to check out that match, don't forget it's twitch.tv/ASL_CSGO B. I got it right the second time, all right? It's day one, it's fine. Blair, we're going to train next, and you know what? I haven't got any time to talk to you about it, but I imagine you think it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Mirage is the one map G2 been playing non-stop. They've looked good on it. They didn't look bad at all in this map. It's just that Gambit are just clearly the better team. The one thing going their way would be, I'm assuming they're going to be starting on the CT side here. And the thing with train picks are, unless you're, if you're not Gambit, there is that possibility. You pick Train, you start on the T side, you lose the pistol round, and things kind of spiral out of control, and you might be, just getting like 2 or 3 rounds on the T side, and then it's going to be rough. So it could still go either way, but still, I feel it's going to be 2-0 for Gambit.
All right, well, don't leave the station, fans, because we're going to be right back with our second map of this series. It's going to be Train. Choo-choo.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Once again back in Sweden, but this time further north in the capital city, Stockholm hosts the 4th DreamHack Masters. The favorites Astralis, FaZe Clan, and Na'Vi were all seeded into different groups. MIBR and Mouseports shared their journey to the playoffs. But early on, eyes were drawn to North as they managed to win their group, beating Astralis in a best-of-3 winners match.
Grenade takes down Sip, and now Nico there to sneak it in. This is looking great. North, they face the best team in the world right here at the group stage, and they make it work. In overtime, 19-17.
And I was there 2 weeks before, so we didn't have much practice. We are just happy to go to play like second in the group. We didn't expect to win over Astralis that time.
In the semifinals, the German mice in Mouseports clawed their way to a 16-0 win on Dust 2. But North bounced back and won the series.
Now through the door, looking for the kill. AC missing it, and there it is! 16-0 for Mouseports. Nico, can he do it again? He takes the face off of Oscar, and now just runs the North. How have they got into this position? They should have lost this round quite a while ago. Robs getting the 1 kill on the other side. Champion going to be going down.
There's no time.
No! 16-14. MSL covering that long line. Oh! Snaps is gone. No more blood.
In the all-Danish Grand Final, the fans witnessed an outcome that nobody expected.
Is this the moment when North take them down? Cloud's just gonna buy this time and wait. Mages on the prowl. Oh, spins around on a pivot, lands the head.
Kirby, he was sitting like with his hands in his head. He didn't like. Then 5 seconds after, he realized we have won. I remember he said that, and we went out on the stage and lifted the trophy. It was like, yeah, I don't even know how to say. It was crazy. My win at DreamHack Masters Stockholm was the first big thing in my esport career. So that showed me that I was still good enough, or not good enough, but that I could play with the top teams.
After a great series, North made sure that everyone heard their roar.
So, let's see what we have here. Oh, that's kind of eye-catching. It's some kind of punk rocker, anarchist-style skin. So the name is Neon Revolution. I don't think I've ever seen an AK like this. So bright, pink, and green. Look at that texture and the paint. I can almost smell the fumes. Anarchy. Feel that word. Anarchy. key. This is a weapon for the Suicide Squad. This is a message. Don't screw with me. This is attitude. Beautiful.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters. We're getting into G2 versus Gambit. My name is Dinko, joined by Hawker for this one. And already we've had a pretty good game so far out of Gambit. They're looking damn solid coming into today. I mean, haven't really had a test throughout the entire 2 maps that they've played yet, Hawker.
Yeah, the reads were fantastic on that T side, especially. Heading into the second half, it gets a little bit closer, but it was never really in doubt. Gambit showing us what they're made of.
Yeah, I mean, we're heading into train, obviously. Gambit coming into this one, they're very comfortable on this affair. And you want to talk about Hobbit as kind of the star in this, the talisman for Gambit on train. He's just so effective.
Yeah, I was looking at the map stats for this Gambit team. This is the map where Hobbit has the highest rating on the team, above Axile, above Shiro. In the last 6 months, he has a 1.38 rating on Train. That is ridiculous. That is one of the best in the world you are going to get. Hopefully, Hobbit can show that here today.
It would be damn impressive if he could against G2. We're heading into this one. It is a bit of an AWP's paradise, so I'm looking forward to seeing Shiro on this one. We've seen it, the AWP kind of tossed around a lot of players over here for G2. Jack's picking it up in the previous map a little bit. Definitely more of a turret-style AWPer. But G2 versus Gambit, you can see the 1x bet odds at the top of your screen. But immediately, there's a group-up play for Gambit starting on this T side. Going to be walking their way through the brown holes. Smoke and a Molotov for Nafny, a flash available for Hobbit. Simple lower tick seems to be coming in, Hawker.
Nex has got a nade at the ready. If he times this right, there are 2 players without Kevlar. In goes the nade. Not that much damage done, though, before the push.
Yeah, we'll smoke up in Nex's face. He's held back behind it, and they're just looking for a couple of these fights. Yet to draw blood, yet to get the first kill for either of these sides. And Inter's in the middle of the bomb train. Pressure's certainly on. Fights all over the site going in, but Nexa finally getting first blood. Nafny walks through the smoke, doesn't see Nexa on the elevated position, and his trades back and forth, but Nico grabs the advantage for a short while before Shiro swings out for the double peek on the P250. A 3v3 again as G2 start to make their way through. Post-plan positions are pretty solid for Gambit, but they're trying to get another kill to be a bit more comfortable. And G2 are winning those fights up until this point. Shiro and Hobbit bouncing back into it. And with that time ticking on, Shiro's done so much, and Hobbit from upper could have just hidden away, but instead lands the final blow to the head of Jax.
Happy to fight, and who can blame them? Gambit coming through with a nice pistol round. Extended fights on the B site, but that man Shiro comes in with the P250 and makes the most of that weapon. And I said in the pregame, Dinko, I was talking about Hobbit stats on this map with the 1.38 rating, but you are right. This is obviously a map AWPers love. Shiro's not far behind with a 1.35 rating on Train in the last 6 months. So basically, this is just a great map for Gambit, and it makes sense as to why they pick it.
It certainly does. A puzzle again for G2 to try and figure out. And Jax, he's got the Deagle this time. All of G2 have Deagles right now. A little bit of utility available to be sprinkled across the team. Trying for the pop dog fight early, but it's Axel running out with a MAC-10. It's been stopped early on into the round. Enters atop the blue train, finds himself the trade kill into combat. The pushes forward from the pistols. Not really working out now as Gambit, they've drawn it back into the 3v3. And Hobbit finding Nico definitely turns things in Gambit's favor. But look at the push from Hunter. Straight up Ivy. He could get in behind them. Hobbit's definitely aware of this. In fact, they are dropping back, and Hunter's not going to be ready for sure. Just looking at him right now, he's going to take his time. He has to be careful. The timing needs to work out perfectly, and it has so far for Hunter. He's using the cover while he hears the footsteps of Shiro. He goes for the timing. That's the bomb dropped, and Hunter nearly getting a chance onto the second player who can quite double up. So now it is all on Nexa. 1v2. Low HP on Hobbit. Nafny's been tickled down to 77 as well. So this Deagle certainly has a bite. We'll see if he can win the round off of it.
Shots to the body, and Hobbit so low on health at the end that he just about survives on a slither of health. I was just biting my breath there, waiting for that fight to come against him, but Hobbit stands strong on top of the train. Gambit makes sure to stay compact enough in that 2v1. That's all they needed to do, set up that trade kill, and even though it comes close, Hobbit has indeed showed up early on train. 6 kills to his name, and he puts G2 back down to a low buy.
Yeah, I'm so glad you highlighted that coming into this, Hawker, because it couldn't have been a more perfect start for you to highlight your stats, right? 6-0 start for Hobbit. Fantastic for Gambit in the first 2 rounds. And now we head into round number 3. It should be an easy time of things for everybody else. Maybe some time for Axel to pad his stats with a Mac 10. Shiro getting the HE grenade kill to start things off. It is just these squishy pistols. We've got no armor right now over for G2. And Gambit just walking around trying to find what map control is available, figure out where these G2 players are playing from, and Nico has loaded them to his position with a headshot kill on Inters. Amonek's been plucked out of the round, but Nico is still alive and causing problems with the default pistol. Finally, drawn out of the round, and Hunter and Nexa, 2v4. Deagle in the hands of Hunter. USP for Nexa though, so they're gonna have to try and go for a gimmicky play, and this boost could work for something, Hawker, but Axel, he's ready for it, but not ready for that peak at the right time. Hunter hits the headshot.
I love how we get the X-ray off there, because you see just how quick Hunter is, emerging up, landing the headshot. They're trying to rotate into the back lines, but this should have been heard. Already seeing the information spotted by Hobbit. G2 stopped in their tracks. Gambit have got this round win effectively confirmed. See if there are any kills or any guns that G2 can try and sneak away with.
Molly stopping them from walking into the site. Good stuff there from Gambit, good read. You don't want to give anything away. You don't want to give them a slither of a chance to get a better weapon here. And Shiro falls back into a better position so that he won't die to the bomb blast. And he picks Nexa out of the round as well. Hunter backs away with his 1 kill on the Deagle. It was a nice shot landed, but he goes down to the bottom as well. Money is in the bank now for G2 Hawker.
This is where we get that buy. And going
into see this.
Oh yeah.
Let's see how quick this was. This must have been lightning fast, and yeah, just immediately stays crouched, finds the headshot.
Nice awareness that he stayed crouched for that split second too, because he knew there was a chance a fight could come at him. And he was ready for that fight, which is good to see. Here comes that AWP of Amanek, though. Yet to frag in this game so far. Now that he's got the big green gun on his hands, he'll be looking to change that.
And yeah, there is... Oh, he nearly got plucked out of the round by the wall bang early on. That would have been a pretty bad start for Amanek. The worst start possible. You hype him up and immediately out of the round. But luckily, survives by a fraction. And yeah, it does open up that conversation again, right, about Amanek picking up the AWP much more for G2. And he's got to deal with Shiro on this map. Nafny running deep into the B site. They've got so much control here, Gambit. With the passive setup right now from Nexa and Amanek, they give up so much of the site.
Yeah, they've just conceded the bomb plant. Nexa could do with an early kill, and that nade should get it. It's actually Nico's nade that lands first, but it is the man advantage that G2 wanted for the retake.
Yeah, Nico stealing it away, but look at Axel. He's trying to get the flank, he's trying to get the lurk, but Hunter, he stayed there. He's waited for that moment, and Axel's been brought out. And now it is going to be a 4v3 with Gambit down in the post plant. G2, they may have the man advantage, but they've still got to move forward, and Nexa is going to do exactly that. Nafny dropped Nico, hitting the headshot on Hobbit, and now it is all onto the Clutch King, Shiro. The time is ticking. Who can delay them from getting onto the site? He's hit one, and there's no time. Shiro wins it out, and just not enough time to get back into the site there for G2. It's Gambit up 4-0. 2 players survived for G2, but they could have done with a round win early.
Do we count that as a 1v4 for the old Shiro Clutch stats? I mean, technically...
I don't know, Hawker. It's on the border, isn't it?
Well, they'll take it. Gambit just wasting so much time towards the end there. Even though G2 were aware of the flank, they just give up that B site so early on that is always going to be an issue. The time running so low. It has cost Gambit dearly, though. They have to go for a full reinvestment on their side. So it's not terrible for G2. They can continue to buy themselves with their saved guns. It just means that they really want to set up this round win, and Jax is so low from that molly.
Yeah, it's been chunked down very early on indeed. 12 HP left for Jax. Walk out from Hobbit would mean death as Amanek is holding the upper position. Enters. Jiggling for some information into T-Con. G2 this time, leaving Nexa much deeper into the B site. Nico getting a more advanced position outside of T-Con, just deep and close to Olaf. He'll start to drop back a little bit. And G2 are quite active on the CT side right now, changing their positions up, and Amanek dropping back into the B side. Jax now going for a bit of an aggressive play, but it's Hobbit that's been found. The aggressive play from Jax found by Axel, but the trade was always coming in from Hunter.
Flash just got popped into the A site, so Nico should be aware players could be here, but the molly forces him up. They know he's trapped on that ladder. He has to be there, and Inters is closing in.
Boy, quick kill from Inters comes in indeed, and now Shiro looking for the connector play. He's going to throw Molotov deep into the site. Again, G2, they have the advantage in this scenario. 27 seconds to figure out here for Gambit. How do they get to the site? How are they going to get this bomb planted safely? And the call is a smoke off Ivy, and they get the kill. Hunter tried to peek before the smoke bloomed and ended up just dying. And that has given away the man advantage. And now back into the 2v2. Bomb planted for default. Shiro close by. Amanek's got his open connector, and Inter's just getting a good position at Hell as Shiro looking for the fight. Finds Nexa first, and Amanek, he's on the search. The 1v2 with the AWP in this situation. No kit, no utility. I do not envy Amanek right now.
Dropping down, he makes noise in the process. Oh, up over the top of the ladder for the first one. But how is he going to predict Inters' position? The flank is going to be too hard. He moves off the bomb. Inters peeks it. He knows he's safe, and he knows he's won the round by time. Once again, Gambit play the post plant well, and even though Amanek gets away with the AWP, G2 are really searching for a round win here. And he barely got away with that AWP, Dinko. That was close there.
Yeah, he did.
I said it confidently, and then I was like, oh.
Yeah, he kind of nearly made a liar out of you. But yeah, I mean, that was a 3v2 for G2, right? And it's just that peek from Hunter. I mean, you can definitely see the idea. You want to try and catch the players just before the smoke blooms. You've still got that man advantage. You think if you take that risk, you get that kill down into the middle of the site. It does give you another further advantage into the retake. It is then a 3v1, and you can just converge on the planter, but couldn't find a pick, and well played from Gambit again. Up 5-0. And G2, they've got to feel like they probably should have had a few rounds now on the board.
This game is still teetering on a knife's edge, though. If they win this, they still reset Gambit.
And while Inter's running deep in, Nexa quick on the MP9, and they dive deep into this B site. Is Nexa playing from Summit, gets a second kill on the MP9. He's doing work with the weakest weapon in play, and he's going to go and try and follow up. Weak guns can do big things, and it's a follow-up. That's the bomb dropped onto the floor, and everything is working out for G2. What a round from Nexa, holding on with the MP9, and the rest of the cavalry arrive.
Perfectly played on the B bomb site with the MP9, dancing around the angles initially, but we always say that B site anchor on Train, his main job is just to stay alive as long as possible. Nexa gets that first kill with the unexpected angle, then he gets back to a safer spot, finds another 1v1 fight, and he even puts his molly out to the site to buy even more time, gets set up with that nade for the kill. Beautiful stuff from Nexa, and it is Gambit who have not got too much money for this buy. Only one rifle available, and even that's just a Galil.
And deep nade. Down into Ivy. A slight moment to take a breath here. It's been a high-octane game, but your moment has passed. We're back into it again as Jax with the opening kill on Nafny. A little spam under the floor of Pop Dog. A good start into the round here for G2, and it's all about keeping it clean. Like you said, Hawk, this game, yes, it was 5-0, but G2 were always on the edge, just about one round away, and they could be competing in this first half. And if they win this follow-up with limiting the casualties, they could be right back into contention in these first couple of rounds of the first half.
Axel searching, but Hunter's waiting for it. Spray to the body successful. That was a dink onto Jax, down to 10 health. I think that might have been from the Deagle. Unfortunate not to get that kill, but nonetheless, Gambit will look for more. Hobbit finds that favorable fight.
And Hunter's torn out, but Inter's following up with the HE credit, and now it gets messy for G2. They're down into a 3v3. And it's certainly winnable here for Gambit. We know they can pull these kind of rounds off. So for G2 with 20 seconds left, it's all about making sure that you patch up the hold. But Shiro so down quick on the Deagle. Nico getting a double kill though, and that's the bomb down. And now becomes Inters in a 1 versus 2 clutch. Gonna try and just land the shots and won't happen for him. Good stuff from Nico, recovering what was nearly a scary round.
No saved AWP at the end there. Bit of a shame, but G2 have got some money built up now. And more importantly, they have limited Gambit's economy. This was that shot from Nico on the site, lining up a couple of good kills. Really helped his team convert that round after it looked somewhat sketchy for a split second. And now Gambit will be tested somewhat early into this one. It is a single flashbang in this round and the good old-fashioned train B rush to try and get the bomb plant.
Nexa has a smoke at the ready. Try and slow them down, but they're just going upper. They don't care. You throw smoke on the lower ramp, they're just going to come out upper and try and challenge down the rifles. There's so many players just running through to the B site, and Nexa's overwhelmed. Finally, a little bit of utility from support of Amanek will come through. And the bomb has not been able to go down, so it's all about just trying to get in behind him. And Nafni tries to be sneaky, but Nico catches him and Shiro falls as well. In the end, it looks a little bit chaotic, but G2 had it under control. And it's 5-3. As Gambit, they were up 5-0, but G2 seeming to be doing a little bit more damage control, and they're right back into things, Hawker.
And the other nice thing for Gambit here is you just kind of test what that rotation is going to look like towards the B site. And then maybe in a future gun round, if you think the rotate is too slow, you could try and exploit that. But in that round, the rotate was clearly fast enough. They arrived quickly with a molly onto the site just to deny the bomb plant. You almost wish you just bought one smoke there to get the bomb down safely, but here goes Nafany. Flashes out over T-Con, and a 1-for-1 trade early, but Amanek's going into the smoke. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, he's AWPing here as well. It gets very interesting to see if this is going to work out for him. Hobbit's right above him right now. The smoke, he lands on his head. Amanek misses the shot, and Hobbit comes in with a kill. Oh, that is risky from Amanek, and it has not paid off. And now Gambit, they've got a free opening into the B site.
Hobbit's just Goomba stomping his way onto the B site. Great start.
Russia love that one.
And now they get the bomb down, and there's not that much utility for G2 this time. The molly's not going to arrive in time. They need an early kill, and they need it now.
Oh, well, Shiro deep down into the site finds Jax, but he's still got to deal with more coming towards him. Gambit, they had the man advantage, and Shiro was following it up. He's not too far off landing the shot there on Hunter, but it's Hobbit who has found that secondary AWP of Amanek that was lying up there to finish out the round, switches that to the rifle. And 6-3, and I have to say, you know, if you're playing that solo up on the B side there, you do not want to be committed that hard to upper. There's no fallback, there's no rifle support. Even if there are one player there and you get a kill, if there's a follow-up rifle, Hawker, you're still just one and done, right? It's too much of a risk, I think, for Amanek to be up there.
That 1-2 punch for Gambit is out in full force off the back of that early kill. Shiro and Hobbit follow up in the post plant after Hobbit got them into that position to begin with. 2 players on B this time, and some flashes into brown halls for Nexa to try and fight. Ooh. Hobbit not ready, but Nexa not able to get the kill, and Hobbit turns it round.
Now Hobbit able to make the most out of that situation and gives Gambit the opening kill. Now they're up a player. Now they can dictate the pace of the round. They've got players showing some presence towards Ivy, that being Axel. They're just holding for some aggressive plays from G2, something to come their way. Maybe G2 will present them with another opportunity for a follow-up kill. Shiro has been very strong so far, 12-7. It's funny that Nafny's only got that 1 kill, and it was from that extremely quick play out T-Con for the 1-for-1 trade. So Nafny has been a little slow to start on that front. The rest of his team delivering, and now Jack's going up the ladder. Itchy down. Jack's going to be netted from the backside, down to 54. Now the play out Ivy from Axel needs to deliver, and it's not happened. Amanek and Hunter finding the important kills, and now the walk into B must come.
Amanek loves this close quarters AWPing apparently, sitting behind the smoke. This time the no-scope lands, but Shiro is going up close himself. It's basically a shotgun battle, but Amanek scopes in, spots him on the edge of the smoke, and this time Amanek's close quarters AWPing pays off.
If Amanek's going to play the AWP like that, we're going to get 2 things, Hawker. We're going to get some insane clips, and we're going to get some crazy mistakes, right? It's a one and done in a lot of situations, but it's definitely exciting to see. Sitting underneath the ramp with the no-scope Inters is not going to be expected that. An AWP in that position. Shiro couldn't quickly trade him because he had the AWP as well, right? But if he has a rifle, you can maybe try and swing out quickly there. But Shiro had the AWP, so he was stuck in behind the smoke. But I'll be interested to see if that playstyle continues for Amanek.
Wow, in this round, you wouldn't expect it to. You would assume G2 would have figured out that they're up against the Pistols, or at least a weaker buy in this one. Hobbit having a little look, but decides against going for the fight. Daphne has been able to get into Pop Dog. The problem here for Gambit is they've invested into these upgraded pistols, but they don't have any nades to close the distance. So running out onto A is going to be really hard.
Oh, Nico got caught transitioning position by the P250 of Nafny, who's now doubled his kill count. And Jax just sitting back, using the range of the AK up against these pistols, making it look easy for the second as well, but finally overrun. Hunter didn't quite have the angle of the green train swing, and Inters is able to lock Jax out, but he's now the last remaining player, and he's just biding his time. His time is limited on this round, and Hunter makes sure that it's not long-lived. 5-6, again, exactly what we said, Hawker, right? 5-0 up for Gambit on the T side. GT always felt like they were in it. It just takes 1 or 2 rounds and you're back in contention. And they're 1 round away from tying things up, but it might be easier said than done. Gambit have a bye here.
That they do. And they don't need too many more rounds to make this a good half on the T side of Train. They are one of the teams that fit into the standard model of this map, where they have a better win rate on their CT side. So if they get a couple more, then they should be pretty happy with the outcome on this T half, all in all. Early nades this time from G2 deny the aggression, but Gambit have a couple of players at the ready.
Nafny, he'll try and go, but all these early duels are going in favor of G2. Inters finally gets 1 for Gambit, but it's just a molly kill and nothing that'll really affect the outcome of the round. Shiro tries his best to climb the ladder, but he will walk out of it with just the 1 pick. 6-6, we're evened up on the scoreboard, and that's a bye round for Gambit that was dispelled very quickly for G2.
Just some good, solid utility from G2 at the start of the round, as you would expect. Helps slow down the rush, helps make sure they can get into slightly better positions, and they can start to figure out exactly how they're going to line up those crossfires onto T-Con. And having those advanced positions means you can start to get kills as Gambit are pushing out. And that's exactly what you want to do. Keep them in that tight choke point, and it becomes so much harder to run out onto the A site. It's Gambit back down to pistols, and back down the Pop Dog for Nafany. Not successful this time, though.
Yeah, he's had a lot of rounds where he's just been locked out of it. Same for Axel. There's a few missing players right now on this T side for Gambit, but other players like Shiro and Hobbit, the trained specialists, have been leading the way. And Jax trying to spray through the smoke. Hobbit is still there on the ladder, and Jax thinks better of sticking around as he'll throw the HE in. Maybe that'll do some damage, but this time it might just work perfectly for Hobbit, and it has. He's picked up the AK as well. And now we've got a 4v4 with Gambit on an upgraded rifle, at least on 1 player. Amanek throws the Molotov. Now we'll separate off Axel and Hobbit. Doesn't do any damage, though. It doesn't connect onto them.
AK gets tossed to Axel, as he has the Kevlar to work with. Axel will give his pistol to another teammate as Gambit start to group up around this B bomb site. They have got a couple of smokes to try and make this play work, but G2 are ahead of them. They've got 2 CTs ready and waiting on the site.
Well, Nexa, I like that he's trying to play closer to the smoke. He's giving himself a good angle to fight onto default. He could deny the safe passage of the bomb plant, and he's done that well. Didn't quite get to second and finally does. Axel not connecting anything through the smoke. Nexa turns around and finds the 3K. Good round from Nexa there coming in. And G2 will get themselves the 7th round on the board. Nexus had a couple of rounds in towards the B site there, where he's handled pressure from the weaker weapons pretty well.
That's always so nice to have in some of these rounds, because Gambit are one of those teams who are willing to go for those straight up B plays at times. And Nexa has showed an excellent ability to lock it down, drawing all the attention away from the last player so that Hunter can catch an unsuspecting Inters. G2 back into the lead, looking a little bit better now here on Train. Barrage was not as close as they would have wanted. Train is starting to heat up, though.
And honestly, it's looking better for G2, right? It feels like G2 are in far more comfortable position. Obviously, T-side Train is one of the most difficult halves to play with in Counter-Strike. Now, Gambit were definitely comfortable and happy picking up this first 5 initially. And getting a little one on top of that will obviously put them in a pretty good spot on the scoreboard. But of course, you do want to end the half or close the half out with some momentum, right? You don't want to just get all those rounds early on. You want some momentum towards the end. So Gambit would certainly love an extra round or two. Just one would be probably enough to make them feel a bit better. And that play through the Ivy smoke not really worked out for G2. Axel grabs it easily.
It's really hard to pop those flashes on the close angle because you want to throw the flash slightly further in case the player is playing further back. See Axel able to dodge those flashes so quickly, helps him get that early headshot. The time is running low here. Gambit running down the clock for the first time in a while, really making the most of that time. But Nico is the only defender on the A site, and I don't know how the hell he's going to hold this.
He's got to play off of his positions very well right now. Gambit going to be pushing him on all fronts. Nico has to get lucky with some timing, has to be able to land every shot, and he's not even given a single chance. Looking at Ivy as the play came through. Pop Dog and Hobbit stopping the rotation down the ladder. He gets one. Jax gets away, and there's time to get the bomb plant in. Gambit play it slow, but it's effective in the final few moments. And Amanek starts to back away, realizing that this round has to be conceded, but Nafny might just be the thorn in their side. He might just try and eliminate every single weapon. Amanek obviously has some cash, but just drawing him out of the round is perfect. And the second kill from Nafny is good as well. We head into the last round of the half, just looking to eliminate everybody, get those stats on the board. And the last round of the first half comes up, and it's anybody's game to see which team is going to go into the second half with the one-round lead.
Nice to get some of the other Gambit players involved too. Axel gets a kill in this round. He'd been having a much quieter performance after a fantastic showing on Mirage. And then Nafany closes it out with 2 more kills at the end there to double his kill count ahead of the last round of the first half. Pretty much a full buy for both teams. Just a couple of missing weapons on G2. That one FAMAS in there, but they have the utility to stop the early A play. And they've already made sure to use that up.
Once Shiro is smoked off at Ivy, he's going to go back to spawn once he can and look for a different place to go and find a pick here. Let's draw at this time. Gambit have shown in the previous round they're willing to play some of these slower stances. The start of the half, they did have a lot of quick plays coming in, Hawker.
They've definitely switched it up as the half has gone on. I think those fast plays stopped working at one point, and Gambit decided to throw some of these slower rounds in there. It also helps that G2 are using a lot of these good nades early. Another one into T-Con, really trying to deny that control. I think eventually Inters will move into position. 50 seconds left on the clock. Little action at the start of this round. G2 are left playing the guessing game right now.
Amanek, I think he spotted the hat of a player right there at upper in the brown holes, but they're going to start walking away. And Gambit, that information is not very useful for G2, that they have spotted the player upper. Instead, Gambit are going to be going for the drop down. Jax, he throws the smoke down, just saving that utility for the final few seconds, just throwing a bit of a spanner into the works for Gambit. There's now 20 seconds left. Nico's got into the smoke at T-Con. They save the utility for this exact moment, and as it fades away, it's Nico that gets dropped by Inters. And now the play out into the A site. Hunter waiting for his kills with the M4A1S, but he's caught in the backside by Nafany, and Jax gets dropped on. Time is of the essence. Nexa dropping down on the side, a second kill for him, and he's done it. He's trying to deny the plant, and it's just not coming in time. It's 8-7 at the half. It's as close as you can get it, and it's time for a short break. We'll return for the second half.
One is people in the smoke.
Time.
He's not.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go.
Very good, guys. Good call. Good comeback, boys.
It was indeed a good comeback from G2 after going down 5-0 in the first half. They come back to lead the way 8-7. It was a chaotic last round, but I'm looking forward to seeing if it continues. The chaos is incredibly fun to watch. The 1x bet odds at the top of your screen as we hop into the pistol round. Alex, this is the second half underway.
And it should be a slow one, considering G2 have left the bomb in spawn. I certainly hope they don't go rushing into a site without the bomb. That would be silly. Hobbit getting aggressive on B, looking for those early fights. He does good damage, doesn't quite get the kill he would have wanted, but getting away with some information and with his life is definitely a plus. That's going to mean Shiro can stay and help him out on B if necessary, but G2 are just now going back to get that bomb.
Still plenty of time, of course. Or G2 on this pistol. Amanek throwing his smoke out upper. He is the only player over at B, and not for long. He is picked off by Hobbit. Now the play from G2. They're kind of forced to go into for the A play now, and they're going to try and push through Ivy, but Nafny with the cleanest headshot you like to see. Just taking Nexa and Nico out of the pistol. They've got no chance in this one. Gambit finding every fight, finding every kill, and G2, they only manage one in the pistol.
That's a frustrating pistol for G2 because it just feels like they didn't even get a chance to deploy their strategy, right? Amanek was the man who bought the nades to try and fake B. He threw out the smoke, but didn't even get the chance to throw the molly, which he wanted to. He doesn't get the chance to fake the B site, and then G2 have to desperately try and run into A without having any nades. Unfortunately, that was always going to be a hard-run thing. Gambit are going to be very happy with that, though. Just cutting off that lurking player on B. Good shots landed across the site. And this time, we don't get the second round forced by Dinko. Literally no investment in this one for G2.
Yeah, no bomb plan, of course, and don't want to be going for that, so they decide they want some extra money. So just save into this one. Just play the full Glock round out. They're going to take their time. Talk about what you want to do heading into the gun rounds. Be interested to see what sort of round comes up for G2 in the next round. I would love to try and get a bomb plant here, but I just see it not happening right now with Axel's position. He's got a good position to spot that early info that they're coming out into the site. So once he calls the early info, the rest of the squad can get ready. Axel taking one away, second onto Nico, and Axel's just farming everybody right now. Good eco round for Gambit, or anti-eco for them. It's 9 rounds on the board. Not a single chance there for G2 to even get a pick, really. There was just a really solid spot from Axel.
No AWP available for either team ahead of the first gun round. G2 should have some limitations on their utility too. So they don't get any kills in this round, they don't get the extra money they would have wanted, but they have enough nades where I wouldn't mind seeing them run something like a fast A play. They've got plenty of flashes, they could just throw the smokes in early, but they think they have enough nades to play a slow round across the board. So that's exactly what they'll do, spreading out and just seeing if there's any CT aggression early.
T-Con control for Gambit with that smoke. Jack's gonna try and get it back. He went to throw a Molotov, but because of the smoke already in T-Con, it caused a bit of an issue for it. That utility proves to be ineffective.
Looks like that might be what G2 wait for here. They know that Gambit probably have some SMGs, so waiting out some of that early aggression. Fortunately, unable to spot that man properly in T-Con, and now Gambit have actually backed away from it. So this is nice from Gambit. It's going to force G2 to likely use some nades to retake T-Con control. That just gives you that early bit of advanced warning that there might be an A play coming.
45 seconds left right now for G2. And Axel just in behind the E-box, flashes out from Hunter into the B side. It's a deep smoke, and luckily for Gambit right now, they're playing in front of those smokes, so they get the info that no one's actually pushing in lower with it. So G2 are coming into the A side via T-Con. They've got an Ivy prone to the approach as well, and their Pop Dog player just got dropped by the MP9 of Nafny. Gambit trying to figure out where they're coming from. They finally get their answers, and Nafny's having a good round here. He's found the initial kills, but G2, they've shown up, they've answered back, and now does Shiro just left alone. A 1v3 with a FAMAS in 7 seconds. Shiro's gonna try and get in behind, finds Nexa, could deny the plant, 4 seconds. He couldn't quite get the final shots off. And now Shiro tries to cross into the open with the flash. If he committed to the spray there, Alex, I don't even know what world I'm living in. But G2, they tie up the scoreline. It's 9-9 apiece. What a chaotic round that was, Hawker.
So close for Shiro at the end there, man. So close. But Gambit had a pretty curious setup in this round. They were fully focused on this side of the site, on keeping Pop Dog control, bomb site control, and then sort of connector control. They really didn't have those eyes on Ivy. And that's what makes the difference in this round. G2 get a couple of players out through Ivy. They're able to start wrapping the A site. And I'm sure Hunter is looking a little happier than that now. It's back to 9-9. And it is a buy back from Gambit, this time with the AWP for Shiro.
AWP on the CT side, that is what we've all come here to see. Shiro wielding the weapon. And G2, it's a Galil in the hands of Nexa. He's the only player without an AK in play, and he was fantastic. A pivotal part to their success within that first half, the amount of inner holds that he had. And we see in the last round as well, just stepping up in some chaotic rounds. We'll see if he can continue his performance from the defensive side now into the T side. Shiro going for an aggressive stance up at E-Box. There is 2 players currently in Pop Dog. Shiro's position will need the rightful support of Axel to help him out when things get a little bit tough, when things get hairy. And while Shiro, the player, has already crossed out, Axel's out of there. That's his rightful support down, and that's Shiro down as well. His bodyguard out of play. And G2 now looking for the bomb plant, but it's all the way back near spawn, Hawker.
Amanex having to be that player right now saying, guys, why didn't you bring the bomb? Come on, team.
Nafny's pushing. Nafny is pushing through the halls. I don't think he's going to get there on time, but he will hear the footsteps, surely. Amanex taking his time and now running right below him. He will hear that player in T-Con. Nafny didn't get there in time to spot the bomb out, so the bomb will get over to the site. And you're absolutely right, Hawker. You know, Nafny had to be that player. When you were sitting in matchmaking, you've realized that you've got onto the site. You're like, come on, plant the bomb. And then you just take a little look at the minimap. And it's in spawn. It does happen to the best of us. It even happens to the best teams. And what? Inters finds Nico. It looks like Gambit have realized this one is probably just a done deal, really, at this point.
I mean, at least for G2, it's easier when you forget the bomb on T side than on CT side, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is very true. The historical context is brilliant. I mean, G2 have, I mean, they're a great organization. They love the memes, so they've continued that one. It's been great. That was just a wild moment, wasn't it? This time, they don't lose the round. They win it, Hawker. And that puts them in a very comfortable position. Good reference game, Hawker. I like that one.
Got to get it in there. Yeah, this is looking good for G2, man. They've got that AWP now. That is going to go over into the hands of Nico. Gambit's economy is starting to become a question mark. And this is always the scary thing when you pick Train and your economy gets into that state where you're not able to get those gun rounds, you're not able to get those early nades to slow down any early pushes. You start to have some problems, and you can start to see Gambit realizing that. They take their first tactical timeout ahead of this next round.
Yeah, I mean, there was no real damage output from Axel up on top of the train there. Shiro had committed to E-Box. And when you get no output from either of those players, right? When Shiro doesn't find anything on the AWP and Axel is not able to find a single pick, there's definitely something wrong there for them. And taking a little pause and we just sit back and figure out a different way to approach it. Maybe what went wrong for them. But G2, it's good to see them coming into this one, and they're lively on their opponent's map pick here on Train. After losing 16-8 on their own map pick, it's a great sign that they're able to come back mentally and compete here in the best of 3.
When was the last time you saw a UMP, Dinko? I don't see those often these days.
Yeah, especially not in professional matches.
No.
It's ridiculous to see them in play, but we'll see what Axel gets done with it.
It has got that high armor pen.
Yeah, flash up here for Nafny. They're going to run with the MP9. That's the bomb caught. Luckily, Nico turns around and hits the no-scope.
Nafny might realize that G2 were thinking of the B lean, but they're just going to go for it either way. And Hobbit is the man trying to be elusive on the site.
Oh, they haven't checked him. They haven't cleared him. And Hobbit just wondering what's going on. When are they going to fight him? And finally they do. Amanek looks his way. He's looking to take the ramp fight, but Jax had a window of opportunity where Hobbit was not looking at his position, and Axel with that UMP doesn't get to do anything with it. Falls to the hands of Nexa, holding for the ladder walk up. And now G2, they take the B side. There's still 2 players in play, or at least there were 2 players in play, no longer. As Inters is now the only remaining Gambit player, and he's going to run away. The rest of his teammates have been picked out of the round, and G2 up to 11-9. And honestly, Gambit have not really competed blow for blow just yet on the CT side. G2 are showing up very well here.
Yeah, it was a big call for Gambit ahead of this round. Do we want to invest? We don't have a massive losing bonus. We had a couple of saved guns. Gambit decide they want to take that risk. They do want to go ahead and buy up into this round. That puts a lot of pressure on this very round. And now that it doesn't work for them, they go 11-9 down without the economy on their side. Could have a couple of issues here. I thought for a second we were going to see Hobbit do magical work from another one of his hidey holes. He can be very good in those positions. Exactly. But not this time.
No, not this time. I mean, he did have that opportunity. I think he was just expecting the ramp players to start fighting him a little quicker, but, you know, he didn't think that Shiro was still going to be back ramp. Thought he would maybe be able to catch them as they run on to default, but he took their time, and he did have a window of opportunity for Jax to peek onto him. So 11-9 up now. G2, it is a rather scrappy buy here for Gambit. They've obviously got that one AK, a couple of P250s. We're not expecting too much from the CIS squad in this one. It should be 12 rounds for G2. And Nico, good position to hold on for that Ivy peak. Nafny just running out to his death.
A to the close corner. Will not connect. No one there for G2. They've taken some territory in T-Con and they want to keep it. Hobbit up close, jumped on with the Mat 10 of Amanek. Couple of early kills already, but Intez with the AK tries to peek up over the top and instantly gets denied.
You know, Amanek, I love him, watching him on the SMGs, right? He's one of the most fun players to watch when he's just running around wild on the Mac 10 or the MP9. He just does ridiculous things with them. He's locked out this time, and Axel is now in a 1v3 clutch with the P250. Nico, that's too much off the top right there. Not a happy man with his haircut there, Axel, and 4 rounds away from victory on G2. And Gambit finally getting that buy back, Hawker. They've got the AWP in Shiro's hands again. We haven't got to see it step up yet on the CT side. Now we've got to see it deliver.
Now this is the time for it, because he won't have many more opportunities if they lose this round. There was Inters moving on top of the bomb train and getting that one kill. Oh, sorry, the blue train, I should say. They both start with B, Dinko. Got them confused.
I mean, I think that's a decent excuse, Alex, but when you look at the train, I mean, they are... pretty easy to call them out. I do laugh when I play with some people and they'll just scream, he's train. And which train? The map is literally called train at this point, Hawker. So, I mean, I will forgive you for messing up one of the call outs. There are plenty of trains around.
A lot of trains.
Right now, we've got to see Gambit step up, and that is really what we're looking to see here, Hawker. Do you expect them to go with a similar setup that they did previous?
I think so. I think now that you've got the gun round available, probably just leave Hobbit solo B anchor early, get those 4 players on A early, because there is a chance G2 just switch up the pace now that they know you're on the gun round. That is what Gambit do. 4 players leaning towards A early. Nico was holding the line there. There was a peek about to come his way, but he didn't hold it long enough. Nafany pushed into Pop Dog. Can be a position that can go very right or very wrong for you, but with Axile also being aggressive on T-Con, this is a lot of early ground game by Gambit.
Oh, Jax, he's going to clear the close corner. I don't know how he hasn't found that kill. Axel finding the opening for Gambit somehow. It's a miracle that he's got out of that one alive, to be honest. Jax, I thought he had him dead to rights, but not to be. And now Nafany, good flash out. Oh, Amanek cannot get the spray, but continues to spray and gets the kill on Nafany eventually. Great spray control, great composure under pressure. And now Axel, he's repositioned upper and he's found the bomb. He's looking for Amanek as well, and he's low. He's just 1 bullet away from death, but Axel, what a round from him. What damage output he can do. And now Shiro and Inter is trying to win out the 2v2 to put Gambit on double figures, but it has to be Shiro. They call him the Immortal King here at DreamHack Masters. We'll see if he can clutch it out in the 1 versus 2 clutch. 35 seconds still in play. Bomb not down. That does give time for Shiro to reposition. And it does go into the heads of G2 of where could Shiro be. He confirms that it's not B, or at least should do eventually. He realizes now, and maybe with the lack of kit, lack of utility, and lack of funds, Alex, he's not going to attempt it. He's going to save into the next one. And we're looking the 13th round for G2.
Just scrimming out onto that A bomb site. A lot of early fights. I thought Axo was doing enough. He was doing a really good job at working with his teammates, peeking as soon as he heard his teammates' fights. He was kind of unlucky not to get that kill onto Amanek, realistically. Like, Amanek was so low. One shot would have done it, but he was able to just about use the train as cover. Amanek's even going to die with the bomb because he was that damn low. But Nico saves the AWP. Plenty of money for G2. Shiro unable to make the most of that AWP, and that means that Gambit have to take another timeout because their money is in a poor position. And that was the first fight that allowed Axel to do so much. And even after overperforming to that degree, he's not able to win his team the round.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how Axel got away on the low HP repositions and does so much, but I look forward to seeing if that can continue. At least they need to get the round wins at this point, Hawk. It's not about coming close anymore for Gambit. And tactical timeout again, their second one in play. G2 are 3 rounds away from forcing us to a third map on our first best of 3 here on the A stream. They will trade each other's map picks, which is quite strange to say the least. G2 seem to have warmed up into this series though.
Act 10 for Amanek.
Fantastic.
I really hope that G2 don't think this is a half buy, because this is the full investment. They know they're against that AWP at least. Let's hope that Amanek doesn't just go sprinting in, assuming it's an anti-half buy.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what approach they're going to have, but the whole team looks to be going sprinting into the B site. Shiro, he's there with the AWP, but Hobbit's been brought down as well. A fast play from G2, and they've cut right through Gambit.
I shouldn't have bothered trying to analyze anything, Dinko. Analyze that. The B rush comes in. I'm pretty sure Amanek got the kill with the MAC-10 onto Hobbit, who didn't have the helmet. That is always a factor when you are on that low economy on the CT side. If those SMGs come at you, they can be brutal, and it allows the AKs to follow up so fast because Amanek is willing to be that man just running in. You talked about it earlier, Dinko. It just feels like Amanek is home with that MAC-10. It's like he's free. He's free with nature. It's like when you let a dog out into your garden and he's just running around, having the time of his life.
Yeah, exactly, man. He's let off the leash. Go Amanek, go kill, and he just does it. It's his calling. He's doing such a good job at it now, trying to get rid of Inters. He won't be able to do that. But, you know, when you lose a MAC-10, you're not really crying about it, because look how much money they've got here. And also, when you look at Gambit, it's a different story. They don't have much money at all. They're looking at a pretty dire round. Because they have got some weapons in play, they will be able to scrap together some sort of potent purchase. They will have a scout here for Shiro, an M4A1S for Inters, an M4 for Axel, CZ and a Deagle. So, you know, you've got a mixture of weapons here, Alex. Will they be able to pull anything out with it? I don't really know. G2 have looked really good on this T side so far.
Nico dropping straight down. Wow. Naf, and he's ready for it, though. Flying around the corner, free AWP into his hands. He gets another one. Hunter drops down, and out of nowhere, Gambit have given themselves a great chance.
I mean, while G2 have given them a great chance, I think, also there, Alex. It's a fantastic start to the round coming in for Gambit, but also presented to them in a nice little package by G2. Those drops down into Pop Dog. They've got to get the kills, and they've done that. And now they can make their buy look a little bit better. You know, the holes that they had aren't so big anymore. They've got a rifle in the hands of Nafni. And shown that he doesn't even need it. He's going to spam some more with his Deagle into the smoke. We'll see if G2 can pull off the 3v5. It's a difficult challenge now for them. Especially because, you know, they're not going up against a weak buy. You're going up against these weapons now at this point, and you're already 2 players down. Oh.
Backs on up into the flames. The nade doesn't help. Had to move backwards. This is the sort of round, though, where if Gambit win this, it does remind me of the sort of rounds Astralis used to win. The elite teams would always win these rounds when they had to dig deep on their own map pick. They've still got to convert it, though, because it's only a 4-on-3, and G2 are moving out onto A.
And Nexa climbing the blue train. 25 seconds. Timer on the play here. Nexa getting one. Only the one, though, and they haven't been able to follow up for G2. They're just getting picked apart by Axel. Great hold from Axel. 3 kills picked up, and Gambit finally see 10 rounds.
It's still going to be so difficult with the economy G2 have. You're facing gun round after gun round after gun round, and at any point, your money could become a problem. This was the drop from Hunter, maybe thinking he could catch the player with a smoke in his hands before he switched back to the weapon. Not the case though, and then Axar with this M4 starting to show up now on the CT side. He had a really slow start on the T half, only got single-digit kills, 4 or 5 early on. Now he's stepping up on CT, but it might be Nico's turn to step up with the AWP. He's looking for a pick. Oh, the smoke goes in, and Nico thought about it, but has a better idea.
Nafny, he was burnt out and itchied in the last round. This time looking to avoid any utility damage if possible. And G2 starting to walk up into the brown holes, congregating every one of their forces and hoping that strength in numbers on this B site can work out again. Look at the counter control here from Gambit. They've pushed into T-Con. They've got a little bit of map control over here. But it's going to be G2 trying to pinch through and explode onto this B site.
And that's what Gambit are great at. As soon as they get a bit of info, they use it to take a smart decision, to gamble the rotate ahead of time, and Shiro's in position.
And Shiro's back Oil. We'll see if he can deliver with this 8WP. He's being pushed down to the left side of Oil. It's a quick play from Jax, but Hobbit's there as well. They haven't been able to get anything, and Jax doubles up. He looks for a bit more and finally shut down by Nafny. Bomb plant secured in for G2. And it's a 3v4, now 2v4 thanks to Nico shot through the smoke. And you've got a feel for Gambit right there. They hold onto the site, they made the right call, and they just don't get the kills, Hawker.
And the rotate's arriving in time. I think in terms of the macro play, in terms of the overall map, it's working fine for Gambit. This could be dangerous.
Money's not good here for Gambit. You don't want to be losing anything. And Hunter, not the best walk around the corner there. Nico, though, with his AWP, he realizes what damage they can do if they get rid of these saved weapons. I'm not giving him a chance. Not yet, at least. And Axel just hiding in behind the dumpster. Hasn't peeked out. Because of that, Nico will not be able to find anything. So 15-10, heading into round 26. It could be G2 forcing us over the line to a third map here.
Well, the information was there for Gambit. The rotate was there in time, but they weren't able to stop the fast-flying Jax into the B bomb site. He runs up straight through Oil Train to take those 2 early kills. Now Gambit need to go ahead and dig deep here, and this could be a fast A play for G2 to try and end it.
The running, and Jax is the front man in the play, and Shiro with 1. Run down by the Molotov, the player in front of him. He's extremely low, but Shiro, he's got rifle support, he's got utility support, and this round's better from Gambit. They're getting all of the important early kills, and Hunter backing away. He realizes this one's a non-starter for G2, and Hobbit, he has pushed all the way through the brown holes. Hunter has to be ready. He's got his gun out, but Hobbit still wins the duel. It's Gambit staying afloat. They may be on life support, but it's a round for them. 15-11, not done yet. And because a lot of these rounds have, you've seen a couple of players go out here and there. I mean, Jax and Hunter relatively low in cash, but the rest of the squad have got money. And over on the B stream, we'll find Fiend and Team Spirit. Fiend have actually gone and taken a map against Team Spirit, and they're up 5-0 here on Overpass.
I was telling you, man, like that game against Gambit, it was one-sided, but they looked like they were going to be a threat as an underdog team, just with the aggressive way they played. We might be headed to a third map here, though, because G2 are going for the same play again. Nafny blinded early, but he plays through the flash for the early frag.
An advantage for Gambit again. And G2, this quicker play into the A side has not been working for them. 2 rounds in a row now, they've been shut down. And Jax has been naded to oblivion. A great video game. Now 5v3 for Gambit, as they look to just hold on. They're not giving any chances away. G2 realize the only thing they got to do now, Hawk, is just sit back, hope the Gambit overextend. They haven't given any chances away, though, so G2 will have to play the difficult 3v5.
At least you've got this AWP of Nico. Could be a way in for them if he finds a long-range fight, if he finds a pick. So has been spotted. It's not going to stay on top of the trains any longer. He just saw that Nico's AWP was there. Nexa working up through Ivy. This might be an unexpected position. He's so far forwards. Inters thinks it's clear. Nexa says no, but Inters is there for the fast refrag.
Yeah, big re-kill there from Inters. Trade frag comes in very, very quickly. And now Hunter and Nico, a 2v4 walkout from Hunter. from Popdog, closer to the site with 25 seconds left. He has a window of opportunity, but he has been spotted. And Nafny from the site brings him down with the information picked up from his teammate in the backlines. It is Nico alone with the AWP. 15 seconds left. He looks to cower away and hope to carry this AWP because he's not winning this round. He's not getting anywhere near the site. You don't want to die after the time here, especially when you've only got $1,600 in the bank. So luckily, Nafny peeks out and finds him. So 15 to 12. And Gambit are on their way back into this Hawk. It's certainly a possibility for overtime. Only a couple more rounds to do it. And in this round, there's not going to be too much resistance from G2.
No, they don't have that much money. And they go for the risky call to go for that fast A play 2 rounds in a row. That is a ballsy call to make. It didn't work in the previous round. They got shut down. They thought they could adapt. They thought they could switch it up. Gambit proved that is not the case. And it looks like Gambit might have stayed on top of the economy game too. They've got 2 players ready on B for the rush.
Oh, Shiro. I'll pick Nexa. And this quick play might just be stopped by Shiro himself. He's also got Hobbit, one of the best inner players in the world. And an nade over the top connects on to Jackson. Always frustrating when you get naded out of rounds. I think Jax has been the victim of a couple of those, and here we'll find Amanek just running out, making a solo play, and it's all onto Hunter, trying his best to get onto the site, but it's not allowed. Shiro says no, and it's 15-13, round 29 coming up. 2 more rounds left of regulation. Will it be overtime, or will we see a third map coming up for G2? A tactical timeout is required for the G2 side.
From G2's perspective, you have to think to yourself here, how can we maximize our chance of winning over these 2 upcoming rounds? Because if you get that bomb plant in this one, if you prioritize the bomb plant more than anything, you should be able to get a pretty good buy into the last round too. Obviously, you have the chance of just winning it outright, but you want to leave yourself open to have a chance to win both of these, because Gambit has started to come back strong here. It was the Shiro and Hobbit show to begin with. Nafny started to show up, the rest of the squad catching up quite quickly. And ahead of round 29, it is all on the line here. G2 want to send us to a third, but Gambit are fighting back. 2 rounds in it.
And Gambit, only one of the riflers has an M4. The rest are an AK, so similar buys for both teams, we have to say, going into this one. And everything on the line for Gambit now. No more mistakes can happen. Have to win every remaining round, and G2 look to try and close it here. Shiro with the aggressive play up in the brown hole, been quite dynamic on this CT side. Trying to change up his positions. He started the half on the A site, playing at E-box, but now going for the aggressive stance upper.
Gambit feel very secure, very safe right now. They have this man in brown halls and a man in T-Con, but Shiro needs to get the timing right, and he has. Early shot connects, and he goes back with a molly to slow things down even more.
A man advantage picked up for Gambit, a comfortable scenario for them to be in. Like you said, good amount of map control for them as well. They forced Jax out of that. No T-Con control for G2, and when you feel like you're pressured at B as well, what options are really available to you? You know you've got to scrim just to get through any of these close choke points. You've got to fight to get through T-Con. Never mind thinking about the A play. This is going to be deadly for G2. It's going to be difficult. They're going to lose members. And Axel and Nafny trying to double up. Axel going through, only getting the 1 kill. And G2, they win their battles. They win their scrimmages in towards the T-Con area. And now with a 3v3 in play, you are looking at that potential flank coming in from Shiro as well. He switched out to the AK. He's going to try and get in behind. Inters holds off the Ivy play, but Nexa snaps some necks, and Shiro getting out from Popdog. It's a 1 versus 2 for Shiro. Now left on the server. Nexa and Amanek, they're low in HP, and they've got 12 seconds, and they can run it to the B site. They've got to run quickly here, though. They've got to get on the plant, and Shiro cannot get the kill. Nexa closes it out. He had big rounds on the CT side. He had huge rounds on the T side. A fantastic performance out of Nexa Hawker.
That kind of sums up this game for me. Gambit were getting information, getting reads, but G2 were just too good, closing it out 16-13.
It's time for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a third. Join us after this.
Side, guys.
Wow.
Running B. Watch he doesn't come B, please.
I'm plotting some mid wall.
Oh.
Let's go!
Nice! Great for G2. Not so great if you had an early morning, and not so great for Gambit, although we do have Dust 2 coming up as the decider. So all is not lost yet for either team. But when it comes to G2 on that map, Blair, I feel like there's only one man we can talk about, and it's Nexa.
Yeah, Sexa himself, he was fantastic. And I gotta say, I want to point something out, right? Scoreline was 14-9, and the 9 rounds these guys won, Gambit won. 5 of them were the pistols, right? It was the pistol rounds and the anti-ecos. They only won 4 rifle rounds until they managed to string a few rounds at the end over there. So G2 were clearly the better team. And also considering the solid start that Gambit had to this game, the fact they're able to bounce back, and of course, led by Nexa, it's just incredible stuff coming out. I won't lie, I really thought this was going to be a 2-0 favoring Gambit, but then G2, well, looks like they're still going to be alive and kicking here.
Yeah, I strongly agree. I mean, Nexa's praise have to be twofold. First of all, individually speaking, when Gambit were running high on that first half, Nexa was the reason why all these B hits from Gambit were not working. Had 2 triple kills, one with the MP9 as we saw, and one with the M4. Good positioning. And then the T side of G2, they caught off guard Gambit many times. Not something we used to say at the desk, that Gambit didn't see that one coming. All these B rushes from G2, almost always working. Nexa was at the helm for that one.
It was beautiful how he just used Gambit's util against them and just perfectly positioned himself around them, especially in that first 3K on B, where literally he got G2 into the game. He slowed that momentum down with that 3K with the MP9. I'm still wondering, I know we're hammering the point a little bit, but Nico with the AWP on the T side, he looked a little bit weighed down, but to be fair, he didn't need to do much because the rest of his team were just brute forcing their way onto the A side a lot of the time.
Yeah, and the way G2 were approaching their T side did not depend on a slow Nico trying to find peaks. What he was trying to do, his lockdown angles when G2 were running Hammock, and that was working out. And then when they decided to play it slow, he was actually doing the job, just training somewhat efficiently, so he wasn't required to unlock the situation. That is not what Nexa was counting on. So I agree with you, we might be able to expect more from Nico, but at the same time, the T side was a success as far as I'm concerned, so worked out well.
Blair, were you surprised actually that Gambit even picked Train? Because they do have a good win rate on it compared to G2, but it's not usually something I would associate with them.
Yeah, I wasn't too surprised. I thought it was going to be a toss-up between Vertigo and Train. It was 50-50. They went for Train, and Vertigo got banned out by G2. If they had gone for Vertigo, Train would have been banned out by G2, right? So I wasn't really surprised there. It just felt like G2, I wouldn't say they baited them into it, but it felt like they really had a game plan, and they really showed up here.
Should we have an update on the other stream?
Do it.
All right then, because it was actually a bit of a shocker on Mirage. That first map was a bit of an upset because Fiend took it against Spirit, and now Fiend are in the lead on the CT side of Overpass, but it is Overpass, so maybe we shouldn't panic too much for Spirit just yet.
It's still a 7-4 lead from Fiend, as I can see, and they're a hard team to play against. Honestly, if you're Spirit now, if we put ourselves in their shoes for a second, they're coming here with a lot of pressure on their shoulders to showcase what they can do, and you get to face Fiend, who have nothing to lose at all. You haven't really seen them play. They got wrecked by Gambit. They won 5 rounds, so you don't really have a lot of resources to base yourself on. And now you have everything to lose if you're a Spirit, so this must be hard for them. And I'm inclined to think that in terms of resilience, sometimes they can falter just a little bit, so it's a big test for them.
I wonder if they're a little bit like VP in a way, Spirit, because when VP loses a significant event, so for example getting to the finals of Katowice and going home empty-handed, I think that's really knocked them for 6, and maybe that's happening to Spirit right now, Blair, because I think they expected to win on Mirage against G2 and it was so close. The victory was just ripped from their hands in OT, and now they're struggling to bring it back against Fiend.
Yeah, they need to, but then again, look, that's what separates them from, I would say, the likes of a Gambit or even a VP, right? They need to kind of get over the mental barrier, and I feel VP did manage to do that earlier in the year, late last year as well. They are kind of struggling a little bit right now. Of course, we'll get to see them later on to see how they're going to be playing, but I feel like for Spirit, that's when they need to really step up. That's how they need to separate themselves from, let's say, the top of Tier 2 to being a Tier 1 team, and I feel this would be a real test. Fiend are really challenging them right now, and I want to see Spirit rise up to the occasion.
Well, I'm really looking forward to Dust here. It is a meme map for G2. They are very comfortable on this one. And actually, this is a map where we are going to see some fantastic AWP battles from our T-side AWPers, Maniac.
Yes, we're going to see that. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Nico being the AWP on Dust 2. I've seen what he can do with the AK. I would let have him, run around like a happy horse. But I'm quite excited. I'm quite hyped about this game because what we have seen from Nexa and he can be a huge difference maker on Dust 2, of course. Amanek seemed to be quite activated. He's going to pick up the AWP. Jack's headshots. I see you really love my horse one there. That's how I see Nico just being happy and headshotting people around.
Run, they gallop, or they
like
canter.
horses, Maniac.
I feel like whenever I mention a horse, I see like just Nico running around and just having a good time.
Do you see Nico as a horse?
In the way he looks happy in the field, maybe.
Like
I
a
don't exactly
centaur.
know.
Like
a centaur.
Yeah, like
centaur
a centaur.
is more like scary than a horse.
Because he's into his gains, isn't he? Like half Nico,
Someone
half
out there
hoops.
just make like a centaur Nico thing here.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
first
we'll
for
get
me.
Chloe on the job. All right then, gentlemen. Some sterling analysis there, particularly from me. I was great. All right, I'm going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Dust 2, our decider in this best of 3 between Gambit and G2.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Celebrating 20 years of Counter-Strike, and for the third time in Malmö, where the saga once began. It was yet again time to crown a new master. 16 top teams went on to fight in the south of Sweden. Only one could be the real winner.
I think the most pressure were that we were especially a new lineup and people had so high expectations on us.
With a new lineup and in a tough group, Fnatic had to grind their way forward to the first playoff game, where a Swedish derby awaited, dividing the screaming fans into two camps.
The feeling before an AP game, we're pretty confident, if I would say so. When it comes to LAN, we're always confident when we play against an AP. It was a kind of important game to win. We just played our own game and we did not know much about their new lineup because they hadn't played a tournament yet.
With 15 seconds left, the clock is their worst enemy, but so is Flusher. One frag, not two, and it's a pair of frags for Lekro and Rez. Bomb going down, but to contest is Crims, and he's done it all for Fnatic.
After that comprehensive clash against Ninjas in Pajamas, an even tougher opponent lied ahead. From just across the water, the Danes, Astralis.
My reaction after winning against Astralis was pretty unbelievable. I mean, we did not expect to come to the final. We just kept rolling, and in the end we won.
He's done it! Connect! It's on Nifek, he gets the bomb down! Fnatic! I can't believe I'm saying this, but they beat Astralis 2-0 in Sweden!
Once again, the Swedes defended their dominion to move on to the final.
I think we felt pretty calm. We were like the underdogs all the time because we had no pressure to lose.
They're already up against the Molotov, and a big connection, important one onto Sty with a flash is great from Golden. One more on Gandalf, and Apex can't do much. JW and Fluster, they're taking it in turns to win rounds for Fnatic.
The most left apart why we won DreamHack was because Golden has so much preparation when we come into the tournament. That's why we kept so calm in game, because we know what to do.
Oh dear, things are arriving. So it's with just the knees there, the winner is dead! Shock, Apex, they only need 2 more! DW, have they done enough? Shock to save Vitality, Fnatic complete the Cinderella story! They are your Corsair DreamHack champions!
In an epic battle with a young prodigy prevailing, we once again got to crown a Swedish master on home turf. Fnatic.
Well, the history of DreamHack Masters is certainly a strength we have here on the broadcast, Hawker. Just looking back at all of the events, it's crazy to see that there is no Swedish players in this tournament, right? It's kind of a tragedy, really, that, you know, there isn't any representation in terms of players.
Yeah, it's just crazy how much things have changed since even a few years ago, where you see some of the tournaments and some of the teams that are winning those tournaments. So much has changed in such a short amount of time, but it's great because I think we are in one of the most competitive eras right now, and we're seeing that with some of these results.
Exactly. So much has changed that we've got Gambit competing for championships, winning some of the biggest events that we've got on the circuit, and now they're going to a third map against G2. They've split map picks, Hawker, and that, to me, has been the most interesting part of this match, right? We had a very convincing showing on Mirage from Gambit, take it away 16-8 against G2, come back into Train, right? And this is where we thought Gambit might be able to close it at 2-0, but G2 stood tall, and in particular, obviously, Nexa was having a lot of impactful rounds, but everyone kind of had their moments, and moving forward into this third map, it opens it up for a very exciting clash on the final.
For sure. Dust 2, I think, should be a fun one as a decider. I think it can suit both teams because Dust 2 is a map you can definitely brawl on, which I feel like is more G2's strengths. I feel like any time I see G2 win a game, it's generally going to be somewhat close at times, and they're generally going to be a couple of scrappy rounds in there. But they can definitely do that on Dust 2, whereas for Gambit, I think they want to play a much cleaner style, and that's what they did in their opening game of this tournament against Fiend. They played on Dust 2. They had an incredibly good CT side. I especially liked Hobbit and Inters on that B site. They were locking down a lot of the fast plays Fiend were throwing at them. Let's see if they are ready to do the same against G2, because they are going to have to be ready for this G2 side.
Well, Jax is out long. We'll see if Nico starts galloping like a happy horse for Maniac in this one as Jax starting things off well. It's a double kill on the P250. He's looking for even more as the rest of his teammates just rush up short into the A site. Nafty's under so much pressure, he cannot hold on. And they've been broken apart here in defense for G2. Hobbit and Inters into a 2v4, pushing up into short. Shots whiz past, but it's a double stack from the T side, and Nico is the only one required. 2 kills picked up. It is going to be Gambit on the HUD, but it's going to be G2 with the win. I mean, coming into this, it was a clean, quick start out long from Jax, and that's exactly the pace you want to see from him.
Exactly the pace we want to see from G2 in general, I think. It kind of goes into what we were just talking about, where G2 might want to make it a scrappier start to this game. Go for these faster pushes. Go and just take those fights early. I think the pressure might be more on Gambit here, considering they are now seen as one of those top teams, as one of the teams that should be making it all the way through the upper bracket. So if G2 can go ahead and push that pace early, could definitely get them out to a strong start, as long as they can win with this one up against the Deegs and the Scout.
Molotov to clear the close corners at door, but it's a double stack from Gambit up into short right now. Nafny will be playing back with Shiro on the Deagles. The HUD has been sorted, and you no longer have to be confused. And while Hunter finds the opening, Inters is being plucked out early. Good mid pick from G2. Now Gambit, they've got to try and figure out how they're going to play this one. They have got 4 players towards the A site, so they've got the stack over at the right side of the map, but G2 still have that opportunity, thanks to having the tunnels presence, to then walk away from A if they decide there's too much action going on here. You've got Nico stuck in the pit. He's committed to this, but he's finding shots. He's hitting everything. He's going back for more in the USPs, having fun right now. The galloping horse has come striding straight into Dust 2, but Shiro, he's still alive and kicking. And finally, Amanek brings him out of the round. 2-0 for G2.
It is genuinely terrifying how good these pros are with the Scout. Just instant headshots from Shiro, quick kills from Nico. All in all, a somewhat competitive round, but Gambit were always going to have a hard time in this one. I mean, look at that. Tight angle for Shiro. Quick reactions onto the second player, but he was left with too much to do. It's going to be a 2-0 lead for G2 to kick things off. Should be about to become 3-0 as Hunter is already looking for fights. He's lost out, but I don't think that AK is going to be recovered anytime soon. G2 should be fine.
Yeah, Nexa will take these kills easily. It's nice to see Nexa stepping up on the individual front as well. He's had his highlight moments on this particular map. And Jax is the man who is tasked with the bomb carrying properties. And what? It is going to be Shiro all the way back in lower tunnel. So he's just biding his time for the moment, but it is a formality that we play out the final few moments of this round as G2 will lock themselves in a third. What do we expect to see for Gambit in this first gun round, though, Holker?
Well, I think we should get that up for Shiro. I would expect them to just play their standard setup because with G2 coming out with this fast pace, Gambit earlier was showing a really good ability to stop those quick plays, especially towards B and mid. You normally have Inters towards the B site, Hobbit sort of rotating around, Nafany will be there a lot as well. But they were mainly tested on the B site in that prior performance, so we'll see if G2 decide to take a more A-centric approach. They have got that AWP out for Nico. Bit of early mid presence at the ready for G2. They will be making their way up mid.
Yeah, making their way uptown. They've got themselves up into the short position. Molly burning back at Hunter. He's not going to be able to walk up too close, so just setting his utility. And being a little bit further away from what could be damaging utility. But Hobbit, he's outside of long right now, playing anti-flash in the corner. Just waiting for them to run out into his long position. Hobbit is ready. They're going to card clear him though, and Jax is completely ready. He had Amanek there backing him up on the MAC-10. You're talking about how he's just wild when he gets that gun in his hands, and Shiro getting involved. Axel on the lineup, a double kill, 3 kills from Axel. Goodbye G2, Axel holds long.
He was in CT the whole time, ready to rotate if needed. And even though Hobbit doesn't get a kill on long, just having that early control, having that early ground makes the difference. I think this was Axel flashing for himself in from CT. You can just throw that flash off the wall, line up some easier pickings. Shiro needed some help on the A site, and he definitely got it in the hands of Axel.
Yeah, Nafany's pumped up about that first round win for Gambit, right? I mean, here on Dust 2, you want to be able to get as much of a good start as possible. You do not want to let that cliche momentum go in favor of G2. We know Dust 2 is a real seesaw. It can go either way. And Nafany, he's got himself a pick onto Jax. Smoke down on the doorway. Spam coming in from Hunter. He's not too far off getting Nafany here, but good counter utility from Gambit. That's going to allow Nafany to fall back. And Hobbit will trade positions, but on the flip side, he'll be playing in the close corner on the right side. Again, he does love his little Hobbit holes, Alex. He really does.
Always likes to try and be a bit sneaky. Over on A long, Axel has taken ground again. So that's giving Gambit that ability to play a bit more comfortably on the A site. Shiro can fully focus on short. Just under a minute left on the clock, and a tiny bit of damage done by Amanek. Yet again, G2 look to be lining up smokes and nades into the A bomb site. They don't have to commit here. The A long is more of a fake. It's Nico on the lurk while his teammates push up short.
Shiro, he'll connect the first. Amanek is down and out. But Hobbit, he's still a threat they've got to deal with on ramp, and he's got cover. He's got a first kill as well. Nexa answering back with a quick headshot, but couldn't quite figure out how to deal with Shiro. And now there's just Nico left alone. 1v4 found by Nafany, and Gambit get themselves a second.
Just a good timing from that rotation to get onto the A site to help Shiro out if he needs it. Shiro lands the early shot anyway to make sure that they stay on top of the situation. And then you have that player on the site too, which makes it even more difficult to get there. Shiro lands the second shot, even though Hobbit had fallen on the site itself. And that is going to be another round for Gambit. A low buy for G2, and now 2 AWPs on the CT side ahead of this round. Not much to work with here for G2 though, really. Just 1 Deagle, 1 P250, and a Dream.
Shiro has not missed many of these initial kills, right? He's out long, not really missed any of these short picks, so you're always losing a player, and then it does make it a little bit easier. You soften up the amount of players to deal with for the Rifler, and Shiro, when he's not flashed off and he's not neutralized, he's just taking every pick. Hobbit getting involved as well, and Axel wants a piece of the pie, but it gets a little bit too greedy. Down Hunter gives him the beans, but 3-3, it's tied up, and Gambit, they were hyped about their first round win, and they found a couple follow-ups. So we're all tied up here on Dust 2, and here comes the buy for G2.
And a couple of these early rounds for Gambit are giving me shades of their performance on Mirage, where they had those fast responses. You see there, Shiro lands the first shot, and Hobbit's already there to help him with a nade, which ends up getting a kill after Shiro lands a tag onto 2 players. So we are getting that dynamic play from Gambit where they're really quick to help each other out. Let's hope that's set to continue, because I think that's when Gambit are at their best. That's when we'll have to see G2 really up their game to try and get the win. All tied up right now. A little bit of early nade damage. Hunter almost taking a shot from Nafany, but he is fine for now.
A little bit of a change up for Gambit in their setup. They send the AWP up short. That's Shiro just tasked with holding down deep into Catwalk. And Hobbit goes down into CT spawn this time. Control for Axel. Not so as long in a two-man setup inside of the B site. So Gambit, a solid CT setup right now. Quick rotations to both sides of the map. And G2 with under a minute left. They don't really have too much utility left. They've got these 3 smokes, and that looks to me like the perfect setup for a short take. But Shiro, not flashed off the angle, is able to take Jax out of the round and drops the bomb. So that's good info picked up alongside the initial kill.
Shiro's really good in that spot, close on short, just dodging the flashes, just getting that 1 kill early that you need, falling back with the molly, getting onto the site, and here comes the drop, but Hobbit's ready.
Yeah, this was this initial reposition, right? When they put Shiro up, they put Hobbit down CT. The drop comes in, he's only good for 1, and it's the play into B that hasn't worked out for Amanek. Inters is ready for the smoke fade away, and Amanek is unveiled. It's a nasty surprise for Amanek, with Inters on the other side, and Gambit now, they're going to be finding themselves a 4th round as G2 have to call this one off. They've got to save the AK, they've got to save the AWP. It's not a pretty sight right now for G2. After starting well on Dust 2, Gambit have somewhat figured them out.
Not an easy call for G2 in this round either, with the money they have. Obviously on that T side, you get punished if you don't go for the round. If you want to save, you're not going to get any money for it. So Nico has a whopping $0. Nexa has 650. The other players could just save and buy in the next, but then Nico and Nexa wouldn't have that same luxury. They do decide to just go for the half buy, though, keeping a bit of cash in the bank. And I guess the way to overcome those economy issues, Dinko, is just by winning this round. I'm not sure how likely that is, though. They've already lost the first fight.
Nico running deep into mid. Shiro, bit of a gap to play with in the smoke here for Nico. And he takes out Shiro at the start of the round. That's going to be a 4v4 reestablished. And Nico, I mean, he is really the player that has to make it sing, right? That AWP needs to sing a loud song heading into round 8, and it might just boom its way into B. It's Inters and Hobbit set up in the site, and Hobbit with the double kill from Card. Nexa tries to flush him out. He's done that, but Nafany's come in with his AWP, and he's found the wallbang kill on Nexa. Follow-up shot from Inters, and Gambit with the clean round. G2, they get it into the 4v4. They try to go for the B play Hawker, but Gambit already, they shut it down.
It's going to be so hard to beat Gambit with a fast B play like that. Unless your flashes are really good, they're probably going to dodge away from those obvious flashes, and they're going to be able to land some early shots. Here's Hobbit lining up those initial 2 kills on the spray down, and even though he got caught with a nade out later on, Inters was just able to survive at the back of the site. That smoke giving him some extra cover. I don't mind the call from G2. They didn't have much to work with in that round anyway, but I think that is a firm indication that that B site isn't going to be given up easily, especially with Nafany on that fast rotation too.
Yeah, it wasn't enough that you just had the 2 initial kills from Hobbit. Nafany's come over. Inters was somewhat isolated, right? He couldn't really get involved due to the utility keeping it at the back of the site. So yeah, that quick rotation certainly plays a big factor. And with Gambit, a couple of their CT setups have allowed them to go for those quick rotations. So G2 have always got to deal with that. Into this round, G2, a couple of players over to B. It's a fast play out long here from Amanek. He's got out, the flashes have blinded him, and he's spotted from Inters.
G2 do have players in B tunnels. They might just try and pounce here. Mid is probably open when the CTs put that much emphasis on long, and they're just going to go for it.
Ooh. I love this quick response. I love the decisiveness from G2 to commit, but they run up the B ramp. The bomb's been stopped. Inters has found a kill as well. Jack's doing his best, but look at Hobbit. He's in behind middle. Axel's peering over the top. Nico's been plucked out of the round, and now it is just Jack's left alone. It is not looking good for the Frenchman. He has got the bomb on the other side as well. Lots of hungry and disciplined Gambit players waiting for their food. They like a little bit of French cuisine. Jax goes out, Axel with the headshot.
I think that is the right response from G2. As you said, maybe having the bomb through the tunnels would be better against that specific setup, but you can't be sure that it's only going to be the one player on that B bomb site. And that's what becomes a bit of an issue. Even when there's that long stack early from Gambit, it could just be 3 CTs there and 2 on B. You never know. So you kind of want to go for mid. That's probably the most likely position to be completely open. And then unfortunately for G2, because they go mid, Gambit do get an opportunity to fight before they can get to the site. Now it's just pistols for the G2 side. Hunter, yet again, working his way up mid, but he is not ready for Nafany.
Yeah, that was a very quick headshot from Nafany. Cracks things open, and now the faster play from G2, trying to put pressure once again onto Inters. And they've passed every flying test, and they don't even need to pay $400.
Very nice. That B site, certainly a fortress against those pistol buys. Might be time for a timeout here on the G2 side of things, in all honesty. These last couple of rounds, not only have they been round losses, but they haven't really looked close, right? And they've lost 7 in a row now. G2 got the 3-0 lead at the start. They don't decide to go for the timeout, though. They want to keep playing right here and now. Now that they've got the guns in their hand, they feel confident that they can bounce back.
Nice boost to get Shiro vision into the lower tunnel. Might work here for Shiro. Setting up utility. He knows there's a couple of players down there, but with the flash being effective, it 1 gives away Shiro's position, and 2 forces him off it.
Still got away with good nade damage, though. That nade landed right on Hunter. Took him down below half health. Yeah, just so many different setups from Gambit, right? It's like every round, it feels like they're throwing something different at G2. It's just so hard for G2 to ever feel comfortable, to ever feel like they know exactly what they're running into.
Yeah, it's just not stagnant at all. It's a living organism, just completely lively, changing everything up all the time. And it's very difficult here for Nexa to try and figure out what he needs to employ for his team. What can they do here to get themselves a bit of an edge against Gambit? And Nafany is in behind the double doors. 50 seconds. They did have the majority of the players going towards the B side of things, but G2 have gone through the lower tunnel. With the time starting to tick on, they will eventually have to go with a decision. And be careful, Nico. Nafany's playing near that smoke, and he's going to throw the bomb on down. Jax has collected that. Smoke's still up. Nafany, of course, can't see anything just yet, but that smoke will eventually start to fade away. And so is the clock. We're running dry here on sand, and G2 have got to really figure out where they want to go with this one. They've got to commit quickly, and they're going through the mid doors with limited time. This is risky from G2. They need to get the kills immediately, and Hobbit's coming in behind. It's a meat grinder, it's a death machine, and Gambit up 8 rounds.
Yeah, they couldn't ever really fully clear out that short position. So even if G2 got a clean kill on mid there, Hobbit would have had that fast flank available, and it could have caused all sorts of issues so late in the round. It wasn't even needed, though. Nafany is the impact player of that round, getting 3 kills towards those mid doors, shutting G2 down before they get anywhere near a bomb site. And then Hobbit just has to be the closer, coming in on the flank. Easy pickings for him. And honestly, it feels like easy pickings for Gambit right now. After losing the pistol, they bounced back and won 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah, there was no real attempt to take short there, Alex. It felt like they just ran the clock down and then run through middle, just get mowed down. And with limited time, right, there's not enough time to be methodical. There's not enough time to set yourself up properly. So you end up just getting mauled. And now G2 are going to try and do the same. They're going to go through the mid doors this time from the beginning of the round, and this time with weaker weapons. It's worked out for them. They've got Nafany. It's a 1-for-1 trade. They're trying to split into the B site, but Amanek, he's stuck in the flames. The Inferno will rage on, and Amanek is brought down. And now they can focus on just one avenue of approach. It's the doors and it's the window, but they're finding the kills here, G2. Hobbit playing his position very well, just in a car using the cover, and Nexa is going to try and at least steal away the bomb plant. That'll give some extra money going into the next round for G2. He's done a good job getting that, but Gambit will clean it up.
Like the decision from Nexa, realizes he can just get the plant. I think Hobbit's a little disappointed he didn't get those kills cleaner. Probably could have completely countered that bomb plant entirely, but it's still a solid enough round for Gambit. And I was saying it earlier, Dinko, I was getting some shades of Mirage early in this game. That was the first map that Gambit won convincingly. They won it 16-8. A lot of their cohesion came on that map through their T side. This time it's the CT side that looks like everything is in order for them. All of the pieces of the puzzle fitting together, All of the working parts working beautifully. And that is clearly apparent in that string of blue rounds that has not been stopped.
Yeah, it's a sea of blue for Gambit right now. Feeling comfortable, and G2 clearly not. They're going for the tactical timeout. And even though we're in a situation where you've got weapons to play with, you've got that extra money thanks to the bomb plant, you've got a tactical timeout, it's still difficult to see what they're going to do here, because you can't come into this and play reactive, right? You've got to just go with your own game plan, because if you try and play reactive based on what Gambit are doing, you're never going to be able to find success off of that, because it's always changing, Alex. So it'd be interesting to see what G2 decide to go with. And there's the classic Gambit tactical timeout after their opponents have called one.
Got to be a bit frustrating, because I'm sure G2 had already figured out what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
I think Jax has got that good long spawn, and we haven't seen too much in terms of G2 trying to fight long early. So this might be the round where you go for that, because I think they do need a bit more early map control. I think they need to force Gambit back a bit early, because otherwise Gambit are going to have free reign to get that information and to go for these rotations that they have been going for up until this point. So I'd like to see G2 fight for that long control, try and take away some of that Gambit information.
Well, of the back-to-back tactical pauses, we return to the action, and it's G2 with the AWP in the hands of Nico. The AK's out as well. And it's a quick play from Jax out long. He's going to look to try and take some of these fights. And again, it is Hobbit winning that initial fight out long. Gambit have been very good at getting the player into the pit, and it's difficult to flush him out. So now Nafny, he's going to be tested. He gets one, but can't pass the second player. Hunter comes in very quickly with the wall-bang reply, and it is a 3v4. Man advantage in play for Gambit.
Behind them, though. They pushed
the
in long.
Flankers come in quickly. Axel just out of nowhere, line them up, and Hobbit's there with him. Nico finally gets involved, but it's a 1v3 clutch in total.
2 more to find on 15 health. No bomb in his hands, and Shiro is walking up short. He just wants to take the fight, and Nico's not ready. Easy kill from Shiro in behind. That's what we were talking about. Gambit getting that early map control and then punishing G2 because of it. They push all the way through long instantly. You can see that Gambit knew exactly what was going on there. They realized it's these fake nades towards long. We've got the early kill on the faking player, and we know it's going to be that fast B split that G2 have tried once or twice now. This time, Gambit are so fast to adapt that G2 don't even get the chance to try and make their move.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're getting pounced from both sides, right? You're getting through the mid doors, you're dealing with that issue, but you're also getting flanked from behind. You just can never really find success in that situation. So G2, do they go back to the Old Faithful? And this time it's Nafny up on short, ready for this cat execute. Can they flush him out? He's so ready for those flashes, and he's going to be able to pick up his first pick onto Nico. Shiro out long with his AWP, and this double up setup is working wonders right now for Gambit on the defensive side. Jackson Hunter alongside Nexa trying to pull this round back. Axel is close by. This rifle spamming through eventually gets Jackson. That bomb, it's held back at Gandalf, and it's not able to move forward safely just yet, but Nexa has got the kill back through. But it's a 1v3 now for Nexa, and he just can't do it. It's too much to ask of the in-game leader, and it's 11-3 for Gambit. They're just winning all of these fights. The initial duel comes in for the AWP there, Hawker, and then you've got to deal with Shiro.
Yeah, Gambit keep winning, so I'm going to keep saying it. 11 rounds in a row now. I'm just going to keep counting. Every round, Dinko, that's all I'm going to say.
And then when we get past 12, what happens, Alex? You run out of your capabilities of math, so what happens?
I've got some fingers and toes left, Dinko. I can keep on counting.
Well, I'm looking forward to that one. And we'll see if they can continue the streak, or will G2 break it here. Last round of the half coming up. G2, their buy is weak. They've got an AK-47 in the hands of Jax, the rest on weaker weapons. 2 Galils, and they'll walk out mid. Hobbit is ready for Hunter. Can he get a second? Hunter, he is avenged by Jax. And Hobbit could not find the multi-kill on Nafny's turn, but they're just not getting these multi-kills. Great training from G2. Now it comes down to the B site, and Inters has been fantastic in this position. Once again, delivers at least 1 kill. The bomb is stuck outside. Jax has not been able to get into the B site, and Shiro, he's got him locked in. You may still be alive, but you're dead to rights right now. Shiro holding for the cross. This time will start to tick down, and Shiro knows he's got that player pinned.
Can he toss the bomb? I'm not sure. I don't think he can throw it far enough. If he does try to, he might become exposed to the angle of Shiro. Instead, they're going to move up close.
Oh, the headshot. They went to double peek, but Jax just hits the headshot. Lightning fast, lightning accuracy. And now it is Axel trying to get out mid. The M4 into the 1 versus 2 clutch. He's been solid so far. We'll see if he can keep it up and close out the half in style for Gambit. 12 rounds in a row it would be. And Axel about to come through wind up. Jax down below him. He hit the headshot. He follows it up as well. 11-4 at the half. It's dominant from Gambit. We'll see if they can keep it up heading into the second. Yep.
You still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. You move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body, electricity. You move your body.
Gambit have been dominant in the first half, and it's all about G2 answering back in the second. We're here in the final map of this best of 3. They've beating each other on each other's map picks. It was a 16-8 a long time ago for Gambit on Mirage, a 16-13 for G2 on Train, and now we find ourselves 11-4 up for Gambit on Dust 2, Alex. What can G2 do to bounce back here?
Well, they won the first half, Pistol. They've got to do the same here. You see the 1x bet odds definitely not looking too good for G2 right now, but we'll wait and see what they can do on this CT Pistol round. Currently stacking much more heavily towards mid and B, and Jax wants to fight, but he doesn't want it anymore. He's down to 6 health.
Crucial damage done early here for Gambit. It's going to put them in a pretty solid spot as Hunter, the mid door, is trying to get the headshot to draw it back. Axel just toying with him. Finally, the smoke that allows the safe passage to Xbox comes through. No more feet damage will be coming in. And they're up. And they're in short. Now the pressure does start to rise for G2. Now they have to drop a few players back and figure out how they're going to set up on this A side.
Anthony went 6 for 0 in opening duels in that first half, for what it's worth. I think that's when Gambit go from being just a great team to almost a godlike team, when Nafany's finding that early round success. This one, though, they're taking their time early. That molly into B will flush Amanek out, but the bomb is currently moving into A.
Yeah, up short he goes, and Nico clean on the pistols. 2 headshots picked up. He goes back for a 3K, but can't quite make it happen. But the rest of his team are stepping up, and now Shiro into the 1v3 clutch. He's found Nexa. He will be looking for a second victim, and he's got the headshot there as well. 28 seconds, bomb down at short, and his last victim also happens to be there. It's Amanek. As Shiro moves forward, he spotted the head, I think, there. He's going to run straight over to the B side, but there's going to be limited time. Shiro just has to sprint. He's watching for the drop. 14 seconds left. He's checking all of these positions, and he hears the footsteps. He's going for the fight. Amanek now just needs to back off. Shiro should just have enough time to start getting this bomb planted, but Amanek's going to run him down. He's going to run straight to the doorway and calls it off just as the bomb plant comes through. Amanek now waiting for the window push-up. The tension building for Shiro as he moves to the back of the platform. Yes, 2 angles to worry about right now. Eventually, as the time ticks on, even tunnels could be a possibility, but Shiro is focusing on doorway, and he spotted Amanek. The headshot's in. Shiro has clutched out yet another round. It's 12 for Gambit, and G2, they needed that pistol.
The Super Soldier at it again. How many times am I going to say that Shiro is the player in this tournament with the highest percentage of clutch rounds won? So incredible that this guy keeps on doing it. A lot of people weren't sure whether this would be sustainable, but Shiro has proved everyone wrong with his clutch ability. A 1-on-3 goes his way. He turns it into the 1-on-1 fights. The P250 shot onto the second player was already brilliant. And then he has to play with his mind games at the end there. Realized he could make it to B, went for the initial fight, and even after he missed that first chance, he makes up for it on the second time of asking. Lining up the headshot onto the door player, and that is a sucker punch for G2. They would have thought they had the pistol round in the bag, but you can never assume anything when Shiro's still alive.
It's just the cold-blooded killer in him. When you're watching him in those clutches, he's got 18 seconds left. He doesn't even really double think himself, right? He's just, I'm going B, and he just makes the right call pretty much every time. It's incredible of a player of his age as well to be able to pull that off. The composure under pressure. And Nafany off to a pretty good start. Inters following up on the MAC-10s. They're making bank. They're also making a great case for a 13th round here.
Should be coming through shortly. Only 2 CTs left. Shiro gets Amanek in the back. A site is wide open, and we might not get a single kill here for G2. Gambit go untouched in that one. A couple of players go low on health. None of them end up going down. And there is that Gambit jersey looking good right now with a 13-4 lead. G2 have to take another low buy, and this is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating dust 2 here for G2. They're going to have 1 flash available with the USPs. And this is a full eco round. Just looking to save as much as possible. Confirming a 14th round for Gambit. And it really does look like it's almost a formality to play out the final few here. Gambit are in such a good position. We'll see if G2 can find any sort of answers to maybe just make this scoreline a bit more respectable. When you were mentioning it to me, Hawker, you know, the fact that they've already won a map in this series is definitely a good sign for G2. They are playing against Gambit, who are the best performing team in the world. A shot from Shiro on the cross. Flash out. Here was the flashpoint. They've been saving this for the long peek. It's not really going to work out for them. Axel just cleans them up. Hobbit in there as well. 14 rounds, as clean as you could like it. Locked in for Gambit.
And this is what G2 have been waiting for. Orb out for Amanek. Rifles across the rest of the squad. This was solid spray control from Axel. Couple of headshots in quick succession. Last player was already low. Not much that G2 could do this time. Just hoping the flash would get them in with a chance. Instead, it goes the other way. G2 have got a chance to try and get something going here, though. You never want to get blown out on the 3rd map. Let's see if they can get something going now. Nico's gone aggressive. Those nades are going to land. He's only down to 65 health, though. He'll get away.
Yeah, I thought he was about to walk into it just at the worst time as well, but luckily they went a little too far behind the corner of the cubby. So he didn't get dropped down. the significant low health. And oh, Amanek, he didn't drop off, and they were not ready for him to still be around. Amanek overstays his welcome, and he doesn't care.
I do love that Gambit are 14-4 up, and they're still taking this as a bonus round. They didn't just buy to win right now. They've got loads of money in the bank, even if they were to lose this one. But Hobbit doesn't want to lose this round. He's got that first kill. Nexa close by. Hobbit seems aware of the possibility, but he gets hunted down, and Inter's unable to trade.
Yeah, great awareness there from Hobbit to spam away, but still it's traded out. Now the play from Gambit is to go into the A long area. Inter is still a prong to the approach from short and has put pressure on Nexa. Now he has to think about where he looks and tries to isolate these fights, and he's taking that short fight, and he's going to lose it just about as well. Inter's dropped down to 7 HP, and now it is Jackson Hunter in the 2v3. Make it 2v2 with that near kill. Axel and Shiro setting up for the clutch. If you want two players alive, it certainly is these two. It's Eagle out for Axel, and the boost is perfect here from Jax. They've looked away, and they have no idea he's looking up onto the side at the moment, but he's not been able to get an opportunity out of it. They got behind cover, and now Axel's starting to take fights. He's down to 1 HP, but Shiro's still there, backing him up, and now another 1v2 needed for Shiro. He's 18-6, make it 19, as Shiro continues to win clutches. 15-4, map and series point here for Gambit. They are feeling so good right now with this Dust 2 performance.
There are very few players that you just feel like are going to win almost any clutch scenario they're in. This is one of those games for Shiro. It's almost ZywOo-esque to me. I remember when ZywOo was first breaking onto the scene, I couldn't believe how many clutches he would win, how cool he was under pressure for a fairly new player to the top level. Shiro's now just doing the exact same thing, and it's a timeout for Gambit, 15-4 up. Apparently, they just want to make sure this is as one-sided as possible.
Yeah, they want to give G2 some server time here on Dust 2, I think, right now with this timeout. And, I mean, it's definitely not been a great showing for them. And just touching back on your point there, you know, you mentioned ZywOo, but it's also pretty similar of Simple, right? When you're watching Simple, you can never really count him out of those situations. It always feels like he can turn those rounds around that no one else can. There's always a chance for him to pull off those clutches, and you never count him out. And I think that's just a trait that all these top-tier elite players, these special ones, all have. And Shiro seems to have that quality about him, so looking forward to seeing the development of him further down the line. So far, so good in 2021 for Gambit. And it looks like it's going to be good here in round 20. G2, they don't have the best of buys here, Hawker. They scrap together what they can.
Definitely looks like a buy from a team that are on their last legs in this series. Like the aggression from Hunter. Getting a bit of information. I think you've got to just take some risks at this point, try and get something to go your way. Reminder, this is still the upper bracket. Plenty more opportunities for G2, even if they are to lose this one. So they don't have to get too down on themselves, going up against a very strong team in Gambit. It's a very strong showing from Gambit. 15-4 up. They've got long control, but with G2 clearing out the tunnels, the CT should be pretty well prepared for an A play if it were to come in.
Nico, he's got the flash at the ready. Amanek and Nexa currently setting up on the A side. That molly has burnt away. Amanek just forced him back, or Nexa forced him back a little bit. And now Nafny's starting to creep up closer. They have no idea how close he is, but because the smokes are up, they just have to assume. And Nico gets the flash ready, but Nafny's got into Goose. There's no way you check this spot, truly. As Nexa starts to walk up, the play out long starts to come in, and Nafny is just chilling in behind the smoke, but Hunter and Nico, they've taken the kills, and Nafny's found himself one onto Nexa. Ooh, oh, the B play as well coming in. It's all onto Nico, and Jax left in this 2v2. 11 seconds left. Itchy soars into short. Nico blasted out of the round, and it's all on Jax. Bomb plant starts to come through here for Gambit.
Jax sneaking up through short. They don't seem to know he's here, but Nafny's going to look and land a headshot. Nafny and Shiro both dropped 20 in a dominant performance from Gambit.
A 2-1 win coming in for Gambit. They're looking good in this tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue it and who else they take down heading further into DreamHack Masters.
shake the ground. Oh, it's like it was really around. Oh, not asleep. Oh, like a future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way?
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring, and we have our first playoff spot confirmed. We don't know if they're going to be sailing straight into the semi-finals yet, but after that performance, I wouldn't be surprised if they do in their Group A winners final, because Gambit are just on form. Even though they lost that second map, you really wouldn't know it from just seeing that performance on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's a Gambit special at this point, to be able to incredibly bounce back from the deficit, from a frustrating map loss. I mean, we go back to Train, and they would have had many reasons to be upset about losing their own map pick. They move into map number 3. We don't really know. We're hesitating about where it's going to go, and they just show up. 3-0 G2, 16-4 Gambit. No questions asked. Everyone chiming in, always on top of things, one step ahead of G2. That is a beautiful reaction, and I'm a Gambit fanboy. I can say it very proudly, because this is the reason why. These types of reactions.
And I know, Blair, you're a Hobbit fanboy, so I thought it's a little treat for you. We get him on the phone. Hello, Hobbit. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. I want to ask how the team is so able to bounce back when you do take a map loss, because this isn't the first time this has happened to you, and we've seen this before. Even though you've taken an L, you come back fighting so strongly on the next map. What happens there in the team?
I don't know. We just understood that Train was a bit unlucky for us, and we understood how we need to play a bit late. So after we lost the map, we just like, I don't know, we didn't talk each other. We just like, let's win the third map. That's two. It's our map. So it wasn't some stress for us or some pressure. We just came and just won it. Yeah.
The synergy is so good now. You don't have to have a conversation, Hobbit, do you? Blair, have you got any questions for Hobbit?
Yeah, I mean, Hobbit, first, congratulations on that win. The Dust 2 was magnificent. But being the top team right now in Counter-Strike, right, do you feel like teams are prepping more for you guys? Are more of these games against top tier teams even more challenging? Like we saw on Train, it looked like it was going to be a comfortable map for you guys, but G2 were very prepared. So do you feel, something has changed in the past few months maybe for you guys?
I'll be honest with you. I expected like the more maybe harder preparation from enemies, but I'm feeling it, but not so much, And of course, it's always hard to be like on the top, because I don't know, it's harder to improve yourself if you're on the top. It's hard to find a team like Astralis, which teaches us a lot by them demos. So Nothing special, that's it.
Well, congratulations. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Hobbit. I'm so sorry that we've got to cut it short, but we know we're going to be talking to you again. We know you've already made it into next weekend's action, but of course, good luck in that Group A winners final you've got coming up soon.
Thank you very much. We need it. Bye.
Thank you. Well, gentlemen, we have to actually wrap things up super quick because we've got one more best of 3 underway. And we have to get Yanko back because his favourite team, Virtus Pro, is going to be facing off with Na'Vi after this break. Matthew, thank you for today.
Bye-bye.
So there's always a tough group. We always expect a good fight in our groups. I'm feeling really confident.
We're hungry for wins, and we're motivated to actually get to those wins. Because when you lose, it sucks.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
Retrieved an M4. I don't think it's got any ammo left in it, so he's got to get this done with the Deagle, and he does find the first FC. Another prop for the Deagle. Oh, the tank prop! What a good name is that?
They're going to be trying to cross on long. RPK tapping them back. 3! Whoa. USPS headshot.
And 3 players for Spirit now to find. Nails the first, spots the other 2. They are pressuring him, they are getting close. JW, now's the time. And a second. Oh, and the third as well. JW.
I'm a king on the throne and I'm running the kingdom with all my ability. Using my strength and agility, money, power, and respect. Completing the trilogy. I know that you're feeling me. You wanna be me, I feel it in your energy. And my people depend on me. Live a legend in the flesh, so remember me. Never back down from a challenge. If you want it with me, then I'm with it. I ain't making just from talent, hard work, and dedication. Help me get it. Take it as it comes, there's nothing to it. I'm a beast on the prowl. I am number one, get used to it. I'ma be here a while.
Jaw on his hands, not be able to throw grenades for himself. Oh, a couple of great off frags. Look at for 3. He puts him on the board.
And the board, gnarly.
They've got him cornered. They've got him trapped. Really, if he had managed to get anything done, it's an achievement in and of itself. And oh, Magic! What? How's he done that?
Xantares is near. That door's gonna swing. Oh, he lines up all 3. Perfect timing.
Down comes out, and oh my god.
Config is here. GG50 finds one Config. Needs a double. He's done it. Config with a pistol. Oh, with the spray transfer. Gets him down to a 1v1. Zantara is the last man remaining in Hunter. Wow. He lands the shot, the flick. Now they know the footsteps. Zantara is the Eagle. Wow. He's gotten 3. How on earth?
Run. И у меня.
Oh, what?
Push it.
Left and
right.
Left and right.
Горе един флаш дори.
Right. Last right. Nice.
Глава му дадо го е. Найс. Попал в него, по тобой тип. Вот. Лево сверху.
Среда.
Лево двое. Почти. Лавая. Найс, по тобой где-то. Пацан.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Spring, and here is an overview of Group A if you've just joined us. We had 4 best of ones. We've just had a cracking best of 3 between Gambit and G2 Esports, and now we're going to have Na'Vi versus Virtus Pro, and the winner of this will be guaranteed at least a quarter-final spot in our playoffs next weekend. And you know what? Something Maniac said to me earlier, boys, was that this could be one of the slowest series of CS we're going to see, because both of these teams are notoriously slow, love to run the clock down on their T side. Something you love to hear, Yanko.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm a big fan of VP. But yeah, but get ready for this to go long into the night. We're not going to be done today. The problem is, jokes aside, right, with VP, it's the fact that it's like, if you're gonna play like that all the time, it's really predictable. And then you start just seeing people save nades against them, right? Like, you know, you need to change the pace, even if you lose the round, just so that people, when they watch your demos, they're gonna be like, okay, they have this like fast strat, they have this explosive play that they can do, right? And it just also, if one guy dies, that doesn't mean the round is over, guys, you know? You can still win a 4v5, you can still win 3v5s, but guess what? You can't with like 20 seconds left. So it's just frustrating to watch, right? I mean, they've been successful for the most part in 2021, but you know, they haven't won like the really big tournament, and maybe that's the reason why.
Well, Blair, quickly talking about Na'Vi, they did play earlier. They won 16-14 against Mousesports on Overpass, and it really was because they had a fantastic round 29 with the Deagles. What did you think of the performance?
I mean, right, as you pointed out, it was Mousesports almost running away with it. Simple having to pull off the Deagle and win the round for them, and it was a scenario where it could have easily been Mousesports winning at 16-14. The first time Mousesports was going to be playing this map, by the way, and even though they probably had a few pocket strats there, considering this is a map that Bit has been playing for Na'Vi, even before Flamey was removed from the team, I feel like it was a bit of an iffy showing coming out from Na'Vi, considering how much of prep work they must have put in coming to this tournament. So yes, they get the win, Frankie, but I wasn't too convinced by it.
Well, hopefully, Virtus Pro are going to convince all of us on the desk, and they're really, really going to need to. And there was something that was said by their coach, Dastan, last year that I found kind of interesting. I'm basically a bit of a nerd, and I keep all of my notes going back from when I first started doing CS properly in 2018, and I just kind of revisit it and realize that I've got 5 pages on Na'Vi that's no longer relevant and I need to edit it. But in my VP notes last year, Dastan said there are moments when we lose with close score, and those losses have a significant impact on the team's morale. A single circumstance can impact the team in a long-term scenario, and I still think that applies to VP right now because they still haven't recovered from that IEM Katowice finals loss against Gambit. Their recent results are not looking good, and they did win early against FaZe, but I think it was 16-13 on Train. So it's hardly a runaway scoreline that we maybe would have expected from Virtus Pro just a couple of months ago, Yanko.
Yeah, it wasn't a runaway score, but they did have a 15-8 lead in that game, something like that. So, you know, they had a big advantage, just needed to close it out in the end. And yeah, for VP, I mean, a couple of what-ifs, close games, but what's worrisome is they weren't really blowing anyone's minds away at Pro League, and then they lose to Force and Havu after that, right? Those are teams that, if you're really going to be considered a contender for the big tournaments, like, you can't be losing those games, especially to Force, right? Havu has been maybe on an up-and-coming team in the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene, so they really underperformed in these last couple of tournaments. I think for both of these teams, this has to be a sort of a bounce back tournament where they need to, you know, have a deep run, have a good performance to show us that, you know, they're not completely fallen off a cliff.
Well, they're very dependent on Yakinda to have a good performance, because when he doesn't, there doesn't seem to be an alternative game plan. And Scrawny actually caught up with Yakinda earlier today, so let's find out if he's feeling confident.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been given the chance to pick the mind of Yakinder. Virtus Pro coming off of a win in their opening best of one over top of FaZe. You guys rode some success for a little while. Virtus Pro looked really good. And now there are question marks surrounding you. Just kind of like, what's that experience? Do you feel the pressure? You know, how is it that you guys are navigating these problems now?
Well, I mean, the problems were that first of all, our individual state of players was lower. Like I played poorly, like some of my teammates as well did. But this state is coming off some health problems, health issues for some players, and that were the things that we were fixing. And mostly everything is done, and now we're fixing mostly the second problem was map pool. We had some problems on some maps, on some T sides and CT sides as well. We completely after FunSpark practiced we were trying to fix those problems that we needed to fix, and I feel that coming into this tournament we did as much as we wanted to do. You know, like, I mean, you never always you want to do something more, but I feel that this is a good state that we are in now.
You feel like you guys have struck enough improvement in this short period of time that you're a bit more confident of it, right? Like that previous lackluster result, it's not weighing on you guys at all. You're feeling fresh for this one. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, the last result just it was a kick in our stomach or something, and we understood that we don't want to be kicked in the stomach, you know.
Yakinda there not actually sounding confident, even though he was talking to Scrawny after a loss. Like, I feel like I know some of these players kind of well now, at least from a mental perspective. I can see when they're up, I can see when they're down. And Yakinda's normally really excited in interviews. And more recently, he's kind of losing some of that energy we know and love him for. So hopefully he's going to bring it and find it on the server today. But right now, we're in the veto, gentlemen. Yanko, talk us through it.
Yeah, the perma bans are out. Now we're going with the Dust 2 pick. It's their map with the highest win percentage, pretty much alongside Nuke this year. VP with the Inferno pick, which is not terrible for Navi because it was a map where Bit was integrated at first, right? So that's where they have the most cohesion with him. And I didn't catch the decider, but I'm sure it's a good one, Blair.
Blair, what do you make of that?
Coming in, and again, like Yanko said, it's Mirage and Inferno going to be, well, Mirage going to be the decider. If it does go to Mirage, you're going to be pretty comfortable because Bit was playing it anyway. And Dust 2 being picked shows that they have probably done their homework trying to integrate Bit into Flamey's position. So yeah, if you look at the map vetoes, Navi should be feeling pretty comfortable with this.
What are you guys both saying then? 2-0? Navi?
I don't know about this.
I think it's going to be a close game.
It's going to be a close, long game. Godspeed, Dinko and Hawker. Let's go, everyone.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm ready to go. 5 hours, I'm ready for this one. It's going to be Navi versus VP. And I think, you know, looking at this matchup, Hawker, it gets very exciting because they are the two struggling CIS teams, right? They're the two teams that have been down a little bit. The results have been in a bit of a slump. And VP, their confidence does seem to be a bit shot. I mean, I was watching them at that FunSpark tournament, and against teams they should be beating pretty comfortably, the likes of Fours, Yakinda wasn't really having great individual performances, so that does worry me moving forward. But we're heading into Dust 2. It's looking good today for Simple, at least. He was popping off in their opening game, so I'm looking forward to seeing if those two stars can clash as we head into Dust 2 as their opening map.
Yeah, Simple had to do a lot to get that win for Na'Vi, but it is a good sign he was playing so well. We'll see if he can keep it up here against Virtus Pro. It's a regional matchup between these two CIS teams. That can always throw up some funky results, Dinko, and there was a period of time where these two teams were playing each other pretty frequently. Nowadays, they haven't been playing each other too recently. It's been a couple of months since we got this matchup, so it's great to get it again, see which CIS team is going to be going through straight away.
Well, the testing bit, the new player here for Navi, he's finally found himself that permanent 5th spot. He will be tested as this B play comes in from Virtus Pro. He moves forward off the back of the platform. Flash assist in from Perfecto, allowing the first pick. But it looks like VP are just wanting to swarm into the site, finally getting rid of Bit. Now that they've got rid of him, they've got the site, and that gives them a huge advantage. Retaking this B site is very difficult, especially when you're a man down with no utility and no kit.
Yeah, they're going to need some early kills here to have a chance. Virtus Pro are all trapped on the site. They don't have tunnels control, and that's where Na'Vi are going to try and make the most of these couple of players. But Yakinda's got the USP for the long-range fight. Nice trade from Boomich, but still so many angles to clear. They both swing on him, and Electronic is nowhere near the action. Strong start for Virtus Pro. They get the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, just testing Bit there, Hawker. You know, he does a good job initially with the flash of Perfecto, but once they just lose too many players inside of the site, not enough damage output to really go for that retake attempt. I mean, there's no other option, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's much else you can do. Bit there falling after getting that initial kill, and you just lose the site so fast. Unfortunately, in those pistol rounds, you don't have that utility to stay alive, to slow your opponents down. Now, Electronic has bought the MP9. No one else following up all that quickly on the Na'Vi side, but they're finally getting that buy together. Looks like they are now all on the same page that they want to go for this second round force up, as you would generally expect to see on that CT side.
VP, they've got 2 AKs in play. Galil's a fast play out long is the call. And Electronic, he was the first to buy the MP9, and he's the first to get a kill on the server in round 2. Quickly traded out by Yakinda. It's Boomich the victim of his rifle, but Electronic swiftly upgrades to the Galil. Need to be careful here. Gap on that smoke, and Kicker, he's found the follow-up kill for VP. They've put themselves in a very strong position now.
I feel like that's always a strength Kicker has, is understanding when there is a small opening. When there is something that maybe isn't necessarily something you planned ahead of the round, but you have to quickly, on the fly, make that decision. Do you want to take the fight there on the edge of the smoke or not? Kicker decides it's a favorable fight, and he is right in his assessment of the situation. Gives his team the man advantage. They've got the mid control. They've got some utility left to work with, although they are missing a couple of nades. They only have the 1 smoke and 1 flash. Clearly have the edge in terms of weapon.
And positional advantages as well. There's no one anywhere near the A site right now, so you can just walk up, catwalk, get the bomb planted. At this point, Navi probably just consider the safe call, right? You want to at least have something to play with going into the next round. If you can keep 3 players alive with an MP9 and Deagle, some Kevlar sprinkled across the players, more importantly, then you can certainly do something with this.
Definitely the option too. I think it is a bit more difficult on Dust 2 to make the most out of those weapons, especially if a play ends on A and you're kind of getting wrapped from long. There aren't that many positions you can actually play on the site effectively with those pistols and the SMG. Oftentimes those closer angles might just be mollied out. So not always easy to make the most of these weapons on this map specifically, but definitely a better option than just giving them away on some mad retake attempt. 2-0 lead for Virtus Pro. Good start to the game for them. Should turn into a 3-0 start. And we heard the desk talk about how Bit is now getting integrated fully into the lineup. This is one of those maps that he is yet to play for Na'Vi. Here on Dust 2, this is his first time playing this map with this team. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on how he slots into the squad. It's a big step up too.
Yeah, it is. It's a big step up. I mean, when you look at Bit as a player, I think from what I've seen from him in his old Navi Academy teams, I watched a couple of their games down in the tier 2/3 regions. He generally did show some good fundamentals, and obviously when his step up into Navi, there was a little bit of a transition period in sort of learning how to play properly in his roles. But you know, he's shown that he can learn those positions, he can adapt, and I'm excited to see what he can do. He's got a good amount of firepower. We'll see if he can fit and slot right into Navi.
Oh, well, I think we'll find out fully once we get into the gun rounds. These half-buys are much more likely to have something slightly different to the norm. You want to throw your opponents off guard. You want to throw them for a loop with some of these weaker weapons. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, the one hole they've left in their defense is on this short position. Currently, the A site is wide open for the taking from Catwalk.
cat executing from Virtus Pro. Making sure all the utility is placed properly. No one from Navi is close by to really be flushed out these positions or really cause any issues for Virtus Pro right now. Yakindar, MP5 at this range, it's not the best weapon, but he's attempting every fight anyway. Finally runs out of ammo and goes in behind cover, and the AK is far more suited for those headshots. And speaking of headshots, Sanji is one of the best in the world at getting those headshots, Alex. He's got some ridiculous headshot rates.
Yeah, he's up there. One of those very high percentage headshot players. Twists is another one of them who, I guess, does it more often with the rifles. I feel like with Sanji, oftentimes it's like he has a dig and he has to get a headshot almost.
Exactly. No, he has to get the headshots because he's always playing on guns like MP9s, MAC-10s, right? Where if you're going to get a kill, it has to be a headshot. So I mean, it all adds up when it comes to Sanji as a player. And man, everybody needs a Sanji in their life.
Especially
so
when you're put in those really hard positions where you probably shouldn't get a kill, which I think are a lot of Sanji's spots, then yeah, you kind of have to just aim for the headshots, right? Because if you don't headshot, you're probably done for.
This was Yakindar with his MP5, and Sanji finishes off that awkward pit duel, but we've been waiting for the moment when Navi can get some money out, and finally they've done that. It's simple. With the AWP, it's got not much utility around it, but you don't really need too much, and James has picked up the AWP as well, so we get that AWP battle straight into round 4.
I also love how James has just decided, you know what? If I don't have the AWP, I'm not going to get any kills or deaths early. I'm going to wait until I get that AWP out. He's got it now. That was some solid nade damage, though. As you pointed out, couple of nades land into lower tunnels, both of them connecting.
Yeah, Yakindar is not going to be happy about that start. Down to 39 HP to start off round 4. The first gun round in play. It's all about getting the first round on the board here for Navi. Boomich attempted to be burned out of the car, but has smoke ready. He will stay in his position for a little bit longer. And this is that slow style of play the analysts were saying on the desk. Yanko and Bly, now they were talking about how this one could be a real long affair. And we're starting to see the early signs. Virtus Pro know they're up against the buy round. They like to take their time. They like to figure out what's going on before they decide to make their play. And it's good to see that Navi are holding on to most of their utility.
See Perfecto Jiggle peeking the tunnels with that molly ready. Boomich just used his smoke earlier. His teammate throws one for him to stay alive on the car, but Virtus Pro have the mid control they're looking for. This B split looks dangerous.
Yeah, they're going to be pouncing on the B side. Bit is held on well. He's got rid of Kicker, but the rest of the squad about to come through tunnels. 3 up here, 1 in middle, making the play through the door is Yakindar, but this B hold has been held, and Yakindar tried to get rid of Electronic, but none of these kills are going in for VP. Finally, Jam gets involved, but he is alone. And off for the save, Jam goes. He's not winning this one. He's got to back away. There's only 7 seconds left in this timer as VP just back off and save this AWP. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, Yakindar was sitting there on mid, and he was the man who had to get that kill in towards mid doors, because as soon as Na'Vi push through that smoke at CT, as soon as they clear out that position and call to their teammates that you're fine from mid, you don't have to worry about mid, just focus fully on the tunnels, it makes it so much easier for Na'Vi to lock down that B site. There was that kill for Electronic, probably not one he should have been able to find. And then you have those open doors now. No smoke up there means that Electronic can help his teammates on the site. So Yakindar was put in a really pivotal position in that round, just fluffs his lines slightly, and that puts VP in a really hard position. They're all just pushing through the tunnels. They can't do much to win that round. Good stuff from Na'Vi, though, getting back into position, making sure they help their B players out.
And a pause coming through, unfortunately, at the start of this one, so hopefully we can get this resolved as quickly as possible and back into what I suppose you can call action. I mean, that round was really a non-starter for VP, right? They tried to play it slow in towards the tunnels, and I mean, I think Bit did a pretty good job, but we're going to get an update where there is action. That's over on the B stream, twitch.tv/ESLCSGO_CSGO_B. And while we take a look at this one, it is Fiend versus Team Spirit. 4-4 in terms of the player count right now in this pistol. And it's gone the distance. A third map up. And Fiend are impressing everyone, I think, in this one.
I like to imagine that that URL isn't CSGO B, it's CS Gob, just because I love Gob B.
Yeah.
Back in the days, I love that big team.
I mean, you're a big fanboy, aren't you?
I still
really
am.
do like their play style.
Yeah, Gob was the mastermind of that, though. brings me back to good times.
Well, Victor's looking crisp on some headshots. Unfortunately, couldn't get the pistol in there for Fiend. We'll keep you updated on that one over on the B stream. But here on the A stream, it's Navi versus Virtus Pro. Two CIS teams who have been on a little bit of a slump recently, right? And we're just seeing if they can bounce back. And it should be a real fun matchup throughout this best of 3, right? It's going to be a slow one. It's going to be that slow, drawn-out play style from VP. We've seen it immediately into the first gun round. Unfortunately, there wasn't much action happening for the VP side in that round. In fact, Jim was the only player really jumping up and creating a bit of excitement. So good stuff from Navi, good team play. Obviously, they had one best of 1 this morning for Navi. A little bit of a curveball thrown their way with the overpass pick. Boomich was saying he wasn't expecting that map. Well, certainly a long one in the best of 1 showing against Mouse Sports. But like you said, Simple had to do a lot to get them through. And I think that's kind of expected. When you're going into a map you haven't expected, then you have to have a play like Simple. Just be that X factor. Be that play that no one else has and just get you over the line.
It was the only player on his team that had a positive KD in that map. Electronic was the next closest. He went even. But definitely the Simple show in that opening matchup. I think heading into this series, I actually feel like VP need this result more than Na'Vi, because Na'Vi have actually had a bit of time off. This is their first tournament since about 4 weeks ago. So I kind of expect some growing pains for them, even if they have come off the back of the boot camp. Whereas for VP, they've been playing this whole time and it's not been going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted them as my favorite team back in the FunSpark Ulti tournament, and honestly, they kind of disappointed, and I think they would definitely back that statement. Heading over to the B stream again, Spirit up 2-0 after winning the follow-up round, and it seems like Fiend are just down to what seems to be a little bit of a upgraded pistol buy. Over for Team Spirit, I mean, I don't think they'll be too happy with how the day has gone, right? You've had Dexter show up and have a big performance earlier against G2. You narrowly lose that out over on Mirage in a best of 1. Now you have to go in and play against Fiend, and they are a difficult team, man. That's a team that a lot of people will have been sleeping on, the fans at home that maybe don't know the history of these Bulgarian players, but Team Spirit are finding the hard way that you have to play against some of these Bulgarian players and they will take you to the edge. OG and Cloud9 already know about that, and that's why they're not here in this event. And I guess one of the reasons maybe Cloud9 aren't here at all. But yeah, I mean, Fiend, they were Voidfall in the qualifier. Now Fiend, and we'll see if they can get themselves a win. If you're interested in following that storyline, again, over on the B stream.
Yeah, definitely really cool to see these guys still making it to events. Like you said, that qualifier run was really impressive from them. A lot of really close maps too, where they had to step up in high pressure scenarios. And they actually did. You know, we were saying about how this was going to be an incredibly important qualifier for these guys to get a chance to prove themselves. They came through and they absolutely delivered in a lot of tight moments. So definitely look like a team that can also perform under pressure, which is exactly what you want when you're coming into probably one of your biggest tournaments of the year.
Exactly. Well, that one looks to be a long one, and we continue into our one. We fixed the issues. We're back into the action. It's 3-1 for VP, but they've just lost their first gun round. It was very convincing for Navi. Jim over there saving his AWP, so we'll still have that in play alongside the AK-47s for the rest of the squad. We're back into the action. Round 5.
Definitely going to be keeping an eye on whether Yakinda can get away with some of his aggressive plays on Dust 2. James having a look at mid, and he wins that first fight. Simple landed the shot, but it was through the door. He only goes down to 14 health, and James hits him right back with a clean shot.
Great start coming in from James, obviously winning that ult battle early against Simple, but again, like you said, shot was landed, so a little bit of issues there for Simple. He goes down early on, and now the rest of his team might just continue to fall. Boomich picked out from the A site, Bit further down on the ramp. Molly's coming down into CT spawn in Bit. He's just looking for some peeks over the top, some heads to try and shoot at, but no one's giving him a single chance, and the bomb plant will come through for VP. 2 players up, a clean take of the A site, and you start to question if Navi were even in this round. They have to save their weapons. VP are up 4-1.
And this is a good example of how much pressure the CTs can just be put under with a single death early in the round. They've just gone crumbling in this one after losing that first fight. I think especially when it's AWP on AWP, because Simple, you would want him to be holding that A site, and they're running down Perfecto. They don't want to let him save this, or surrounding him from all angles. Buster gets it at the end. Nothing available for Na'Vi. Saved into the end of that one. Virtus Pro putting the punishment down on them. And that is what makes it so difficult, right? Your AWP goes down at mid early. VP are going to be so much more confident at that point, just running up through short into the A site, because they kind of know it's unlikely there's an AWP up against them. And then you can just run it onto that A site and go for the play. Na'Vi not giving up without a fight, though. They come back with a buy.
Early utility being used up at long and Buster. He will be the front man in this charge. Electronic is blinded, but does have Boomich close at blue. He's got the MP9. He might just be able to help out his rifling teammate in the pit. Good Molotov deeper. Boomich on the fallback. Buster is not allowed safe passage back into the longhouse. Instead, Boomich taking the opening kill for Na'Vi. You've still got Electronic. There hasn't even need to come into play yet. Finally, they get rid of Boomich, and Yakindar takes down Electronic. So the initial fight might not have gone VP's way, but there's still Simple lurking around the corner.
Waiting patiently for his first kill of this map. He's got the AWP in his hands to try and do it. Peek about to come his way, and a tight angle made the most of by Simple. He's going to get back to safety and leave his teammate Bit at the car to watch long. That AWP is trying to stay active, trying to get involved across the map, but Virtus.pro are now walking up long.
Yeah, they're just walking up, expecting this fallback from Simple and Bit. They're not going to check him. Yakindar falls down to the rifle. You take a look, there is still one incendiary left in play here for Sanji. James is trying to get the pick. He knows Bit stuck in the car. Finally, that incendiary will go through. That should force Bit out into the open. He's trying to stay alive, and eventually will go into the crosshair of James.
Low time remaining, 25 seconds left. I think Bit might have been trying to wait for a teammate to peek with him, but Simple wasn't close enough to allow that to happen. And now Virtus.pro run it all the way back to B. Even when it's late in the round, these guys are capable of this. I don't know if they have time, though. This is hella close.
No, James is too far behind. He's too far behind. They can't do it. Oh, it's another one of those awkward rounds. They have to get planting immediately, and there's just not enough time to win it. Too far away. James was the back player, just a little too far away from the B site. And Na'Vi, I mean, they don't even have to fight towards the end of the round because time is Virtus.pro's worst enemy.
Oh, I thought we were going to get a replay of the failed plant there. that
would have been horrible.
It would have been. We don't need to see that again. You'd see this shot from Simple, though. Just a shoulder showing. James was able to get this one in reply, but 30 seconds, you're on long. You have to know those timings to a T. And if you don't, 1 second, 2 seconds off, the round is lost. You don't even get a chance to play at it. And I think you can see Virtus.pro realizing that round was not one they want to repeat. Timeout taken.
Yeah, you don't want to be fumbling rounds like that. So just time to regroup, time to refocus. A tactical timeout is the perfect call right now for VP. And I think Na'Vi, you know, that initial long setup, I probably would have liked more out of Electronic, but Yakindar just swinging out. You can't do anything about his nutty aim, right? You're just hitting those headshots. Electronic did have an initial good setup with his teammate Boomich. And I like that they're going for those setups in long. I want to see more out of that from Na'Vi, because even when Electronic goes down, they have the follow-up protocol of having Simple nearby.
Despite the round win, Na'Vi are the ones who look slightly worse for wear in round 7, but they still have the AWP of Simple. Early shot lands. Here comes Yakindar, though, hunting down the trade frag, and Boomich was left alone on long there, trying to fight it all by himself. That was always going to be a difficult hold for him. Back to the 4v4, but Simple wants more.
Yeah, they decided once they lost long, they'll go for the short play instead. And Simple, his neck's just been snapped off, and Kicker doubling up. Electronic and Simple both out of the round.
Well, now VP just need to stay alive with these 4 players, run it onto the A site, and it should be a round confirmed. James realized that. He didn't need to take that fight at mid. As soon as he took a couple of shots, he backs away onto A, and Virtus.pro have a 5th round in the bag. And Simple has been trying to be very dynamic with that AWP. He's tried to get a kill and then quickly switch up the position. Looked like in that round, Virtus.pro were 1 step ahead of him.
Yeah, and I like the call. I like the movement from Simple and Electronic there. They lose long, they just give it up completely, and instead drop back into A site and then push down short together. It's just unlucky that, you know, when Simple misses a shot or a Kicker just lands a beautiful headshot, you know, you expect the trade kill to come in from Electronic, but it just wasn't there. And Kicker is hitting some nutty shots right now. Good double from him.
There also is a chance Na'Vi were thinking they had the long control and that they were just going to leave Boomich there and then play from the site. But once Boomich dies here, you basically have no choice, right? You can't just give up on long and short and just play it from the site in that 4-on-4. You kind of have to go for the re-aggression. And I think VP were aware of that themselves. Kicker just lines up those 2 headshots. Really nice aim on display from him. And Na'Vi's economy continues to be called into question. This time, they only have a single premium rifle, but they have decided to go for the investment.
Jim out long this time. Blinded and forced off the angle, so he drops back. No death at long in this round. It's been a very common theme throughout this map so far. This time, it's a slower approach from Virtus Pro, and they're going to be walking up through short. Perfecto. Yeah, to get a kill on the board. He's got his incendiary in his hands. And Boomich going for a little bit of a walk towards long. There is still a player holding that, holding the extremities. That's Sanji. If you could think of a boring role, it's generally Sanji in that position.
Definitely. I would not like to be Perfecto right now, though. MP9 solo holding A. He's done well to pop up for an initial kill.
Whoa.
Long is being held by his teammates, so he can wait patiently, try and survive. The nade not landing on towards him. He's buying time for the rotate here. Na'Vi are getting onto this A site.
Yeah, Perfecto has done a fantastic job of just staying alive. He's let the rotation come in, but Yakindar and Buster lining up the Na'Vi players. Finally, Boomich getting involved in his pistol, but Sanji coming out long. Boomich has still been able to find a follow-up. He's still standing. I thought the flank out long from Sanji would have been enough, but he's not able to get the kill. And now it's on to Jim. He's landed the shot, but he hasn't got the kill. And Na'Vi are up in the 2v1.
Sanji's got to make up for that prior mistake. He missed the free kill previously. 25 seconds. He has to go for these fights. And the off angle from Boomich is one Sanji isn't prepared for. Na'Vi steal away around thanks to Perfecto surviving on the site. And then thanks to Boomich coming in with a quad kill. They should not have got away with that. But Na'Vi will take it all day long.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate seeing Sanji, right? That's a free kill right there. It looks so good for VP once Yakindar and Buster get these 3 kills, but you have to bring it back to Perfecto. He was the important player that, you know, you're off-standing these players, they're coming at you, just running you down on the A side with a weak weapon, and you just stay alive long enough. Okay, nice shot landed out long. Bits down to 24. That's a big fast flick there from Jim.
At least Na'Vi get the long control. Boomich is going to be able to play in an aggressive position. We know that Boomich is one of those players who is willing to push all the way through the long doors too. This round might not be a bad one to go for that because Virtus Pro are putting a good bit of pressure on mid. This time, Simple lands a shot through the door. Yakindar down to 31 health. VP continue to run their play though, starting to get onto short.
Oh, Yakindar is so low. 19 HP. HE just slightly connecting with it. Minute left on the clock. And short control is what VP have to play with now. Yakindar is going to walk into tunnels just to make sure no one is pushed, no one's aggressed. Looks like they're going to be setting up for a play into the A site for the meantime for VP. Could fake it out and drop down though. It does come down to time. They have left themselves a too little time before, Hawker.
They have plenty of nades left too. So many flashes. Smokes available for them. They are going to start to use that utility now. A couple of smokes into A, but the bomb is focused on mid and likely a B split.
Yeah, of course. They don't have a player out long. They don't have a prong now. You've got Yakindar in the tunnels, though, and they're going to be trying to win these fights, but the time is ticking, and the bomb is down. JM unable to get anything, and it's Perfecto and Boomich stepping up. It's Yakindar left alone. 1v3 with the Deagle. He runs on in, and Simple closes it out. 5-4. Na'Vi win the round. And VP, again, I think they're just a victim of the clock there. You know, you can still try and figure out a way to win that when your initial plan doesn't go right, Hawker, but the bomb's down and you don't have any time to go and pick it up and then run into the site.
Yeah, they were always cutting it fine there to be able to take the site. It would have had to have been a pretty clean take. As soon as Na'Vi start to win some fights and slow things down, it starts to become more and more of a long shot for Virtus Pro. And speaking of long shots, this round they have 5 Glocks. Can't imagine they're going to get much done in this one. Na'Vi seem to have stabilized here. After a bit of an uncomfortable start to the game, they're about to bring it back to an even scoreline.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, you know, you don't have to believe in this Glock round, Alex. As much as you can be an optimist in life, I think this is a little too far. I mean, Jim isn't even at the PC there, I don't think. So, you know, he's got his hands off his mouse and keyboard, finally has arrived. And you can use these Glock rounds as a timeout, right? You can just use that time to talk about what you want to do in the gun rounds. And I think there's plenty to talk about for VP, right? They can fix a couple of those rounds, some of those late round calls. Just need to be a bit more well-oiled. Oh, chunky.
Never nice when you don't have the Kevlar. It's also kind of nice for VP that they just bait out a lot of Na'Vi's utility in this round. You know, you look at Na'Vi's economy, it's not like they have flushes of cash currently ahead of this one. So every piece of utility you bait out is something that has to be rebought. But eventually you've got to go for it. And with 30 seconds left, they will be trying to get to B.
Run boost at the ready. Time to get some run boost action going on. Some gymnastics practice in the eco round for Virtus Pro. And now the V-Fly. It's easy peasy for Bit. It's easy for Perfecto. And Bit's just getting USP headshots as well. Just Yakindot taking out of the round 5-5. And we get into the important ones again. VP getting back to the bite here, Hawker. And we've seen their gun rounds. We've seen what's gone wrong. We'll see if they can fix it heading into the next.
Nice work from Bit with that secondary sniper. Good to see him getting some kills under his belt. He's already up to 8, top of his team right now. See if he can keep it up, though, because it is that aforementioned gun round for Virtus Pro. James has the AWP, AKs across the rest of the squad. Smoke from the T side will give Kicker an angle if he wants to. The molly wasn't actually extinguished, though, so he didn't have the option to go for it. Oh, that smoke hits Bit. Now he has to go back. Doesn't want to get tangled up in that smoke.
Virtus Pro leaning in towards B. You've got 4 in the tunnels, 1 in bottom middle right now. That'll be Jim, and Yakindar will be joining him. The 2 big hitters for this Virtus Pro side. And to be honest, Kicker has looked crisp today. He's had some important rounds and some important kills coming in. So, again, VP running this clock out, just making sure short hasn't been taken by Navi. And Bit on the backlines. You mentioned he had a good round the previous. We'll see if he can do it against the gun rounds this time. It is a bit more of a difficult challenge when you've got the rifles in the hands of VP. And Perfecto's going for the spray down through the smoke. Hits the headshot onto Sanji. Yakindot looking for the back plat player. He's caught in the open though, caught between a rock and a hard place. But Buster has found the important picks in this one. A 3v3. 38 seconds left, and now they cross over to the B site. Navi are faced with a 3v3 retake of the B site, and in general, you start to ask questions of if it's even worth it going for these retake attempts into B.
At least they did a decent job delaying, so the bomb has only just now been planted. That maybe gives Navi a slightly better chance on this retake, but the thing you would really want here is a bit more utility. They only have 1 nade, and it's not going to do enough.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Navi, they made the decision. They're going to be saving into the next round. And I mean, that's why VP lean heavily into B, right, Hawkeye? When you initially kill the B defenders, you can maybe lose 1 or 2 players, but as long as you keep it even, or maybe you keep the man advantage, you can then take the B side, and you already put that question in your opponent's head of, is it even worth it?
Definitely something worth considering. It's also, obviously, the position that Bit's playing on the Na'Vi side, so you can test and see exactly if the coordination is fully on point for those Na'Vi players. In this round, they did a good enough job to begin with, but the molly onto Bit always was going to make life difficult. Once Perfecto went down, they knew where he was. Buster gets that headshot to the back of the site, and that's all they need to take a 6th round win. At least Na'Vi save those 3 guns, though, and keep themselves on top of the situation for this one. Still a fullback.
And James looking for the opening pick into middle. He spotted the leg, the jiggle peaks, but James will not get that follow-up peek from Bit. He gets the info he needs and he drops back. Look at this long push here from Boomich. He's been loving some of these aggressive stances in towards long, just getting outside of those doorways. It's been pretty good when they test him.
Pretty standard start to the proceedings. Not a bad nade from Electronic. And Boomich burned out of position. down to 60 health. He is able to get away safely. So Virtus Pro have the short control. They've pressured long somewhat. Na'Vi are now going back to the A site as well. Simple is just going to float between those two positions, making sure long has some eyes on it.
The Molly just burning out any of those close positions. Kicker now setting up his execute. Looks like VP want to go for the short play, but Electronic and Boomich are inside of the smoke. And Yakindar's close by. They're just biding their time. Eventually they will be revealed, and it's Yakindar with the first pick. Boomich on the double, make it 3 from the FAMAS. That is huge from Boomich. And it's Virtus Pro being chopped down to 2 players with 24 seconds left. They've got to figure out how they are going to win this round.
Nice shot from Simple. No flashes against him. He's always going to get that one. And James can't really get involved in the action. He gets 1 kill on a rotating player, but with the bomb being dropped over towards A and little time remaining, the round is over. Surely he spots that. He shoots the gun that flies across his screen, but Na'Vi have the round, and James has the option to save the AWP, which he will take. What a hold from Boomich, though. That's where the round is won. It's a risky setup from Na'Vi. Playing aggressively like that on short, you have to step up, and Boomich definitely delivered. He wasn't happy with 1, he wasn't happy with 2, he wanted a full 3-course meal, Dinko, and he definitely had a tasty one.
Yeah, it's certainly tasty. Lots to eat on shore, and I love it from Na'Vi. I love that setup. You're going to punish them for being late on the round, right? Just get up in those choke points, get up in their grill. And when the smoke's faded away, Boomich is like, sup, just kill 3 players, no problem. FAMAS in hand as well. Incredible round from Boomich. And James is looking down mid, looking for the little jiggle peek. Again, similar setup as the last round. It feels like it's the same one, to be honest. And James is walking up short. Kicker will be joining him. This time, the core difference being VP's buy, of course, looks dismal. So it should be Na'Vi cleanly picking this one up. You don't want to give any chances away to James, because this is the round where he needs to make the AWP sing. This is where he needs to deliver. And with this stack, this boost, this isolates James. This makes sure that even if he gets 1 pick, you've still got that trade potential, right? You've still got that second player holding short. You don't get that control straight away.
Putting that molly down to make sure they don't get overrun on A. Instead, James goes for a pick elsewhere, but the flash is beautifully timed. Bit sprays it down. The molly's going to land. They can't even get the AWP back. It's up to the players with the pistols to try and push onto the B bomb site. Nice shot from Bit to begin with, just before the smoke blooms. But Virtus Pro have brute forced a bomb plant.
Yeah, they have. The bomb plant is huge. It obviously gives them a lot more money to play with. And again, Na'Vi outside of the B side. This time, up against weaker weapons. This time with utility. Molly going through. Yakindar's close to the window. Flash, though, by the retake flash going over the B site. Now we still haven't got players inside of the site just yet. So VP still, for the time being, have control of the B site. But for how long do Na'Vi wait to go for this? Yakindar's close, just waiting for that fight. Finally, Electronic will strike. Na'Vi dive down. They get all the kills, and they get a 7th round.
Na'Vi just waiting patiently for the right time to set that retake up, ensuring they have the player ready at tunnels. Everyone can just get into position and move in as a unit. Up against those pistols, you should be able to overrun them. This was that flashbang, though. Lovely stuff from Electronic. Just takes so much of the threat out of the round. And even though they were having to play outside of the B site to focus on that mid fight, I think that's the right call. Just focus on one of those sides. Make sure that you're not vulnerable from mid. And then even if you give up the bomb plant on B, it's not the end of the world, because the retake should be fairly doable.
This time, Bit going for a bit more of an aggressive stance into the tunnels. There is a lot of VP players around the corner. Here comes the utility. Bit will be under pressure. He's got a 2nd kill, and he deals with the pressure well. He does not crack. Instead, he gets 3 kills, and he cracks open VP. Another one for Bit. Could he get the ace? It's shut down finally by James. It is looking good for Bit on that holder. 4K delivered from the AWP. And now it is all on James, stuck in the tunnels. Na'Vi know exactly where he is. They've got him pinned in there. Even if he tries to cross back for his classic save, it's Simple watching the T-spawn exit.
Oh, Simple's moving in, but Jay moves away. I think Simple might have spotted him. Now they don't definitely know where he is. He's fired the shot to the site, and Simple is going to sit, make sure that James is stuck. How long will this Mexican standoff last for?
There we go. Well, it's done and simple. He was the player that had more patience than Jim for once here. You know, Jim moves forward into his crosshair, the time ticking down. And he goes up the round now a bit. You just have to talk about this, Hawker. What a haul from him.
Just going in and out on a close angle. Then he doesn't go wide on this one. He realizes he can just tuck into the corner. He had the rifle support initially, but then was just about able to get the quad kill on the round. That B site has been pretty well defended so far. It's been pretty solid against these gun rounds. I like that Virtus.pro finally tried to switch up the pace, but even that gets shut down for them. And heading into the last round of the half, it's only the 1 AK to work with, and that's in the hands of James.
More boost up. Oh, simple. He's close to the headshot. Jim probably felt the wind go past his head right there. But no kill. Looks like Bit is going to aggress again. He's got confidence from the last round. He's going into the tunnels. He's got the small angle and he hits the shot. That's the bomb.
Didn't want to risk using any utility to keep that control, though. Didn't want to pull out a smoke and maybe lose your life unnecessarily. Gotta say, for Na'Vi, it is pretty rare to see them winning while Simple has not had to do too much. It's a really nice sign for them that for once, it's the other players on the squad that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Simple on that A site hasn't been tested all too often. 45 seconds remaining in this one. It's another slow round for VP, but they're starting to use up what little utility they have left on mid.
Yeah, it's going to be that B split attempt, trying to come up and test Bit again, but he has been fantastic. He's got that rifle support from Perfecto as well. And VP, it's a bit of a non-starter in this one. A 2v5 with 25 seconds left. That bomb down in the tunnels, it's already done. It's just a formality we play out these last couple of rounds. Our moments in the round is simple. We'll close it out with a double. It's Na'Vi who go into the second half with the lead. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can continue it.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend,
The second half continues with Navi in the lead. It was simple with the 2K to close out the first half, but it wasn't the simple show. He was relatively quiet. It was the new kid on the block, Bit, who was stepping up over at the B side of the map with that AWP that, for me, had the most flashiest play. We head into this one, Hawker, and I think Virtus Pro will be relatively disappointed, I would say, with some of their T rounds. Now they're down 3 rounds going into the second half. It does become very difficult when you're up against Navi.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the way Na'Vi were playing and with them not needing Simple to go Super Saiyan yet. He's still got a lot of room to do that if he's called upon here on this T side, and you would expect him to have many more chances on the T side. See if that is indeed the case. First, it's the pistol round. Full Kevlar right now for Virtus Pro. Yakinda yet to buy. He finally buys 1 set of utility at the end there, while Na'Vi have got 2 sets of nades of their own and an early Xbox smoke to kick things off.
One export bet odds at the top of your screen. It's Navi and Virtus Pro. Close as you can get it, really. It's Navi who've shifted into the favor. And you can definitely see why heading into the second half. And over for VP. It is 5 sets of USPs, a little bit of Kevlar. Spring it across, and you can dart now with that utility. I want to see what he does with it. As Navi pressure down mid early. They've got Electronic just jumping up onto the Xbox. It's Sanji that's drawn that opening kill, though, for Virtus Pro.
First blood in favor of the CTs. Always a nice way to start the pistol. Not much utility here for Na'Vi either. They've really got to use that flashbang to close the distance. Otherwise, these USPs should be favored in these fights. Yeah, can't go for that. Not against the USP.
Especially when you're a man down as well right now. Navi can't really afford to take any of those risks. What are they going to do, though? Seems like they've got a player out lower tunnel. That is Simple. And Kicker, he's gone over towards the A side of the map. Simple would have heard that crossover. But Sanji is going to be playing up short, and Boomich running forward, but it's Simple with the quick reply. Sanji has done well in the pistol to keep a man advantage afloat for Virtus Pro. Now JM looking to go for the long fight. If they can take that long control, that does put pressure on the short play from Navi. And the shots are coming in for Yakindar and Kicker. They've got themselves into a great position. And now it is just perfecto. A good start into the second half and a much needed one for Virtus Pro.
And Na'Vi unable to ever really put the pieces together of a proper push as a unit towards that site. Because you've got those Glocks on that long range angle, it's really hard for everyone to try and commit like that when you know that you're running the risk of just getting shut down entirely. They didn't have the nades left at the end there, unfortunately, to give them that ability to close the distance more easily. And some good shots from VP deny them. Sanji, always a player that can be looked at for those pistol rounds. He came through with the early kills. Now we might have the chance for some easier frags up against the low investment from Na'Vi.
Flash at the ready from Jim. He can pop his teammate into the short peak. Currently Bit is near the Xbox. Simple coming out top middle, now walking up short with his Deagle. And Bit will be the man gathering that early information. And Simple likely to go for the peak with the flash. It's going to allow Yakindar just to dive into the open. Sanji backing him up as well. They come out with 3 kills. And finally they go down to the P250 of Perfecto. Ooh, that was long and labored, but finally comes through the Virtus Pro round.
Needed some help from the Famassive Kicker. That MP9 fires very fast. Sometimes you can lose track of the spray quickly. But Virtus Pro are always going to have success in the round. Jame has the long spawn with the AWP drop to him, so that's going to be a good chance for Jame to try and open up the proceedings early. You've always got to be on your toes on Dust 2, Dinko. You can get some very early fights.
The run out long from Navi. It's a fast call and a collateral from Jame. A monstrous start to the round for Virtus Pro. And what Navi have now got to figure out, you've just lost Boomich and Bit in one foul swoop. What is the call? How do you pull this back?
You almost wonder whether Na'Vi thought that was a safer play because they assumed it was unlikely VP would have an AWP so early. You know, we're only 3 rounds into the half. It wouldn't be necessarily a guarantee that Jame has an AWP on the other side, so they go for flashes over the top. And they are unfortunate to line up for the AWP of Jame, but he'll take those all day long. Also good for Jame, he had that long spawn. That's what helps him get into position. And now Na'Vi really have a tough time getting back into this. Not only are they 2 players down, but they have barely any nades left to make this turnaround happen.
Yukindar. He did work well with Sanji in the last round for multiple kills at short. He's there this time with Jame, and they've got themselves a double again. It's Perfecto left alone with an AK-47 versus 4. And definitely feels impossible and untouchable right now. Fantastic round from Jane to get the 3K. He's looking to close it with a 4th, and he'll do it. 9-9, we're tied up.
Good work from Virtus Pro, just getting the early advantage, and a 5v3 is always one you should be favored in closing out. They do exactly that. They do a good enough job, but it's all about this initial shot from Jame. Boomich and Bit trying to clear out different angles. They almost were spread apart there, but the lineup just about comes through. Jame goes on to close out the round for his team. Now Na'Vi are the ones back down to another lower buy. You have to remember, Virtus Pro here have won both pistols, and Bit has got off to a good start with his pistol in this very round. Deagle shot lands on long. That could be a cause for concern here. They would love to try and steal away that weapon. It is out in the open, though. I'm not sure if they're going to get the AWP. You wish you had a nade right now.
Yeah, if you had a nade, you could blow that towards you, but you do have Simple, and he'll make some space, and Bit follows up as well. The Deagle, the Scout, it doesn't even matter what guns they've got. And now you've just thrown an AWP into the hands of Simple. Now things get exciting. Na'Vi have a great chance. Of course, it's looking done now at this point. As Kicker backs away, he was the only player that could have done a thing there. And once he's smoked off, there's absolutely no chance to even find a small slither of hope. As VP back away, it's Na'Vi up to 10 rounds, and you've just got an AWP. That's a nice little freebie that you've been able to pick up there.
Absolutely. Gotta love how Bit is playing right now. He is keeping Na'Vi in this game with how he's playing. He's won them a lot of rounds. I mean, from that first half, Bit was 7-0 in opening duels, just winning a lot of early fights when called upon on that B bomb site. Now he's coming into the T side and he's getting even more entries.
Yeah, and if that's the Bit we can come to expect, once he gets comfortable, once he's slotted in as the full fifth man, right? If he gets more comfortable as he goes on with Na'Vi, the only thing we've seen is the trajectory upwards. So if that's the Bit we're getting now, I hope we can continue to see that forward, because he is exciting right now. He is cracked. Oh.
Unlucky Boomich. Trying to rush them down at the end. Not successful, but Na'Vi were successful in winning the round. That's against an AWP, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And then, of course, we're sort of figuring out how Na'Vi are going to get this AWP, and we forgot that Simple was there. So I guess that's out. Attack timeout having to come in for Virtus Pro. They have enough resources when they pull them together to get a decent enough buy. There will be some weaknesses, of course. Sanji onto the FAMAS. No stranger to that weapon. For Na'Vi, they've got a nice little investment now. Now that they've won a round, they shouldn't have. They've picked up a free AWP. They've got a lot of money they didn't expect to have.
A bit of a buffer for them. And they're on that T side of Dust 2, where both of these teams have actually got a slightly higher win percentage on that T side. It is one of those maps that you have quite a few teams that prefer to play on the T half. Now Na'Vi get the chance to do exactly that with a slight lead in their favor. 10-9 up. It definitely still turn around, but this time Virtus Pro with heavy focus on A-Long early. Will be able to hold off that control, but they won't be able to do anything about this push into short.
And smokes up short. It's the deeper one for CT, and Boomich is going to drop with it. Yukindar with the headshot just as well, because Kicker was looking the wrong way. And Kicker's going to drop back. He was flashed out of the angle. He'll get over towards the B ramp. Virtus Pro have the man advantage, and they've made the right call to send an extra player to the B side of the map here, because here come Na'Vi.
It's 2 riflers on the B site too, and then Yukindar is the faster rotate, so they've got all the rifles ready in position. Simple right now, searching for a way in, but Virtus Pro are content sitting back on the site. That's going to force Na'Vi to push the issue.
And well, Kicker, he'll be the difficult player to flush out of this position. They have spotted Buster's position. They know he's there. They only have 1 or 2 Molotovs left here on Electronic and Bit. They're going to deploy it deep into the site. Yakindar's found a bit elsewhere. Now Kicker is the player under pressure. Electronic burns out Buster. Perfecto hits the headshot on Kicker. And Yakindar, you said it, he was that fast rotation, but the rest of his team haven't done enough inside of the site to make you feel comfortable about this if you're on Virtus Pro, right? You've still got this AWP, you've still got the AK. You just don't have the utility to go back in for this retake right now. You're probably just looking at the save call on the cards.
If only Sanji had that molly on the mid side, I feel like he could easily molly that back plat position. It's going to be much more difficult to do so, but that molly will land. Simple forced out into the open. Jane waiting, and there's a chance.
Yeah, they're still getting these kills, but good pick out from Electronic. That's going to slow things down much more for VP as they go into the site. They commit to it, wanting around here, wanting to at least damage the economy slightly for Navi, but all that it's done has ended up breaking down Virtus Pro, and James did not fully commit. He falls, and the AWP is gone, and everybody on the server goes down at the end of the round.
They did a good job at getting that molly into back plat, allowing Sanji to make the most of that. That's what they needed, to flush one player out of position early, to open up the trades, to open up some of those angles. Unfortunately, though, just such little time left at the end. If James has 5 more seconds, maybe he can start to close in on that last man, but the time was way too low. And we get a hero AWP dropped for James. Kicker has just spent a whopping amount of money on that, and the USP think early is not bad either.
Yeah, at this point, you know, I would have hoped that James could have got away in the last round. You would have had some extra money to play with in the future, but we'll see if James can get something done in this round. He has to be the hero, and there's my answer. Simple, bangs him straight through the wall. James out of the round early.
See if Sanji can get anything going with it. Tight angle, unable to connect on the initial attempt. Simple waiting patiently. He feels like that AWP might have to press the issue. So he's waiting to see if it peeks into him. Ikindar's trying to be a bit sneaky. He's going to hear this smoke from Perfecto, but I don't know if there's much he can do about it. Perfecto is going to look this way, and I've got to think he's going to win this. He takes the dink, but takes the kill.
Yeah, he looks that way, talks that way, and he gets the headshot onto Yakindar. He opened things up and further crack open this case for Navi. You know, Simple getting that pick through the door. Definitely threw a spanner into the works of Virtus Pro, but now with Navi walking into an empty A bomb site, it becomes a bodyguard squad to save that AWP. It was a big investment and nothing was found from it. To at least want to get something out of it in the future, but Perfecto, he's on the extremities of the B site. Haven't planted the bomb yet, and they're going to come into Perfecto's crosshair. That's Buster down. And they are delaying the plant to try and hunt these players down, and Boomers is going to walk up the lower tunnels looking for Kicker. He's done that well, and now Sanji's out of there. Well done from Navi. They delayed the plant up until around the 10-second mark, and that allows them to take down every single weapon, including the AWP.
Yeah, and Kicker spent so much money on that AWP. If he had some extra cash, this buy would look way better. Instead, he has to go down to a UMP. James gets another AWP, this time dropped by Yakindar. So James having a lot of fun, but Virtus Pro are not right now. They're 12-9 down, and they have to crack the code of this Na'Vi T side.
Yeah, I don't love this, Hawkeye. I really don't. You know, what were you really expecting James to be able to do in the last round with that AWP? And now you've just kind of messed up your buy for the future, and it's a fast play from Navi out long. Electronic and Perfecto, they trade out blow for blow with James and Buster, so it is a 3v3. And the chaos at the start of the round can slow down.
Simple drops that smoke, switches out to an AK. They're going to go through their own smoke up long.
Ooh.
VP do have a player with eyes on this position, but Buster's going to spot them pretty late. If he were to go down, that A site is really open.
Yeah, Buster needs to deliver here, but he's looked away. He's in behind cover. It's going to be the 3v3 as Jim now comes over from short. He couldn't get an angle, he couldn't do anything, and with that utility deploying, once again, we're looking at Buster as the man to try and step up for them. He hasn't been able to capitalize on the slither of an opportunity on the jump shot. You would have to be inhuman to be able to do that, and Jim, luckily, has found his opportunity and struck hard onto Bit. Virtus Pro, they haven't been able to win rounds in a very long time. They want to be able to pick this one up. They're in the man advantage situation, and Simple has followed it up by pushing into CT. Buster's been able to hit the headshot, and Kicker bides his time. It's going to be VP up to double figures. They win out the 3v2. and they get themselves an important 10th round.
Good patience there from VP. You know that Na'Vi aren't going to be that comfortable on that A-bomb site in the post plant. Over on the B stream, Fiend aren't looking comfortable on Nuke right now. 15-6 down. This one looks like it is about to be over. After an early scare for Spirit, it looks like they will stay in with this win.
Yeah, unfortunate that for Fiend. They definitely showed up with a good performance in the tournament, obviously coming into the BO1s at the start. They played against the world's best team, right? So Fiend put up a really good fight against Spirit. That's over on the B stream. We will continue to run a simultaneous stream you can take a look at over the next few days. We hop into this one though, and it will be 12-10, a close battle and a long one as many expected and predicted. And Virtus.pro, you look at the scoreboard here, it is James and Yukindar who are topping the charts in the kill counts, and that's generally a good recipe for success for Virtus.pro.
And that's what they would have envisioned heading into this game. Maybe not envisioning quite this scoreline, but at least they are keeping it close right now. On Dust 2.
Especially when you consider how many rounds Virtus.pro ran out of time in or just had to save away when you really didn't have much of a chance or much of a start in the round. It's crazy how close it really is when you consider how many rounds have been like that for VP.
And this round could break Na'Vi's economy. Honestly, it could break either team's economy. This is a big swing round. Boomich dinked early. Yukindar has to go back through the flames because that molly had been ticking for a while. It does a bit more damage, so he's down to 44 health. But VP do win the early exchange of damage.
Trading out the AWP for the AK. Boomich taking the ult from Simple's hand due to the low HP. And Simple will rock that AK-47. We're looking at an A split on the cards for Na'Vi right now. 2 in towards Longhouse, 2 working their way short. And Boomich, he'll be left top middle to try and cut off these rotations, to try and flank up short. He'll be there to cut off that issue. So Na'Vi can fully focus on this A play.
James is caught between two minds here, but he knows his teammates watching long. Kind of wants to look at short, but he's stuck on both sides. Sanji holding long. First kill is good, but James gets baited in, and now they know exactly where Sanji is. Simple waits for it. A second shot collected, and Virtus.pro 3v4 retake won't be an easy one. They're sticking around, but I don't know if they can go for this.
Yeah, I mean, Simple just cracking heads out long. That's exactly what you expect from the Hulka. That's the Simple we want to see up on the server. Maybe he can get up to the numbers of Bit, who's currently on 19-14. Perfect is up there in second place on Na'Vi and 17 kills. So it's been a good performance out of them too. And now Simple getting involved as well. It is definitely worrying for VP. And once again have to save into the next round. This time it is 2 AK-47s and an M4A4.
Just love how patient this is from Simple. He knows his teammates going out first. And, you know, some people in matchmaking, I'm sure, would claim their teammates are baiting them here, but he's just trading. He's trading his initial teammate, holding that separate angle, because he knows it's pretty likely the AWP of James is going to want to peek into him, right? Normally, the AWP there wants to fight on long so that they have that one safe side on the push. They don't want to get crunched in from both angles. So Simple's just one step ahead of it, waits patiently, and then he knows Sanji's stuck in pit. He can just wait for that peek too, or wait for his players on the site to come help him. So just really composed from Simple. Even though he hasn't been having his best game fragging-wise, he comes through with 2 huge kills there.
Yeah, and I don't care if what anybody says. I wouldn't care at all if Simple was baiting me.
Yeah.
No matter who you are at this point. While Buster down to 31 HP. Yukindar's quite aggressive up short, actually. I don't think they're going to be expecting this from Yukindar. 1 kill onto Boomich.
Haven't seen Yukindar be able to get away with as many of his early aggressive plays. Perfecto lines one up straight through the smoke. And just as it looks like VP finally have a nice man advantage, it gets snatched away from them.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, right? Yukindar's aggressive play, plays it really well, gets that opening pick, drops back, and then suddenly a kill through a smoke. And it's going to be the double play through the longhouse right now. And look at Electronic. His position is so strong for this. 2 players about to walk into him. They're not going to be checking for Electronic, but luckily Yukindar reacts quick enough. Electronic was quick on the trigger, and because of that, Yukindar had not fully walked through the doorway. And now Na'Vi, they're going to be going into the A site. 3 players currently making their way over here for VP. Yukindar has to hold on with the Incendiary. He's thrown it up into the site to delay safe passage to the site to get the bomb plant. And that does throw a bit of a spanner into the works for Navi side. And Simple holds the flank. He's got a good angle to deal the potential peek of James, but you've got to be very quick to land that headshot, and James just gets the info. Oh, Yakindar.
He's having a round here. 3K for Yakindar, but no kit, no nades on the retake. They've got to go quick.
Well, Yakindar looking to try and close it out with all 5, but he couldn't quite get the 4K. And now Simple in the middle of the site, alone in a 1v2. AWP versus 2, and Simple's hit the first. Looking for the second. Simple is a vessel of violence. 14-10. Simple pops off.
That second shot straight through the box. No hesitation. He doesn't care that it's a wallbang. He knows it's going to get the kill. And just as we get into the late game, Simple starts coming to life. We thought it was Yakindar's round. We thought it was his time to shine. But 2 incredibly quick shots from Simple give Na'Vi 14. And just when you need someone to step up on the Na'Vi side to close out the game, Simple's always there for you.
Yeah, big play from Simple. That could have been the chance for VP. Yakindar, you look at the head-to-head of the stars, right? Yakindar versus Simple. Yakindar had a fantastic round, but Simple undoes all of his hard work and puts them in this scenario. Round 25.
Well, this one's the full buy for Virtus Pro. They've got a chance to do one better than that previous round where they brought it oh so close. It has slowed down slightly since he hit 19 kills, but he's already had a great game so far, and this time Na'Vi upping the pace into A.
Oh, James trying to land the shots. He'll sit back and get his second opportunity. You don't give James a second chance in the flash even, he still hits the shot.
It didn't look like the initial flashes were there for Na'Vi. It looked like they were almost running in dry, or certainly there weren't any effective nades. They are going to get the bomb down, but this retake should favor VP.
With the bomb taken away, Na'Vi down 2 players once again. Simple is called upon. A headshot on the Yakindar. Perfecto working in tandem. A second kill in quick succession for Na'Vi that's drawn it back into the equilibrium once more. And Electronic supporting with utility finally arrives to the party, and Perfecto, he's been here a while. He knows how it works. He's found Sanji. Jam has locked Simple out, and this time is ticking. Perfecto is still alive. He's still clicking, and it's all onto Kickert in the middle of the site. Electronic has run the time down, just staying alive. VP don't have enough time to win out the round, and he's missed the shot on the fallback. He'll try and get that AWP over into the next one for Jam, and that is about the biggest win they could have got there. Great stuff from Perfecto, just staying alive, getting those important kills, and drawing that timeout.
Playing that 3v5, they do really well to get a couple of those early kills. They find a couple of 1v1 fights early, and then VP only had the 1 kit in the hands of James. So Kicker at the end there is desperately looking, desperately searching for that defuse kit. He wasn't able to pick it up in time, and this T side has been pretty one-sided for Na'Vi here. After they lost the pistol, they've come back with almost every round in their favor, and they want to end it with a fast push.
Oh, Kicker to Boomich with the kills. It's a 4v4. Now Buster throwing the smoke into the doorway. There's a play out quickly from Na'Vi, looking to overwhelm the defense. Yakindar and Buster both get cracked down by Bit. He's had a fantastic performance here for Na'Vi on the first map. And Jim and Sanji into the 2v4. Simple looking to close it out. It's just Sanji left alone, and Na'Vi have done it. It'll be 16-10 on the board. Sanji just trying his best to add a few more stats onto the board here for himself. But Na'Vi, they've managed to take away Dust 2. This is their map pick. They've come into this one looking strong. A couple of slower rounds to start off, but most of the individuals have warmed up throughout, and Sanji's just trying his best, but goes down to Bit eventually. What a fantastic performance out of him, Hawker. Bit is here to play, and we get to see more of him coming up after the break. There's plenty more action coming our way.
Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there, and I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there, yes I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there, I won't give up the fight. Sometimes I feel out of touch with myself. Feels like I've been living with somebody else. In the corner of my mind, I feel something.
Welcome back to the DreamHack Masters Spring Day 1 action, and Na'Vi got it done fairly swiftly on the T side, showing Virtus.pro how to pick up the pace. And for me, there was a real highlight on that map in the shape of Bit. It was his debut on Dust 2 for Na'Vi, slotted firmly into that B anchor role that we used to see Flamey take on. And he quite simply impressed, Janko.
Oh, definitely, you know, especially with that double op roll, right? That's something we haven't really seen from him. That's something Flamey used to do a lot for Na'Vi on their CT side, and he whipped it out and was more than efficient, right? Had that 4K that was absolutely insane as well, and definitely did the job for Na'Vi. It's a game where Na'Vi lost both pistols and still managed to win 16-10, which just tells you it's a super, super comfortable win, much more than the result itself shows.
But do you think, Blair, that maybe Virtus.pro were heading to B a lot because Bit was there and Simple was over on A?
I don't necessarily think so. I felt like that's just the way VP plays, and I actually want to go back and address what Janko mentioned in the pregame segment, where he said VP, they need to speed things up a little bit. How predictable were they so many times, just walking into the meat blender, the meat grinder, as Dinko so very poetically put it as well, and they just got shut down because of that. I do agree that there might have been a few rounds they attempted to take B a little bit more because of Bit's presence over there, but I feel like Bit really showed up from the very get-go in the beginning of the city side itself. So yeah, I feel like VPG just continue to do what they do all the time on Dust 2, and they got punished for it.
And Bit's fired up now. We're going to Inferno next. That is a map that we know he knows how to play alongside Na'Vi Senior. So it's pretty exciting to see him getting to continue that momentum onwards. And to be honest, he was also impressive on his T side. He was 8 for 2 in opening duels. Most of those were on his T side, obviously, understandably, given that Virtus.pro kept coming in his direction. Buster not having a great time at all. I don't know if you guys noticed those numbers. 0 for 6 in opening duels, 8 for 17 overall.
he was struggling in this game. Bit had a couple of good entries in the second half, but also what you said was true. I was looking at the scoreboard like 10, 11 rounds in. I'm like, Simper has 4 kills and 6 deaths. Like, what's going on, you know? So Navi did have problems before with, you know, sometimes Flamey and Perfecto lagging in the fragging department. On Dust 2, you just can't allow that to happen. In the second half, he definitely showed up, had a couple of big rounds, you know, the 3v5, the second to last round, the 3v5 that they won was huge. So, you know, it's simple, it's only a matter of time, and in this one, it was just when Navi needed it.
Maybe it doesn't matter, Blair, but Electronic, he's been quite quiet recently, and it was a similar story today on Dust 2.
I feel like he didn't really need to step up, right? Like you look at the stats and you're like, oh yeah, Simple had a quiet start, Electronic was quiet, but they didn't really need to do much, and that's sort of Navi I want to see. A Navi winning convincingly, where it's not Simple having to drop a 30 bomb like we saw in Overpass earlier today, or Electronic having to emulate what Simple does almost every single game, right? So I like this. I like the fact that doing their job, they're winning convincingly, and you have the new kid on the block really filling Flamey's shoes spectacularly well.
Blair, sticking with you, do you agree with some of the recent criticism about Navi's strats needing a little bit of an update, maybe looking a little bit stale? It's too simple? Pardon the pun.
I do agree. That T side we saw like you know, a few weeks back. I think it was during Pro League, was some of the worst T side I've ever seen from an elite tier team. Right. I'm just hoping that they've been given a little bit of time. They've decided to go with this particular 5-man roster with Bit coming in. Dust 2 looked good, so hopefully Blade has put in some work, and we might be seeing a different T side coming out here from Navi. I want to see what they do on Inferno here.
Well, I want to see what they do as well. Yeah, sorry, Yanko.
Going back, no, it's fine. We have a bit of lag, of course. And on Dust 2, like that's the map where they had that mad comeback against VP in Katowice, right? 11-4 first half, then 12 rounds without answer on T side for Navi. So it seems like they also have them figured out on this map to an extent. And it's also not a map where you can, have a tremendous amount of strats in your book. Inferno, though, is where you can have some explosive strats. So what we want to see, we're going to be able to see more of it on a map like Inferno than we would have been on a map like Dust 2.
All right, well, hopefully guns are going to go boom very shortly, because we've got to take a short break. But when we come back, is it going to be a sweet 2-0 for the Navi Nation, or are VP going to get back in the game? Don't go anywhere, and then you'll be able to find out quite soon.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Head down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air
for an absolute clutch.
So, let's see what we have here. Oh, that's kind of eye-catching. It's some kind of punk rocker, anarchist-style skin. So the name is Neon Revolution. I don't think I've ever seen an AK like this. So bright, pink, and green. Look at that texture and the paint. I can almost smell the fumes. Anarchy. Feel that word. An-R-key. This is a weapon for the Suicide Squad. This is a message. Don't screw with me. This is attitude. Beautiful.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamHack Masters. We've just had our first map play out, and Navi decided to go with the Dust 2 pick. They come out on top versus Virtus Pro, but now we head into Inferno. And Hulka, heading into this one, there's lots to talk about, lots of benefits for both teams, right? Yakindar, starting with him, he was a player that had a little bit of a quiet performance. He was kind of forced back. He wasn't able to go for a lot of his aggressive plays. We're expecting a little bit more heading into Inferno.
Yeah, definitely expecting a lot of fights down Banana from Yakindar. He should have many more chances to go for his aggressive plays. Let's see if Virtus Pro can step up on their map pick of Inferno.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing Electronic step up on this map as well. Obviously, his highest rated map, you were saying, Hawker, in the break, and we're looking forward to hopping into this one. Navi gonna be over on that CT side, Virtus Pro over on the T side, starting off this Inferno affair. And it's a quick play down middle coming in here from Navi.
Is that man Electronic spearheading it? Simple in the meantime, looking into second mid, but Electronic has snuck all the way in.
Oh, Electronic is deep, but Yakindar, he checks it. And now he's looking for further players in middle. Boomich has got involved with a headshot, and Buster, what a chaotic pistol round this is. The mid control going back and forth, but Navi, they maintain the top mid control, but they've lost B.
A good response here from Virtus Pro. First, it was that flash from Jame over the top. It got Electronic out of that position initially, and then they realized with that mid-aggression, Banana is probably the weakest point on the map. They pounce quickly, and now they have 2 mollies for the post plant. This is great for Virtus Pro.
And the time ticks on as Sanji looks deep down into spawn. Simple will be the player there. Jame is going to get across, and now they're all together. Virtus Pro, the strength in numbers, the flock mentality. Can they shut down the rest of Navi coming in? Perfecto and Simple, low in HP, and that Molotov, that is the death sentence right there. And they even have a second, so Navi, impossible to pull this one off. They're going to back away, dropping into CT spawn. Luckily, Bit is the player that has the high HP, and he's going to find himself a couple of kills up on the exit. Simple does die to the bomb, but Virtus Pro win the pistol round.
Good aim today from Bip. Even in those kills that are inconsequential at the end of the round, he shows off some solid aim on both of them. And now he's going to go ahead and buy a FAMAS. Is to have dropped it for one of his teammates. He's taken a Deagle instead. Na'Vi will just slowly but surely figure out who gets what weapon. No surprise to see Simple being the one man to get the rifle ahead of this force buy.
You were talking about Bit. We'll see if he can continue that performance. Inferno was one of the maps he was initially integrated in for Na'Vi, one of his comfort grounds, I would say. So heading out of Dust 2 into this performance, we're looking forward to seeing that continue. And so far, so good for Na'Vi at the start of this round. The force buys paid off for the initial kill. Buster has been picked out of the round. Virtus Pro is still channeling into Banana. They still want to go B. Currently, it is Perfecto here, just shoulder peeking with the smoke at the ready. That should try and buy them some extra time as long as it deploys. And BP, are they going to respect it? The answer is no. They're going to charge right through the smoke, and Perfecto will be under pressure because of that. Picker was blinded by his teammate's flashbang, but just tried to dive on in, and Perfecto having a fantastic round here. This FAMAS is stepping up, and finally Sanji getting something, but there's still 4 more players to find, and Na'Vi come back swinging in the force buy.
They threw 2 smokes at coffins, Dinko. 2 smokes at coffins. No smoke for CT. Oh no, Virtus Pro mess up their nades. You need that CT smoke there. They would have had easy access to the bomb site. Perfecto has a clear line of sight. His teammates all behind him. They don't have a smoke left. That is a big blunder from Virtus Pro. And that is one that it honestly makes me kind of scared for the coordination of this team. You know, we've said they've been in poor form lately. Those are silly mistakes that you cannot afford to make, especially in such an important early round.
And that's just worrying moving forward, honestly, for Virtus Pro. You've got to see a tighter ship from them. I mean, there hasn't been the best of results recently for VP, right? They're in a bit of a slump. They're on a bit of a downturn from the results, from the highs of the Katowice final to not really making it deep in Pro League. Made it through the playoffs. They went 3rd in their group and find themselves not winning the FunSpark ulti. In fact, going out at bottom. So it's not really been a great time for Virtus Pro. And we would love to be able to get off to a good start here at DreamHack Masters. And Navi, he stopped them from getting the conversion round after the pistol. Now Virtus Pro looking to try and bite back with what they've got. It's a couple of upgraded pistols.
I love that MP9 skin from Boomich. I think it's called the Bulldozer, actually, which kind of fits well with Boomich.
Yeah, there's a bright yellow one as well over on the Creek skin as well. You would probably like that one, Alex.
I just like it with the Na'Vi stickers. Like, you got to go for it.
It looks good. I mean, if you're playing for Na'Vi, you almost have to get that skin, right?
On brand, on point. Will it work in this round, though? He's already down below half health as the B plays at the ready.
Not simple. I'll try and play, but it's Boomich that's been able to find the kill. And over the top, Boomich just had enough. He wants to go with the Bulldozer and take down a couple of players, and he's done exactly that. Again, if you're a VP, you've still got to flush out Perfecto at the back of the site, and Simple's dive through, looking for the 3K. Good spray control, good kills against the pistols, and Navi up 2-1.
Solid stuff from Simple. Boomich also just getting aggressive early and kind of keeping VP in that mouth of banana, right? Not allowing them to get that close to the site initially. Simple does have to take one closer range fight, but then a couple of the other VP players are further away, and you want to keep your distance with that rifle. So Boomich's prior aggression with the SMG kind of helps Simple have some longer range fights with the M4, which is always ideal. And after what was going to look like a strong start for Virtus Pro, Na'Vi are the ones who should be getting 3 rounds early.
And Sanji with the headshot. Simple. Down and out. A good player to find early on. His first death dealt 2-1 Inferno so far. He actually had a bomb plant death in the pistol, but obviously that doesn't come up on the stat line. Sanji looking for the fight. A boiler bit. Let's fall away back into short, and Perfecto even closer to that top mid smoke with the Tech 9. I think now we're just trying to find some close-up positions where you can try and deal some damage once Virtus Pro come into, and Virtus Pro are taking their time. They love to run the clock down, even here in these kind of rounds, right? They just like to draw out some of that utility. Use this as a bit of a talking point, Hawker. You mentioned that before.
Always nice when the economy game is so tight nowadays. It can make a big difference in the long run. There's another smoke used by Na'Vi, this time late in the round though. Only 32 seconds remaining. VP don't have any nades of their own, but they are about to make their play into A, and there's only 2 CTs here to stop them.
Well, Perfecto is just chilling right now at long, and here comes the wrap from Virtus Pro. They're going to try and put the players into the A site, and Perfecto, he's got bit in pit. Try and help him out. Good kill from Perfecto. Good reposition, a second kill, but he does go down eventually, and the bomb's down in the open. That does leave Sanji alone. 3 seconds left in the timer now, and Sanji gets over the top with a headshot. A second locked in as well, and it is down to the 1v1 there. Got a little bit worrying, but of course with the time, there was no chance for Sanji. He gets into the corner, he stays alive after the time, so he gets to keep the FAMAS. But Virtus Pro, you know, going into this round, they would have liked a little bit of action on the bomb plant, maybe find themselves some extra cash, but here comes semblance of a buy. They've got the AKs out.
This is where we'll see what their gun rounds are made of. For Virtus Pro, I think as much as Yakindar is known for his aggression, on this T side, it's actually often Buster who's going to be running up Banana early. It's more the CT side where Yakindar takes that initiative, and we are already seeing Buster thrown straight into the action on Banana. This is a war zone right now.
Inferno Ridge is on. As the smoke will go up on top of the fire. Navi, I think what a lot of people have kind of figured out when you're playing against VP, and Yanka was touching on this morning, or just before this game started, about the fact that, you know, you can figure out VP if you know once you've played them a few times, once they played in a few tournaments, you've got a few demos to look at. If you're going to be going for the slow T side, Yanka was saying, you know, you are just going to see teams hang on to their utility. And right now, Navi still have a couple of Incendiaries left, but they did use up a few pieces in towards Banana, but they still got some left heading into under a minute, 55 seconds now in play.
Yeah, pretty ballsy call from Na'Vi to keep 4 on A here. They lost Banana. There was some presence there from VP. They were even peeking into the B bomb site. Could be the right call, though, because Virtus Pro are still having a little look at top mid, but now they start to run back, and this is where Perfecto could be put under pressure as the solo holder on the B site. He's got to get multiple kills here.
And with the weight of the round, it lies on this young man's shoulders. Can he hold on for the attack of Virtus Pro? Multiple players coming into his position. Perfecto, a lot of pressure. He hasn't quite been given the chance to get a kill yet. They don't even know he's here. He's going to peek out, denies the bomb plant, gets a second kill as well. Perfecto! He eats them for lunch, and he goes back for some more on the USP. Sanji finally overruns him, but with the time on 5 seconds and the bomb down on the coffins. And it's Virtus Pro who once again will run dry on the timer.
Great play from Perfecto under the time pressure. He realizes he can sit back. No mollies left for VP, so they can't flush him out of that position. They overlook the position entirely, though. Buster's looking at Ruins, not looking back at the site. Finally, Kicker tries to come in to clear it, but it's too little, too late. Got to give props to Perfecto for lining them up, but for Virtus Pro, as you said, not only are you running the clock down low, but you're not even watching the positions that haven't been cleared on the site. It is not looking great for them right now. On their map pick, we've had a couple of off rounds early. That's got to change here because this is starting to get pretty good for Na'Vi. They've already got a 4-1 lead, and they've got a good chance to extend it because this force buy from Virtus Pro is an all-in buy.
They've got to have some confidence in this if this is the case, right? You've got to be able to pull something out. You can't have another round like that where you just sit around and you don't really do a whole lot, right? You don't even have that much map control. They were sort of posturing towards A late into the round, and then they decided to just tuck up tail and go back up Banana. And you left yourself with such little time, they couldn't clear all the positions. It's a different story if you're playing slow and methodical and you're clearing every corner and clearing every angle and limiting all the positions. But if you're just running the time down low and then committing into a site without really knowing if it's clear, that's not the way you want to be going about things. And Virtus Pro with 50 seconds left start to gather outside of the A site. Currently 3 players over here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and they're still not baiting out enough CT utility. You know, they try and fake that B presence early, but Na'Vi don't really bite. They don't really use many nades, and here comes the flash. Simple lines up a couple of early kills. He's got more where that came from, though, because his teammate Electronic is ready to pounce. Double spray from Long. Both those players combining for kills. Sanji might be able to get a bomb plant, but it's a 1-on-3.
Yeah, Sanji once again in this situation. He's always been the last remaining player. This time he's got to try and win the round out for his team. A bomb plant finally coming in for VP, but again, Sanji just pressured by the Molotov. Good, restricted his mobility, couldn't fall back, couldn't go into a better position, and then they just have to take the fights, and Na'Vi just have expendable players. So Sanji, at least he gets the bomb plant, he gets 1 kill, but Na'Vi are definitely in the driver's seat right now in Inferno.
I think the early portion of this round really, for me at least, caught me on to just how little Na'Vi are expecting these early plays. Like Boomich had, sorry, not Boomich, Perfecto had that molly in his hands over on the B site. Virtus Pro kind of feigned some presence into B. They put a flash and a molly down, but Perfecto didn't even reply with a molly or a nade. He eventually just put a smoke down, and there was a lot of utility left in that retake even. 20 seconds left when the bomb was planted. Sanji stuck in a molly at the end of the round. Let's hope VP can figure this out, because at least with the bomb plant, they can get another buy at the ready ahead of round number 7.
Oh, Bit. The kill on the Sanji, just tuck in, tuck out. And Bit, I mean, I'm loving the progression of this player, Hawk. You know, we were doing some analysis of him a while ago, and we would watch how he would play long, a little too passively, a little bit too tepidly, and now he's feeling it, right? He's all over the place. He's playing much more dynamic. He's hitting every shot. It's great to see the development of Bit.
It might give him some more confidence being named as the proper fifth of this team. It's got to be a big confidence boost when you look at the teammates alongside you.
Yeah, it kind of shows that they believe in you. They believe in the project with you involved. And I mean, the CIS region is so deep with talent, and Bit is hanging here. He is showing that he has got that individual ability.
This looks better for Virtus.pro. Only 2 CTs on A, and they're not really that committed to the A site right now.
Yeah. You can smoke off the long side right now. You have 2 or 3 available. And now Bit's going to peek out, and, well, he loses the fight. Kicker, it'll take him out of the round. And now it's just Electronic with all of the world on his shoulders for them. He's only... And he's 2 kills going into this round. He's up to 3 now, but got his teammates starting to rotate over. But Electronic gives up his position. Yukindar comes in with the headshot, but it's Simple now, who has filled in the hole on the A side. Can he patch it up? Can he win the round for them? A second kill from Simple. He looks to close out the round on its own. He puts Jim into the 1v3, and he'll get one through the smoke. Jim looking for another. He's got the second onto Simple. He's looking for the 1v1 clutch, and back in middle is Boomich. So Jim could pull off this round. He's looking down into short, back up to the library. And Boomich starts to walk and creep up behind him. This would be an incredible clutch from Jim. He's going to flick down surely at this point. Big flick. It's a miracle from Jim. A huge clutch out of nowhere. A 1v3.
That's what they were waiting for. Jame was yet to get a kill before that round, but boy, oh boy, did he make the most of his first 3 kills of the game. This looked like the round-winning play. Simple got ahead of the smoke, landed the initial headshot, even got a second one, but Jame gets a slither of that first player, takes the quick shot, and then this final flick. How fast is that? Straight down onto Boomich. Not an easy shot to hit, but he made it look easy. And now Na'Vi's money is on the verge of being broken. They only have a single rifle in this round, and even that's just a FAMAS on Perfecto.
Yeah, and that just shows you how much of an important round and an important clutch that was out of Jim, right? There was a big swing round. It puts the economy of Na'Vi on the ropes, and now there's a chance for VP to come back and compete in this first half. It's been a pretty difficult road for them. It's been difficult to watch in some of these rounds, but now they're up with an opportunity. An egg going over the coffins. Perfecto. Down to 28 HP. That is meaty.
Might be part of the reason why they put that smoke down at the top of Banana, wanting to exchange the weaponry, give Bit a go with the FAMAS, having the full health. Issue is, yet again, there are only 2 CTs on the A site. This time they are more coordinated though. Electronic and Simple should have a better shot at working together, and Bit is rotating over to A at just the right time, but he might be stuck behind smokes.
Ooh, and Molly didn't quite go into the cubby. It is effective, but it does hold Yukindar back for the meantime. With 30 seconds left, it's not like Virtus.pro have too much time to play with now. They're going to smoke off Archway and Library and put pressure onto the weaker weapons inside of the site. Bit trying to spray through. It's going to be Electronic on the first, Simple on the Deagle. Looking for more if possible. He hasn't been able to land the shots just yet as Bit has come in. It's the FAMAS stepping up, and Na'Vi, they might just be getting themselves another crucial round here. Virtus.pro, they can't afford to throw away opportunities like this. Sanji commits to the plant, but Perfecto is running him down. Sanji somehow gets away alive. He gets the headshot on Boomich, now under pressure. Another one from Sanji. Can he step up and be the hero in this round? He's jiggling, he's using the cover, but Perfecto with the Deagle. He comes through for Na'Vi. What a crazy round, and one Virtus.pro will be kicking themselves about losing.
I don't know if Sanji didn't have a pistol or tried to switch to it or what happened at the end there, but he looked flustered, trying to go for the full reload as it comes into the one-on-one. Perfecto was so low, but obviously couldn't have known it. 7 bullets here as he turns around for this headshot. And then at the end, the dig in above eventually finishes the job. really tight run thing, but I think the main factor in that round was getting through that arch smoke, getting through that library smoke. I think he got 2 kills as the push was coming to the site. That was so important for Na'Vi, because if that didn't happen, I don't think they hold the site so comfortably. But he gets some really important impact, and now this game is really heating up. Both teams with almost no money left behind ahead of round number 9.
Oh, the molly. Gonna burn them out, and Boomich with the headshot onto Kickert. He tried to get an opening with that, but it's Na'Vi that have been able to grab the opening. Oh, that nade's quite chunky as well. Lands onto 3. And Boomich has just transitioned back into CT spawn. Plenty of players here, and he switched positions with Simple, and he's going to go into the peak. Yakindar pulled out.
Fecto sitting back on triple, but they're going for the contact play. Simple may not have spotted that man so close in. Buster's already snuck his way into pool. Na'Vi need to make sure they're aware of that fact, and now they put down the defensive smoke. I think they should be aware of the possibility.
Yeah, Perfecto playing at the pillar. They're going to try and spam through and try and get rid of him here. That would make things much easier if they can take the control of the site. But with Perfecto inside of the site, it somewhat limits what Virtus Pro can do here, because now they have to try and fight against Simple as well. And as soon as that happens, Perfecto peeks out. Boomish sprints through CT, and he is loving this MP9.
Absolutely. That SMG having some good impact in a couple of these rounds now. Virtus Pro decide it's finally time for a tactical timeout. The only player fragging right now is Sanji, and that is not what you normally want to see out of this VP squad. We've seen some of these players have incredible carry performances. Yakindar, Jame, Buster and Kicker have had their moments previously. None of them have really showed up so far in this one. What a conversation here from Na'Vi. Great to see. I mean, they're winning rounds. They're still clearly trying to stay one step ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, looks like Blade's having a good input at the minute. Seems like the opposite over for VP right now. Our coach quiet in this one. Sanji had a close encounter. Nearly a big clutch for him that probably would have saved the day for VP in this first half. Would have kept their dreams alive, but they've ended up losing that round, and now they're back down to what seems like a pretty weak buy when you take everything into account. They have got that 1 AK, and taking a look at the bank account of Sanji, I wonder where that's come from.
Ooh, poor Sanji has nades and a Glock. At least give him a pistol.
It's like what, those police training officers, you give them like little wooden guns. Sanji, you're not trusted with real weapons yet.
That would definitely be me. Oh dear, Boomich! Oh my goodness, he nearly messed that up. At least gets 1 kill on Banana, but at least Sanji should now get an upgrade. Give him something.
There we go, give him something. Toss him the scraps.
Is he not going to go get a better gun? Come on, Sanji, you deserve this. You deserve something like a Deagle, an MP9, anything.
I feel like the whole Counter-Strike scene at this point is just going to have to try and show Sanji his worth as a person, man. Everyone needs to get behind this guy. Well, he'll still be using the Glock. That's Sanji's role. And now they've thrown the bomb onto him as well. He's kind of the mule for the team. He just carries everything for them. And now it is going to be Virtus Pro walking back up Banana, leading the charge. It's Jame on the AK. They have 1 smoke available on Jame, so that could be used up. Buster also has 1, and Sanji's throwing his first. So once Na'Vi get the information, the utilities coming in, they'll throw their counter utility. The flash pops off over the top of the coffins, and that's Perfecto waiting for it. He's got the lineup, he's got 3. Yakindar, Buster, and Jam out of the round. And Sanji, he can't even get it! No! So close, but yet so far. But a good gun will never touch the fingers of Sanji.
That's one of the saddest rounds of Counter-Strike I've ever seen. My God.
Even when he's so close, he's so far.
I feel for him. I feel for him. Oh, he's the only one getting kills as well. Like, it's not like he's bottom fragging.
Someone needs to make like a sad violin montage of that round, honestly, because that was something. And then they just get 3-man sprayed down by Perfecto as well. And then a 4K to close it. Well done, Perfecto. Good setup, good counter utility. But we're into an important round. All jokes aside, it's Bit who has been taking a lot of damage on board at the start of this round. He's tossed over the AWP, and what we've seen on Dust 2, we know he's capable of wielding this to success.
Especially in those spots where you just have to hold the angle. And I think you can do that on A-Long. There are a couple of different angles you can fall back to. Nade over the top. Nice damage onto Buster. Down to 28 health. He is just living that life right now. When you're that first man in up Banana, that's going to happen to you. Na'Vi's nades have been excellent, though. Has to be said. They had that round where they even mollied close to the half wall. That was a really nice switch up to have in there when Boomich went in for the aggressive fight. A lot of the nades have been effective. It's all been looking good for Na'Vi on these B-sided nades.
And as the apartments play from Electronic and Simple, they're walking through the hallways, they will realize it is empty, and Sanji, his story might just get even sadder as Electronic and Simple, the bullies on the playground, are pretty close by, and Simple's gonna catch him with his pants down. Sanji out of the round. Now with 37 seconds left, here comes the play for VP. Once again, a lit round play into the B side, and Na'Vi have 3 players in CT spawn. They're ready for this.
A one-man boosted. As soon as Boomich spots them, I expect the spray through the smoke from below, but it hasn't connected from Perfecto. Unable to get the kill through the smoke, but they go for it again.
Oh, the boost up. They might not expect the secondary boost. Simple's up here, spraying away. Gets the second. Oh, Simple. 3 kills. Decimates their chances. And that is Virtus Pro falling by the wayside. They did not expect the second boost up from Na'Vi.
Just a demolition job from Simple on the B-bomb site. Everything had to go. Everyone had to be blown up. Beautifully done.
The second kill, he just about got Hawk on the fallback. I think he just nearly looked like he got around the corner there, but yeah, just amazing stuff from Simple.
A little bit stressed, but he's got a bit of a smile on his face too. He knows this game is going great for them. And Na'Vi should know that Virtus Pro didn't get the bomb plant and therefore don't have much money. They go for the half-wall smoke to try and up the pace into this B-bomb site.
Oh. Perfecto with the itchy landing perfectly on Yukindar, and Boomich through the smoke walks away with the soul of Kicker.
I'm loving these nade protocols. I wonder if that's something they worked on in this boot camp. They said they had 8 days before this tournament to get things up to speed. Maybe it's fresh in their minds exactly what they need to do, because these nades have always been on point.
I think we do need to talk about as well, Alex, over on the Virtus Pro side. Just look at the kill count, right? Sanji's up 13-9. The rest of the team are on 4 kills. You've got 4 kills for Jim and Yukindar, and 3 on Kicker, 2 on Buster. It just has not been a very high-fragging game at all from them.
Just think of the rounds they've won. They won the pistol round, and then that ridiculous 1v3 for James.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no repeatability there.
Yeah, it's not sustainable. You can't do anything with that. And Na'Vi have just been crushing them in Bit. This is why he's been most comfortable for Na'Vi out this long position on the CT side. This is why he's been doing a lot of work, and you can see just calling for Electronic. Once Bit had been damaged up, doesn't want to reface, so calls for the reinforcements, the backup, the substitute of Electronic. He had the health, goes for the peak, and it's 10-2 as Na'Vi are up double figures on their CT side of Inferno. I'm absolutely loving this. And you know, you talked about the bootcamp of Na'Vi. Virtus Pro have been on bootcamp for a while, right? They were on bootcamp for that that tournament, Funspark ulti. They had 4 players on bootcamp apart from Yukindar. Now, obviously, Yukindar hasn't been able to go and play with them due to the travel situation, but I mean, this isn't looking that well drilled for VP.
Nice shot from Simple, taking initiative into second mid, and it's the only man that's been fragging who's out of the round. Sanji, the first to fall in this one. Map control can be taken back by VP at a minimum. Not really a fair trade for losing an early player, but a force Simple back towards A. They'll also get banana control, but Simple has already rotated, and this is that active ulting we love to see from Simple. Yukindar tries to fight, but Bit is there to meet him. Now Simple's coming back to A. He just wants to get involved everywhere. Poor chicken.
Yeah, it's not great right now. Everybody's getting massacred on the servers, as long as you're not on Na'Vi. And James now trying to make a play. We pulled out America a little bit earlier on, should I say, but he hasn't been in a great scenario recently. You know, he's hasn't really been doing a whole lot. This would be a good round to pull out. Collectively, the 2 remaining players for VP have 6 kills in 13 rounds, so not looking so good for them. Good flash coming out here from Simple. Should allow the peek out from his teammate Boomish, but it's not really worked out there. Boomish has not spotted them. The timing's not great, and so Buster has a chance to run into the site. Smoke up towards the back of the site again. Perfecto has been doing this a lot, just smoking out, playing in behind it. Creates a much longer corridor he can play with, and you can see just playing to perfection. Na'Vi have got this B site on lockdown.
It has been a lot of B plays from VP too. I mean, in that round, it's a 2v5. It's always unlikely. Still looking good for Na'Vi. This game looking good too. 7-7 between Mouse Sports and FaZe Clan. 2 European squads battling it out. Definitely a matchup a lot of people will be keeping their eyes on. If you want to keep your eyes on it, check out the B stream over at ESL_CSGO B. For now though, round 14. Let's hope that VP can get something going here. We need a couple more rounds at the end of the half, and that's more like it. Yakindar with the early shot down mid.
And it looks like it's Electronic with the headshot onto Jame. That's a trade back, and VP will not be happy about what looked like a decent enough start, right? You get a small opening, you get a small chance, but just plucked out. Now round 14 will become a slow one again for VP as they just sit back and bide their time. And I have to say, you know, Na'Vi have done a very good job of just hanging on to that utility into the late rounds. And Electronic has had enough of this. He wants to go and find these kills before Virtus.pro even have a chance to come near them, and Bit on the double kill. Buster and Sanji both laid down, and it's just Yakindar. Another quiet individual performance from him and everybody on the team, right? He was saying that in the pre-game interview coming into this one. The one Frankie was kind of saying, alluding to the fact that, you know, Yakindar didn't sound so confident in that pre-game interview, and it's just 100% correct, right? You know, he's talking about how there has been some of these lack of individual performances, shall we say, coming in from Virtus.pro, and it's another one of those matchups here in Inferno.
Yeah, that interview, the words that Yakindar was saying, if you just looked at a transcript of what he was saying, it sounds like something that someone who was confident would say. It was just like the way he said it. I just didn't believe it. I honestly didn't believe it, really. It didn't sound like he wanted to say, yeah, we're going to come into this tournament and win everything. He was more like, yeah, we feel kind of okay. Just not as confident as you want.
It didn't really sell it to Hawker. And what has certainly been sold to me is this Na'Vi CT side. I think at this point, they're so confident, they're so comfortable. They've had enough of just waiting and playing with good utility. They're just going into them. They're just going for those fights because they want to close it out quicker. And everybody's feeling it on Na'Vi. There's a couple rounds where you do sweat it a little bit earlier on, but now it's just a well-oiled machine. We'll see if Virtus.pro have anything up their sleeve. Now they've got the gun rounds. I mean, I'm not really expecting much up their sleeve. I just want something different.
Simple was even just giving them a round of applause. That's how well they're playing. Oh,
it's good to hype up your own teammates, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's what we do for you, Hawker, you know? And celebrate the victories.
Well, hopefully VP will hype up that kill from Kicker. It was a nice one, but he's trapped in top banana, and Bit has already arrived on the rotate. Smoke goes down, but Buster goes through it.
Yeah, now Bit. He's still lurking around in the shadows, though, and Buster's on the site. Electronic gets boosted up again. Once again, VP getting caught by the boost. Buster was alone, and now the A play, the real play comes in, and this time they've got to test Simple. It's got the AWP in the middle of the site, and Sanji's about to come on in. Simple holding for the close walkout, and that's the first on a Sanji. Can he get a follow-up? Jim is holding. Jim is holding for the secondary peak of Simple. It finally comes in, and Yakindar sparks into life. They've got a chance here for a third round, VP. And James got into the pit. Yakindar sitting outside.
Another smoke from James about to land at long. That forces Na'Vi into short. They can't risk going through that smoke. Both players trying to stick together, but only a single flash for them to work with.
Getting rid of James in the pit is going to be difficult, but that flash has been perfect. That's pushed him off the angle. And now James just looking for the peak. Yakindar's dropped from the apartments into the site. He's got a molly as well for that post plant. Kill from Yakindar's in. He's looking for the fight. He's got the second kill. It's 12-3. It's a Na'Vi story right now. We'll see if it continues into the second.
You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. You're my best friend, best friend. Everything's better when we are together. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. You move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity.
It's Navi domination here on Inferno. They're having a great time mauling Virtus Pro. Their T side for VP didn't really inspire much confidence, didn't really inspire us at all, Hawker. And now they've got the difficult task of pulling back a 3-12 scoreline. It's not looking good for VP, and I think that's an understatement.
Wow, they won the first half pistol. They couldn't win the follow-up rounds, though. They've got to do that here, starting their CT side. Molly and a flash for Kicker. No kit for Virtus Pro, and no real chance for them, according to the 1xBet odds. They are heavy underdogs now, understandably. Hopefully, for their sake, they can try and turn that around here. Flash goes in early. Simple waiting, but it's Sanji to open things up.
Bit coming down Boiler. Before a pick up onto James' head, and he'll come in for the headshot. It's a 5v3 right now for Virtus Pro. A good start to the pistol round in Electronic. Trying to claw that back for a Navi. He's got a chance here around the corner. Buster available. As Electronic looks to pounce on him. He's got Perfecto coming in through the underpass as well. So eventually Buster is going to go down here. And whether it's not, it's from Electronic or Perfecto. But it did take a long time. It wasn't pretty, but Perfecto gets the headshot. Buster is pulled out. And we find ourselves in a 3v3. And VP, they're tied up. Yakinder and Sanji are on 18 and 9 HP, and they're going to run it into the B bomb site. There is 2 low HP players here.
Smoke at the ready for Boomich. Will go into CT, but the push won't be followed up on instantly. James has pushed all the way round.
Oh, no.
He may hear those steps, but he can't do much about them pushing up top mid. He's just going to have to let them go onto the A bomb site. And Na'Vi have found the gap. That's a great call in the mid round to go back to A and get a free bomb plant.
Yeah, I love that from Navi, right? They're giving themselves the best chance to win this pistol. They've pulled back what was a great start for Virtus Pro. And if you're Jim, you feel completely helpless right there. You hear the footsteps, but you're nowhere near to be able to delay or bring down a player. So now it comes down to the retake, and they start to come in. Perfecto up on top of the barrel, spots the shadow of Jim, and now looking for the fight. But there's 2 players around that corner, so Perfecto, oh, he gets 1. Boomich follows up with a second, and it's just Sanji left alone in this 1v3, one that he realizes is a done deal. And Virtus Pro, even when they're looking good, Hawker, they cannot get the round wins.
Looked so good to start with. Getting that push down mid. I like the confidence. I like the idea to just go aggressive. Boomich is going to go up with the bomb, but it doesn't matter too much. Na'Vi win the all-important pistol round. Virtus Pro unable to capitalize. And as pointed out previously, Buster was having a pretty tough time in that first game. He ended as the bottom fragger. Here it's been even worse for him. Only 2 kills on the board. I think he was the man involved in that extended fight down mid. He has had that tough task of trying to entry up Banana on some of these rounds. It's not an easy role to accomplish, especially when it's going against you. But here comes Virtus Pro's Force Spy. They've just got to go out for everything right now, Dinko. They've got to go all in on this round. Just hope they win it.
There's a mid-play from Yakinder, some aggression being shown, and he's won the battle against Simple. He was looking into the apartments, wasn't expecting that mid push to come in from Yekindar. And they've lost an early player for Na'Vi, and they haven't been able to trade it back. So that's the start you're looking for if you're VP.
Kindar not taking his native position on Banana. Switches it up for this round. Definitely don't mind it. Sanji almost dealt with. Down to 10 health as Electronic dishes out the damage. Smoke arriving on the B site, but with Buster being on top of the boxes, I think he'll realize that's a fake smoke. In comes Yekindar though, swinging for a second kill, and even though Sanji falls, he does some damage before going down.
It's Virtus Pro still up a player. And currently Na'Vi have got a 2-1 setup with Perfecto still in Banana. And the rest of the two players still top middle. And eventually Perfecto's going to come back. But Jim, a nice headshot. A little peek out with a 5-7 right between the eyes of Electronic. Now with 30 seconds left, Bit starts to walk up closer and closer into the position that currently contains two players. It's Yekindar and James stuck in the pit, and they've got a good setup to try and deal with this, but Bit is over the top, and they've turned this into fights they can win, and Bit is so clean. The little headshot, the one tap, and he gets a follow-up as well. Okay, Bit, this could be a highlight play for you. Plants the bomb right down into the middle of the site. Now trying to wrap around the right side. Is Buster up short, and Bit cannot get it done. He couldn't find the follow-up, but damn, that was clean. He was showing some displays of great aim right there.
Yeah, the taps, the burst to the head. Buster was one man too many, though. Credit to Buster, who's not been having a great game, for making sure he wins the all-important 1v1 for his team. This initial kill just jumping over the top. Bit had to do it all by himself. Knew where this second player was. Once he got this kill, he heard the shots, closes in on the position. These headshots were lovely, but Buster was able to just about take it over the line for Virtus Pro, and hopefully that can lead to something a bit more consistent. It's just bought the AK though, straight up, and I love that, Dinko. You're playing for Na'Vi? Yeah, just go ahead and buy the AK. You're the one landing the shots right now.
He is indeed, and he's got himself an early kill. Can he get the follow-up? The answer is no. It was just too many players to deal with on that apartment's push, and I like that from VP. I like that they're taking those fights. It's exciting to watch, and it is a trade for trade. We find ourselves in a 3v3 situation, but Na'Vi, I think we'll be pretty happy about that because there still is an AK obviously available to pick up. And you have weakened the defense a good bit here.
There you go, M4 as well. You can get into the apartments, you can nick some guns.
So Na'Vi are going to be loving that. From the perspective of winning the round for VP, it's maybe not worked out as well as they would have liked. Na'Vi will not be complaining.
Still 1 minute left on the clock for Na'Vi to play with. It's really hard for Virtus Pro to know how to set up right now. You have to leave one player on one of the bomb sites. You really have no information to make that decision. You kind of have to just have a hunch. Use your instinct. Their instinct might be right this time round. They've rotated a second man over to B. They're comfortable leaving the AWP of James solo holding A. And that gives them a rifle and an SMG at the ready on the B bomb site.
Smoke into CT, simple, running forward. His teammates jumping in front of him, trying to create a little bit of space and noise that will be heard by Sanji and Buster, but can they do anything about it? Buster certainly can. A double kill onto Perfecto and Simple, and now Boomich into the clutch. 1v2, committing to the plan. That's heard, it's spammed, and Sanji gets his kill. Another headshot added to the collection for Sanji, and a 5th round for Virtus Pro.
Bit awkward that the bomb ends up landing in the fountain. Boomich had to get his feet wet, but couldn't even get the bomb down. And now Na'Vi will take the more conservative approach. They went for the force buy in the previous. They didn't necessarily need to do that, but they had such a big lead that they decided they were willing to take that risk. Now they don't have the same luxury. Couple of flashes bought by Electronic last second. Boomich drops a dig over to Simple, which I am always a fan of. If I was on this team, I would do the exact same thing. See if that Deagle can do anything, as Yekindar has already started his aggression down Banana that we were expecting to see.
Oh, he hears the sound cue. I'll try and take Simple out. He obviously lets him know that he is down in Banana, and that's confirmation to what they probably already assumed, that Banana has been taken and compromised. A simple will walk up to try and fight brackets. No one from VP really hanging around, giving them opportunities. You don't really want to be giving away any picks to the Deagles here for Navi.
I like this from VP. Jump peek with the nades, and then you don't have to waste your nades until you know the players are coming. And now they're going to use them. Yukintar's just fighting though. MP9, and the nade, combining for the kills on Banana. And that is exactly what Virtus.pro were hoping for.
Yeah, I'm loving the VP actually have a bit of an opportunity to stretch the legs here, right? Navi have just dominated in this entire map, so they've got a bit of a chance to build up some score line, and, well, Boomich somehow still wins the fight around the corner, finally locked out by Yukindar. And it's just Electronic on this Deagle. We don't really expect too much from Electronic here. They'll run up and try and get a bomb plant. That would be some money for Navi. He's looking for the aggressive play of Yukindar, trying to force the fight with a bomb plant. But it won't happen. The kill doesn't come through for Electronic, and it is 6 rounds for Virtus.pro. Now we get into a scenario where Navi, they can buy up into this. They will have a decent amount of utility. They'll get the rifles out, and Perfecto is taking the hit alongside Boomich to get themselves some extra utility. And over on the B stream, we've got FaZe Clan taking on Mouse Sports. You know, Carrigan playing against his old teammates, and well, 13-7 up for FaZe Clan. It's a pretty good start for them over there on their map pick. If you're interested in following that, it's over on the B stream.
Here on the A stream, though, we've got our first gun round of the second half, and it includes 2 AWPs on the VP side. Buster taking that secondary sniper. Already seeing this utility from Na'Vi. They want to deny that aggression from Yukindar. They're using the molly at top Banana early. Further nade deployed, does a bit more damage. Yukindar's still sticking around, though. We might see that aggression come through. Spray, successful, but no kill. Eventually gets it, second time of asking, and Buster's come and helped out.
Yeah, Buster wall buying through a smoke. What more can you add? Maybe a no-scope, maybe some jumping action going there, but he's hit most of the boxes right there. And bitten Electronic alongside Perfecto trying to turn this 3 versus 4 around, and James is not going to let them get away that easily. Electronic getting the trade kill, but Sanji peeks out from Cubby. It's all onto Perfecto. He's got an AK-47 now. Versus 3 players, 54 seconds left, and Yukindar is still on default, and it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need to come into play as Sanji swings out from long and connects. Here go Virtus.pro, winning round after round. They're getting themselves in with a decent chance here to pull the comeback, at least making the scoreline look a little bit more respectable.
It's definitely a strength Yukindar has, is not just going for the aggression on Banana, but knowing how to line up those spams. Did the majority of the damage while blind initially before going back for it and finding Simple through the smoke. Now it's Na'Vi's turn to try and cause an upset here with only the pistols in this round. Got a good bit of utility to work with though, so you can't count them out. Molly goes into top Banana. No aggression allowed from Virtus.pro this time. Buster's going to hang around, but he's got to be careful. There's a chance they just pop through that smoke.
Oh, Buster. Clean and clinical. Good double kill for him. Drops back into second oranges. Now Perfecto. Gonna try and get into the Molotov. Perfecto get chunked up a little bit and now starts to run forward. It's gonna be Buster in second oranges looking for some sort of action with that AWP. It's a difficult spot to frike out when you've got the AWP in that situation, but Buster is landing the shots and Perfecto now trying to take Yukindar out. He's finally done it. The low HP player is down, but getting this bomb plant is going to be extremely difficult. If they get it planted, then there's a chance for more damage and potentially even the round win, but as soon as these smokes fade away, it becomes much more difficult to get anything out of the round.
There's a chance VP start to second guess it though. Kickert's currently looking over on A, so they've at least taken one of the CTs out of the equation. Perfecto's actually jumped onto the site safely. Electronic swings and dinks down Jame while the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, this is really well done from Navi, even to get it into this situation, but
doable.
Close to the dink, not enough for the kill. Now it's Perfecto. And he get himself the clutch. First out to the left side of Sanji. Knows where James playing from, but that molly, he hears it coming in. He peeks out and gets it into the 1v1. What a play from Perfecto. The ace clutch comes in, and he finds every single player.
They were all low on health, but he hit them with headshots anyway. Even if they had their health, they would have been done for. Perfecto turns it into the 1v1 fight. Even when he's getting mollied out of position, he keeps his cool. He knows where that last man is coming from. And he even gets the initial kills to start the round.
Whoa.
The ace from Perfecto lining up the pre-fire. He knows his angles. He knows the last man's from Banana. 2 headshots to close it. And Simple giving them some more claps. Well deserved.
You're getting the applause from Simple. I mean, he has really just seen his whole team step up today with their moments. 24-9 over for Perfecto. This is the performance you want to see out of Bit and Perfecto. If those 2 players can show up outside of the likes of Electronic and Simple, man, this Navi team become deadly if this can become consistent. Jim, he's going to be playing inside the site, but he's overrun a quicker play here from Navi. Looking to pounce on the A side. This setup is not good enough to hold on for this attack. They're not ready for the fast pop. And Navi, they've got themselves onto the A site, and VP, they've got 3 players locked out of A.
A previous round win helped put Virtus Pro down to this weakened buy, this weakened investment. Maybe that's part of the reason why Na'Vi are just able to overrun A so easily. Maybe not the amount of counter utility they wanted. James clearly just didn't look ready for the players to come in so fast, though. Almost looked like he fell asleep for half a second and then realized, uh-oh, they've already closed the distance and I'm in trouble. 15 at the ready for Na'Vi. Nothing that VP can do about it. This has been a solid showing from the Na'Vi side. This is what we're going to get to see throughout DreamHack Masters. We could have a really exciting prospect on our hands. We've all been waiting for Na'Vi to make that breakthrough. And I don't think Virtus Pro have played to their best here, but this is still a really promising sign from the Na'Vi squad.
Series point for Navi. And Virtus Pro have come into this round limping with the weaponry that they've got. It's an M4A4 for Yekindar, for Mass, for Kicker. And of course, Jim. It's a quick play for Navi again, looking to break them, looking to break their backs and close this series. Electronic with the opening. Ooh, bit from Yekindar. This could work out, Hawker, but the play's coming into B, and that's the bomb. If Yekindar can drop the bomb, oh no, big problems now for Navi.
Not many nades for Yekindar, though. He has to just fight his way out of it. And Boomich is able to get him out of there. Simple still searching for that man on B, but they're going to run it back to A. Oh, and Simple's got the kill on the B site. It's only James left. They can come back B, and they've got this one in the bag. And Dinko, remember, the winner of this series gets to go up against Gambit. That is exciting. That gives us that matchup we now want to see.
Exactly right. Navi versus Gambit. You've got Navi looking strong. You've got Navi looking like this. This is where that matchup becomes very exciting because Gambit haven't really had much of a challenge today, have they? You know, I mean, they did in the best of 3. They got tested, right? But in the maps they would look comfortable on, they were closing them out convincingly. So I do want to see them up against Navi. It would be more so of a test for Navi at this point as well. Closed out 16-7. It's Simple with the headshot that closes it out. A big performance coming in from Navi. One that gets us all excited as they will move on and play against Gambit.
Just a real professional performance all round. They will be very happy with this win. And all in all, great stuff.
after a 1.47 rating on Dust 2, Perfecto was not done. He was an absolute masterclass in holding down that B bomb site on the CT side of Inferno. And you know what? The rest of Na'Vi weren't half bad either. VP, on the other hand, maybe need to have a few conversations with themselves in the mirror. Blair, did you enjoy that performance on Inferno from Na'Vi?
Oh, absolutely. Firstly, I gotta just touch upon VP again, the same old issues, right? How many rounds was Sanji left alone in like a 1v3 or 1v4 with like 10 seconds left on the clock? Like, how predictable can you get where you just slow things down to that extent time and time again? And Na'Vi punished them for it, right? At one point, it was just everyone just popping off. Perfecto had his moments. Bit really showed up again here on Inferno. Simple was just peering down mid and winning individual duels as he usually does as well. Just a vulgar display of power coming out from Na'Vi on the CD side. And a 3 rounds to 1 on the T side for VP, the pistol round, and the 1 round where James got that ridiculous 1v3. Again, not sustainable. And as Yanko and myself alluded to in the pregame segment, VP's whatever issues they had in the past, it still continues here in this particular game.
That round you mentioned, Blair, I just want to jump in as well. I know James won that. I feel like if it was any other play, probably that would have gone Na'Vi's way. But for me, that was also a sea change in seeing the communication from Na'Vi. The fact that as Simple came into that bomb site, clearly all the information that he needed was flowing through that team, and it was there, it was on point. And I kind of felt a little bit disappointed on his behalf on that one. Sorry, Yanko, continue that thought you tried to jump in with there.
No, yeah, they not only do VP's problems seem to continue, they even seem exacerbated. But I have to say, for this game, I think it was just an off game for them because there were so many mistakes, so many things going wrong that I, will struggle to believe that this is what VP has come down to. It's really uncharacteristic for them, not only like the time management, but also, missing some basic nades. It seemed like communication, coordination wasn't there, and it also started right from the second round after winning pistol, the really important round that you want to convert. So
well, hopefully we're going to actually have an interview from Na'Vi very soon. I do want to, before we go into that, highlight as well Buster. He's responsible for their entries on Banana on their T side. He was 215 on that T side. So it's not exactly looking pretty for VP, but they're not down and out yet. They will be playing again to save their space in the competition. So potentially we are going to see some more of them. They're definitely not out of the running yet. But Na'Vi, they are confirmed as at least a quarter-finalist here at DreamHack Masters Spring, which means maybe we can see them have even more fun on the server, because watching them on Inferno, I was starting to get that feeling. You know, when Na'Vi, they have their slow starts and then they start to build up as you get to that playoff stage, and then things get cooking in the kitchen. I'm really hoping that Na'Vi are not going to disappoint us. But let's take a look now at the Group A upper bracket. So as you can see, Gambit, G2 Esports. Gambit, we saw that earlier. So Gambit, Na'Vi, that is going to be our Group A winners match. Who is going to be proceeding to the semi-final? It's not going to be Gambit necessarily. They still have to play for that.
I see production already, decided for us. It very well might be the case, but I think for Na'Vi fans, this is a good sign. Not just the win, but the fact that it was a convincing win. That Bit looked so good as the now full-time member of the squad as well. And I think it's also great that they're going up against Gambit, because that's the final boss, right? That's the highest test that you can have. So if they can, not necessarily even beat them, but make the game really close, like just show us more of what we've seen so far. We've seen some good things on the T side too. Some faster banana takes that went into straight B pops, right? So it's not that same slow methodical style all the time. I think then you can be really happy if you're a Na'Vi fan.
Yanko, there was one round in particular from Inferno that you wanted to highlight, round 5, I believe.
Yes, because this blew my mind completely, right? Like the casters pointed it out during the game. Right now he was doing uncharacteristic, blind stack towards the A bomb. So you can pause here real quick. So you can see that like Na'Vi, basically like a couple seconds before this, Perfecto is alone in the bomb site. He's just making no noise. So VP smokes off CT and Ruins. They're coming into the site. No one's spamming through the smoke. There's no nades coming over immediately, right? So like there has to be a guy somewhere. They're not gonna play 5A, right? Like just blindly in a 5v5. And you start planting. You didn't clear neither dark nor new boxes. It's like, how is this something that's happening? I was so shocked. And Perfecto does a great job, gets 2 kills, kills the bomb planter. Now the support is coming in, flash over as well, gets the 3rd kill too. I mean, he was doing an amazing job on this B bomb side throughout the first half, but that's just something that you cannot allow to happen if you are VP. And you could see it probably played with their heads later on, because then they started getting killed from the boost all the time. Like, okay, slightly delayed boost, right? Which is maybe what they were worried about in this round, but come on, like that's basic CS. Before you start planning the bomb, unless you're really strapped for time, and they weren't, you need to clear the bomb site.
Well, hopefully, yes. I've got psychic
There he
today.
is.
I've got a magic ball under the desk. Simple is joining us right now. Simple. Oh, hello. Well, congratulations. Did you enjoy that last game?
Yeah, that was nice. There were so many highlights by my teammates.
There were. So talk to me about your favorite highlight then. Who's the player that you would call your MVP of that series?
I would say it's Bit. He did insane job on Dust 2, and after when he did these 2 one-taps, before I told him you need to use Scream mod, like headshot mod machine, and he actually did, and it was so close with this. But Perfecto on Inferno was MVP, 100%.
Absolutely. But tell me about how you've been getting a bit ready to play all 6 of your maps in your map pool.
Oh, we just started to practice not all maps. Actually, we played today some maps that we didn't have time to practice because we should have upgraded our maps that we usually lose past 3 months. But it was great boot camp, like 2 weeks boot camp, and that was good practice for us.
Which map hadn't you practiced with Bit going into this?
Oh, I won't say.
Oh, come on, Sasha. I haven't spoken to you for flipping
No,
ages.
man, enemies watching. Hi, enemies.
Fine, go talk. Yanko, talk to Sasha. I'm ignoring him.
That was a nice try, Frankie, though. Yeah, just a question, right? Like, obviously, you guys played really well. As you pointed out, your teammates did a great job too, stepping up. Bit on the first map, Perfecto on the second map. But we had also a feeling, VP, they were making some really unusual mistakes, right? Did you have that feeling that they weren't playing up to their usual level in this series?
Yeah, I think their game plan on Inferno and T-side was a bit wrong. We were prepared for this. And on Dust 2, they started pretty well, but after we just expect what they gonna do on T-side and Dust 2. And yeah, but still overall, it was a bit hard game, but yeah, I think like you, that they didn't show their 100% game.
Simple, first, congratulations on the win. Secondly, you're going to be facing off against Gambit coming up, right? Like, and that's going to be indeed a pretty hard test right there. You feel ready for it?
Yeah. I think we had like on bootcamp, that was really great preparation. So I feel like we'll be more stronger than before against this team.
Do you think that Gambit are the best team in the world?
Right now, I think, yeah, definitely. They win in everyone, and no, they won all last tournaments and some last qualifiers as well. They're showing great CS.
But looking at your lineup in Na'Vi currently versus their lineup in Gambit, who has the stronger individuals in your opinion? Or the strongest potential? Yeah, who has the strongest potential?
I always believe in my team with individual. I think all of us can do some great highlight or win clutch.
We saw...
I believe in my team.
Good, I'm glad. Well, after that performance, I'm believing in the Na'Vi Nation too. Thank you so much for talking to us, Simple. Lovely to see you. Well, we'll see you very soon. Good luck in that winners final.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't not forgive him, even if he doesn't give me the answers that I'm looking for. It's absolutely fine. Oh, it's nice to chat to him, though. Do you feel like Na'Vi are not going to let us down now? Because I was a little bit cheeky going into today, and I was like, no, he's probably going to disappoint us after the break kind of thing. But actually, I was totally wrong, Yanko.
Yeah, I think first he must be relieved as well. Oh, my teammates can I don't actually have to do all the work all the time. This is really nice. I come to the bomb site to rotate and the round is already over. But yeah, besides that, I think this is going to be great for Na'Vi. It's going to give the players confidence, right, that the things they were working on during the boot camp are actually functioning the way they should. And I think that Gambit game is going to be really fun to watch, right? Because a confident Navi can do a lot of damage in this tournament and potentially even go all the way.
Well, we'll see that happen later on in the group stage. But right now, let's check out what's happening over on the B stream, because we got two teams fighting for their place in DreamHack Masters Spring. It is Mousesports versus FaZe Clan. This one's slightly gutting because I want to see more from these teams. Blair, who's your money on here?
I don't know about this one, right? Mousesports have been playing, it looks like they've been playing literally every single minute that I've been awake. Like every time I open HLTV, Mouse is playing a map of Counter-Strike for the past few days. So at least when it comes to them being prepared, I'm assuming they should be prepared, but there could be fatigue creeping in as well. And for FaZe, this is a real test. Like this is a team who, you know, at least we gave them a little bit of leeway because it was Carrigan just coming on in. But now they've been given enough time, and facing off against a team like Mousesports, where at least on paper individually FaZe should be the better team, it's a must-win game. It's a must-win game for both the teams. Money-wise, if I did have any money, Frankie, I'm putting it in FaZe with this one.
Well,
sorry,
they've
Dexter.
got a flipping in-game leader now, so they should really be winning this one. Right, we are going to let you guys check out the B stream in your own leisure. Maybe after we finish up on the A stream in a few moments. It's twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO B. I always want to do the underscore before the B. I'm so sorry. Don't fire me, production. Okay. Should we take a look at the top 5 plays of the day, gentlemen?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. All right, then. I think we're going to kick off with Yanko with top play number 5.
Top play number 5, we have a bit on Inferno as if he didn't do enough on the first map, second map on the T side early on, just getting that A bomb site completely clear. Nice little jumping 180 here.
And then it continues over in Dust 2, the 4K coming in from Bit. For me, this is such an impressive thing, the way he just slots into Flamey's role, especially with the AWP as well, which Flamey used to do in the past, and he just looked spectacular for me on both the maps.
Well, it's so long ago now that it feels like yesterday. This is Acor, the only non-CIS player to make it into the top 5 players of the day, although it was against Na'Vi. Oh no, hang on a second, that is a completely different play. That is Shiro, Dust 2, with his ace on the AWP versus Fiend earlier.
That was so clear. And now we have...
Yeah.
Oh, you go, I go. I'll do it. Now Perfecto, we have it just in the game. You guys saw this was even on a half by Perfecto in a 2v5. Him and Electronic managed to get the bomb down at first. Perfecto gets 3 kills. Then in a 1v3, he gets every single player, isolates them in 1v1 fights. A bit of impatience there for VP and an easy round for Perfecto.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Perfecto and Newbox, could there be a better combination? I'm not really sure. I'm digging that duo. I'm shipping that duo. Inanimate objects and CIS young up-and-coming players. Great. I'm clearly healthy in the brain. After an incredibly long day, we have had 9 maps of fantastic Counter-Strike here at the DreamHack Masters Spring studio. Gentlemen, it's been lovely going through day 1 with you 2 passport photos. And I hope you're ready to do it all again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, it was a fun day 1. You know, a couple of great games, exciting results, and now it's all best of 3s from here on out.
Well, thank you so much. Again, thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow we start at the slightly later time because we've got 3 best of 3s on the A stream coming your way. So be here around 1:15 Central European time. And if you're somewhere else other than Europe, give it a Google. All right, I've been Frankie Ward. We've had Yanko, Blair, Maniac's already gone to bed. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.
DreamHack Masters Spring is brought to you by Intel, 1xBet, and DHL.
Couldn't be better, need to feel closer than you've ever been. Try to move slower, but I don't wanna. You drive me insane. I'm here till the end, and I won't let go. You're all that I have, baby, don't say no. Like I'm not sober, it's taking me over, 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 over. This is all I need, it's easy. People tell me that we move too fast. They don't even know what we know. I feel like we could face the whole world, 'cause I know that you're so good for me. 'Cause they don't even know what we know.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. 'Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. put you out. Sing it, no problem. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on tap. We're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone so long. Can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now.
The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity.
it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now.
Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things